Watching defeated enemies whose eyes reflected genuine fear was always a great pleasure. Right now, looking at the way the arrogant king kneeled down and bowed his head, staring at nothing, one could feel a pleasant sense of his own superiority. By offering his crown to an opponent, the former ruler was admitting that he had fallen and in exchange for forgiveness of his ancestors' guilt, offered to give up anything, be it throne or land. The only thing he asked for was the preservation of his own life. As everyone predicted, this war was won by the vampires, powerful and bloodthirsty creatures who knew no mercy. At first, it might have seemed that the ruler of these creatures was reaching out to the former king, but only someone who didn't know vampires would think so. With one motion of his hand, he made his main enemy's head separate from his body. Watching their ruler die, the people realized that under the rule of such monsters, they would live worse than cattle. Looking at the king's blood slowly dripping down the hands of the bloodthirsty creature, the courtiers were in a real panic, for they realized that this creature was going to kill every last one of them, leaving only decapitated corpses. The vampire ruler reveled in his power and triumph and believed that his brilliant era would last forever. The vampire squad that had been sent to deal with the humans had almost finished their dirty deeds, and the last of them were left to finish them off. As they expected, their work didn't take long, so now there were few people left. Those who were still breathing were urged not to fear not death. The survivors had to accept their fate, for they did not have long to suffer. But people were not going to just accept death. They defended themselves to the last, protecting their children. A woman who was cradling two small boys cried out that the horrible era of vampires would not last long. A god came to her in a dream and informed her of this. Her voice expressed despair, but still she reported that very soon a hero would be sent down who would save mankind. But one of the vampires only grinned, saying that even if such a thing did happen, humans simply wouldn't live to see it. After that, the bloodthirsty scum attacked, approaching at an incredible speed. The survivors panicked. Their main goal was to protect their future, the children who could continue their fight. However, the enemies were much faster and more agile. The humans simply had no chance of winning. Even despite the tremendous speed and strength of their opponents, the human warriors did not give up. They died, but they met death with dignity in battle as equals to their killers. Seeing the casualties and the agitated from the amount of blood-spilled eyes of the enemies was eerie. It was not possible to realize the depth of these feelings, because soon another representative of the human defenders died. The vampires were already getting annoyed that these human brats weren't just going to die peacefully, but instead were always getting into the fight. I wanted to kill these restless creatures and let all the blood out of their bodies. Although fighting with them was sometimes quite interesting, because among some individuals there were really strong warriors, but they would never be stronger than the vampires, who could simply break their weapons with a snap of their fingers, and then turn the whole place into a fountain of blood and entrails. Watching it was so commonplace that it became unbearably boring at times. Seeing the children's tears was even funny. The vampires were having a lot of fun as the little ones tried to hide behind their mother after hearing the words that they were about to be heard. They thought mommy would save them, but what the kids didn't know was that everyone would die. Every single one of them, including the woman who gave birth to them. One of the vampire warriors was about to pierce his mother's skull with his sword when he suddenly froze, feeling a strange energy behind him. Turning their heads, they saw a knight approaching them. His size was impressive and his armor shone brightly in the sun. The size of this bold stranger clearly exceeded the size of all the people the vampires had massacred. The vampires immediately suspected that the knight who was slowly approaching them and was not human, because he had too strange energy. Listening to their inner senses, the vampires unanimously said there was a corpse in front of them. Except this corpse looked too alive, as absurd as it may sound. It moved amazingly fast, which spoke of decent strength. The scum-killing people were outraged that this scarecrow dared to lunge at them so fearlessly. They couldn't believe who was even capable of such madness. When the stranger was able to fend off the blow, his opponents were amazed at his strength. Then the dead knight attacked, and his blow made one of the villains fly far back. For the first time in a long time, the vampire warrior felt fear. He wondered eerily who was standing in front of him. Looking at the footprints that were left on the damp ground after the knight's jumps, the vampire realized that the distance between them was at least 10 meters. His strength was also astonishing, for not only was he able to take down the bloodthirsty villain, he held him down and prevented him from even moving. And then he sent his limbs flying free in different directions. The remaining vampire realized that he needed to deal with this knight as soon as possible, for he posed quite a threat. So it was decided to attack suddenly and very quickly, except that the attack was by no means the most successful, as the knight stoically took the blow and withstood it. The enemy's sword was literally digging into the armor on the dead knight's chest, but he didn't think to move. His opponent was simply shocked by such behavior, so he wondered why he didn't dodge the blow. The vampire clenched his teeth in anger. His enemy should have been dead by now. After all, he had pierced his heart, but he was still standing there. The answer to this was a sharp movement of the arm, in consequence of which the head of the villain was compressed by the powerful hand of the knight. He pulled the bloodthirsty creature off the ground. It could only dangle its legs helplessly. The creature's eyes filled with pure animal fear as he realized he was going to be killed by someone whose heart had been pierced by his own sword. It seemed that the earth itself wanted to get rid of this mistake of nature, because the wind immediately scattered what was left of the vampire's dead body. The surviving humans froze and stared in amazement at what was happening right before their eyes. At that moment, the woman realized that they had managed to see the very hero that her prophetic dream was about. Shifting his gaze to the woman, the knight asked if she and the children were the only ones who survived. Realizing that the woman was unable to say anything useful, he mouthed that 5 kilometers away from here was the Holy Land. If they wanted to survive, they should go there. But the survivors kept saying that the very hero spoken of in the dream was standing before them. These words somehow caused a noticeable flash of anger inside the man. To the surprise of those standing before him, he began to remove his helmet, and those watched with anticipation. Showing his face, which had clearly gone through a lot of trauma, for it had numerous scars and one eye was seriously damaged, the man asked with a chuckle if he looked like a hero. It was obvious that his appearance frightened people, for they clearly wanted to get as far away from him as possible. And when his nose fell off and fell straight to the ground, it clearly didn't make him look like a hero from fairy tales. Grinning, the knight raised his nose, feeling the men freeze and scrutinize his every move. When he raised his eyes and looked at the survivors, they recoiled and then screamed loudly that there was a monster in front of them. It wasn't the first time the knight had heard such swearing, so he wasn't too surprised. He was used to reacting with a chuckle. In a world full of despair, where only impenetrable darkness seemed to live, a very strange rumor was circulating. It was spoken of in whispers, so that those who wouldn't like it wouldn't hear it. There was a legend of some creature that had destroyed the vampires. Not just stories were made about him, but whole legends which said that the strange knight never died. A few days ago, the plague-masked individuals decided to survey some of the city's dilapidated areas. They were very surprised when they discovered something strange. What they saw seemed creepy and awesome in equal measure. Death came so suddenly that the knight met it standing, holding his weapon tightly in his hands. This man's name was Gunther. All the strange men in plague masks recognized him immediately. He was the greatest warrior of this era and the last gladiator with 228 contests and as many victories to his credit. But even he could not defeat the vampire. One of the men asked their pal Ariel if they should risk their future for a guy they barely know. The one who was called by name said with confidence that she trusted Gunther completely. The condition of the corpse's body was good, so it was possible to do what they had in mind. Removing the mask, Ariel took a close look at the one who had not long ago been alive. Without taking her gaze away from his dead eyes, she mouthed that when the truly dark times came, only a hero could save everyone and bring hope. Life was a very cruel thing, and often those who were supposed to be living a quiet life had to see and do things you wouldn't wish on anyone. Gunther was a victim of circumstance who had to do a terribly dirty job, but he did it perfectly. He survived in circumstances where survival was simply impossible. Fate had some plans for him, because it did not allow Gunther to go quietly into the next world. When his dead body opened its eyes, all the people in the plague mass shrieked with joy. But Gunther himself did not share their enthusiasm. He was frightened, for he was sure that he was dead. It was announced to him that he had been reborn to save all of humanity from the oppression of the vampires. The living dead man's eyes rounded as he realized that someone had brought him back from the other side of the world. The first thing he asked was that a mirror be brought to him immediately. When he saw the reflection of his body, he couldn't find the appropriate words. From the mirror, a monster looked back at him, a doll that had literally been put together piece by piece so that it could function. Ariel immediately objected, saying that he was not a monster, but the last hope of mankind. The girl explained that Gunther's brain contained a life support device that his colleague had created. The same co-worker entered the conversation and explained that as long as the device was in his brain, he couldn't die even if he was blown up and his limbs floated in the air. Pointing to the severed limbs, Ariel mouthed that the warrior's body would be enhanced with specially designed muscles. They generated dozens of times more energy than a normal human. With such physical strength, one could fight vampires on equal footing. Gunther listened in amazement, his one eye widening in surprise when he was informed that there was a possibility that he would become even stronger than the bloodsuckers. It was understood that he was brought back to life while creating a hero to fight vampires. It was sudden, and the scientists stated that there was no one better than Gunther. So now he was asked to do only one thing: fight for the people in their future so they could be rid of the oppression of the blood-sucking scoundrels. Becoming a hero saving humanity was quite good, but the man had one very important condition. These words did not please the scientists very much, but they agreed to listen if the condition was adequate. When one of the men stepped closer to Gunther, he grabbed his head with what was left of his legs and squeezed it tightly. He sent away all those who dictated his rules and said his condition was to get rid of it all, so ordered him to be released immediately. Ariel jumped up to her comrade Rene in shock and started to beg to be released. But instead, the warrior asked if the girl knew how to become the strongest soldier. Without waiting for an answer, he muttered that he needed to learn how to kill people without blinking an eye. In the opinion of our hero, vampires became a real curse, but also people were not sinless. Because they were selfish and limited, he did not want to fight for them. Gunther was even amused by the fact that someone thought they could induce him to do this. Only one life was important to him, and that was his own. He saw no meaning in the others. So he demanded that his arms and legs be put back in place and released immediately, or Rene's head would explode right now. It was pure truth, the man groaned, his face flattened and the vein on his forehead swollen to its limit. In that moment, Ariel realized that they had miscalculated badly when they thought they could make such important decisions about Gunther without asking what he himself wanted. Taking the watch in her hands, she elicited a chuckle from her dead subject. The warrior asked if she really cared about the time poor Rene was about to take his last breath. Ariel looked calmly at the one who threatened his friend and mouthed that the man didn't have much time left. Our hero didn't know what he was talking about at all when he was informed that he only had 4 seconds left. After this time, the world around Gunther turned red. It seemed that the dead could not feel pain, but it turned out that this was a lie. His body went limp, and poor Rene was finally able to free his head from that grip. When the warrior's eyes closed, he was still conscious for a while and could hear those who had done this to him screaming that he was very dangerous. Gunther woke up and screamed loudly because he thought that everything that was happening to him was just a crazy dream. But then he realized he was still hanging in this strange laboratory, suspended by what was left of his limbs. He was brought back to reality by Rene, who grumbled that his jaw was still sore, and even thinking was uncomfortable for him. Gunther asked, puzzled as to what was going on here. The scientist's words didn't explain anything. All he said was that both animals and machines need recharging. Then he hinted to the warrior to turn around, and he saw that he and Ariel were connected by a strange wire. Rene said that he was being recharged by the life of another person. Gunther didn't understand anything. Everything seemed too surreal to him. He didn't understand these vague phrases about human life and recharging. Ariel entered the conversation. She explained that it was literal. The warrior needed to be connected to her through a special device to be infused with life energy. This will allow him to move and be incapacitated, and once disconnected, he will only have 2 hours. Our hero screamed in outrage. He thought that giving such a small amount of time just didn't make sense. Rene shook his head and said that such a reaction was expected. But they asked the warrior to simply believe that all these actions were aimed at saving humanity. People with a built-in device to siphon off energy were called energy workers. Among hundreds of volunteers, only Ariel's transplant was successful. Rene stated that it was very difficult to develop this device right now, so she may have been the only powerhouse. So when Gunther says he's only going to fight for himself, he needs to think a little more. After all, without Ariel, his life will only last 2 hours. So if he starts destroying people, it won't last long. So he was offered to fight vampires for the girl who was now his only source of life force. The new details were simply overwhelming, and our hero didn't know at all how to react to it and what to do next. He was pulled out of his thoughts by a loud shout. Someone was calling for Captain Rene, saying they had some unexpected problems. The man replied sharply that they were not to be disturbed, for work was in full swing. But this warning did not stop the man who flew through the door. Glancing frowningly at Gunther, the man explained that their peace had been disturbed by the one they called Snake. But not a few seconds later, something killed this masked man without letting him say a word. Those who took his life said with a chuckle that Benzel Nim had ordered them to bring all the precious things and all the men and women. They were vampires who had apparently gotten a tip that there were plenty of people to kill in this place, and they clearly intended to do it in the most brutal way they could think of. Everyone, including Gunther, froze, not knowing how to deal with the vampire brats, although our hero could not worry, because he was already dead anyway. As strange as it was, the dead one was the first to come to his senses and told to have his limbs attached to him immediately, for it was the only way to keep them alive. Rene ordered his men to buy them some time so that there would be an opportunity to gather Gunther. His men were against it, saying they were bad fighters and would go for pure suicide. They suggested their captain go himself, for he said he had previously been a hunter. But the man only got angry, asking what would happen to them if their captain died. He insisted that his order be carried out quickly and without question. The men did not want to go to their doom and leaned in every way possible, saying that there were only 4 of them and it was not advisable to send them away. Ariel realized that if she didn't do it, no one would, so she took her crossbow and said she'd buy some time. But in the meantime, everyone should work on Gunther's limbs. Everyone watched in amazement as Ari rushed in the direction where the bloodthirsty vampires were without hesitation. The scariest thing was Gunther, because he realized that the only source of his life force could die right now. When the girl saw her opponents, goosebumps ran down her back. She hadn't seen such hideous creatures in a long time. The vampires laughed and mocked her, saying that such a little girl was probably looking for death since she had come here all alone. Ignoring all these words, Ari released the first arrow, which hit the target clearly. But at the very last moment, her enemy caught the arrow and prevented it from penetrating his skull. The girl wasn't upset at all. She just put a new bolt on her crossbow and said that her enemy was creepy, talkative. These words made the vampire so angry that he broke the arrow with one hand and decided that he would kill the girl slowly so that she would have time to suffer before she died. As fast as the creature was, Ariel never stopped firing arrows at it. She was extremely focused. From the outside, it seemed that this fragile girl was not at all afraid of those who were several dozen times stronger. So far, the vampire had been lucky and dodged every time another arrow flew over his body. In an instant, the enemy came so close that when Ari fired, you'd think she'd finally hit her target. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case. The bloodsucker managed to get out of it and use one lucky trick. Strength and phenomenal speed helped the vampire switch from defense to offense so that he collided with the girl's body. He gripped her throat tightly, preventing her from taking even a small breath. It seemed the creature was about to crush her windpipe. Grinning, the vampire said that her pretty face would really like Benzel Nim, so maybe he wouldn't disfigure it. The second vampire ran closer when he heard that their prey was attractive and stated that he wanted to take it for himself, but his partner ordered him to move away from them. The 2 scoundrels began arguing over which of them should get the spoils. As they shouted at each other, even their keen hearing prevented them from noticing the danger getting too close. An unknown force, in an instant, scattered them in different directions, not giving them the slightest chance to resist. It was Gunther, of course, who watched with amusement as their 2 enemies flew into the wall with a deafening crack. The warrior froze when he noticed the one he now couldn't exist without was staring at him. He clasped his huge palm around her face and asked if the girl was crazy to go alone to a place where death could be waiting. Ari became indignant, saying that someone had to go to the vampires and stall for time while they collected him. Before Gunther could answer anything, he suddenly heard that their enemies had already come to their senses and continued to argue over who the booty belonged to. After a serious collision with the wall, the bloodsuckers were clearly disoriented and their bodies were no longer so light and agile. Despite the fact that his head was barely supported on the shoulders of one of the vampires, he was still functioning and wasn't about to die. Ari suggested that in order for the enemy to stop regenerating, the heart had to be destroyed. Pushing the girl aside, Gunther decided that it was time to finish with these annoying bloodsuckers who did not want to leave the world of the living. The situation was complicated by the fact that there were 2 opponents. The warrior was not worried about himself. It was impossible to die a second time, but he feared for the life of his energy source. But fear didn't stop him, it only spurred him to act a little faster. So he was able to grab one of the vampires and squeeze his body in his iron grip. The enemy immediately tried to act on a proven pattern, to slip his hand inside the human body and rip out the still beating heart from there. When his hand failed to pierce Gunther's skin, he froze, not realizing what was happening or what creature stood before him. His body, on the other hand, was breaking down very well under our hero's physical strength. The second vampire saw the massacre of his kin, so he started to run away with screams of horror, but it would hardly help him. While Gunther was dealing with one, the other decided to steal Ariel, who was defenseless against him. He hadn't counted on the warrior dispatching his partner so quickly that he had time to catch up with him as well. Ariel and Rene watched this massacre with their mouths open. It amazed them that despite using the body for the first time, Gunther was extremely good at fighting. Looking at the warrior, the girl realized that it wasn't just amazing. The altered body was superior to vampires in many ways. Its speed was incomparable to a human's. It was noticeable that Gunther had already understood all of this. After all, he had skillfully used his abilities, but he should have guarded his heart. It also surprised the girl a bit when she noticed that the man was clearly enjoying the battle. Grabbing the last vampire, the warrior decided that the bloodsucker's body was very good for beating. The one could barely speak, but still managed to utter words about how humans had created a true monster. Grinning, Gunther asked if those were the scum's last words. If so, he was just pathetic. As our hero swung to deliver the final blow, his opponent began to request that he wait 1 minute before sending him to the other side of the world. The monster began to talk about how he had an offer that was sure to please the man. For some reason, Gunther was interested, the pleading in the vampire's voice making him freeze in place. He asked exactly what the proposal was about and why he would have liked it. The vampire began to say that he could feel Benzel Nim's presence. They were of the same blood, so if you killed them right here, the revenge would be very quick and terrible. If the bloodsucker was to be believed, Gunther wouldn't last a couple minutes, except that the man didn't understand why someone so powerful would want to avenge these scum. His opponent shouted that it would only happen for one reason. This mysterious Benzel Nim loves them a lot. The creature promised to leave the people who were in the place alone if they were given the girl. Turning around, Gunther met Ariel's gaze and realized that he would never give up the one who gave him life energy. All he could offer the vampire was to take the bald Rene, but no one wanted to take him since he wasn't attractive at all. Well then, there was something else the warrior had to offer his opponent. It was a good blow, so powerful that it pierced the enemy's body and spared our hero from further conversation. The negotiations were over, and this bloody method of carrying them out was very much to Gunther's liking. There was no problem with the second vampire either, especially since he was frightened enough by the sight of his comrade's death. Soon he was finished, which meant that if their words were true, we should expect someone called Benzel Nim. Turning to Ariel, Gunther asked who this Benzel was since he was worshipped so zealously. The girl revealed that it was about a high-class vampire. The brunette continued, explaining that there were 3 types of vampires. The first ones were them from birth. They were called purebloods. High-ranking representatives had the purest blood and received all the recognition and respect from their kin. There was another type. They were called low rankers, and they were born from the blood of the latter. Vampires with black hair were inferior, and there were very few high-ranking ones, for they are vulnerable to sunlight. They use their blood to create unique weapons. It was said that these creatures were so powerful that their might was beyond even common sense. Their conversation was interrupted by Rene, who was extremely disturbed by the news that someone named Benzel would be here very soon. Gunther thought it strange that the man took those words so seriously, but the man said it wouldn't hurt for them to be prepared for anything. But first, Gunther was demanded to answer whether he was really ready to fight vampires together with humans, because he still didn't say anything about it. After a little thought, our hero said that, as he had said before, the most important thing for him was his own life. But as it turns out, for his continued existence, he is forced to help people. So for now, Gunther decided that he would benefit from cooperating with those who decided to revive him. Ariel bowed her head respectfully and mouthed that humanity would never forget this decision. Instead of thanking her, the warrior asked to be fully recharged. Turning to Rene, the brunette said she wanted to give a small gift before doing so. This gift turned out to be armor that completely covered the warrior's body and hid all the seams and irregularities where the limbs were sewn. Seeing the knight, Rene was simply delighted, for in his mind it was the image of the very angel of vengeance who would punish all vampires. The man began to tell me that he had made the armor out of several costumes, and now this knight's garb looked like a kind of rebirth from the dead. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, Gunther felt like a hero from some fairy tales, except that he clearly did not have the same selflessness as them. Taking his hand, Ariel spoke excitedly as the ring armor was made of refined mithril, and a protective layer was applied to every part of the garment for ease of movement. The girl was convinced that Gunther was better than the vampires, for they were inferior in both agility and speed, and the suit would protect against all sorts of damage. There was something else. Ariel asked the man to look at his wrists. On them, he found a thin red stripe. It was explained to him that that spot would indicate the approximate time given after disconnecting from the Energizer. The red marker would gradually decrease, so one should keep an eye on it. Gunther remembered the warning that he would only have 2 hours before passing out and blacking out. He decided not to think about his sad fate and relaxed, enjoying the vitality flowing through his cold body. The moments of bliss ended as soon as there was some strange sound that made everyone who heard it tense up. People's heads immediately went up, for the source of the sound was clearly somewhere out there. After a few tense minutes, something suddenly began to hit the roof, and the force of the impact was no joke. At first, Gunther thought something had fallen, but the truth was far more disturbing. The blows of something huge on the roof became more and more intense. Rene didn't understand why the reckoning had come so soon. After all, they had been told they had an hour to spare, but it had only been 40 minutes. Realizing that things were very bad, Gunther realized that it was necessary to act immediately, so he ordered him to disconnect immediately. He asked what direction to run in before the enemy arrived. Ariel told him that they had converted the city's underground graveyard, so now the entrance and exit was the same place. This news, to put it mildly, did not please our hero at all. He thought that he should have been told about this little nuance at once. Putting his helmet on, Gunther ordered everyone to stay away from him and stay out of the way this time. Rene hoped it would work. Oh, the resurrected warrior was sure it would work out, for he hadn't felt this strong before. All that remained was to wait for the mysterious enemy under whose patronage the slain vampires were. Finally, the door opened, slowly, not abruptly, and with a clatter as expected. No one rushed to get inside, as if savoring the moment. A couple seconds later, 3 heads with 3 pairs of glowing red eyes showed up. Our hero and his companions were surprised, for they expected to see something more frightening. The strange trio announced with a smile that they had finally found the one who had ruined their family members. Gunther asked defiantly, "Were we talking about those low-ranking weaklings? If so, he would gladly admit that he had killed them, because they were so mediocre." One of the vampires agreed with this statement and said that, as for a human, his opponent showed very good skills. Then he told me that his murdered relatives were disliked even by their own parents because of their intimidating appearance. They were poor men who chased recognition. The vampire apologized and said that he was sorry because it had come off as uncultured. These words caused a strange feeling inside Gunther. He realized that his enemies were insincere, but he didn't know what to say back to them. Rene seemed to understand a little better what was going on, for he asked if the face collector in front of him was one of Benzel's minions. The latter confirmed that he was. The man frowned and apologized for killing those guys, but explained that it was only because they had attacked them first. Unlike the other vampires, the face collector was willing to commiserate with them, so Rene made sure to convey that they didn't want any trouble. So he suggested that we not fuel conflict and just go our separate ways. At first, you could tell that the vampires liked the idea, for they nodded their heads in satisfaction and mouthed that the sun would soon rise. But then there was doubt on their faces, for they had given their word to some Julius that they would not allow their kin to be killed so easily. So they found the perfect and, in their opinion, the most appropriate solution, which was to kill all the people in the world. In fact, the answer was rather expected, for it was foolish to hope that vampires would suddenly show mercy. It was on the verge of absurdity. Except Gunther was sure that this trio was clearly not enough to handle him. Hearing this phrase, the bloodsuckers laughed loudly. It seemed like they had never heard anything funnier. More vampire heads began to appear. One of them raised his voice and said that there was only one reason why the lower vampires were active both day and night. They simply served to protect the highly ranked individuals who are more vulnerable to sunlight. After all, if the sun didn't shine so brightly and burn their sensitive skin, no one in the whole world could beat them. Looking at the hundreds, if not thousands of vampire heads, Gunther realized that they would only be right about one thing, if he didn't exist. And now the situation was changed by the fact that people had gotten the idea to create a soldier who couldn't be killed. This was the first time Gunther had ever met such a creature. He didn't even immediately believe at first that there was a vampire in front of them, or vampires, who was he to know? He wasn't the only one seeing such a creature for the first time. Ariel, too, was still unable to accurately describe who stood before them. This thing looked like a bunch of heads were connected by blood and moved like a single organism. Rene entered the conversation. He revealed that this was why this abomination was called the Face Collector. Ariel was the very first to come to her senses. She realized that she needed to find the heart of this monster and destroy it. But it was extremely difficult to do so, especially considering the fact that each of the heads possessed very sharp teeth, which they furiously bared. The attack of these creatures was fast, powerful, and incredibly crushing. Ariel closed her eyes, imagining that this was her end, and she would see no more of the sunlight that the bloodsuckers hated so much, and the humans considered their blessing. She was saved by Gunther, who picked the girl up in his arms and carried her to a safer place, away from the bloodthirsty jaws. The opponents were much faster and bigger than he thought, so he had to be extremely careful. He ordered the girl to run for cover as soon as possible, but she objected, saying that if the warrior didn't recognize where the creature's weak spot was, there wasn't even any point in fighting. The man said he didn't have to worry about him and asked her to take care of herself. For a second, Ariel heard a note of concern in the rough, dead warrior's voice. She was surprised, but then she convinced herself she was just imagining it. Meanwhile, the monster was slowly advancing on one of Rene's subordinates, who was so frightened that he couldn't escape. Smelling the scent of fresh blood, to which was added notes of fear and adrenaline, the Face Collector drew in the air with pleasure. The creature was roused by the opportunity to devour another body and satiate its unquenchable thirst at least a little. The poor man had already resigned himself to his unfortunate fate and prepared to feel the pain of numerous bites. But no pain followed. Even when he had already closed his eyes, Gunther intervened again, determined to thwart the possibility of a snack. This incredibly puzzled and angered the monster, for he had already set himself up for carnage, and he was stopped once again. Our hero attacked, and his blows stunned the enemy, who did not expect that anyone seriously dared to attack him. Gunther's logic was simple. If he didn't know where the monster's body was, then he should simply get rid of all the heads. Rene and his underlings watched this bloodbath with open mouths. But despite the warrior's strength, the man still didn't believe he was comparable in power to the highly ranked vampire. The Face Collector thought in a similar way. He considered himself an invincible being to be worshipped. Except Gunther decided to go against the system, break all expectations, and show his true power. When the monster felt his power on him, he realized that there was no one among humans who had displayed such abilities. A tinge of horror appeared in the red eyes as the creature asked if its opponent was human. It was not in our hero's plans to be frank with the enemy, so he inquired what this information would give him. These words were followed by another blow that did some nasty damage to the vampire. A gap finally appeared among the heads, and our hero, without wasting time, put his hand through it, hoping to reach the body. When he did so, the vampires were delighted, for at last they were able to grab their opponent's arm and bite him. They were confident that victory was now theirs, for they had never met anyone who could come even slightly close to their power. Laughing loudly, the vampires shouted that now the warrior would not be able to escape and would die immediately after they drank every last drop of his blood. These words had no effect on Gunther's confidence, and he jerked his arm hard, trying to pull it out of the enemy's mouth, but ended up ripping off several heads before he could free his limb. His jaws still clenched Gunther's hand in an iron grip and had no plans to unclench. Gradually, more and more vampire heads began to encircle the warrior's body, and eventually he couldn't move freely because there were too many of them. Now even the one who could no longer die became truly afraid, for he knew that some things could be scarier than death. The vampires promised to make his existence a living hell before finally consuming him. At some point, more jaws began to clench his body and try to immobilize him completely. Eventually they succeeded, and then darkness fell. Then unwanted memories of past events began to come, of stories that they had once found something unexpected in the dump, among the piles of trash. Where no human foot could tread because of the enormous amount of filth, there lay an infant who choked with tears. Understandably, he cried because he longed for the warmth of his mother who had left him in this place. No one heard his desperate screams, so he lay in that disgusting place for days until in an instant, everything changed. The baby's crying abruptly stopped, and he didn't make another sound. Anyone who wanted to save him would have to find the child, who lay eerily quiet without anyone's help or parental love. That child was Gunther, who was used to struggling to survive in this world alone. He had always had to rely only on his own strength, so the despair he was feeling now was familiar to him. He knew there was only one way to survive, and it was to get out of the clutches and teeth of this monster as soon as possible. The force of the bite was definitely very strong. Gunther realized that getting rid of one or two heads would be realistic, but freeing the body from the grip of a whole dozen was almost impossible. All the more reason not to forget that our hero's arms and legs were completely engulfed, so he was immobilized. Thinking about how he could escape, the man decided that he needed to keep contact with these individuals to a minimum. Touching the ground or using force was extremely dangerous. It might be possible to escape by climbing through the bottom, except the warrior didn't know how many layers of heads awaited him there. It might be too risky. As if reading Gunther's mind, the vampires began to laugh evilly and say that there was no way for someone like him to escape their grasp. After a while, another head appeared amidst the darkness and began to call for the warrior to come out to meet it. After all, she wanted to end the night as soon as possible, to taste his blood on her parched lips. Our hero immediately took notice of this sudden activity, for it clearly meant no good. Soon, more and more different heads began to appear. It seemed strange, for before they had all been the same. One of their heads was clearly uncomfortable with what was happening. She seemed to be an unwilling participant in the whole act. A gruff voice spoke up and told him that the creature's name was Albert Loren. He was once a hero fighting vampires to protect humans, but now he was just another head in the monster's collection. The monster seemed to treasure this head, for it even kept the hair on it and didn't distort the facial features. Finally, the most important creature that was running the whole thing came out of the shadows. She announced that only the most beautiful and marvelous faces were gathered here, out of all the daredevils. Their souls were doomed to remain in this ghastly place without aging or fading until the end of time. According to this vampire, he managed to create a perfect hell for his victims, because staying here, they desperately wanted to die but couldn't. After listening to this long speech, Gunther only grinned, saying that his face would not be to the monster's liking. He mouthed that it was not worth worrying about. He felt that the warrior already deserved to be here after showing his magnificent willpower, so it could be said that Gunther was a unique exhibit. Realizing that these words had no effect, the warrior decided to mention once more the fact that his appearance would not be to the liking of the monster, who valued a beautiful shell. This time, such phrases made the creature think about what was said. He was angry, asking if the man thought those words would somehow help him escape, but the man only urged him to test their veracity. Without thinking long, the monster ordered one of the heads to remove the captive's helmet. When the vampire saw what Gunther was talking about, his mouth dropped open in surprise. For before him was indeed a monster whose appearance did not match what he expected to see. Smirking, Gunther said that a handsome man like him shouldn't be in this collection, so now his presence here was unwelcome. Hearing this, the monster laughed. It couldn't believe that its victim had decided that he could actually get out of here, especially considering his current situation. Gunther's eyes were serious and assessing when he said he could do it, provided he had just a little help. Then his face contorted into a crooked smile, and he muttered that vampires weren't the only ones with teeth that could bite painfully. After saying that, he sprang into action and literally started biting and trying to chew his way to freedom. These actions caused the monster a real shock, because he could not believe that someone dared to do something like this. In his opinion, it will not help Gunther to save himself. He started yelling and saying that no one had ever managed to outsmart him and get out of here yet. Except the problem was that the monster's path had yet to encounter the likes of Gunther. So stubborn, determined and strong, and also, importantly, immortal. Tearing one of the heads apart with his teeth, Gunther declared that despite all the words about his abilities, he was a living person. The enemy could only stare at him in amazement and watch his every frantic action. Yes, and the heads watched the man curiously. It was the first time they had ever seen anyone put up such resistance. This was being watched closely by Rene and Ariel. They were horrified at how many vampire heads had attacked their hero. There were doubts about whether he could survive. The masked guy was terrified that this was the end, that their hope for a vampire-free future had been destroyed. But Rene didn't believe it would end so easily. He knew they had created something that was unlike other fighters. However, the man was still very sorry that they had ventured into such a dangerous place, and now their knight might turn into a real corpse. Hope remained just inside Ariel. She never stopped believing that their hero would pull through, and soon there were the first signs that pointed to that. She pointed her finger at the spot from which vampire heads began to fall out one by one. Every second, more of them fell out, and at some point, a real breakthrough began, as if someone was making their way out of their trap. It was true. Somehow, Gunther had managed to escape from the creature's grasp, and now he was flying down, taking a couple of vampire heads with him. Surprised, Rene began to shout that he had always believed in the knight, as if 3 minutes ago, he hadn't said goodbye to him, berating himself for the wrong bet. Finally, the man was finally free. His body touched the floor, and he breathed a sigh of relief. But it was too soon to rest, for from the hole he'd made in the monster's body, many vampire heads rained down on him, but Gunther was able to bounce back in time. Except there was one but. Rene noticed that the legs were missing from the Batsa. Something had to be sacrificed. But now our hero realized that it is necessary to change the strategy of action, because in close combat, this enemy cannot win. This was something that Rene didn't think about, for he hadn't really considered the prospect of them having to fight in the first place. And now, looking at the mangled Gunther, he realized that it was likely they would all be devoured. The first thing the warrior did was get to the one that was his source of life energy. Pulling Ariel against him, he decided he would protect her no matter what it took. Being heroes is only good when you're a fairy tale hero. That wasn't the case in reality. Gunther realized they wouldn't stand a chance, so he said they needed to get out of here before the sun went down. It was amazing how quickly this newcomer took the reins. The vampires didn't wait, they attacked, snapping their deadly jaws greedily. Their heads avalanched at a place that used to mean that here souls could find eternal rest. Gunther managed to make his legless body, which Ariel was holding on to, bounce as far away from the danger spot as possible. It was incredibly difficult for the man to move around, which was logical in his circumstances. Looking at her rescuer, the girl realized how to help him. After a while, she informed him that she had brought upgraded crutches. But they weren't finished. But if you tried hard enough, you could get to the weapons. Gunther cut this speech short, saying they didn't have time for that. They needed to get out of this place immediately, so he ordered Ariel to hold on to him as tightly as possible. She obediently complied. When the warrior felt the grip on his body grow stronger, he sprinted away as fast as he could to get out of this dangerous place. The vampire heads viciously watched every movement of the human bodies, as if imagining what it would be like to taste their blood on their lips. Turning around, Ariel decided to see how close their enemy was. And when the vampires saw her, they froze for a second and stopped chasing. They realized that they really wanted to get this beautiful face in their collection and decided that they would do anything to make it happen. So now they moved even faster, urging the girl to give them her face. Each of the heads wanted to get her looks. Each wanted to touch her warm living flesh with their sharp teeth. Rolling his eyes, Gunther noted that Ariel was quite the hit with the bloodsuckers. He even joked that he was starting to get jealous. Becoming more serious, he asked how much time was left until sunrise. The girl replied that if it rose as it did yesterday, it would be about 5 minutes away. After assessing the situation, the man found that the door was empty, so he decided to hide there and wait for the right moment. His thoughts were interrupted by a loud laugh that sounded very close to them. It was followed by a cry of horror and pleas for help, someone trapped by the monster and desperately begging not to be allowed to die. That poor man was Rene, who was very unlucky to find himself in such a difficult situation. Gunther realized that leaving the man was wrong, but he had most likely already been bitten, so leaving him was a forced sacrifice, and they could leave while Rene served as bait. Looking at the sad expression on Ariel's face, the man asked if she realized that she would have to sacrifice something for the future of humanity. She looked at him in a way that made it clear she had her own opinion on the matter, and it was very different from what Gunther had said. Our hero realized if he didn't intervene right now, this girl was going to do something unreasonable. As it happened, she jumped out of hiding and waving her arms began to scream, attracting the attention of Benzel, a monster that was eager to devour them. Screaming with anger, Gunther realized that he was ready to nail her, because she had endangered not only her life, but also his. He just couldn't believe that the girl had actually walked out into the very center of the hall and waited for thousands of heads to approach her, just to draw attention away from Rene. At the last moment, the man managed to grab her and prevent the creatures from consuming her body. As he landed on the ground, he began to berate her, reminding her that he had asked her to stay out. But Ariel protested, saying that if there was even a small chance to save the captain, they should take it. Now it was clear that it would have to break through these creatures, not quietly leave as Gunther had wanted. There was only one hope, Open doors. If they could get to them before the vampires did, there was a chance of survival. Having to jump up to avoid being caught in the jaws of the enemy was difficult, but our hero was no weakling. At one point, his body was so close to the teeth of the bloodsuckers that they opened their mouths, anticipating the hot blood on their tongues. But all they managed to grab was a small piece of cloth that was part of Gunther's robes. The guys actually managed to fly through the open door and escape the deadly room. Without hesitating for a second, Gunther immediately started climbing up the stairs to run as far away from his enemies as possible and avoid any risks. The fact that he didn't hesitate saved their lives, for the vampire brat flew out after them and pursued them with even greater speed. Benzel said he was impressed with the courage of the men, who were far more capable than he expected. But that didn't make the monster give up on the idea of devouring them. On the contrary, it seemed to want it many times more. Feeling that the enemy is already literally breathing down his back, Gunther tried to run as fast as possible. From the tension and fear, Ariel squeezed into his body as hard as he could. At last, they saw the long-awaited light, which meant that a little more time, and the guys would get to the surface and be safe. The girl brightened. She shouted happily, alerting everyone that they were almost out, except that the abruptly joyous scream was replaced by a shriek of terror that threatened to swallow up any hope of survival. The vampires managed to grab Gunther's arm. They dragged him down with tremendous force while repeating that they would devour him anyway. It all got to the point where the man wanted nothing more than silence, and to get it, he decided to eliminate the source of the disgusting squealing. Swinging, he struck his enemies with such force that they tore off the steps and flew downward. Gunther's arm was finally free, and his opponent did not prevent him from moving forward, taking Ariel with him. After a few minutes of intense and very fast running, our heroes were able to get out of the underground cemetery, which could have been a burial place for them as well. A long-awaited ray of light came into the man's eyes, which after darkness made him squint, but Gunther did not. He wanted to savor this moment that whispered that they had made it. They had made it out of a place that could have been their grave. But Ariel's sudden scream snapped him out of the pleasant sensations and forced him back into the harsh reality. Turning his head, he saw that the girl had almost been grabbed by Benzel, who had somehow made it to the surface without fear of sunlight. His hideous-looking heads were happy that they could finally get their hands on the pretty-looking girl. Mad red eyes were running in different directions, anticipating the fact that very soon the collection might be enriched with another pretty face. This time he didn't make it. Gunther couldn't snatch the girl from the clutches of this monster, and now he could only watch her moving away from him. Looking at the ground, the man frantically tried to think of what to do, since Ariel was the only person he could recharge from. Negative thoughts and strong emotions came over him in waves, so he gave a shout and declared that he would not let them steal what he needed. Success wasn't always on Benzel's side. There were dark days when he wasn't sweet at all. It happened that his precious faces suffered, burning in the hot flames his enemies directed at him. Yes, there were dark days, very dark days where you wanted to scream with anger and dream that all humans would finally disappear into its jaws. On one such day, when Benzel looked particularly bad and felt the same way, he was visited by subordinates who were concerned about his condition. He revealed that his revenge failed, and it was all because of one monster knight who decided to get in his way. His subordinates began to sympathize and say that he was safe now, and also promised to take revenge on this man one day and thank the Lord for the love he had given them. Shaking its head, the creature objected, saying that no one but it would be up to the task, especially since it didn't plan to tolerate being treated this way. More than anything, he wanted to deal with that guy on his own and prove to everyone that he was still strong. The only thing he asked of his vile assistants was that they bring him as many new faces as possible. Those were only too happy to help, and after a while showed up at the lodge, saying that this time they had carefully selected 34 men who were sure to please the Lord. People were tied up and very scared, because they didn't realize where they had gotten to, but they knew that nothing good was going to come of it. Benzel's many faces broke into smiles as he examined the captives, for the pretty faces he saw were clearly to his liking. But among all those people, there was the one that the monster liked the most. Her pretty face wanted to devour as soon as possible. This unfortunate victim was Ariel, who despite her fear looked at her enemy with defiance and defiance. Smirking, the bloodsucker told the girl that she had no reason to worry, for when he consumed her, they would be together until the end of time. At this time, Gunther was just furious about the way things were going for him because time was running out, and the life force flowed like sand through his fingers. Fortunately, Rene had survived and was now able to help the man get his legs back in place, which was very helpful given the circumstances. Except the problem was that the legs didn't want to connect and function, even though the load didn't even get halfway there. The man was almost in a panic. He couldn't understand if Ariel could be done without. He asked Rene if it was possible to implant a new power source. A suggestion flashed through Rene's mind that the warrior wasn't planning to rescue the girl. The man honestly replied that such thoughts had flashed through his mind. Frowning, the captain said he couldn't guarantee anything, and at the moment only Ariel's presence could guarantee a full charge. He explained that Gunther has a device installed in his head that regenerates a corpse. More specifically, it has the ability to make dead beings infinitely alive. If the corpse decomposed to a certain degree, there would be no turning back. So according to their predictions, the warrior's body only had 3 days. This news, not on a joke, alarmed our hero. He could not believe that he had so little time left, because when it is over, to bring him back to life will not be possible. It didn't matter if he was in a safe place or not, because according to Rene, if they didn't notice the device stopping in time, he was finished. The captain even said they needed to get to the cemetery as soon as possible before his body finally rotted away. He argued that developing a new energy source was impossible and probably wouldn't be possible for another couple of years. So it was obvious what he was implying. Without Ariel, Gunther would die. Thinking about what he heard, our hero could not believe it. He wondered what this device was. But Rene said now was not the time for an explanation. He promised to discuss those details when they had developed a more trusting relationship. The captain then proceeded to connect Gunther's legs to his body. After a while, he announced that everything was connected. Frowning, the warrior asked why he was hearing some strange sound coming from somewhere nearby, to which the man replied with a slight smirk that there was something special for his right hand. He remembered that Gunther had once mentioned that killing Benzel up close could be difficult, so now they had a solution in front of them, a special weapon designed for long-range combat. Looking at the warrior's perplexed look, the captain asked what he thought of this novelty. Without saying a word, our hero only nodded approvingly. If some could smile, some right at that second were gripped by an eerie despair that gradually turned into panic. The first victim, a blonde-haired man, was brought up to the one who would probably take his life and make him suffer. The one called Benzel appeared among the many heads and extended his hideous palms, which ended in sharp nails, towards the victim. As it came closer and closer, the creature began to say that it should not be afraid, because it would not hurt at all. When the creature's hand approached the man, he cried out desperately and wanted to recoil, but something kept him standing still. A heavy palm was placed on the victim's head, and a deafening, agonizing scream sounded, after which the blond man's face was covered with some strange red veins flowing from beneath the vampire's skin. Soon these dense veins covered his entire face. It was as if they were consuming him and trying to erase every feature. The victim was in such a state that he could not utter a word, so now Benzel spoke. He said that his own blood was his main weapon, and his thoughts could completely consume the consciousness of the person he was using his powers against. At some point, the man's body fell to the floor like a rag doll. His head was no longer in the same place. She was in the hands of a bloodthirsty monster who had gotten another item to add to his sophisticated collection. The head opened its eyes, which were now blood red in color, and the mouth with a row of sharp teeth stretched into a smile. Not a trace of the former blonde man left. All the other victims who witnessed it were simply terrified, because they realized that the same fate awaited them. Ariel alone was silent and gave no sign that she was afraid. She proudly held her head straight and never took her eyes off the dead body, as if defying death itself. Benzel noticed this, and he really didn't like the fact that someone wasn't afraid of him, so the monster decided that she would be his next victim. The head in his hands perked up, happy at the thought that very soon he and Ariel would be one. Despite these intimidating words, the girl was unshaken, and fear was not reflected on her beautiful face in any way. Although Benzel was clearly annoyed by this, he said he liked eyes that didn't have a shadow of fear in them the most. Devouring people like that was what he enjoyed the most. But he also missed the times when fools realized the truth and fell into utter despair. Listening to these crazy speeches, the girl indifferently said that at the moment, the thing that frightened her the most was another thing. Namely, that everyone was so indifferent to Benzel's soul that no one even tried to save it. These words made the monster freeze for a second, as if he was considering something, but then he laughed loudly and said that the girl was saying very funny things. He found that what he said amused him so much that he wanted to make Ariel repeat those words over and over again when he got his hands on her head. He wanted to reach out his hands to the girl as soon as possible, but he was interrupted by a sharp call by name. A man was rushing toward him at breakneck speed. His hair was blonde, and he looked remotely like the man Benzel had just absorbed. This man cried out that he had waited a very long time for the moment to take revenge on this enemy of humanity. He was clearly intent on attacking the monster and ridding this world of the one who had chosen to poison it with his presence. His sword was in dangerous yet so welcome proximity to the monster's body. This desperate and very brave attempt did not turn out well for the man. He was now doomed to suffer. The monster had him captivated, every limb of the warrior's head clutched tightly so that he dared not even hope to move even a little. Benzel's subordinates began to apologize to him for not keeping a good eye on his heads, but the man said it was no big deal. Even though the man was immobilized, he didn't stop talking for a second, saying that even though luck wasn't on his side, one day there would be someone who could defeat the creature. After all, this was the unquenchable will of humanity to live. These words did not impress, but only annoyed the monster. However, the monster expressed his sincere hopes that heroes like this restless young man would still meet on his path. He enjoyed watching those who thought it was worth sacrificing themselves for humanity. After all, watching their futile attempts in blind faith makes the bloodsucker very funny and amused. Clenching his teeth in anger, the man muttered that such a monster who was only interested in killing would never understand their beliefs. Benzel's face became serious and a little angry in an instant. He held his palm out in front of him and asked for a closer look at it. It was all scarred, as if it had been burned badly, which was true because the monster said that he had once saved people from a burning house with his hand. Benzel remembered every detail as if it were yesterday, the billowing fire breathtaking, the hot flames burning his skin. And then there was the pain, so much pain. But despite its presence, he had come back to save another human being. And what he got in return was not at all what he expected. There was no praise for heroism, no respect from the people. The man listened to the story in surprise. The monster said that at first he did get some recognition, but mostly all he was rewarded with was human contempt and disappointment. The person to whom he was telling this could not believe the truth of these words, for he believed that people had no reason to do such things. There was only one reason for this behavior. It was the monster's face that caused terror at the mere sight of it. It was hard to deny. Even the man froze in fear when the monster revealed its true appearance to him. Benzel continued his story by saying that people only saw him as a monster. Even those who called him a hero, upon seeing his face, began to hate him. There was no place for him in the human world, for no one wanted to see a monster like him. He questioned if it was his fault, but the only thing Benzel had done was sacrifice himself for others. It was only because of his mangled face that everyone turned away from him and wanted to rid themselves of the monster's company as soon as possible. It was evident the anguish the memories brought to Benzel, the pain of realizing that he was not loved just because of his appearance. He was now absolutely certain that sacrificing his life was the stupidest thing one could do. After all, vile creatures like humans could only harm and destroy, not create. As sad as this story was, the prisoner said it did not excuse the horror that Benzel was doing now, for he had become the ultimate brutal killer. The bloodsucker disagreed. He said that someday the man would understand his motives and desires. After those words, a red liquid began to flow from his hand, reaching out his palm towards the blond man, intending to touch his face and engulf him. But when his nails almost touched the soft skin, he was stopped by a harsh voice that said the monster was talking too much. Benzel froze, just like his victim. They both expected something to happen now, but they had no idea that there would be a small explosion, which unfortunately didn't hit the monster. It was not at all clear from where and who shot at them. They seemed to be in a secret and well-hidden cave.
Of course, it was Gunther who grumbled about his weapon not even getting close to hitting the enemy. Rene only shrugged and reminded him that it wasn't finished yet.
Ariel's face finally expressed something other than indifference. Her beautiful features transformed, showing joy and relief. But the warrior only shrugged his shoulders, saying in surprise that he didn't expect to see the girl alive, because with her temperament, she had every chance to die first. With a hiss, Benzel informed him that his enemy was a real idiot, since he decided to come here on his own too. In his opinion, Gunther was clearly looking for death. Rolling his eyes, the man didn't deem it necessary to answer. Adjusting his weapon, he wanted to try it out again. After all this chaos could only end when one of them dies. His new armament was called the Launcher and was designed personally by Rene. As told by its creator, it was one of the few modified body weapons, powerful muscles protected by a spike of bone created from the tibia of a bison. The muscles responsible for pulling and pushing slowly stretched and built up strength. They then attacked while simultaneously releasing bone spikes with tremendous speed. The force of the spike was extremely destructive, and the speed was more powerful than any crossbow or ballista. It didn't take long for the muscle to stretch to its full length. The only drawback was that after using up all 6 bone spikes, the weapon became useless. Gunther was okay with the gun becoming trash afterward, but either way, the thing was useful for range combat. As the men rode through the woods toward the desired cave, Rene reminded his companion that they were extremely short on time. Even so, our hero had to make every effort to kill Benzel. Their priority was to rescue Ariel as the sun would rise. Perhaps she would have a chance to escape, but Benzel's accomplices were not susceptible to the sun, so they didn't stand a chance. Plus, Gunther wouldn't be able to recharge while traveling, and if he stopped, the inferior vampires would simply tear them apart. According to Rene, one had to kill the high-ranked creature, then the low-level vampires who inherited its blood would also be destroyed. Looking up at the dark night sky, the man only wondered if it would get done anytime soon. Gunther asked his companion not to worry, for they had one huge advantage. If he was even badly crippled, he would still survive and be able to continue the battle no matter what. Though the cave was hidden from view, once closer, it was hard not to notice it. Getting to the destination was not difficult either, but there was another difficulty. Gunther only had 15 minutes left, and he doubted it was possible to defeat the monster and free his power source in that time. Be that as it may, our hero did not despair at all. On the contrary, he felt that such events stirred his spirit. And to be honest, not just him, for it was noticeable how much Benzel was intimidated by his bone-shooting weapon. But as strong as his fear was, the confidence that the barrier of faces could handle any weapon was stronger. Hiding behind those he had previously enslaved and absorbed, the monster was confident that nothing would penetrate his human shield. Well, it was only possible to find out in practice. So Gunther did not wait to conduct an experiment and did not hesitate to shoot. Fate was clearly not on the vampire side, for no matter how hard he tried to create an impenetrable wall of faces, it was shattered. Benzel roared with anger. He couldn't believe that this was actually happening. His perfect defense had been breached. Gunther, on the other hand, was disappointed. He was hoping to hit the monster directly, but something went wrong and he only damaged a couple faces. He made a promise to himself that the next bone arrow would go straight into the heart of his enemy. Such confidence strained the bloodsucker beyond belief. He liked to break strong men, but he felt he could break his teeth on this man. Being in a state of fear and aggression, he began to shout and address his servants, asking if they were afraid to attack, since they were huddled in different corners of the cave. Those began to object and argued that they moved much faster than their master, so could deny their enemy the ability to move. After a little thought, Benzel let them do it. The only thing he wanted was for his safety to be safe. He ordered his henchmen to beware of the strange weapon their adversary had, of late, wielded. Except Gunther had absolutely no plans to waste precious charges on such weaklings that he could handle without reinforcements. So he decided not to hesitate and rushed into the attack, showing his confidence and strength. His blows were crushing, the kind that made even the strongest monsters freeze in horror. When his enemies fell under his hot hand, there was nothing left of them. They literally turned to ashes. The main problem was that there were too many vampires, and while he was dealing with some, others were already attacking him. The vile creatures never stopped attacking, defending their master. They claimed that their will was like steel, and the likes of Gunther would never break them. Oh, our hero could not just break them, but literally flatten them in his hands, though it would take a lot of effort. Eventually, he managed it. The head of one of the vampires burst and the blood of his enemy sprinkled over his body. Seeing one of them lose his head, all the other vampires recoiled in horror and were not so bold now, and did not dare to approach Gunther. Such a reaction couldn't help but bring a smile to the man's face. Seeing him being feared even by such monsters was extremely satisfying. Only this fear and indecision did not last long, because the heads realized that they must protect their master, so they attacked. But Gunther managed to bounce back in time. When the bloodsuckers realized that this was all just a distraction to give Ariel time to escape, they said they wouldn't let anyone escape from here. The warrior realized that escape wasn't going to be easy, so if they wanted to get out of this cave, they needed to cut off all possibilities of being chased. This meant that it was not worth avoiding a fight. On the contrary, it was necessary to get into it and kill as many creatures as possible. With cries that the monsters' lives were worthless, Gunther began destroying them furiously. Their wounded body parts were flying in different directions, but the flow of those wishing to die did not stop. Hearing a faint chuckle, Gunther turned and saw the vampire contemplating his words. He said that Benzel had never treated them as living beings, so their lives really had no value. This meant that they didn't need to be protected either, which made these creatures fearless because they simply had nothing to fight for. Gunther realized that he was dealing with perfect soldiers who were ready to follow any orders without thinking about their own well-being. Such opponents were the most dangerous because they rushed into battle without any extra motivation. The word of their master was enough for them to do the craziest things. The heads were desperate to start devouring the face of a new victim, but whether they would succeed would only be known in time. Only one thing could be said so far: Gunther wasn't going to give up, and you could read it in his gaze. The first thing he decided to do was to try and neutralize some of the heads with his weapon. That helped partially, but they still had to fight off Benzel's henchmen who wanted to attack, taking advantage of Gunther dealing with the heads. Finished with them, the warrior hurried away, for the remains of those he could pull out of the general mass would fall upon him. Despite the losses, Basil's heads did not stop trying to devour their opponent, who did not want to die in any way. Gunther realized that he only had 3 shots left in his arsenal, so he had to be very selective and careful. But the main problem was that among all these faces, finding Benzel's position was almost impossible. While he was pondering and trying to think of some way to draw out the main villain, there was a loud scream. It was Ariel once again surprising with her desperate and rash actions that made her want to strangle. She now stepped out into the center of the cave and shouted the monster's name with all her might, trying to get its attention. Gunther couldn't understand if this girl was stupid, crazy, or if she just really wanted to die a painful death. The scream irritated the vampires and they decided to deal with its source, but they had to do it carefully without damaging his face, because Benzel liked it very much. While Gunther was thinking about what to do to help the girl, a sharp blade swept right in front of his face. Another blow followed. This time it landed on the man's torso and was much more powerful than the previous one. The attacker kept yelling about how the vampire's will was steel and no humans could defeat them, no matter how strong they were. This statement was immediately subject to refutation, for no matter how steely this creature's will was, its body was vulnerable and capable of dying and breaking. Seeing that the vampires could not handle Gunther on their own, the faces decided to intervene in this battle and attack with a combined force. As he ran away from the monster, the man could hear his power source continue to scream exhaustively. He didn't understand why she was doing this. Thoughts crossed his mind that Ariel might have lost her mind while she was in Benzel's captivity. After a few minutes, the screaming died down a bit, all because the girl had been caught by the vampire, except she wasn't going to give up so easily. It didn't take long before she was making noise again, trying to lure Benzel out of his hiding place. Her strategy was working, for if you look closely, you could see how the monster had a hard time staying in cover when summoned. The faces that hid their master were extremely displeased, for they realized that if this continued, their protective barrier would collapse. Apparently, Ariel noticed that the defense had already cracked, because she told Gunther to watch the reaction of the enemies more closely. She asked him to notice that in that pile of faces were the ones that reacted and moved first. Her theory was that it was these individuals who were in close proximity to Benzel himself. As soon as she said that, one of the vampires immediately jumped up to her and covered her mouth with his hand, which told her that the assumption was correct. It became especially obvious the moment the creep started threatening to rip out her tongue. But even if he does, it won't help, because Gunther realized where he should aim and fired the first shot. Now he watched carefully and caught every facial reaction, every change in facial expression or sharp blink. He remembered that he himself had noticed that some faces reacted before others. It couldn't mean anything. So when his shot caused a gap to form between the faces, he knew Benzel was very near. The monster hissed loudly but then calmed down, for he realized that if his enemy didn't hit him, he would have no trouble simply hiding among the faces again. Only there was one more problem that needed to be solved urgently, because it could be too late. Some nerves that were connected to the faces were severed. This could cause control over certain elements of the body to be compromised. Gunther realized that now was the perfect moment to use the last 2 shots that could put an end to this battle. And that point was very loud, the kind that made all the vampires scatter in different directions. It was an impressive blow, so Benzel was in a lot of trouble, because this time the shot went right next to his body, caught him just a little bit, but that was just the beginning. This attack was enough to frighten the monster, who still thought that no one would dare to harm him. Realizing that there was one last shot left, Gunther decided that he should make every effort to make sure it came right on target. Realizing that the host was in great danger, the vampires became agitated and nervous. They wanted to destroy the enemy's weapon in time, so rushed at the warrior with the whole crowd to try and block him. There were so many of them that by piling on Gunther with the whole bunch, they managed to prevent him from taking the final shot. But such tactics were only effective for a few seconds. Regrouping, our hero managed to aim and shoot even in such conditions. Benzel's terror was so intense that it seemed to become tangible. Finally, Gunther's blow came right on target. The body of his hated enemy was destroyed. Except that even though the body was badly injured, it wasn't over yet, for the monster's heart continued to beat. Ariel didn't know what they were going to do next. It seemed this was a real failure, and they were all doomed to become just another face in Benzel's collection. She realized it was over. There was no time left at all, so she ordered the man to destroy the device that was in his head. At first, Gunther didn't understand the meaning of what she said. He didn't understand how she could call his attack a failure if he managed to hit. Then he added that he wasn't done with the enemy yet, and a sequel was to follow. There wasn't much time at all, but as it turned out, Gunther had one more attempt to strike. Ariel frowned, trying to figure out where the warrior had gotten another projectile in her arsenal from. But his answer was not a weapon at all, but his own physical strength, which helped him escape from the vampire's captivity and made him rush to the attack. His body was his most important and dangerous weapon, and Gunther was determined to use it to the max. All that remained was to get to what was left of Benzel's body and destroy anything that could bring him back to life. The shadows thickened and began to take on a shape that looked more and more like the torso of a monster. It eventually regenerated and was now what it was before, but it will never be what it was originally. One day, a young man wished to join the civilian army, for he always believed that saving people was the most important goal. He wanted to be like his father, a hero who saved the lives of the weak and defenseless. And he became someone who helped others, except he had to pay a very high price for it. After what happened, he was not expected to be a hero and recognized by people. On the contrary, all he received was mockery and ridicule. The people he once wanted to protect did not accept him. He had no place in their society because they considered him a monster. A face that once glowed with hope for a bright future was now disfigured by the harsh reality that would have to be accepted. It all hit the man so hard that he tried to shout to his father, who was no longer in this world. He asked if his death was really worth it all. He was treated like cattle just because his appearance was so different from the others. The man now didn't know what to believe or what to do next, for he didn't understand anything else. But one day comfort came to him. While he was sobbing, someone's hand gently and without any animosity stroked his head. He hadn't been touched like this in a long time, so the action made him open his eyes. Blinking away his tears, he saw that standing before him was a vampire, a highborn from whom a powerful and very ancient energy emanated. The blonde-haired vampire said he had been watching him for a very long time and shared that he wished to create a new world. The man listened interestedly about how the process of creation would be very painful and difficult, so help from those like him would be needed. Those words gave the man faint hope for a better future, so he asked what other world the bloodsucker wanted to create. The one told that there would be no place for injustice in the new reality. It was exactly what the young man so desperately craved. He wanted his soul and actions to be seen, not his face, which was a reminder of his injuries. Now that was exactly what the vampire was suggesting, to create a world that was far better than the one they lived in. He had agreed to join a creature he had previously considered his enemy, but now his enemies were those he had previously desperately wanted to protect. But now the building of a new world was in jeopardy. After all, the monster's body was pierced by Gunther's powerful fist, who wanted people to finally be left alone. A sense of triumph overwhelmed him, and the realization that victory was just around the corner made the man smile broadly. Benzel's body began to dissipate, realizing that the end was just around the corner. He wondered if there was really room for a monster like his opponent among the heroes that people praise so much. Benzel's subordinates were terrified. They tried to shout to him, but there was no response. A couple seconds later, their bodies scattered just like their master. Being in the midst of the vampire's blood and watching nothing left of them, for the first time in a long time, the warrior felt contentment. A carriage accompanied by nearly a dozen people left the confines of the cave. A sharp jiggle and the loud clatter of wheels woke Gunther, who had passed out just after the enemy had been defeated. Upon waking up, the man did not immediately realize that it was over and he was safe, so anxiety gripped his mind. When it reached him that all the horrors were finally over, he jerked up sharply from his seat, stopped by a sharp shout. Correcting the wire that connected them, Ariel asked him not to move too sharply when he was plugged into the power. The girl said that the warrior had done a good job because thanks to him, they had saved many lives. Rene added that he hadn't even expected such a quick reprisal on the highly ranked vampire. After carefully examining his companions, the man said that this operation was risky, after which he inquired if the inferior brats had disappeared. Nodding his head, Rene reported that the vampires who had inherited the blood of the Supreme had died with him. After a little thought, Gunther came to the conclusion that the best solution to get rid of the monsters was to deal with their leader. Ariel said that in theory that's what it was, except that the last pure-blood vampire was Julius, but after he killed the Emperor, no one saw him. This struck Gunther as odd, since pure-blood vampires were considered the strongest, which meant they had no reason to avoid fights so much. But no one, not even Ariel and her friends, knew why Julius never fights. All this made Gunther think seriously. After a bit of silence, he clarified if all vampires feed on human blood. He nodded affirmatively. Now the man found it illogical that the bloodsuckers were going to exterminate all humans, for then they would be deprived of their food source. It seemed strange to Rene as well, but all they had to do was fight to survive. As the silence dragged on, Ariel decided to reveal that they were heading to headquarters to get more details. Looking at the warrior's eyes, which were filled with incomprehension, Rene told him that there was only one city left, and there, on the untouched land, the survivors were gathering. The girl added that all the research and development for Gunther was done there. It was the last stronghold of humanity that had never been taken over after hundreds of years. All these stories had fueled the man's interest, and now he was very curious to see the city for himself. Looking out the window, the captain reported that his outline was already visible, but they were now at the point that was the signal point for launching the counterattack. Gunther realized that they were now in a place that people considered holy ground and their last hope of escape from the bloodsuckers. This city bore the beautiful name of Wajal, and now it was on fire. Noticing the bright flames, Rene and Ariel stared unblinkingly out the carriage window. They couldn't believe their own eyes. Rolling his eyes, Gunther reported that the last hope of mankind would very soon be completely burned out. While the humans were reliving the horrific events, some of the vampires were sleeping peacefully. But the dream did not last long, for soon the bloodsucker awoke and began screaming that Benzel had been killed. He was so frightened that he began to convince everyone around him that the enemies had shown up to come and kill him. Swaying in the hands of the larger vampire, the kid screaming hysterically that he didn't want to die, the one holding him relentlessly telling him they were safe. The older vampire mouthed that Benzel's death was bad news. Though he was dangerous, they could use his power. Turning to Julius, they wondered if such a thing could be done by humans. They found it hard to believe that mortals were capable of it. The blonde-haired ancient vampire was silent. He was immersed in his own thoughts and paid no attention at all to what was going on around him. Then he blinked, and as if to return to reality, he ordered his acolyte Yen to find out what or who had killed Benzel. It remained to wait for news. Only then it was possible to come up with a strategy for further actions. There were many explanations as to why Wajal was called the Holy Land. The main one being its geographical position. It was perfect, as if given from above. Being on the edge of the continent, where steep mountains flank it, trade here advanced with difficulty, and there was never much development, but it was possible to produce our own food. Getting down to the sea was also difficult, all because the island terrain was very rocky. The only way to enter this place was to pass through a bridge that was 1,200 meters long. So if the city is well defended, you can easily repel more than 10 times the number of garrison troops. This place will never fall. That's why it was called blessed. But now a completely different picture was visible. The bridge and the city itself was on fire. In addition to this, significant destruction was visible. Rene couldn't even imagine what had happened, because when they left, everything was perfectly fine. As he entered the city limits, he called out to some warrior whose name was Leonard. He immediately turned his head toward the captain and was visibly relieved that he was unharmed. Shaking Rene's hand, Leonard mouthed that he was worried that his news might come too late. The man grinned and said that he wouldn't be so easy to kill. Leonard's face expressed genuine concern when he asked what was wrong with Ariel. Upon hearing her name, the girl immediately stepped forward and said that thanks to Mr. Welf's care, they were able to return home safely. Upon hearing those words, Leonard blushed and said that she could just call him by his first name. And he also expressed his joy that everyone was safe and sound. Taking his gaze away from Ariel's face, the man finally turned his attention to the man he had heard was named Gunther. Our hero immediately asked who he had the honor of speaking to. Rene explained that Leonard was the leader who was in charge of defending the walls of Wajal. This man was gentle and kind-hearted, so he immediately invited the guys to come inside, because he realized that they had been through a lot. They had already managed to put out the fire, so it was safe there now.
Looking around, Gunther couldn't understand why a place that was holy and great was now in such a ruined state.
Leonard said that they had given up defending the areas beyond the bridge, and by pushing the defense line back to the wall, they lost the ability to control the entire region. That was understandable, but Rene was curious about what had happened in Valhalla, since they had dealt with Benzel and were on their way home, hoping that everything was okay here. Upon hearing the news that the dreaded vampire was finished, Leonard was simply shocked. With a wink, Gunther said that he had dealt with him personally. The man's eyes rounded even more. It was obvious that he had not expected that the idea of resurrecting Gunther would have a positive result. When the surprise receded a bit, the leader revealed that as soon as Rene and Ariel left the Holy Land, they were attacked. The girl assumed they were higher vampires, but Leonard couldn't say for sure, for these monsters were very different from those encountered before. They had a bizarre, twisted appearance and a strange shape. Remembering the past events, the man felt uneasy because those things had made a real massacre in Valhalla, a crazy show. Hearing these words, Gunther was angry because he couldn't understand how the battle could be called a show, but Leonard said that he wouldn't doubt it if he saw everything with his own eyes. The argument was interrupted by Rene, who asked if the enemies had broken through the main gate of the fortress. The defender of the walls nodded affirmatively, saying that their invasion had dealt a great blow to the city's defenses. So now Leonard wanted Gunther to stay outside and guard the bridge until the repairs were completed. This commanding tone disliked our hero very much. He was not going to allow anyone to order him around. So Gunther said he was sorry, but he wasn't going to take orders from anyone. But that wasn't the only reason. In his opinion, humans were cannon fodder on the front lines, so having him in the rear would increase his chances of survival. This kind of words made the leader of the wall guards angry. He thought that an ignorant cretin was standing in front of him. He asked Gunther if he knew why he could just stand on his own 2 feet like that in this town. Receiving no response, Leonard shouted that he was their only weapon. In order to create him, 136 people had sacrificed their lives. Researchers labored to create Gunther's limbs, all made possible by the sacrifices made by these men who wanted to protect the Holy Land. Leonard was disgusted to talk to the warrior, for he thought of him as a gladiator who did not know what sacrifice was, for he was willing to hurt others for his own salvation. Raising his voice to the extreme, the defense counsel stated that it was he, not Gunther, who should have been the corpse knight. He stated that he refused to recognize this monster as his hero and humanity's last hope. After listening to this fiery speech, Gunther hid his smile and came closer, saying that every time he meets such decent young people, he only wants to say one thing to them. The man came close and whispered in Leonard's ear the most obscene curses he could think of. These words hurt the defender of the wall so much that he was simply furious. He drew his sword and with shouts rushed to attack. This action did no good, for Gunther was much stronger, so now Leonard was flying down one of the city walls. As soon as he landed on the ground, his subordinates started running up to him and noticed that the fall was very hard and injury-prone. Ariel was furious. She reminded Gunther that she had asked that he refrain from making any sudden movements while plugged in. Grinning, the man said that the commander was the first to start arguing with him, so his actions were only self-defense. It was obvious that these words did not convince the girl, for she looked at him with a look that sent shivers down her spine. A new day came, and the dawning sun illuminated the blue water surface. Leonard was slowly regaining consciousness, but his condition was not the best. The fall had caused many nasty injuries. When Gunther saw that the commander was alive, he sighed sadly and expressed his regrets that he could not send him straight to the other world. Ignoring these words, Ariel turned to Gunther, saying that in order for the humans to win this war, he would not be able to do it alone, no matter how strong he was. Looking the girl in the eye, he listened intently to the story about how it took a lot of manpower to create his modified body. Even a powerful body won't help him if even one part is faulty, she said. So a constant supply of materials and labor is needed. So now his job was to save as many people as he could and protect the Holy Land so that the supply would not stop. Peering at his strong arm, the corpse knight wondered if the girl meant that he now had to fight all the monsters he would see. Nodding her head, Ariel mouthed that it was the best way to win. Sighing, Gunther ironically said that in that case, he should get a weapon right away. Ignoring the man's tone, Rene said that an improved shipment had just arrived. Upon opening the box, a strange arm could be seen, with sharp jaws present on the surface. But there were only 2 such units. This news did not please both Gunther and Ariel. The girl asked what had happened, for there should have been many more weapons. Leonard frowned and apologized. He told them that almost all of their force had gone into defending the fortress and putting out the fire, so they just didn't have time to make more guns. Our hero wasn't as upset about the quantity as he was about the appearance of his new arm. To him, it looked like a wall decoration. These words greatly angered the commander, for in front of them was a weapon with incredible bite power. The second arm was even stranger. Some sort of red material unfolded and stretched, forming a sort of shield. Examining the hand carefully, Gunther realized that it could be very useful directly in battle. Looking at the man's interested look, Ariel explained that it was a shell shield, a type of weapon whose size could be freely adjusted. It was much stronger than a normal steel shield and had resistance to fire. But Gunther wondered when they would be able to make something like a bone launcher, because although it could only fire 6 shots, they were powerful. After a bit of thought, Ariel said it would take her 6 months, as there were many different materials for each weapon. Except for human limbs, they were disposable. Sighing, the man concluded that nothing normal was available right now. Shrugging her shoulders, the girl explained that getting materials during wartime had been quite difficult. Leonard rose from his seat and said he'd be back as soon as he got the report from the patrolman, followed by Rene, who also had important things to do. So the men separated and wished Gunther and Ariel a good night's rest after what they had experienced over the past few days. The day flew by very quickly, so that the sun had already set over the horizon and the streetlights were on. But the corpse knight didn't feel like sleeping. He didn't know if he even needed to now. Instead, he considered his new sword. He liked this weapon, for it was perfectly balanced. It was already enough to prepare him perfectly for battle. Ariel was silent at first, but then she couldn't stand it and said that the man had been a little over the top in his conversation with Leonard. She said that the corpse knight was chosen after much deliberation, involving the royal family, nobles, and common laborers alike. All of them unanimously decided that this role is best suited for Gunther, so he doesn't have to worry about the fact that someone else could have been in his place. After all, even Ariel herself believed that Gunther alone could save their world, but the man said he never worried about anyone else wanting to be in his shoes. The girl wanted to say she was very glad, but stammered when Gunther mentioned the 136 people who had died trying to be power sources for him. It saddened her to realize that they had lost many in the course of their experiments. Corpse Knight asked why she had chosen to become such a person when she had seen numerous deaths of her predecessors. After a little thought, the girl said that someone had to do it, and that person was the one she wanted to be. The man saw a spark of hope in her eyes. She believed there was a better future for people. He would never understand her. After this conversation, they continued charging in silence, Gunther gazing at the gray walls while Ariel was engrossed in a book. Suddenly, their peace was broken by the intrusion of Leonard, who called for a night in a panic. Despite the recent conflict, he warned the man to be prepared, for their enemies were just around the corner. Our hero realized that it was time to test his strength and new weapons, and also to show these people what he is capable of. They had gone outside the city and crossed the bridge. Now they stood and peered into the darkness, waiting for the appearance of the unexpected guests. The recharging was finished, so Gunther hurriedly disconnected the wire that connected him to the girl, so as not to hurt her by making sudden movements. Leonard ran up to Ariel and asked her to stay at a safe distance. Looking at the warrior, the brunette sternly asked him to make every effort to return alive. The warrior realized that these words were most likely motivated not by concern, but by a desire to save a successful experiment. but nodded anyway. Putting his helmet on his head, the corpse knight moved forward. He didn't want to wait to be attacked. He liked to be the one to attack first. Inside himself, he decided that whoever came, he would destroy anyone who posed any threat to the city. So far, the dark forest was quiet and still. Too quiet, even the animals were silent, foreboding trouble. Finally, the first silhouette of an unknown monster appeared in the distance. The creature was alone, but it looked so strange that Leonard's words that they had never seen such monsters before came to mind. Carefully examining the enemy, Gunther noticed its strange movements. They indicated that the monster was not very fast. If he had speed like other vampires, he would be able to block any attack from above in a second. The warrior decided to try and get closer. He decided he wanted to end the monster right now, regardless of how much strength or speed it possessed. Suddenly, the creature shifted and started running towards Gunther. It screamed that it wanted all the spectators to pay their attention to it. Monster was talking some nonsense about being very happy to see his dear fans who decided to watch his show. According to him, he put all the soul of Isabella into tonight's performance. So it was time to show the first act. The monster called him the Pig King. He wanted to continue ranting, but he was beyond words right now. All because Gunther had gotten so close that the tip of his sword almost reached the monster's body. Except that when he swung to strike, the sword whizzed past and didn't hit the enemy at all. The corpse knight was perplexed, for it seemed to him that the sword should pierce through the monster's body, but instead, it didn't even touch it. Laughing, the strange vampire said that his audience was too ungrateful, for they did not respect the order of the performance, which was very important. Stepping out of the shadows, the vampire announced the full title of the first act, which sounded like The King of Pigs and the Chorus of Dwarfs. Flashing bright red eyes, the bloodsucker announced that the show could now begin. After saying that, he scratched his hand with his long nails and let himself bleed. When the red drops touched the ground, they began to turn into a bloody mist that was thick and had a disgusting odor. After a while, it transformed into a tent that resembled a place where traveling circus performers performed. Now, Gunther finally realized what Leonard meant when he said that vampires put on a bloody show during battle. The bloody curtains of the tent began to ripple and move strangely, as if from the wind, but there was no wind. Then they opened abruptly, and out of the tent came something that was hard to see, for the creature moved incredibly fast. Thankfully, Gunther had a shield, which he was able to use in time to fend off the attack. At last, I managed to get a better look at my opponent. It was a vampire, but he looked like he was really participating in some kind of masquerade. No matter how hard the monster tried, it couldn't break through the warrior's defense. The shield did a great job of protecting him. Very soon, the curtains of the tent slid open again, and a huge number of monsters like the first one ran out of there. They surrounded the warrior and started running around non-stop. Each of these vampires smiled predatorily and held a sharp blade in their hands. Looking at them with genuine disgust, Gunther couldn't understand what kind of deranged dwarf stood before him. No matter how small these things were, they attacked very effectively and synchronized, overwhelming in their numbers.
Soon they had Gunther on the ground and were piling harder on him, denying him any opportunity to get to his feet.
But this problem was helped by a sharp sword that cut the small creatures in half. Our hero managed to escape from their captivity and was now determined to kill every nasty dwarf. It wasn't easy, but there was a reason Gunther had gotten all those weapons. Now they didn't seem so useless anymore. As he got to his feet, he immediately began to fight off the vampires who were trying to pull him to the ground again. But the warrior managed to repel all their attacks, which were organized in such a way that the little bloodsuckers attacked as a whole crowd. At last, most of the enemies had been defeated, and Gunther's sword was threatening to crush the last vampire who had stubbornly withstood his onslaught. Despite the considerable tension, the monster was not going to give up, and its eyes burned with a sincere fire of hatred. No matter how hard he tried, it was impossible to withstand Gunther's blow, so not even a couple of seconds passed before the monster's blood sprinkled the ground. But that wasn't the end. The exact same monster started running out of the tent again. The knight was tired of wasting his time, so he started to come up with a new plan. This time he decided to be proactive and prevented the dwarves from surrounding him, attacking those closest to him. When the little bipeds were done, the warrior decided it was time to move on to their leader, who was apparently hiding in the tent. And so it was, amidst the darkness, two bright red eyes could be seen, staring predatorily at Gunther. Our hero didn't expect the vampire to be able to shoot fire at him. It looks like they decided to burn him with napalm. Lucky that his shield was fireproof, so the knight didn't get burned. much to his enemy's disappointment. After this fire show, something that resembled a huge pig began to emerge from the tent, with another dwarf sitting on its neck holding a torch. Now the knight understood what the title of the performance meant, for he had seen both the Pig King and the dwarf chorus. The petite vampire hissed angrily that if an enemy stood before them, the Pig King would destroy it very quickly. Following those words, another pillar of fire erupted, threatening to destroy everything in its path. Thankfully, our hero had a shell shield that protected him from the ravages of the flames. The dwarf shouted that the king's fire would sizzle absolutely everything, so he urged his enemy not to take a single step and stand still quietly. But no one was going to listen to the little monster, so Gunther cautiously, small steps moved forward, overcoming the flaming wall. Noticing that the corpse knight was still alive, the vampire was shocked. He couldn't believe that anyone could survive the king's attack. He urged his ruler to unleash more fire to finally wipe the stubborn man from the face of the earth. Except no matter how strong the fire was, the shield still minimized the damage and the warrior would continue to advance. Gunther had become so accustomed to the strenuous motion that the fire now seemed to him quite weak, so that this obstacle was not critical to him. The fact that it was a difficult task to break the enemy, not on a joke, frightened the vampire, because he realized that very soon he was going to have a direct confrontation with him. As it was, the warrior's fist was already heading for the bloodsucker's face to finish him off once and for all. The corpse knight continued to make his way through the flames. He was motivated by the fact that the enemy was already quite close, which meant the battle would soon be over. When the fire had dissipated a bit, he saw that the sword the dwarves had knocked out of his hands was stuck in the ground, quite near where he had been standing. Pulling it out, he headed towards his enemies, realizing that all his worries were in vain, and everything was much simpler than he thought. His opponents could only watch in horror. Now our hero realized that he was in for some real fun, which he hadn't had in a long time. After all, the second act was beginning, and this one meant only one thing: the show went on. When the passageway opened, Gunther did not hesitate to head inside, because the only way to defeat the main vampire was to find him. Walking down a narrow corridor, the man found himself in a circular hall, in the center of which was a strange installation resembling a weapon stuck in the ground. Looking around, the warrior realized that his enemies were aesthetes who took care of the decorations. Suddenly, the vampire he had seen at the very beginning of the show emerged from the darkness, the bloodsucker informing him that Gunther was the first audience member to come see the second act. This was something special, so the monster decided to prepare properly. The corpse knight decided to stop this annoying speech, so he swung his sword, but the enemy had time to rebound to announce the beginning of the second act. After that, he bounced as far away from the warrior as possible, so that he couldn't reach him now. The fact that this bastard could not be hit with a sword was very frustrating for Gunther, because he was already tired of wasting his time on this nonsense. He didn't understand why his opponent managed to dodge so easily all the time. There was speculation that he was aided in this by his surprisingly flexible body. Rubbing his hands together, the creature began to say that he had prepared his speech very carefully. Soon blood flowed from his palms, which would apparently take another form very soon. This time the liquid didn't create some new structure or weapon. Instead, it began to consume the vampire's body. It was like a cloth that braided his body, creating something stronger and more durable. The head of the bloodsucker appeared from the encircling red threads and announced that the audience would now be presented with a confession from the ever-suffering actor, Isabella. After that, his head was also covered by a red veil, so that in the end, the entire crooked body of the so-called actor was covered in blood that resembled a cloth. This transformation made the monster stronger and invulnerable to blows. When Gunther attacked, the vampire managed to wriggle and dodge so quickly that our hero simply couldn't hit him. It seemed that his enemy could anticipate every attack, for as soon as he struck, the enemy's body immediately reacted and destroyed all of the warrior's plans. Since he had such a dodgy enemy, Gunther decided he should change his strategy a bit. Pretending to swing his sword again, the man kicked the rocks with all his might, which shattered into small pieces and flew straight at the monster. But the vampire managed to dodge every rock that flew straight at him. This was simply unthinkable. The corpse knight could barely contain his anger. Looking at his facial expression, this actor-killer could only chuckle. Then he started pulling a sword out of his mouth, just like a real magician at the circus. Armed, the vampire attacked Gunther, who barely had time to put up a shield because the enemy moved with lightning speed. Despite the strong onslaught from the enemy, the knight did not stagger and withstood the pressure. He finally found the right moment and swung the vampire's sword away, forcing the enemy to move farther away. However, this retreat gave our hero no time for respite, for another attack followed. He batted it away and counterattacked, except no matter how precisely he aimed and struck, the bloodsucker kept dodging. As they once again clashed in a scramble, the sword of the enemy swept dangerously close to Gunther's face. But the blade did not wound him. Instead, the enemy kicked him hard. The blow was so powerful that the warrior flew away from the tent. By doing a somersault in the air, Gunther prevented a hard landing, but he was still very angry that he hadn't succeeded in killing his opponent. Just as he thought that, the vampire jumped out of the tent after him and was already approaching, apparently to finish the man off. The whole heated battle was closely watched through a telescope. Rene asked how Gunther was doing, to which Leonard replied that so far their knight was being pressed hard. They were far away, so the man couldn't see exactly, but it looked like that thing was blocking all of Gunther's attacks. On top of that, it was also controlling all the dwarves in the area. After saying that the warrior was pinned down almost at the very bridge, Rene began snatching the commander's telescope out of his hands, saying he wanted to see it too. The only one who remained calm and sane was Ariel, who was staring off into the distance. Meanwhile, for Gunther, the battle continued and it became more and more intense. For now, all he could do was block the enemy's attacks using his shell shield. After all, when he tried to attack, the enemy kept dodging. He wanted an interesting battle, not a game of catch-up. But for now, he had to make do with what he had and come up with a plan to make sure his sword could at least scratch this bloodsucker. At present, not even minimal progress has been made in this regard. The vampire was enjoying the battle, despite the fact that his face was hidden. You could see that he enjoyed tormenting his opponent very much. Seeing the anger, the hatred, the notes of powerlessness and blind aggression, it was all a treat for the eyes of the vile monster. Taking her telescope in hand, Ariel carefully assessed the fight. She concluded that the creature was fending off every attack known to her, so Gunther should have behaved unpredictably. It was noticeable how tense Rene got. He looked at his friends and asked if there was any way to help the corpse knight. After thinking for a bit, Leonard stated that the fortress's guns had been destroyed during the last battle, so all they could do was fire on the monster from the fortress's gate. They were interrupted by a girl who said that the most important thing for them was to avoid a battle on the bridge. Rene asked why she thought that. She explained that the muscles in Gunther's body were incredibly heavy and dense. There was no fat in it, so the conclusion was self-evident. If the corpse knight falls off the bridge into the water, it will immediately go down. It seemed her fears were not in vain, and unfortunately, as soon as she uttered that, she saw the vampire push the warrior off the bridge. Her face reflected a mixture of emotions, from fear to disbelief, from worry to hopelessness. Their only hope of escape from the monsters was now in free flight, and only a miracle could save the man. A few seconds later, his heavy body was welcomed into the cold sea's embrace. At the very last moment, he managed to stick his sword into the rock and dive out of the water, keeping his body a few centimeters away from the sea. He was well aware that water was a dangerous enemy for him because it could pull him into its abyss and never let him come to the surface again. Though looking at such a strong current, it was clear that anyone who fell in there would be doomed to choke on the salty waters. But what's the harm? Gunther was well aware that the fight wasn't over yet, so he needed to get up to the bridge as soon as possible. It wasn't easy, especially considering the fact that his life energy was running low, and at this very moment, he was feeling the lack of it particularly keenly. While our hero was climbing up, he thought that he had never imagined that the vampire would be so strong and invulnerable. As Gunther approached the bridge, the monster spotted him, roared, and decided it was time to spring into action. This bridge has never seen such a heated battle. But despite all the difficulties, our hero did not think to give up, because he realized that the well-being of the city and the people who lived in it directly depends on him. We needed to kill this thing that decided it could put on a blood and fire show, right at the entrance to the Holy Land, the last stronghold of humanity. Tapping his sword on the ground, Gunther addressed the monster, saying that he had defeated many strong monsters, so he would definitely send him to the other world as well. The warrior promised his opponent that very soon they would end this, and the fight would end in his victory. But he was interrupted by shouts that came from the city wall. His acute hearing helped him to hear that he was required to retreat. It was an order. At first, he didn't want to take orders at all, But then he realized he couldn't handle this monster when his energy was almost at zero. So as soon as a small gap appeared in the city gate, he immediately rushed to run and literally in the last seconds before it closed, sneaked inside. Nervously adjusting his helmet, the knight couldn't help but wonder if his allies had some sort of plan, since they had so abruptly ordered him to retreat. Walking up to Rene and the others, Gunther immediately asked if he shouldn't concentrate completely on the battle during the battle. The girls stated that they all thought about it and decided that he couldn't beat the vampire, so they decided to use the stand until dawn strategy. Noticing the warriors' incredulous look, Ariel explained that they didn't have any defensive weapons or enough supplies right now, so Gunther was their only weapon. She continued by saying that it was still about 5 hours until sunrise, but the knight's energy would barely last even 2 hours, so now it needed to be cleaned up, recharged, and possibly the arm replaced. Looking at the vitality index, Ariel said there was one nuance to their plan. It would take longer than usual to replenish his energy reserves. Maximum recovery from 2 hours of activity took about 20 minutes. Rene added that this required keeping the warrior in a stable condition, forbidden to move, during which time they had to protect him and Ariel. It all sounded a bit unreliable and uncertain, so Gunther asked if it was even possible to realize their plan. Their conversation was interrupted as soon as Leonard appeared in the doorway. He was carefully watching all the manipulations that were being done to Gunther's body. He would have continued to watch, but he was distracted by the shouts of the guards, heralding that the vampire would be here very soon. They all got ready and their commander announced that they had to hold out for at least 20 minutes. Leonard urged his subordinates to show what they could do, for their first priority was the defense of the city. All these events were very stressful for our hero. He knew he would have to fight, but after all, ordinary humans were powerless against a high-level vampire. There was a huge chance that in 20 minutes they would all just die. Rene said he understood that perfectly well. He said that every one of the guards knows this, but they will still fight for their city and its people. These words showed Gunther what it meant to be faithful to one's duty and to love one's home. Despite the obvious mortal danger, the soldiers fearlessly held the line and had no intention of retreating. Anger and determination burned in their eyes. They wanted to destroy whoever threatened Wajal's safety. To boost the morale of his twin brothers, Leonard spelled out that if they didn't catch the flames here and now, no one else would be able to light the darkness. With their spears out, the men froze and waited for trouble to break in at their gates. It didn't take long. The vampire effortlessly punched a huge hole in the gate and flew inside. Rene tried not to react to the screams that were being made by his acquaintances, his friends, all the people he saw in the city every day. It was obvious that Ariel was barely holding herself together as well. Everyone realized that the city would not be without casualties today. They were locked in a safe place, but soon even there the blood of the slain began to flow. Apparently there was too much of it. Gunther knew he had to do something, but he was powerless now because he couldn't move a finger while he and Ariel were connected by the wire. So when another piercing cry of pain rang out, all he could do was simply close his eyes. Outside the safe room, there was a veritable bloodbath going on, the vampires slaughtering people like cattle. So far, Leonard had been lucky and managed to fend off attacks with his shield, but his luck might not last long. The monster soon became interested in the one who still hadn't spilled a drop of his precious blood, so he approached the man and smiled broadly. After that, he started pushing it so hard that the shield literally sealed itself into his unfortunate face. Playing with his victims gave the bloodsucker unthinkable pleasure. He wanted to savor these beautiful moments longer, but the opportunity was taken away from him. Finally, Gunther, he attacked the enemy with his new hand. It was noticeable that the vampire had not expected the people on the wall to come against him. Leonard was shocked. He reminded the knight that his recharge wasn't over, and he wasn't supposed to come out of hiding early. Looking at their warrior fighting with one arm, Rene couldn't get a word out. Freezing in place, Ariel pondered the fact that it would be difficult for the man to get into the monster's heart since he had already surpassed his limit. On top of that, he had finished charging earlier. So the girl couldn't imagine if he had enough life energy to finish this battle. Everyone was extremely surprised when the knight decided to change the scene of the battle and literally push the creature off the city wall. With shouts that it was time for the third act, Gunther, holding his enemy in his arms, jumped straight into the raging sea. He did so, knowing full well that the two of them would not make it out of the depths of the sea. A loud splash, and the water instantly engulfed the two bodies that continued to struggle with each other. Earlier, Gunther had wondered if he could feel the scalding cold while dead. As it turned out, he could, though not as vividly as before. Even underwater, he didn't give up trying to kill the monster. Drowning with the thought that he had won would be much more satisfying. Finally, for the first time in a long time, he managed to hit a vampire. Gunther smiled broadly as he realized that it seemed his opponent was virtually powerless underwater. As he squeezed the monster's body in his hand, he realized that all he had to do was get to its heart. However, the monster wouldn't stop kicking and didn't want to make it any easier for the knight. Their struggle was so intense that soon a small maelstrom formed around their bodies. There was chaos all around, and our hero was unable to prevent an enemy sword strike that came straight to his hand. This small victory made the monster laugh evilly. Seeing its smile was so vile that Gunther wanted to tear its mouth open. While they were fighting, their bodies were sinking lower and lower. Pretty soon they would reach the sea floor. Gunther lost his arm during the battle, which made his task much more difficult as he was now much less effective. This loss made the man very angry, but he didn't give up and didn't stop tearing his opponent's body apart, trying to get to his heart. But for now, he was only receiving blows, one after another. Eventually, his opponent's dagger was able to pierce through his armor and wound him. One would think that the dead do not feel pain, but Gunther would not agree because now he was just unbearable. Blood filled the entire space around him. Nothing could be seen because of it, but the warrior felt the enemy's sword scrolling inside him, tearing the wound even more. A bright red body emerged from the darkness and began to float toward the surface with a sinister smile. Floundering in blood, Gunther could only scream desperately, following his foe away. No matter how much he tried to delay his opponent, he remained out of reach because with a severed arm, it was difficult to grab someone. Then the man decided to use his teeth. He sank into the vampire's limb and began to clench his jaws frantically. He began to literally gnaw off chunks of flesh, thus trapping his opponent in the depths near him. He had finally gnawed a huge hole in the body, and now the heart of the monster was bare and uncovered by flesh. Of course, the vampire realized that he was now extremely vulnerable, so he began to defend himself and swing his blade. But that didn't stop our hero from getting as close to the heart as possible and trying to tear it apart with his teeth. For some reason at that moment, he was reminded of kind violet eyes. Their owner was an elderly woman who, when Da told of remembering something important about Gunther, she was referring to a place where no one went, a cesspool where no fly could survive. It was there amidst the stench, rot, and destruction that she found a little boy who barely had the strength to scream. The woman remembered for a long time that intermittent cry which he, slowly dying, squeezed out of himself. It was a final cry asking for help, and eventually it was heard. Looking at this little innocent life buried under a pile of garbage, the woman suddenly wondered something. She believed that anyone who came into this world would not want to be in this child's shoes and be buried alive in the waste. So she wondered what meaning this little boy attached to the word life and what he was crying out for so persistently. After many years, she finally figured it all out and found the answer to her question. It came to her mind then as she looked at her boy, who stood before her covered in the blood of defeated rivals. Gunther was badly beaten himself, so he didn't quite understand what the older woman was saying. Grabbing his face, she laughed like crazy and said that the main meaning of life for the young man was revenge. Then the boy realized she was right, for no one wanted him to be born, no one wanted him to live. However, back then, Gunther had screamed his pitiful salvation from the last of his strength. So now he needed to fight to the end, similar to how he had survived all this time. The one who had raised him all this time thought he had the power and the right to do so. Plus, in relation to his parents and the world that had abandoned him, it was the best revenge. This realization pierced our hero as he took another look at the field, which was strewn with defeated enemies. Grinning, Gunther concluded that fighting to the last man was indeed the best revenge. Smiling warmly back at her pupil, the woman said that if he really understood everything, he could then prepare for the next performance. After all, she thought it was time to show everyone what her boy was worth. And now Gunther decided to show that he can cope with any challenge, even with the one that seemed quite impossible. After a while, the guards found Gunther's head nailed to the shore. Separated from her body, she somehow managed to swim to shore. Her condition was pitiful, but it could have ended much worse. All who saw it were overjoyed, for their greatest creation had survived and taken the trouble away from the city. However, Ariel was still very sorry that Gunther had to go through this nightmare. Leonard jumped out to meet them, informing them that they should gather the warriors sooner rather than later, as his battle was not yet over. Even being in such a state, our hero realized the defender of Valhalla's walls was right. When Rene saw the condition his creation was in, his first reaction was genuine shock. The first thing to do was to recharge his head, because of course, there wasn't enough charge for his underwater adventures. Gunther kept trying to say something, but his condition did not allow him to utter a single word. All he could do was just open his mouth. Seeing the irritation on the warrior's face, Ariel realized that he couldn't speak properly without his body. She tried to calm the man down, telling him to wait just a little while. But it was clear from Gunther's face that he wasn't satisfied with that, and had to intervene with Rene, who shouted orders to the man to stop kicking. After a few hours of hard work, the warrior's body was in its original state. He stretched a little and mouthed that he thought he was really going to die a second time. His optimism diminished when Leonard flew into the room, informing him that in his opinion, the vampire was still alive. This news displeased Gunther very much, for he remembered very clearly how he had bitten off the monster's heart. But Leonard wasn't sure about that, because where they had found the head of the corpse knight, there was something else. He said that the warriors had noticed footprints left along the seashore. The commander assumed they belonged to the very same high-level vampire. Following the tracks, the warriors found a suspicious wagon that could have been the hideout of that creature. The defenders of the city were in agreement that this monster couldn't fight with the Dawn, so they decided to wait for Gunther there. But our hero did not believe that it all made sense, for in his mind was fresh the memory of how he had bitten the heart of his enemy. Everyone wanted to believe it was true, but Leonard insisted that the corpse knight check the wagon, and he'd better do it before it got dark. Gunther understood that it was necessary for the safety of the people, so he made concessions, even though he didn't like the fact that his words were being doubted. When the group of warriors came to that very wagon, the knight realized that the men were not exaggerating, for it all really did look strange. He realized now himself that a check would not be unnecessary, even if he was certain inside that he had stripped the vampire of his vile heart. Gathering his wits, Gunther quickly headed toward the suspicious motorhome. As he got closer and closer, the man noticed that the tracks around the wagon were still quite fresh. The wooden cabin looked exactly like a vampire's hideout. All the windows were boarded up so no sunlight penetrated at all. Gunther realized if this thing was really hiding inside, the time of day was playing into his hands. If he was pissed off, the vampire would destroy the wagon on its own. It was very quiet, but don't kid yourself, there was no security here, because this place was probably guarded by inferior vampires. Reaching the door, the warrior froze for a moment, memories of how he had nearly died underwater flashing through his mind. He shoved them away and without another second's hesitation opened the door, launching sunlight inside. Looking around, Gunther found no one. It was quiet and empty, no sign of anyone's presence. But it didn't last long, for soon two bright red eyes appeared out of the darkness, and a familiar ghastly whisper was heard. Then the door slammed shut with a rumble, and our hero found himself locked alone with this hideous monster. Gunther was not afraid. He was determined to deal with his opponent, this time definitively. In the darkness, it was hard to see the vampire's fast movement, but the knight was too experienced, so he sensed his approach and was able to repel the attack. It was difficult, for the creature moved surprisingly fast and the darkness was not conducive to better reactions. Eventually, the warrior managed to throw the first dwarf out of the cabin. When he intended to get rid of the second one as well, he was stopped by a sharp cry. It was a plea to stop. The rest of the dwarves began to crawl out cautiously and say that the murderer of their king stood before them. Having circled these poor people with a frown, Gunther asked if it was worth killing the king, as all his pawns immediately weakened. One of them stepped forward and told them that everyone here could not fight or even walk. They were defective individuals with mangled bodies. Seeing the bewilderment on the knight's face, the dwarf added that they were all substandard goods that couldn't even fight him now. Even so, he added that now is the time for them to finalize the show. Gunther was amused to hear this from someone who killed humans without remorse. The dwarf said they were doing it because of an oath to destroy all humans, and the vampire oath was unbreakable. Crawling back into the darkness, the monster said that now he would finally show the finale of his show. A lantern was lit on the dwarf's back, and our hero realized that the man wanted him to follow him. The man walked into the darkness, and unknown without further thought, the ominous whispering of the other creatures around him. These sounds annoyed him, and after all, the dwarves weren't even real pigs. His companion told him that they couldn't become like humans, so the master made them play that role. That was the only way they could serve him well. The words seemed unpleasant even to Gunther. For a second, he felt sorry for these worthless creatures. Upon reaching the red curtain, the dwarf said he was presenting to the audience their latest and most beautiful merchandise. Behind the curtain was the very monster that Gunther thought was dead. It was Isabella, and she was looking at her guest intently. A real flame was raging inside the man, growing hotter and hotter because of his intense anger. The vampire looked at him calmly and in some ways even gently, as if he already knew what was going to happen next. After gathering his thoughts and calming his anger, Gunther noticed something strange. There was no bloodlust coming from the monster at all. Stretching lazily, Isabella said that she had a spectator in front of her, so she wasn't at all eager to drain his body. The corpse knight asked how she had managed to survive. After all, he remembered exactly how he had ripped her heart out with his teeth. Waving her hand like it was some small thing, she informed him that he had only eaten part of it. Unless it was completely destroyed, the vampire would not die. Moreover, if the heart was severely damaged, the bloodsuckers were deprived of their main ability. They could not control the blood, for all their power went to keep the damaged organ functioning. Frowning, the knight said it was very nice of the vampiress to share such details, but if her words were true, she and her minions would have burned in the sun by now. So Gunther decided not to believe this thing and attack, because the only one who should have been left alive was him. As the sharp blade approached Isabella, she was as calm as ever. She seemed to have foreseen this turn of events, and it didn't bother her in the slightest. Meanwhile, Leonard and his retinue sat in the bushes nearby and tensely awaited the return of the corpse knight. One of the warriors reported that Gunther had about an hour to complete the job. They decided that if he didn't show up in 40 minutes, they would intervene. The tense silence was broken by one of the warriors, who asked if those vampires had once been human too. Frowning, the commander didn't immediately realize what his subordinate was talking about. The man said there used to be rumors of stray children and orphans going missing in the city. While trying to find them, they came across one very interesting and creepy place. In a huge dungeon where not a single ray of light penetrates, tools for crumbling human bones and metal plates were collected. But that wasn't all the gruesome finds. In one corner, a whole mountain of small broken skulls and mutilated bones were piled up. This story was listened to with genuine horror and interest. Everyone wanted to know what kind of place the guards had found. The man said it was like a factory where vampires made what they called goods. From what he understood, they made unusual people and put them up for sale. The warrior had heard that the smaller and uglier they turned out, the better their sales went. It was hard to believe that anyone was buying such perverted merchandise, but the guard had heard that wealthy merchants and powerful nobles were interested in it. Apparently, the size and ugliness of the goods determined a person's power in society, just as the people of Wajal bought beautiful clothes or jewelry. Everyone who heard this horrifying story could not get their heads around the fact that people were capable of buying children who had been subjected to unthinkable torment. But when a person has absolutely everything, and we are talking about something so unique and rare, all inhibitions are removed and moral principles do not matter. The warrior said that he had heard of some of the survivors going to the circus and staying there for the rest of their lives. He always thought it was just a scary story for kids, but if it was really true, then that strange wagon contained the victims of this production. After all this terrible story, the men wondered just one question: whether the people who do such horrors deserve to be protected and saved. Leonard didn't know what to say to that, because he didn't want to defend those who could do such a thing. Meanwhile, inside the wagon, interesting things were happening. Our hero fought the enemy with all his might, because he decided for himself that this time he will come out the winner. Isabella played on his nerves, asking why he kept clamping down on her and cracking her bones. She dodged as best she could while telling herself that this horrible pain would never end, for even as she screamed, begging for death, she was ignored. So maybe if she is accidentally killed, it could be called a release. Isabella therefore questioned why the man was still tormenting her and not giving her her long-awaited freedom. Closing her eyes, the vampiress realized that she had been told the truth about her activities. One day, when she came to the estate of one of the rich nobles, he said a strange phrase to her. In his opinion, Isabella's fashion had passed and her activities no longer carried the same value. It was very painful and unpleasant for the vampiress to hear those words, because she had tried so hard to make her show interesting for the audience. So now she had one last question for Gunther. More than anything else, she was interested in what was trendy right now and what could catch people's attention. She wanted her show to be popular. Grinning, Gunther said that the story of a man who stays alive despite everything was very popular among people right now. Sighing, Isabella mouthed that it was a very hard and lonely performance. After that, everyone who was within a few meters of the wagon could hear a powerful impact that caused part of the wall to fall out. Inside the wooden wheelhouse, a fire was blazing, consuming everything in its path. Gunther emerged from the flames, whole and unharmed. He walked resolutely amidst the ashes that flew straight into his face. Meanwhile, one of the islands was much more peaceful. Meeting on the wall, the two guards were discussing the fact that two high-level vampires had already died in Valhalla. It was surprising, so they assumed that the people of Valhalla had some new weapon, because the survivors were fleeing there in droves, looking for shelter. After a moment's thought, one of the men asked how many of the strongest vampires there were, if some of them had died in Valhalla. The city wall guard reported that there were only 8 such vampires in total. This meant that there were only 6 of them left at the moment, and all of them were now heading to Valhalla. Rumors reached the people of this island that the people there were short of supplies. They could help them. But this idea did not appeal to the second man. He did not want to help the arrogant Wajalians, for whom their land had never been worth anything. Plus, he urged paying attention to the position of their mainland. They were surrounded by seas on 2 sides, so would be most likely to survive. Moreover, vampires hated water. The man claimed that all bloodsuckers were terrified of it and wouldn't even go near it. His comrade was about to agree, but he was interrupted by a sharp, loud sound, remotely resembling an explosion. They froze when the sound was repeated and were so absorbed in looking out over the sea distances that they did not at all notice the shadow that loomed over them. The sound repeated a few more times, and then something strange happened. The water droplets rose up and floated in the air, as if they had forgotten what gravity was. But that was not the worst of it, for the drops seemed a mere trifle compared to what the men saw next. Meanwhile, things were much calmer in Valhalla, except for the irritation of Gunther, who was forced to put on a ceremonial suit. He looked at the silly outfit and asked if this was really the right time for something like this. Ariel, who was wearing a beautiful dress, said they were celebrating a victory. Killing 2 high-level vampires was a big deal, and now they had important guests on their way, and it was worth it to look the part. But our hero didn't care how prominent these guests were, because the danger was still present, and they had no time for nonsense. Out of the shadows came Rene, who mouthed that this woman was worth all the temporary inconvenience, for it was because of her that Valhalla existed to this day. So he asked Gunther not to say something unnecessary or rude, because those words could ruin everything. To be honest, the warrior was a little offended that he was considered so chatty, but he chose not to say anything. Soon, a beautiful carriage pulled by thoroughbred horses pulled up to the city wall. All the inhabitants were ordered to bow their heads, for Her Majesty, the only blood heiress of a noble family, had arrived. The carriage door opened and out stepped a beautiful woman whose name was Olivia Hound. Rene, Ariel, and all the others bowed their heads low in respect. Gunther alone stood straight and looked at the heiress with defiance. He wondered who she was and why he should bow to this stranger. Apparently, the mistress was fond of stubborn people, for instead of getting angry, she smiled with the corners of her lips. Rolling her eyes, she turned to her servant, saying that the place was too dusty and smelled strange. Her servant said he would deal with it. Hearing these words, Gunther thought that this person was crazy to expect the battlefield to be clean and neat. Even though Rene didn't like what he heard, he didn't say anything back so as not to make things worse. Stopping her gaze on the man, she asked if it was really the corpulent knight Enkel standing before her. The servant corrected her, saying his name was Gunther. Frowning, she began to examine it as if it were some kind of insect to be studied immediately. Gunther felt extremely uncomfortable because it seemed to him that this woman does not see him as a human being, considering him a soulless creation of local geniuses. Without taking her eyes off him, she informed him that the warrior must have such an incongruous look because he was effectively a dead man. The royal heiress didn't even realize that she had said something wrong. Waving her hands, she announced that she had come to this wilderness to personally thank the vampire killer. Her acolyte began clapping his hands and saying that this was a very magnanimous act that demonstrated the monarch's loyalty to her people. The woman didn't pay the slightest attention to the praise. She was only concerned that the surroundings were very dirty, so she suggested that we go inside the tower and talk there. The somber, dark stone building was not a welcoming place, ready for social gatherings. Once inside and seeing the chaos after the battle, Olivia Hound wrinkled her aristocratic nose and said that the atmosphere here was no better. Her servant promised to punish those who were responsible for cleaning, but the woman said she forgave them magnanimously, for she realized that it was the height of the war. She finally decided it was time to get down to business, so she asked Gunther what reward he wanted for what he had done for the city. Ariel spoke instead of the man, informing Her Majesty that they needed more human and other resources. The girl said that she was aware that many nobles, including her, had doubted their development of the Corpse Knight, but the plan had been successful. Thanks to Gunther, there were the first glimmers of hope in the war against vampires, but they needed resources to transform his body. So if the lady fully provides them with her support, they will be able to build a bridge that will help bring the long-awaited victory closer. Olivia Hound listened attentively to this interesting speech, but was in no hurry to answer anything yet. She could barely remember what Ariel's name was, and then with a bored look, she said she didn't ask the girl's opinion. The royal said she recognized the merits of the subjects, but said she had no way of sponsoring them, as resources were already limited. Putting her hand to her heart, she mouthed that she was the ruler of Wajal, the last hope of humanity, so she must contribute to every cell of the mechanism. Moreover, Olivia felt that the help they were giving now was above board as it was. Clasping her eyes tightly, our hero whispered that he had absolutely no idea what she was talking about. Rene entered the conversation and reminded her that everyone thought his project was a failure. Therefore, most of the funds were invested in other guns. This news surprised Gunther, for he believed that the authorities had faith in Rene's development. Of course, it would never occur to anyone to dare to express their doubts about the heiress and admit that her opinion was wrong. However, Ariel demanded that the woman take into consideration the fact that people had given their lives to create someone like Gunther. Olivia's acolyte was outraged by such insolence, but the woman ordered him to be quiet and reminded him that the Corpse Knight project was top secret. After all, the mere phrase of a knight who has returned from the other side of the world tramples on the honor of the royal family and causes excitement among the people. Therefore, it is better for the future of mankind and for the researchers themselves if the project is not officially recognized. And as a reward for what she had done, she decided to grant Gunther the title of Count and give him the fertile northern lands. Her servant immediately began praising the decision and saying that the heiress to the throne was a very generous, wise, and generous ruler. Nodding approvingly, Olivia said that if Gunther agreed, then they had settled the matter and it could be considered closed. Giving the man her hand, she told him that he should kiss it if he agreed with the proposed solution. But the Corpse Knight turned his back on her and informed her that he could not accept her terms. Rene wanted to stop him, but Gunther still managed to say that the mistress had no idea what they faced every day, so it was too easy to pay him off with gifts. He thought it was unfair that the fate of all mankind was in the hands of a brainless girl who, for some reason, was proclaimed queen. In his opinion, no bright future was out of the question unless the approach to the innovative method of defending the city from vampires was changed. Those words were so harsh that Ariel abruptly ordered the man to shut up. Rene in turn apologized to Olivia, saying that the knight was not trained in manners, except that no amount of apologizing diminished the anger that raged within the royalty. She was just furious that some living corpse decided to tell her what to do and call her brainless. But her angry flow of words was cut short by the guards, who entered the room without knocking and announced that trouble was coming. Everyone immediately noticed that Leonard's companion was barely moving and was extremely frightened. The commander of the wall defense himself reported that huge monsters were heading towards Wajal right now. The night was dark, and only an overly disturbing silence told that something was wrong. Looking through the telescope, Rene couldn't stop grumbling. He asked Gunther if he realized he had caused them huge problems. But our hero was not going to please this arrogant woman, because if he did not speak out, she would continue to do whatever she wanted. Ariel listened to this carefully and couldn't say she disagreed with this position, so she decided to just remain silent. She decided to ask their companion if Toronto had really been destroyed in just a few hours. The companion replied that those things had come ashore and leveled the city. According to him, only a few blows were enough to turn a thriving city into ashes. It was quite obvious that they were dealing with powerful monsters, except that Gunther asked not to be in a hurry to attribute these things to vampires. Suddenly, Rene noticed something strange on the horizon, and it made everything inside him shrink with fear. A huge creature could be seen in the distance, and it was so large that even the mountains seemed like mere lumps against its background. The monster's eyes burned with red fire, and a few seconds later, a roar was heard that made the ground shake. His huge feet trampled the trees with such ease, as if they were just grass that weighed nothing. Gunther had not yet encountered such monsters. He wondered how you could defeat someone who was about 10 times your size. He couldn't believe that such an overgrowth could be considered one of the vampires. But Ariel had explained that blood was the main strength of their sworn enemies. Without taking her gaze off the monster, the girl mouthed that she had heard about the ability of high-ranking vampires to create anything using their blood. So she concluded that they were dealing with the Steel Titan Miranda. It was the same monster that had managed to destroy the walls of the capital and take over. Their attacks probably wouldn't work against him, for the monster's skin was as hard as steel. Ariel had heard of this Titan, as he was quite famous for destroying many fortresses, but in person the monster was even more terrifying. This fame was a plus for people, because many experiments were conducted to find its weaknesses. The news was encouraging, so Gunther immediately asked what the results were. Hopes were dashed as soon as Ariel reported that the huge creature didn't have a single weakness. Now our hero became not just anxious, but really scared. The people decided not to wait for the monster to approach the city gates, so they rode out to meet it. Of course, Gunther, as the main weapon, rode in the lead, accompanied by his faithful companions. Along the way, Ariel said they were unaware of the enemy's weaknesses and had no idea where his heart was located. But the main problem was that his skin was so tough that it was impossible to pierce it. The girl was well aware that this meant only one thing. If the monster invaded Wajal, the stronghold of humanity would fall. After all the observations of the Titan, Brunette decided that he was the biggest threat. The monster had destroyed so much that his location was hard to track. When Gunther asked if there was any information on where the creature was headed this time, Rene irritably muttered that they had no such information. Looking up at the night sky, Ariel added that their enemy was high-ranking, which meant that the sun was his main enemy. Looking at the brunette incredulously, the knight asked if such a big man was also hiding from the light, and she replied that when the sun rises, the Titan takes on a different form. Pushing the wagon up, the companions informed Gunther that the light was their only chance of victory. From what was said, our hero realized only one thing. He was being offered to play a deadly game of hide-and-seek. Rene added that Miranda was fast enough, but in his opinion, he wasn't supposed to invade Wajal today, so they had one day to prepare. Pointing at the map, he said that judging from the monster's advancement, it would be hiding in the vicinity of a ruined village with many buildings. So if they didn't manage to find him there was a high probability that he would invade Wajal the next day. So the winner of this battle will be decided in that particular village. Upon reaching that spot, the warriors discovered the huge footprints left by Miranda. They cut off clearly in the center of the village, so it begged the question how he could be found among 120 houses. Leonard stated that he and his squad would start the search from the south. Gunther, he instructed to start from the north. Examining the soldiers, the commander said that they would probably need reinforcements because the task was too serious. He really didn't understand why the one they called Queen had sent so few people. One of the military men said that everyone else had been sent to produce defenses under the direction of the heiress to the throne. Hearing this absurd decision and seeing Leonard's shocked look, Gunther couldn't contain his laughter. Frowning, the commander stated that either way, it was time to start searching for the enemy. To find the vampire, they needed to split up and search everything. After a few minutes, everyone dispersed, scrutinizing every corner of this village. The search was difficult, for no one knew exactly what form their enemy had taken. The warriors searched all, even the smallest nooks and crannies, thinking that the vampire might be quite tiny in size. Tensely glancing at her watch, Ariel realized that they had less and less time left, which meant the chances of saving the city were dwindling by the second. Gunther wasted no time either and looked around at every house that came his way. He was sure that the Steel Titan was big and strong even in his lifetime, so he decided to inspect the spacious places more carefully. As he approached the door, the knight realized he felt the need to examine what lurked behind it. Listening to his inner voice, he used force and broke through that door, opening a path for himself. It was dawn, and the gentle rays of the sun were warming the earth. So far, the search has yielded no results, and the enemy has still not been located. With only a few untested houses left, Rene fussed and worried that their plan was doomed to failure. Hearing this, Ariel speculated that their enemy might be hiding in a form they couldn't even imagine. Sighing, the man took stock of the fact that the sun would be rising very soon. At this time, it was quite turbulent in some homes. Gunther was smashing everything around, angry that there was no way he could find the Titan. He hoped that this way he would be able to lure him out. It really annoyed him that he had searched over 10 houses already, but hadn't even encountered a rat, let alone a vampire. Suddenly, the knight noticed some movement behind him. Turning his head, he saw a large shadow that moved quickly nearby. Without thinking long, our hero immediately rushed to catch up, realizing that it couldn't be just a coincidence. Rushing as fast as he could, he ordered the thing to stop immediately, because it would not be able to escape him anyway. Eventually, the shadow fell into a trap and had nowhere to go. Our hero slowly approached it, trying to realize who stood before him. All he could see so far was an indistinct large silhouette that huddled in the far corner of the room. Gunther hadn't seen anything like it, so he began to look as closely as he could. But it still didn't help him realize what kind of creature he saw before him. After a few seconds, the creature growled menacingly and bared its deadly fangs. As night fell upon the land and it was illuminated only by the full moon, Julius stepped out into the fresh air to enjoy the silence. A thick, dark haze began to approach him. The strange shadow transformed into a creature with sharp fangs that began whispering important information into the vampire's ear. Thanks to his henchman, the pureblood vampire learned the news of the one who was called the Immortal Knight. He assumed it had been created in Valhalla. Growling, the shadow grew nervous and said he had been hearing more and more about the place lately. The shadow picked up on the fact that this was just about the last town Julius had left. Now the vampire was seriously wondering if he had made a mistake when he hadn't wiped Valhalla off the face of the earth like all the other cities. It was not to be forgotten that this city was special, for it was where it all began. Consequently, he had left it to end things there. Now, Julius realized, the time had come. Revitalizing, the shadow said she would contact Miranda in that case. Nodding approvingly, the vampire asked to contact that person. He really wanted to meet this immortal knight in person. But back to the moment when the full moon was replaced by the dawning sun. While Rene was sad and thinking that their plan had failed, a strong noise that resembled the sounds of a battle was heard behind him. The man immediately thought that Gunther, who had obviously been more successful in his quest, was the cause of it all. Following the source of the sound, the man found a house where something strange was going on. He immediately inquired as to what had happened. Instead of answering, Gunther stepped out of the shadows, a huge dead bear resting on his shoulders. Patting him on the fur, our hero asked if a vampire could have turned into this furry forest dweller. Frowning, Rene replied that he wasn't sure if a high-ranking creature would take on that kind of appearance. The bear died for nothing. Looking at his breathless body, everyone felt sorry that his life had been taken from him. Ariel reminded him that the sun would set in an hour. Not thinking long, Rene ordered the guards to search all the houses once more. But Gunther didn't find it appropriate. He couldn't understand how one could look for someone without knowing what they looked like. Moreover, the enemy was dangerous, which meant they should prepare better. He was supported by Ariel, saying that manpower and resources were running low. She felt that going beyond her own limits was too risky. After listening to these opinions, Leonard concluded that they should act now. Since they had so little time, he suggested setting fire to all the houses and leaving only ashes. Ariel didn't like the idea, because wooden buildings were too easily ignited, so if something went wrong, the flames could spread to the forest. But the man was adamant. He preferred to do at least something instead of just standing there and waiting to die. Rene couldn't take sides because he agreed that they could burn the forest, but at the same time, standing around and doing nothing wasn't right either. He was tired of listening to these arguments, so the man decided to act on his own. He reminded them that if they put their hands down now, the next battlefield would be Valhalla, which they were so eager to protect. After examining his companions, the man said he only went with them because he believed they could defend the city. So now they had no chance of making a mistake. They couldn't lose to the vampires. Thinking about it, Rene said there was one place he hadn't checked properly, so he planned to check it again. After notifying his companions, he ran briskly towards the village. Rene's behavior was strange. Leonard attributed it to the fact that his family was now in Valhalla, and he was very worried about them. The defender of the city walls told him that the man had a daughter whom he loved and cherished madly. Now Gunther understood why the captain was so interested in defending the city. Nodding, Leonard said he too wanted to go around the village one more time. He asked the boys not to give up and to keep looking out for the enemy. Dusk was already approaching, and everyone in the village was becoming increasingly uneasy. Rene wandered around the empty houses and cursed. He looked around every nook and cranny where the monster could be hiding, but all searches were fruitless. Looking up at the sky, the man noticed that it was becoming more and more gray. This upset him even more. A sudden pop caught his attention. Something strange was in this room. There was no doubt about it. Turning his head was very scary but necessary. Sweat streamed down the captain's face. Turning around, he saw nothing. Just when Rene thought he had imagined it, a strange chest caught his attention. It was carelessly placed between boxes, but it looked a stitch new. It stood out sharply against the total desolation of the abandoned village. The knocking was repeated, and it was now clear that it was coming from inside the chest. Dust covered the village. Not a single ray of light hit the ground anymore. And as darkness fell, a portal to hell opened. An unknown force burst out of the chest and destroyed the building. Poor Rene was caught in the very epicenter of the explosion. When he landed hard on the ground, Ariel immediately rushed to him, followed by Gunther running after him. They knew they had to get the man or he might get pinned down. Looking at the monster beginning to raise its head, Gunther let out a curse and muttered to himself that he had envisioned such an unpleasant turn of events. Barely on his feet, Rene reported the obvious, that he had found the man they had been looking for so long. The man sadly said that he could have killed the monster, but couldn't bring himself to do it. Hearing this, Gunther was furious. He screamed, asking what had prevented him from ending the death threat once and for all. From the look on Rene's face, one could tell that the reason was very serious, for he was simply shocked. He told of finding a strange chest with something inside it. To check it for monster, the captain opened it, and he saw something that horrified him. Inside lay a small child, albeit a vampire child, but he couldn't bring himself to kill it. This story silenced everyone and made them stare at each other in confusion, for what they had heard seemed absurd. Looking at this huge beast, it was hard to believe that it was a child during daylight hours. This killing and destruction machine didn't even remotely resemble a vampire cub. It resembled a highly ranked adult. And this thing was very serious about flattening everything in its path. And first on her list were the people, the ones standing directly across from her. Aggressively waving its huge arms, the monster began to turn everything upside down. As his fist threatened to crush Gunther and his companions, the corpse knight barely had time to grab his friends and bounce away. Our hero asked in a panic if they had another plan. Rene informed him that they hadn't come up with a specific strategy, as they had no idea how to contain the Titan. Angry, Gunther shoved the man away. He didn't want to listen to him, and he didn't want the captain messing around. For now, all they could do was stand in the middle of the ruined village and watch Miranda stride away. Left alone with Ariel, the warrior asked, without hope of an answer, how they could defeat this monster. However, the girl shared the thought that most likely the Titan's entire strength is in its heart. If you wound that organ, the creature will fall. All that remained was to figure out how to penetrate Miranda's thick skin, because killing him was worth any cost. The horror of the soldiers was hard to describe in words, as they were literally rendered speechless and froze in place when confronted by the Titan. They had no chance of escape when Miranda decided to crush them with his foot. This giant killed people as if they were annoying insects. He did it so easily as if they were not living beings. His goal was literally in front of his eyes, the Wajal glittering its lights and seeming to point the way to the city gates. The monster believed that nothing in this world could stop him. In truth, it did. But now Gunther had appeared, so the course of events could change. Our hero moved to follow the giant, though he didn't yet know what he should do to stop the attack on the city. Finally, the monster noticed that he was being followed by someone he hadn't called for. The warrior reacted lightning fast. He decided that it was extremely dangerous to stay where he was, so he decided that the best option was to move forward. There was nowhere to go, so our hero jumped on the giant's leg and began to move along his body. Once he got to a comfortable spot, Gunther began punching at his enemy's skin, trying to break through it, but even his fist couldn't handle it. Still, he didn't give up trying to hit as hard as he could, even though it was to no avail. Miranda watched these desperate attempts with undisguised interest, for he had never yet been attempted to resist. In the meantime, Gunther did not calm down and continued to strike. Yes, so powerful that he began to feel a sharp pain in his arm. This caused him to literally blow his arm off. His limb just couldn't take it and flew off. But the surface of Miranda's body was not damaged. Moreover, there wasn't even a small scratch on it. All these actions did was anger the monster, who was now ready to destroy everything around him in an even more sophisticated way. Now the corpse knight was scared. because he had no idea how to get to the heart of this stone titan. While he was in thought, the enemy's hand was already moving in that direction to crush him without even leaving a wet spot. He managed to bounce away at the last moment and felt only a shockwave, which was caused by the collision of the stone hand with the ground. Our hero fled, and Miranda never gave up trying to kill him to get rid of the one who dared to throw him a challenge. Gunther was not an optimist, but this time for some reason believed that every creature has its weaknesses, so victory was not something unrealistic. Just in his mind, there were glimmers of hope for salvation. The monster's hand eclipsed them all. Fortunately, the corpse knight was simply elusive, dodging even when it seemed impossible. He was like a little bug hopping around the body of the stone monster and just wouldn't let himself be grabbed or thrown off. Miranda kicked and twitched as if his stone body was tickled by Gunther's light jogging. Finally, the monster got his way and grabbed his enemy's leg. Lifting it up, he regarded the daredevil curiously. You'd think the warrior was saying goodbye to life and remembering all the prayers he knew, but no. He had finally found what he had been looking for so long. It was the one defenseless spot in his eye, the one place that, once struck, would get rid of Miranda once and for all. Now the corpse knight realized that victory wasn't something impossible. He could achieve it if he beat everything right. Except that the Titan also had intelligence and could take strategic actions. He realized that he needed to get rid of the annoying warrior. So he hit him so hard that Gunther's body parts flew apart. Being on the city wall, Olivia Hound could clearly see the steel titan approaching. Even the ocean was not a hindrance to him, for he walked straight through it as if it were but a puddle. The queen was 100% certain that there was no such thing as an invincible titan, for she knew of instances where low-ranking members of that class had been defeated by commoners. She was convinced that there was no need for the corpse knight's assistance. When a servant approached her, the heiress asked how the preparations were going. The servant replied that all preparations were complete and the launch could begin. Turning around, she looked at the innovative weapon that had a lot of money and resources invested in it. Olivia thought it was beautiful. In her opinion, the appearance of the weapon symbolized the power of noble royalty. It was the greatest tool created by mankind. Hundreds of giant arrows possessed incredible strength and were ready to be launched. The royal servant claimed that they would definitely pierce through the titan's skin, and there would be nothing left of him, not even his heart. Smiling majestically, the woman realized that the moment the giant fell, everyone would realize that the true emperor and hero who would rule humanity was her. Her greatest desire was to show the power of the great royal family, and that she was never wrong. Raising her hand up, she signaled for everyone to get ready to fire. Her gaze was fixed on the enemy, and Olivia could already see his huge body falling into the water with a thud. Screaming, she ordered the arrows to be launched, and in the same second, thousands of guns flew towards the monster. Meanwhile, those who remained alive and hiding in the forest thicket gathered near Miranda's huge footprint. Examining all that was left of Gunther, Rene asked if this was the last trace that pointed to the knight's sad end. The warriors nodded sadly. Looking at the burned flesh, the captain couldn't believe it was all that was left of their efforts to save humanity. Clutching the piece of armor to himself, Rene said that if he had been more determined, if he hadn't doubted for a moment, none of this would have happened. Tears flowed from his eyes as he apologized to the dead Gunther. Ariel looked at it and couldn't say a word. She couldn't accept that the one with whom she had willingly shared her life energy was no longer in this world. She was so engrossed in her sad thoughts that she didn't notice another burnt piece of flesh land near her. Something rumbled behind them, and everyone turned around to look at the source of the noise. It turned out to be the head of everyone's favorite Gunther, who had already had time to mourn. Our hero irritably declared that he was still alive, though not quite unharmed. There was no limit to Ariel's relief, but Rene asked with annoyance if the knight had been sitting in the tree watching them suffer all this time. Hugging what was left of the warrior, the girl said that she was very glad that he turned out to be alive, even though Gunther had made everyone worried. It was a little strange to the man that the brunette had managed to become so attached to him in such a short period of time. When everyone was assembled, the wagon moved toward town. Rene, Ariel, and what was left of Gunther chattered incessantly. The knight said that he found the monster's weak point. It was the eyes. By destroying them, one could gain victory. It was extremely difficult for the man to speak, as all of his insides were either damaged or missing, but he was able to convey the information that Miranda's eyes were not covered by skin. Listening to this speech, Rene could barely make out anything, for Gunther's words were hardly audible. Ariel, on the other hand, had figured it out. She thought the most important thing was to get to the heart, because the damage to his eyes would only throw off his coordination. The warrior spun in place and spoke only of wanting to attack Miranda's eyes. Something inside him told him it was the right thing to do. At last, Gunther's plan reached Rene. He asked if he really wanted to get inside the monster through its eye sockets. Opening her mouth in surprise, Ariel said that if they pulled something like this off, they might have a chance. In the girl's opinion, the only problem could only be how exactly he would get to his head. Their conversation was interrupted by loud noises coming from the direction of the city gates. From the window of the wagon, they saw a great number of arrows flying at the Titan. When they came into contact with the monster's body, everything around them erupted in bright flames. The guys guessed that it was the same weapon that the Queen had sponsored. It looked intimidating, but it was unclear if it would harm the Steel Titan. When the flash went out, a large silhouette could be seen among the spray that rose due to the impact. Miranda didn't just survive, he walked among the waves unharmed, except for a little annoyed at being doused. It was reported to the Queen that the Steel Titan had not fallen. It was still continuing toward the city. Approaching the frowning mistress, the servant asked if they should consider Plan B. Except the next plan wasn't ideal at all. Olivia knew it perfectly well, and the fact that she had no choice incredibly threw the woman off her inner equilibrium. Meanwhile, the monster was already very close to the city, its heavy footsteps creating a small but perceptible earthquake. At this point, our travelers had just reached the town. They were shocked that the creature was already here. Rene was very worried that some of the locals might get hurt. He told himself that he had to become more determined. Suddenly, someone called out to his dad, and the man immediately recognized the familiar voice. Remembering Leonard's story, Gunther realized that the captain's favorite daughter was in front of them. The girl of impressive size hugged her father tightly and lifted him effortlessly into the air. The blue-eyed blonde started crying with happiness and said she was so happy to see her daddy alive and well. Looking disgruntled at his daughter Audrey, Rene asked why she still hadn't evacuated, since he had ordered her to do so as soon as the Titan began to cross the sea. Grinning, the girl wondered who would make the body of a corpse knight if she left the city limits. Putting her father on the ground, she told him she didn't have to worry about her, but she had all her thoughts on whether her parent had survived. Clenching her fists, she reminded herself that she had grown up a long time ago and was now stronger than Rene. Physically, yes, but morally for Rene, Audrey will forever be his little daughter to look after. Having enjoyed this family squabble, Gunther raised his voice, but instead of words, he made no intelligible sounds. Noticing the knight, all Audrey's attention shifted to him. She immediately asked if it was the same Gunther in front of her. Holding out her hand, she said she had wanted to see and meet him for a very long time. Except Gunther couldn't shake her hand in return, because the right limb was missing from its place. Realizing that she had done something stupid, Audrey started to apologize, but she was interrupted by Ariel, saying that they didn't have time for that. The brunette requested that Rene's daughter put all the body parts together quickly, for she needed to incorporate the modified weapon into his body. She explained that it was to get on the Titan's body. Hearing this, Audrey was very surprised, for the plan seemed crazy. Taking off Gunther's torso, the girl told him that the first thing she would do was connect the body parts she had brought before the others. These were the torso and arms, as they were the most valuable. Rene noticed that it had gotten too quiet, as if the Titan was no longer approaching them. Immediately after these words, the nearest wall collapsed, and all the shards flew straight towards the man. But at that moment, the shards were the last thing on Rene's mind, for he had seen something far more horrifying. Along with the wall, the monster demolished his dear Audrey, whom he so desperately wanted to protect. He saw nothing but his little blonde-haired girl who had been hit. It's unlikely that anyone could survive something like that, and Rene understood that. Everything around it crumbled and crumbled into the ocean, wanting to find peace in the watery abyss. Noticing that Audrey was alive, hope and a desire to save her, by all means, awakened inside Rene. He jumped to follow his falling daughter, grabbing onto the debris of the wall. The man caught her and held her from her fatal fall downward. Holding herself and Audrey together with one hand was almost unrealistic. But Rene didn't give up and asked her to hold on a little longer. But only a piece of wall, which he grasped with cracks because it could not withstand such a large load. Audrey was well aware that her father's old and weak body would not be able to support the two of them, so she asked him to save the last remaining torso of the knight. The man shouted that his child was far more important than this iron. After these words, the wall failed. Except that despite this, Rene continued to hang on instead of falling down. All because he was being held back by Gunther, who clamped his teeth firmly into his arm. The corpse knight tried to say something, but the words were still unintelligible. No matter how hard Rene tried, he still couldn't make out a word. The only thing the man wanted to say to the warrior was thank you for not letting them die. Meanwhile, the steel titan continued to smash everything around him, his feet and hands crumbling everything he touched. The city was undergoing urgent evacuation, with Wajal authorities trying to rescue as many residents as possible. Leonard shouted for people to drop their luggage and flee to the outskirts of the island, for there they could find shelter. Hearing the question of how long his men would last, the defender of the wall turned his head irritably.
His anger subsided in an instant when he realized that Her Majesty was standing before him.
Coughing nervously, Leonard said that at this rate, they would barely make it through the night. This was clearly not the prognosis the queen wanted to hear. Her frown clearly spoke of that. Then she asked what the corpse knight was doing. The man replied that according to the latest information, Gunther and the others were preparing to fight the Steel Titan in a different way. Closing her eyes, the woman said she would look at his efficiency, for if he did not help, they would all die on the island where there was only one way in and out. But Olivia found a silver lining in that too. If all the residents died, there would be no one to judge her. Looking at the fleeing people, she grinned, for she realized that after a while the inhabitants might not be alive, and so they would obviously not care to gossip about her. When Leonard heard those words, his world crumbled. He did not want to consider as his queen the one who rejoiced in the deaths of her subjects. In Rene's workshop, the work was boiling, because everyone wanted to connect Gunther to his body as soon as possible. Ariel had warned that once all preparations were complete, the warrior should go out and fight, but he was well aware of that without her. Examining his new arm, which was a greenish hue, he noticed that this weapon was very strange. Placing the limb on Rene's head, our hero realized that it was sticking just fine. Looking sternly at the man, Ariel told him that this weapon was modeled after a lizard's arm and was designed to climb steep and slippery terrain. Feeling that nasty cold limb on his head, Rene looked at Gunther unhappily. But nevertheless, the man muttered that he was very grateful to Gunther, because before he could not think that he would save him and his daughter. Frowning at the captain, the knight asked if they all thought he didn't care if his companions lived or not. Looking away, Rene said that he had only seen before that Gunther thought exclusively of himself, especially since he knew nothing about his past. The man suggested that our hero might have been happy with someone in his past life, and they imposed a new reality on him. This assumption made Gunther smile evilly. He told me that he wasn't happy with anyone, because even his parents didn't love him. Not only that, they were such wimps that they couldn't kill him, and instead threw him in the trash. Gunther was not happy, and then, when he became an adult, because he spent all his time with gladiators who only wanted to kill him and become famous. Now the knight was well aware that there was nothing fun about being with someone, for he was always surrounded by those who wanted to knock him down. But despite all this, he survived and went on to earn his fame as a strong warrior. Even when everyone wanted Gunther to die, he got back on his feet and kept fighting to the end. So now he piously believed that there was nothing in the world more valuable than this, his drive to live and win. Hearing this tragic story, Rene felt truly sorry for this guy, because in his short life, he was never able to learn what happiness is. The man tried to convey to Gunther that there were things more valuable than survival. Such was the life of a man who had nothing. The warrior's eyes literally burned through Rene. It was obvious that his stance would not change. There was no need to continue this conversation, for the assistants reported that the connection was complete. Finally, our hero was able to disconnect from Ariel and get to his feet. He couldn't wait to start the battle with the Steel Titan. He was about to leave the safe room when Ariel suddenly called out to him. She was silent for a few seconds, as if she couldn't find the words, but then she said she hoped to see him tomorrow. Clamming up, the knight said that if it was a joke, it wasn't funny at all. He genuinely couldn't believe that someone could be waiting for him. Pushing aside unnecessary thoughts, he stepped out into the street where there was true chaos. Gathering his thoughts, the warrior walked confidently towards his enemy. Some of the inhabitants were trapped, with a chasm on one side and a huge steel titan looming over them on the other. They looked at him and realized that there was almost no chance to save themselves, so people with tears in their eyes began to say goodbye to their lives. Miranda's eyes sparkled when he saw the number of his new victims. He was distracted from his pleasant thoughts of mass murder by the sensation of someone running up his leg. It was none other than Gunther, who planned to end this bloodthirsty creature once and for all. Despite the huge hand trying to push him down, our hero continued to persistently run upward. He successfully dodged all the blows, which annoyed his enemy even more. But it didn't slow him down at all. With the help of his new hands, which were very tenacious, Gunther quickly crawled over the Titan's body, getting closer and closer to the right spot. Soon, our hero had already reached his waist, so he had actually traveled halfway. The fact that he was crawling behind him made him invisible to the enemy, though the latter obviously felt his insistent presence. There wasn't much left to climb, but suddenly the knight noticed that the Titan's arm was planning to throw him down again. This time he succeeded. He threw Gunther off like a pesky gnat, and he flew helplessly down. A very hard crash to the ground awaited him, so Leonard thought he was finished. But not here. Our hero has been through so much that a simple fall could not take his life. Except he lost his hands again. Lately, his limbs had left their places so often that Gunther was starting to get used to it. Despite his injury, the man flew up from his seat and decided that by all means, he would make his opponent answer for the harm done to him. The locals who witnessed this picture could not believe that a human being could survive something like this. They wondered who was in front of them. Obviously, they didn't get an answer, because the corpse knight was already running towards the new dangers. Once again, he was going to be crushed, and once again he managed to avoid it. At least somewhere in this world there was stability. Despite the destruction and chaos around him, our hero kept moving forward, getting closer and closer to his goal. His tenacious hands helped keep his grip firm and steady rather than sliding down the Titan's body. Of course, Miranda's hand kept trying to dislodge the warrior from his body, for he sensed that Gunther was up to no good. Each time dodging became more and more difficult, because it seems that the opponent had studied the technique of movement of the man well enough and now could predict his movements. And in a way, it helped the Titan because his blows became clearer and more accurate. He finally got his way and his huge fist hit the spot where the annoying knight was. Everything in that area had collapsed and splintered, so the chance of survival was minimal. But luck was on Gunther's side because he, with the help of his new hands, managed to get a grip on the monster's fist and thus save himself. When the man turned his head to look at what was left after the blow, he found something very strange. Underneath the ruined road was a dungeon he had not known existed before. It looked very deep, and one wondered where such a thing had come from on the island. While Gunther was distracted, his enemy managed to throw him off his fist and toss him a few meters aside. Landing hard on the ground, the corpse knight didn't immediately notice that the monster had already brought its fist up to make its next strike. When the Titan did this, the entire Wajal shook. The force was so impressive, it caused a small earthquake. Everyone immediately realized who this thing was trying to destroy. Ariel thought sadly that she might never again see the one who had become not just a hope of salvation for her, but a friend. But our hero was not so easy to kill. The salvation for him were the tenacious hands made by Ariel. They helped him not to go to the other world. When Miranda saw that the enemy was still alive, he roared with anger, as he was tired of dealing with that annoying bug. What he never tires of is tearing up a city, leaving only ruined buildings in his wake. Realizing that if this thing wasn't stopped, it would turn everything into a pile of garbage, the warrior decided he needed to move on to the main part of the plan. As they were his main target, he needed to get to them as soon as possible. With a shout, Gunther thus proclaimed that he would not leave the Titan alone until he was dead. Losing a few limbs didn't stop him from climbing onto the monster's back and deftly scrambling upward without stopping for a second. He'd already gotten to his head, so there was only a small space separating him from her eyes, except he needed to distract Miranda somehow to jump to his face. At that very moment, the steel Titan finally noticed that someone was crawling on his neck. But what distracted the monster from these thoughts was seeing a surviving citizen of the city whom he decided to send to the other world. Gunther realized that this was the moment he had been waiting for. The enemy was distracted, which meant that it was possible to act. Seizing the opportunity, he began to move just incredibly fast, all to get to the right place. He managed to jump over the Titan's head, and now he could clearly see his target, two glowing eyes that seemed to be showing him the way. Folding his hands into a fist, our hero decided that he would aim them directly at the eye socket to punch it through. Miranda tried to catch the imposing knight, but he failed, and now Gunther was a couple of centimeters away from his target. Once upon a time, there lived a little boy so defenseless that anyone could afford to hurt him. One day his brother was attacked, and there was nothing he could do about those who brutalized the child. all because the monster was so huge that defeating it seemed simply unrealistic. Then Julius, a highly ranked vampire, found him. He promised that the boy would never be afraid again, because in the world they would create together, everything would be different. There he will be safe, because the monsters that the baby will be afraid of simply will not exist. The child loved the idea, because he was so tired of hiding from stronger people and suffering when they hurt him. He agreed to go with Julius and create a new world. But then the kid didn't know that in this new world, the most important monster would be himself. He will be the one who hurts the small and weak. He will be the one who will be feared to the point of trembling at the knees. The one small boy had become the one he despised so much, the one feared by the children in whose place he himself used to be. This sudden realization stopped the Titan for a second, for he had never had a purpose to torture the weak. He only wanted to repay his abusers. It was at that moment that Gunther jumped on him, for he simply could not help but take advantage of his opponent's confusion. He couldn't be stopped, so our hero finally managed to get to the eye and pierce it. The eyes of the frightened children reflected a frightening yet welcome sight. The huge steel Titan that had been a nightmare to all who had heard of it had been defeated, and now its remains fluttered in the wind. In this battle, only one was destined to survive, and that person was Gunther. He was severely battered by this battle, losing most of his limbs and barely able to move. The people of the town looked at him shocked and with their eyes and could not understand how this man was able to survive such injuries. They assumed that the monster in front of them was just another monster, except that for some reason it didn't attack them, but helped slay the Titan. Walking through the ruined streets of the city, Gunther tried to ignore the inhabitants until a child called out to him. The little girl cautiously crept up behind him and asked if he was the man who had defeated the Titan. Frowning, the warrior said gruffly that he was the very hero. Gunther had already turned away and was about to go away, when suddenly the little girl said thank you to him. She muttered that it was only because of him that she and her brother had survived, for if the monster hadn't died, it would have surely killed them. Such treatment was something new for the man, because before that he had only been treated in a consumerist way. As he approached the city wall, Audrey greeted him with enthusiastic shouts of how incredible he was and how nimbly he moved through the air. In her opinion, if Gunther had a slightly prettier face, they would have put a monument to him. She even offered to give him a hair transplant, but Rene pulled back, saying she was already overreacting. While father and daughter were gabbing, Ariel put her hand on the man's shoulder and simply said that she was very happy to see him again. Raising an eyebrow, Gunther wondered if she was being serious, for her expression hadn't changed a bit. Ariel didn't even know what to say to that, because she didn't think the corpse knight noticed such little things. As it turned out, the man was very attentive and picked up even the smallest details in the behavior of others. He was about to say this, but the door to the room opened abruptly and their conversation was interrupted. For on the threshold stood the queen, who decided to break their idyll. Examining Gunther with a critical eye, she noted the fact that he was badly banged up, but the most important thing was that he had defeated the Titan. The woman stated that fortunately most of her precious citizens were unharmed, thanks to her strict evacuation order, but that armaments, businesses, and the siege had been destroyed. But now it's time to decide who will be held responsible for all this chaos. Looking around at everyone in the room, Olivia Hound asked if they knew what she was talking about. Her gaze stopped on Captain Rene, and he realized that this address was specifically to him. It was indeed true, for the queen had said that at the crucial moment when he could have killed the vampire, he had hesitated and not followed through. Audrey was shocked when she heard that her father had made a fatal mistake that carries the death penalty. The girl bowed hysterically before the ruler and asked for pardon, saying that her father was a mercenary, but she had a good heart, which did not allow her to kill anyone. Not a single vein on the face of the heir to the throne twitched when she said that a pardon was impossible because someone must be punished for what had happened. But when Gunther said that the more he looked at her, the more he realized what a nightmare this witch was making, her face changed a lot. The corpse knight agreed that Rene had chickened out, but he still thought it was fairer to punish someone who had lost a bunch of warriors by fooling around. He wondered why the queen did not come out to her subjects and, like a true ruler, admit her mistake. Frowning, the woman didn't know what to answer, for this knight had actually figured out that she wanted to shift the responsibility from herself to Rene. She was outraged when she heard this commoner telling her that she was playing an inappropriate role. While they were arguing, they didn't notice at all that someone strange was present in the room. Someone who until that moment had been hidden by thick shadows. Smelling something amiss, Gunther turned his head sharply and froze in place. He couldn't believe he hadn't noticed the enemy's presence until that moment. The queen followed the man's gaze and her eyes opened wide. Our hero realized what the new enemy was up to, so he immediately rushed towards Olivia. As much as he wanted to close her mouth, her death was not at all welcome now. The vampire was attacking very vigorously, filling the room with his dark power. He reported that he was the brother of the king, the last of the royal lineage. He was called the one who never became a ruler. He still managed to cut off and grab Gunther's head, after which he told him that he had come here to take the immortal knight, because that was what Julius wanted. Since Gunther was unable to protect anyone, the knights took over, but only their attacks were not effective at all, and the vampire easily killed them all. The last of the royal family urged the warriors not to waste their lives. All he wanted to do was just take the knight away, according to his promise to Julius. The vampire had promised not to hurt anyone if no one got in his way. All he wanted was Gunther's head and nothing else. He didn't think the knight was valuable enough to give his life for him. The warriors looked at each other and thought that perhaps there was some truth to that. Despite their doubts, the soldiers continued to pursue the vampire. They weren't about to give him their main weapon. The queen came forward and said with bitterness in her voice that she had heard that the vampire standing in front of her had become a true monster. But once upon a time, he was the man she called her uncle. Looking at his niece with a frown, he said he was surprised that his relatives still continued to fight. With a twinkle in his eyes, he asked if the future queen would stand in his way because of some head. The ruler's look said that she would only confront her relative because of her principles and wounded pride. But then she surprised everyone who knew her, for the woman simply stepped aside, forgetting that the one who had saved their all lives was in the hands of the enemy. This act was unworthy of a ruler, so Olivia was already beginning to think about how she could justify her decision to others. Turning around for the last time, the uncle decided to tell his niece that her footsteps were too loud, while real princesses tread silently. The phrase made the woman so angry that she gritted her teeth, but still didn't move to help Gunther. None of the people of Wajal moved to save the one who was willing to sacrifice his life for them. The warrior's mind was swarming with thoughts of who and what he was fighting for, because people had once again shown him a consumerist attitude. He looked into the eyes of those whose lives he had saved, and he desperately wanted to spit in their faces. Only Rene, his daughter and Ariel stirred and tried to reason with the residents, shouting that they all had to save Gunther. It was clear that if the vampire crossed the bridge and hid in the forest, they would be powerless, because the thicket was dark and full of obstacles, so it would be impossible to track the enemy. Rene took the hint that it wouldn't be long before the sun would rise, which meant they needed to tie up the enemy before he could hide in the woods. His daughter reminded him that they didn't have the right guns. Then she changed the subject and asked why Daddy wouldn't just run away, since no one would have time to look for him. As he left the city limits, the vampire informed him that a true king never shows weakness. Hearing this formulaic and very pathos phrase, Gunther almost rolled his eyes. Holding the knight's head in his hands, the one who never became king moved unhindered across the bridge toward the forest. Suddenly, a daredevil ordered him to stop, which surprised the vampire and Gunther, who had no hope that someone would stand up for him. When the knight saw who exactly decided to follow the enemy and free him, he was extremely surprised. After all, it was none other than Leonard, who just a short time ago had been screaming that Gunther was unworthy of being a corpse knight, and it should be him in his place. Casting the men a skeptical look, the vampire asked if he really wanted to get in his way and be killed, all because of that useless head. Leonard replied in no uncertain terms that Gunther was worth fighting for, even if there was only one head left of him. The answer surprised the bloodsucker. He wondered why there was such a struggle for this corpse knight. Clenching his fists in anger, Leonard said that they considered this warrior to be the last hope of mankind, and for her, he was willing to pay any price. When he heard this, the vampire laughed, for he found the motif amusing. All the humans he had met lived solely for themselves. They killed and despised those who were even slightly different from them. In his opinion, humans only harmed each other, so he sincerely didn't understand why he would give his life for such fallen creatures. In fact, Leonard partially agreed with his opponent, except that he couldn't admit it even to himself. Even so, the man sincerely believed that humanity should have been given a chance at salvation. Leonard said that no matter how corrupt the world was, he wanted to believe that there were people who would never lose their inner light. He believed that people could heal their wounds, for within them was devotion and a desire to find salvation. Other warriors began to gather around the man, so he shouted even louder that he would not stand still to watch people turn each other into monsters. Closing his eyes in annoyance, the bloodsucker said that the speech was very touching, except that Leonard's opinion was shared by only a few people out of thousands of indifferent people. Slowly approaching these daredevils, the vampire reminded him that there were only 5 of them, and they couldn't compete with his power. He once again suggested that they retreat, for otherwise the death toll for today would increase. But this little rescue team wasn't going to back down, because once Gunther had saved them, and now it was their turn to repay him in kind. These words pleasantly surprised our hero, because he had not even hoped to start believing in good intentions of people again. The warriors didn't say another word. Instead, they moved to attack and rushed at their opponent with shouts. Not a single muscle on the bloodsucker's face moved. He was completely unperturbed by the fact that he was alone against 5 men. Before following Gunther, Leonard addressed his brothers and said he was honored to have fought alongside them. For many of their warriors, there was no fear of dying for their captain, for he had saved their lives more than once. However, no one hid the fact that they were scared to go to certain death. Hearing this, Leonard only said that their act would never be meaningless. They may not be credited as great heroes or major characters in history, for they were not generals or kings. Even so, their little battles and courage mattered. He promised to do his best to make a difference and not let his comrades die today. Leonard piously believed that they were doing a good deed that would be remembered by the people of Valhalla. These words gave the rest of the warriors confidence and motivation. Now they weren't so afraid to give their lives for the last hope of humanity. However, when death was already knocking on the warriors' doors, they realized that it was scarier than they could have imagined. In their minds, the men envisioned a quick exit from life and did not consider the option that they might lose limbs and agonize in pain, wishing for a death that never came. During the battle, Leonard had lost an arm and was now desperately clutching it, trying to somehow overcome the terrible pain. Their enemy muttered that his opponents were very persuasive, so he began to respect them for the courage they showed. This time he decided not to finish off the barely alive warriors. The vampire asked that they consider it a mercy. After all, in his opinion, having a good heart was a royal duty. Leonard didn't have the energy to argue with this monster, so no matter how much he hated to do it, he had to give in and bow his head to it. The vampire in Gunther's head were almost at the woods. He resented the fact that the king was forced to walk through the woods, even though it was a place to hide from prying eyes. Just when the bloodsucker thought he was finally going to be quiet, someone called out to him. Turning his head, he saw a beautiful brunette standing with a sword in her hands. Ariel had come to free her friend by all means. Rolling his eyes irritably, the vampire wondered if such a young lady was also willing to lose some of her limb in a fight with him. This phrase did not convince the girl to back down in any way, so her opponent emphasized that he had already pardoned people today, so he would definitely kill her. But Ariel stubbornly said she wasn't going anywhere, because in her opinion, without Gunther's head, they'd have nothing at all. So without question, she decided to stand up for someone who had fought alone all her life. Even if they both died, she wanted the corpse knight to feel for the first time that he wasn't alone. Even the emotionless vampire found this confession very touching. The brunette blushed with embarrassment, as she wasn't used to being so open and sincere, but she didn't move from her seat and didn't take her eyes off her enemy. With a wave of his many hands, the bloodsucker said that he had heard the will of his opponent, so there was no need to delay the fight. Throwing himself right at the girl, the vampire promised her that he would try to stab her quickly, so she wouldn't suffer the pain for too long. Ariel was very scared, but she didn't lower her sword and proudly took the blow while she managed to hold back the onslaught. But the pressure was too much. At the moment when the warrior thought that now her weapon would fail and she would die, the pressure suddenly stopped. She felt hot and opened her eyes. Indeed, there was a small fire very close to her. While the brunette had been talking to the vampire, she hadn't noticed that dawn was approaching. So now that the first rays were lighting up the land, the one who was used to living in the shadows was being burned alive. The failed king looked up at the sky and stated the obvious fact that the sun had risen. He was lucky to hide under the only tree that was in front of the forest thicket, for there was no further shade anywhere. The monster realized that there were only 50 steps to the entrance to the forest. It was a shame that there was so little left to overcome, but even such a short walk could cost him his life. It was a very difficult step he could not make up his mind to take, for if he failed, he would die a most horrible and painful death. The queen couldn't miss the opportunity to mock someone who couldn't fight back. So she didn't even try to hide her smile as she approached that tree, in the shade of which the smug representative of the real royal family was hiding. Olivia Hound thought her uncle was truly pathetic, for such an end would not be wished on anyone. Scoffing, the heiress to the throne remarked that she should have sent a low-grade vampire to do it. Then she wouldn't have had to hide in the shade of a small tree and put her life in danger. She also recalled that the deposed king had no followers at all to help. For his part, the vampire pointed out that as soon as her father had become king, he had immediately exiled him to the island. So it made sense that he had no suitors. Brushing those words aside, Olivia began to contemplate aloud how she would end the royal family member, whether she would file the tree at the base or simply set it on fire. With a hum, the monster said that such killing methods were not at all worthy of a descendant of the royal family. Those words hurt the woman, as did all those phrases that questioned her future as queen. Noticing her confusion, her uncle said that he never killed for nothing, so if he wanted to escape, he would do so without a second's hesitation. Everything he did was to protect the honor of a true member of the royal family. So being trapped in that shadow was also important to protect honor. Listening to this confession, Olivia barely caught any of the gist of it. Meanwhile, her uncle continued his speech, saying that if she wanted to end it cowardly like that, it was an unthinkable choice for a descendant of royalty. Ariel intervened in the conversation, claiming that it was all just idle chatter, because the vampire was only in the shadows because the knights were holding him back at the cost of their own lives. She urged that the tree be cut down and the enemy disposed of, for one could not turn a blind eye to sacrifice because of this honor. Deciding to try his luck once more, the vampire, as a true member of the royal family, decided to try and propose a deal. Ariel realized that this would not end well, so she wanted to warn the queen not to get close to the monster and not to believe his words. However, Uncle knew what levers to pull to manipulate Olivia Hound, and it worked, for the woman was now determined to listen to his proposal. As a child, the girl was mocked all the time by her uncle. He called her pathetic and worthless, all the while accusing her of not knowing enough about royal etiquette and talking about how he understood why her father thought she was unworthy. After all, in his opinion, silly Olivia should never have sat on the throne. These words were imprinted in the girl's memory, so much so that at one point, she wished for the death of her dear relative. Back on the city wall of Wajal, the first thing that ran up to the future queen was her acolyte, who wanted to know if she had really accepted her uncle's proposal. Frowning, Olivia said that it was dishonorable to run away from the fight, and she wanted to prove to everyone that she was worthy of royalty. Turning to her servant, whose name was Patrick, the woman inquired where he had been all this time, for he was nowhere to be seen. A shadow ran across the man's face. It was noticeable that he was confused and didn't know what to answer. But then he made an excuse, saying that just in case he was looking for an escape route for Her Majesty. Crossing her arms, the heiress to the throne glanced glumly at the servant and muttered that he was looking for a do-it-yourself. Anyway, she warned that if the man dared to run away without saying a word, she would tear off all his limbs. She told Patrick not to forget that his grave was next to her own. Bowing his head respectfully, he said he had never forgotten it. When the woman turned away, he sent her a look and a smile that gave her goosebumps. Morning came, but the city wall was still restless. Everyone was shocked by the fact that the queen accepted the vampire's challenge and agreed to the duel. Audrey was particularly outraged, for Captain Leonard Welf and the others had sacrificed their lives and health in order to kill the monster. Lowering her eyes, Ariel said that they could not go against the decision of the heiress to the throne. Frowning, Rene asked exactly what kind of duel Olivia Hound had agreed to. Ariel's face was extremely frowning, as she said her answer wouldn't be liked by anyone. Several small awnings were placed near the tree that hid the vampire from the scorching sun, with a man standing between them and the tree. Raising his hand, he reported that he was the best warrior among true warriors. The man introduced himself, saying he was John Byron, a descendant of the famous Baron Byron. As the representative of the great queen, he promised to smear anyone and everyone who dared to question her with his fists. Those words were addressed to the very vampire who, for the moment, could only lurk in the shadows. Ariel sadly reported that the queen had agreed to an honorable fist duel. Audrey was puzzled, for she didn't understand what that meant. It was explained to her that it was a type of honorable duel that usually involved the noble, the applicant who offered the duel, and the acceptor who accepted it. They must take turns hitting each other. If you dodge a punch or move even one step after it, you lose. Audrey wondered what was honorable about it. Ariel said the point is to fight without ducking until one of the contestants falls. It turned out that everyone was fighting for his life, but the future of mankind depended on the result of this mock battle. Rene understood that too, and he really didn't like that the queen had put them all at risk. But either way, Gunther's head was on the line, so they should win. If the fight was between members of the royal family, each side is represented by 4 people who fight in their place. It seems our heroes only have to win once, as their enemy had no representatives. Just one win out of a possible 4? Rene thought it wasn't too bad. They just had to get the vampire to make one move. The queen's representative was quite imposing and strong, so there were hopes that he could win. Since John Byron was the acceptor of the duel, he was given the opportunity to strike first. He realized that he must fell his enemy with his first attack. He decided that no matter how strong the vampire was, his face was defenseless. So if he hit him with his steel fists, he would definitely fall. Byron was informed that if he won this duel, he would be promoted to the title, and perhaps the man could even claim to be emperor. So he was very motivated by the honor and wealth the queen promised him. Olivia's servant, Patrick, stood between the duelists and said that it had been approved by the 2 parties. Announcing the terms, he said that the men could begin. He divulged that the right to attack first was with the acceptor of the duel, Baron Byron. He did not think long and decided to take advantage of the moment of surprise, attacking immediately after Patrick stopped talking. John was ready to fight for honor and wealth. As he planned, the man punched right in the face, hoping to force his opponent to make a move and win. Everyone who witnessed this duel was simply amazed at the power that the queen's warrior possessed. Some of the vampire's teeth had been knocked out, and he grinned at the fact that his opponent had a very hard punch. But Hound, the vampire who used to be the monarch, didn't budge. Now it was his turn to strike. John was truly terrified, for he didn't expect it to get to the point where the bloodsucker would attack him. Belbrick's blow was so strong that even the mightiest warrior couldn't withstand it. The referee announced that John Byron was down, which indicated that he would not be the winner. So the winner was obvious. Hound won this duel unequivocally. Ariel and her companions looked at it all with open mouths, for exactly what they had feared had happened. Patrick was tense, but the queen wasn't too worried because she knew they only had to win once. She was sure the other winners of the honorable fist duels would do better, so she suggested waiting for them. The second participant was Bruno White, whose name was Nicholas. He ran around knocking his opponent down with just one punch. The vampire took stock of the fact that this challenger definitely looked stronger than his predecessor. Nicholas was sure that the duel was not only about strength. He knew that if he targeted his opponent's weaknesses and sowed panic, he would be able to move him. Therefore, the man immediately pounced on his vulnerable spots, which were located in the temple area. The blow was so hard that the bloodsucker's head snapped back. He seemed to pass out, which wouldn't be surprising. Except even that kind of strength didn't move Belbrick. Everyone was shocked that the vampire was standing still. They were afraid that none of the challengers could win the duel. Opening his mouth in surprise, the judge was not immediately able to announce his verdict. Although Hound's head dangled listlessly, he withstood the blow and didn't take, not a single step. Nicholas was outraged. He didn't understand how his opponent withstood his attack if his back arched. Humans couldn't do that. As it was, the rules stated that you had to make a move to lose, and the vampire didn't make one, so there was no mistake. It was unfair, and Nicholas could not accept this turn of events. However, he had no choice. The fight continued, and now it was the vampire's turn to strike. Belbrick's fist slammed so hard into his opponent's body that he literally folded in half. He had been thrown as far back as his predecessor. It was unclear if Nicholas had survived the attack. A sharp gasp was heard from the crowd, and someone said the man was dead. The third representative was the Duke of Rambler's eldest son, whose name was Joseph. This guy was convinced that the most important thing in a fight was to know your opponent. He stated that he had analyzed the vampire's patterns and habits in previous fights. So sure now was he that he had discovered Hound's vulnerable trait. The bloodsucker asked without the slightest interest as to what was his weakness. Nodding his head toward Belbrick's manhood, Joseph laughed loudly. However, even this knowledge did not save him from imminent defeat. Audrey, Rene, and Ariel could only watch in silence as the third corpse was carried out of the shade of the tree. Looking at all this, the captain's daughter couldn't believe that the queen had let so many people die, jeopardized their future, and all because of her own pride. Ariel said they only had hope left for the last representative. According to the girl they knew him, Audrey shifted her gaze to her and asked who they were talking about. When the queen called Gunther's name, the vampire was extremely surprised. He even asked again to make sure he got it right. Olivia said that it was the corpse knight that was her last representative. Belbrick remarked that he couldn't approve of that, since the knight's head belonged to him. But the woman reminded her uncle that he only owned a smaller part of Gunther. And here they had the rest of his body. Roughly speaking, they owned most of the warrior. Grinning, Olivia said that if she lost the battle for the royal name, she would definitely give Gunther's head to the winner. Noticing the uncertainty on her uncle's face, she asked if he was afraid of losing his honor. Instead of answering, the vampire smiled broadly, making it clear that there was no way he was giving up his position. When our hero was told of his participation in an honorable fist duel, he was, to say the least, displeased. Rising from Ariel, the knight had slowly come to his senses and was now extremely unhappy that the vampire had not been killed because of the queen's scheming. And he also really resented the fact that he was a bargaining chip in this whole power game. At that moment, Olivia entered the room, saying in a haughty tone that was very honorable. She said he had the honor of knowing noble pain. But of course, in her opinion, someone like Gunther could not understand it, for he had lived too insignificant a life. Grinning, the corpse knight said he wouldn't even try to understand what the Maris, who hardly knew anything about pain, meant. Gunther wanted to refuse to take part, but Olivia said that if he fought fair at her side, Captain Rainer's execution would be cancelled. There was hope in Audrey's eyes. She began to thank the generous ruler, but so only nodded her head and mouthed that the duel would be held at sunset. Such a kind act raised even more questions for Gunther, for he realized the queen would not do anything for nothing. As soon as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the ground, the city wall was bustling with people. Gunther put his arm back in place, which felt very strange and unfamiliar this time. Ariel explained that this limb was designed to swing as wide as possible, but she asked the man to be careful, for this limb was created in a hurry, which meant it was short-lived, according to the girl. The strange color explained by the fact that it was sewn from the hands of Captain Welf and other knights. This news did not please Gunther, for before he did not know what his limbs were made of, but now he was aware that he was wearing other people's flesh. He felt very sick with all these realizations, but there was no time for that, for the battle was to begin very soon. Ariel crouched beside him as she began to have what looked like a panic attack. She said that once the warrior had mentioned that the most important thing to him was his own life. And that was fine, because now his body was woven with death and the sacrifices of others, all so that he could continue to function. Looking at the situation from this angle, our hero realized that perhaps the girl's words made sense. There was a little more confidence in him now, for he felt he had to avenge all these people who had sacrificed their lives in health. As the sun set, the weather turned bad and the water surface became choppy. Gunther and Belbrick met on the bridge for one last honorable duel, which was approved by both sides. The vampire's face expressed no emotion, but inside himself he was nervous, for he had not expected to face such an opponent. Then he smiled, however, and realized that he should have expected something like this from silly Olivia. He convinced himself that everything that had happened was going according to his plan. And of course, Belbrick made sure that his joints could fall out at any moment, his upper body could fly away, but his lower body would remain stationary. This meant that Gunther had no chance of defeating him. Emboldened, the vampire decided he would love to watch the corpse knight lose to him. Such would be his revenge for what his father had done to him. But this was no time to gloat, for the judge had announced that the duel acceptor could attack first. When the vampire realized the power he would have to face, he doubted he would have the strength to withstand it all. All his brilliant plans crumbled as quickly as his opponent's fist approached. The force of Gunther's blow was so incredible that his enemy's head broke away from the rest of his body. Looking at the referee, our hero mouthed the obvious fact: he had blown Belbrick's head off. He wondered if that had secured his victory. For a few seconds, the man simply remained silent, not knowing what to say, but then he found that the rest of the vampire's body hadn't moved a single step, which meant that the blow hadn't affected the duel in any way. This decision so angered the corpse knight that he nearly told the judge everything he thought of his decision. While they were talking, they didn't immediately notice that something new began to appear in place of the monster's head. The ugly face looked at Gunther and angrily muttered that the enemy was close to victory, but now it was his turn, which meant it would soon be over. Clenching his fist, the bloodsucker thought only that his dear niece had made a huge mistake when she agreed to the duel. Now he was more certain than ever that no one could defeat him. On the eve of the battle, when Gunther's body was assembled like a constructor, it was also well strengthened. At first, the warrior didn't understand why they were digging into his throat, but then Ariel explained that the inside of his mouth was reinforced with steel so that his head could withstand the blow. Grumbling unhappily, the knight said he felt dirty after all that manipulation. Looking him straight in the eyes, Ariel mouthed that he wouldn't last long. In her opinion, the fight might be over sooner than he thought, hence the need to win as soon as possible. Now it was time to test how well his body had been worked on and how long it could last. When the head of the corpse knight stayed where it was, instead of flying off directly into the ocean, the vampire was amazed, for he clearly hadn't expected anything like this. Gunther didn't budge a step, so now it was his turn to strike again. And he was very happy about it, for it was evident on his face that everything was working out just the way he wanted it to. The warrior's blow was again so powerful that Belbric's head did not stay in place. She flew back a few meters, leaving only a trail of blood behind her. This time he didn't hold back and almost took a step, but he regained his balance at the last moment. Now his victory was in doubt. When the bloodsucker noticed it, he was simply furious. It was hard for him to believe that someone had managed to disrupt his perfect plan. Anger had consumed his mind, and now he didn't care about the duel. All he wanted was revenge on the one who had humiliated him. This time, his strike was far more crushing than all the previous ones combined. However, Gunther stood firmly on his feet and did not move an inch. The queen watched the battle tensely. Her servant reminded her that this was the last acceptor. One wondered if he could bring them victory. Nervously nibbling her fingers, Olivia ignored the question, because for the first time in her life she didn't know what to say. Gunther's punches were already standard. He punches, his opponent's head flies off, and so on in a circle. Except Belbrick was finding it harder and harder to take it all in each time. As his head regenerated, he thought about the situation taking a very dangerous turn, for the knight was much stronger than one would think. It was clear that if one continued like this, one could really go to the other side of the world. But the only thing worse than that was that he would lose, and everyone would see it, including his dear niece. Belbrick could not accept the fact that he, a royal personage, could lose out to some chattel who shouldn't even be standing next to him. Clenching his teeth in anger, he decided he would do anything he could to avoid disgracing his noble name. With wild fear in his eyes, the bloodsucker began to repeat that only he had a chance to become king. Only he could command all these people. But these words did not have the proper effect. On the contrary, they only caused a grin to appear on his opponent's face. Except that Gunther wasn't happy either. As he coughed and shards of the metal plate that had been used to cover his mouth began to fall out of his mouth. The vampire continued his tantrum, telling him that his father had taken away his chance to sit on the throne. He hadn't just punished Belbrick, he had taught him a terrible lesson. The red arms began to spread apart, revealing the vampire's real body. After a second, one could see his torso, except that the two arms were missing, all because the current king had cut them off. Gunther almost recoiled when he saw this picture. He realized that the royal family was not just cruel, it was truly insane. Sizzling with anger, Belbrick said he would prove to anyone and everyone that he could never be defeated. When he attacked the corpse knight again, the corpse knight quickly and deftly dodged the blow. His enemy was surprised that he could move so fast and was so flexible. But before he could realize how he did it, Gunther attacked as well, and his strike was much more effective. Seeing the way the knight fought, Ariel was simply amazed at his strength and determination. What to speak of all the other courtiers who hadn't seen anything like this before? The queen was pleased and frightened at the same time. In that moment, she realized that before her was a force to be reckoned with. Such a strong reaction among the audience was caused by the fact that the last attack of our hero literally smashed his opponent, and the latter not just took a step, but literally flew away. After coming to his senses, Belbrick began to say that the whole fight was unfair because his opponent was dodging his fists. Gunther parried, saying that honor was out of the question since the vampire was using subterfuge and attacking from the back. Closing his eyes, the knight informed him that he had had enough of this fight. He had accomplished his mission and was not going to continue this display. The battle had taken away too much of the monster's strength, so now it couldn't even cover its mangled body with its bloody hands. This moment made Belbrick truly nervous, for it had never happened to him before. He realized he couldn't control his blood like he used to. That could only mean one thing. that his heart had been damaged in the impact, for it was the only thing without it that the vampire couldn't control his blood. Panic gripped the monster's body and he felt like he was suffocating. He felt like he was about to die. Grabbing him by the throat, Gunther swung harder, saying that now the real fight was about to begin. Belbrick began to beg him to stop. He began to urge the knight to think about royal honor, and then he said he had another proposal to make. These words only made the man even angrier, so he ordered the monster to shut its mouth quickly. The vampire didn't dare to squeak anymore, especially after seeing the fist that was rapidly approaching his face. Blood spurted from the open wound and stained the bridge red. When it was over, the heiress to the throne came to her senses and remembered that there had been a moment when Gunther had ducked the blow, even though she had asked him not to. She resented that even under threat of death, even at the risk of the end of all living things, the knight had allowed himself to defame the honor of the royal family. The anger was so immense that it betrayed the woman's courage, and she screamed loudly at the one who had finished off the highly ranked vampire a second ago. But then her servant decided to intervene, asking in a strange tone if she hadn't seen how things really were. The man reported that he did not see their acceptor dodge. Rather, he took the blow and steadied himself before swinging around and knocking the vampire down with a fourth blow. Turning his head to the rest of the audience, he gave them a frown and asked if everyone had seen what was being discussed. At first, those didn't know what to answer, for they too had noticed how the corpse knight had dodged one of the attacks, but they were smart enough to realize that saying so was not allowed. Glancing over, they reported that it was exactly as the queen's servant had said. Gunther withstood the blow and then knocked out his opponent. To confirm his words, the servant turned to the archivist and asked what exactly the latter had written down. Stammering, he quickly tore out the sheet and recounted the same words as the courtiers, only in a more clever wording. Grinning, the man said that if everyone was talking about what he noticed too, then it was the truth. Eventually, the queen fell silent and asked uncertainly, "Did that mean she had won the duel?" Patrick said solemnly that that was exactly what happened. Her eyes widened and her heart began to beat joyfully in her chest. She had finally defeated her uncle. She laughed out loud, forgetting all the rules of decorum and royal protocols. For the first time in her life, she felt such relief and joy. Along with her subjects, she laughed and cheered, savoring this moment of her own triumph. Everyone was praising the queen and shouting about how majestic she was, everyone except Ariel, who was disgusted to breathe the same air with a person who was willing to sacrifice them all. Meanwhile, Gunther was still finishing off Belbrick, who hadn't died and was very reluctant to do so. He begged the knight to stop beating him, pressed for pity, asking if the man didn't feel sorry for his defenseless enemy who was missing limbs. Gunther paused for a moment and said he could beat the rascal for as long as he wanted, and he planned to do so until dawn. Belbrick then decided to once again make it known that he had a proposal. When his opponent was unwilling to listen to anything, he shouted the name Julius before the knight's fist collided with his face. The blow didn't follow, and the vampire opened his eyes incredulously. Gunther repeated the name interestedly. The monster clarified that it belonged to the last pureblood vampire. Belbrick was aware that people were looking for him, so he promised to take him to him if his life was safe. Noticing Gunther's hesitation, he added that there would be no need to kill the other vampires, for if Julius was eliminated, they would all die with him. Laughing, he said that then the people would defeat their hated enemies. But our hero was not stupid. He realized that this creature could not be trusted, because if his master died, he would also die, so there was no point in taking him to Julius. The battered monster was outraged that someone had dared to mock the vampire's promise. Especially, he had promised Julius to bring an immortal knight to him, so Belbrick was obligated to fulfill that vow. And he wasn't going to think about the consequences, because he'd already lost too much. So the monster muttered that the knight could turn this situation to his advantage. Well, the offer was indeed tempting, except that Gunther said he needed some time to think about it to make a decision, after which he took another swing. When his fist touched his opponent's face, he squealed and said that a real monster was standing in front of him. In the dilapidated Wajal, a dawn has broken that could mean a new beginning for the city. Ariel was extremely surprised when she heard the news that Gunther had kept the vampire alive, in exchange for which he was to escort them to Julius. Nodding his head irritably, Belbrick said that he would only go with the immortal knight. He then reminded him that he was royalty, and if he was now being held captive, he should be treated with courtesy and released from his shackles. Gunther stepped forward and said that all Belbrick had was an honorable title and a long tongue, So all he was going to get was a few more punches in the face. Seeing the warrior's fist so familiar, the bloodsucker immediately shut up and stopped shaking his rights. Ariel was more composed and diplomatic, so she explained that they couldn't trust the monster, and without the shackles, controlling it would be impossible. She also added that they were having trouble understanding the nature of vampire promises, saying that they had always been held back. But if you killed Julius, Belbrick would die too, which made them question his motives. It was clear that his goal had never been to kill all humans, so it begged the question of why he became a vampire. Looking closely at Ariel, the bloodsucker noticed that she was a very curious girl. He asked if she wanted to know his story. When she nodded, Belbrick laughed loudly and said that the royal family had too many secrets to share them all. This failed joker annoyed Gunther, who was eager to blow his head off once more. But the vampire once again made his promise to bring the boys to Julius if nothing threatened his life. The terrible events had changed Wajal greatly. Everything about him was a reminder of how many people had died because of the monster. Gunther and his friends left the room where Belbrick was being held. Ariel said they couldn't trust him, but if he did help them get to Julius, things would work out in their favor. While the girl was talking about what they needed to prepare for their journey, she noticed that her nose was bleeding. Looking at her bloody fingers, she realized that this phenomenon was very strange, and she hadn't had anything like this before. While Gunther was making plans to kill Julius and end the war, Ariel fainted after accidentally disconnecting the power cable from herself. This sharp jolt was felt by the warrior. Turning his head, he realized that something wrong was happening. Rene also ran up to the brunette who was lying unconscious in the middle of the hallway. No one understood what had happened to her. Her name was called, but Ariel gave no sign of life. Her breathing was barely perceptible, and her pulse was barely palpable. The girl was taken to the hospital wing. Masked staff immediately told of her high fever. They also ordered her to undress to allow more access to oxygen, because the patient's breathing had become too rapid. Gunther watched all this in shock and tried to understand why Ariel suddenly became so bad. If a couple minutes ago she felt fine, upon seeing her body the man froze in place. It was all covered in wounds and welts. But on top of that, there were many different devices on her back. He was approached by Rene, who explained that Ariel's body had been enhanced, with numerous drugs and potions injected into her system. He also said that her body had many mechanical devices to detoxify and control the poisons that produce the drugs. Except these devices have distorted her intestines, so now she can only eat prescribed foods and soups. Closing his eyes in surprise, Gunther said that they were all lucky to be alive. It must have been very hard for Ariel to live with the realization that she alone had managed to survive all the interventions. Rene's face turned sullen. He said he had been up all night fighting her body that didn't want to live. Our hero asked why his power source had lost consciousness, and if there was any chance of recovery. He was told that so far all they understood was that she had a high fever. The captain picked up on the fact that Gunther was starting to care about Ariel, even though he was most likely the cause of what happened to her. These words angered the callous warrior. The man said he was worried about himself, for he could have died along with the girl. But Rene was old and wise enough to learn to read between the lines. After a while, the masked doctors reported that Ariel's breathing had returned to normal, but they were unable to determine the cause of her illness, so they could only observe her condition.
Gunther found it very strange that she was unconscious but not receiving any energy at all.
Pointing to his hand, he reminded her that it was still connected to him, and it would make sense if it recharged a little from him. Grinning, the captain said that was what the night was all about. After all, he was trying to recharge her, even though the girl wasn't even awake. Shrugging his shoulders, Gunther muttered that he couldn't just sit and wait. Rene said there was no way to recharge it, because power was only produced at 100% when the device was in a steady state of motion. If one moved vigorously or got sick, energy production would be greatly reduced or even limited. It meant that the knight couldn't produce enough energy right now. Nodding his head, the captain said he did, however, he could maintain some power so he shouldn't break the connection. After all, that's the only thing that will help him conserve his remaining energy. However, there were no guarantees, for if Ariel got worse, she might not be able to tap into the energy, let alone conserve the one available. Hearing this, Gunther realized that there was a chance that he would die a slow death. It was much worse than fighting vampires. Rene was in complete agreement with that, but he also realized that they definitely couldn't go to Julius in this state. For now, the captain has decided to find a temporary solution to defend the city. It may be necessary to mobilize everyone who can hold a weapon. Hearing this made the warrior uncomfortable that this was the first time he had been sidelined. The sun was already setting over the horizon, coloring the world in golden tones. And our hero all the while sat beside Ariel, who never regained consciousness. Glancing at his hand for the 100th time that day, he realized he had less than an hour of energy left. He shifted his gaze to the girl, whose face was restless and red with fever. It was unclear which of the two of them was worse. For some reason, there was an urge inside Gunther to wipe her sweat. It was something new and strange, and he put it down to irritation. As he touched her skin with the damp cloth, the man noticed for the first time how small her face was. Her nose and lips were so tiny they seemed to belong to a doll, not a person. After that, Gunther took her palm in his and realized that Ariel's hand was also tiny. He didn't understand how you could endure pain that literally rips your flesh apart in this tiny body. There was only one question in the man's mind. Why does she put up with this, and what helps her not give up? Suddenly, the door swung open and Audrey entered the room, bringing a bucket of water so Gunther could wash and clean himself up. But when she noticed the corpse knight gently touching Ariel's hand, she froze in the passage. Gunther also froze, for it seemed that he had been caught doing something forbidden, though it was not so at all. Closing her eyes so as not to see too much, Audrey apologized for coming unannounced. Mentioning that the basin of water would be at the door, she hurried out. It was as if she didn't hear what the man was telling her about things not being what they seemed, for she wished the boys a good time lastly. This phrase made Gunther so angry that he shouted with anger, because everything was really not as Rene's daughter might have thought, and now she would spread rumors around the city. The day was replaced by a dark night that enveloped the bustling city and plunged it into a long-awaited silence. Ariel was still unconscious, and Gunther was still wiping sweat from her forehead. Focusing his attention on this action, he realized he was starting to slowly go insane. It was very unusual to see Ariel in such a state, for she had pretended to be so strong all the time, and now she was lying here, barely breathing. Looking at her, memories began to arise in the man's mind of how brave and determined this girl was, how she piously believed in a better future for mankind. She also believed in him, truly and wholeheartedly. The brunette kept talking about how she hoped to see him tomorrow. Lowering his head, our hero closed his eyes and realized something. He too had hoped to see her tomorrow. Morning came, but even it could not chase away the shadows that loomed over the city. Gunther was angry, very angry that Ariel had not woken up, and he had begged her to do so all day yesterday. As he looked at his hand, he realized that his life energy was beginning to plummet. Sadly closing his eyes, Rene said he had no choice, and was obliged to use the last possible resort. Raising his eyes, the knight asked what he was talking about. The captain explained that as of now, Ariel, even with her enhanced body, could not demonstrate her full potential until her energy production was restored. Therefore, he and his subordinates decided that they should mobilize the entire workforce and start developing a new strong man. Those words hurt the knight. He hadn't expected to hear something like that because he thought Ariel was the only option. The girl was put on a stretcher and carried to some place that resembled a crypt. All of this disliked the corpse knight very much, for he was disgusted by the mere thought that the brunette might die. Then he noticed a huge slab that was inscribed with human names from beginning to end. Rene approached the slab, gently running his hand over it. He said that this was the first time the knight was seeing this monument. The old man confirmed the theory that there were unmistakable names written on the stone. They belonged to all those people who had applied for energy worker status but failed. Gunther found it very unfortunate that names that could inspire heroes were shut up in a dusty corner of the basement. Lowering his gaze, the old man frowned and said that things weren't happening at all. Two men ran into the basement and said that the preparation of materials and production for one man on energetic was complete, so it was safe to begin. Our hero was extremely outraged that Ariel had already been written off and right now wanted to sacrifice the life of another human being. Rene took Gunther's displeasure the wrong way and thought he was angry that they had only trained one person, so he said there weren't enough materials for many. But the knight said he was most surprised that there was even one fool who had dared to take such a step. Turning away, Rene admitted that his life had always been worthless, for very often he was unable to make the right decision and act as he should. This time, he decided he had to make every effort to do the right thing and protect his daughter. After looking at all those names, the captain clearly mouthed that he would do what he had to do this time. Therefore, this time, Rene made the decision to become an energizer and save the corpse knight. Gunther couldn't find the right words. It was so amazing that he opened his mouth and just remained silent. If the captain's words were to be believed, the energy production itself didn't take long. He added that even in the event of a power outage, if he became an energy worker, Gunther could live until his head rots. When the knight regained the power of speech, he asked what would happen if the old man failed to become a source of life energy in the end. He said that he didn't even consider that option because he was sure that he could do it. With a wave of his hand, Rene ordered Phase 1 to begin. But before he lay down on the couch, he said Audrey didn't know about his decision. So the man asked Gunther to keep quiet about it too. A few minutes later, our hero paid a visit to Rene and recoiled when he saw him squirming in pain, his body covered in blue veins that pulsed violently. He anxiously asked the doctors what was going on, but they calmly replied that it was the first phase where a special drug was injected into the challenger. But this was not the end. Our hero was told that very soon it would be time for the second phase. Gunther came closer and asked how the old man was feeling. He tried to steady his trembling voice, but it was bad, so when he said he was fine, it was hard to believe. The doctors announced that the chances of success for Phase 1 were exactly 50%. That was a pretty good start. After a little thought, the captain asked how much energy the knight had left. The one replied that there wasn't much energy left, so if he was going to die, he wouldn't hear the farewell speech anymore. Rising on his elbows, the man intended to say something, but Gunther interrupted her, asking her not to say goodbye. But what Rene said was not at all like a will. He admitted that Audrey was not his own daughter. Hearing this, the knight was, to put it mildly, surprised, for he thought he was in for a sad philosophical speech about life and death. The man went on to say that he was betrayed by the mercenaries he spent his life with, and after losing everything, he was left on the streets. But what saddened him most was not that he was penniless, but that he had been betrayed by those he considered family. And then, as Rene sat outside slowly starving to death, everything changed. A small trembling hand held out the last piece of stale bread to him. It was little Audrey who was willing to give her last to a complete stranger. The memory was still very vivid now. A little blonde angel holding out a handful to him and smiling sweetly. Even though Audrey's parents had abandoned her, Rene was grateful to them, for through their terrible act he had met her. The captain never expected to be a father, but his daughter found him on her own and taught him how to be a parent. Gunther listened intently to the story of how, in a cruel and ruthless world, Rene was able to rise again with his Audrey. So now the man hoped that the corporeal knight would be lucky enough to meet the right person to help him heal the wounds of his past. His warm gaze indicated that he was speaking very sincerely. The conversation was interrupted as soon as the doctors entered the room, informing them that preparations for Phase 2 had been completed so they could get down to business. Pointing in the right direction, Gunther was asked to step aside so as not to get in the way. Then there were some strange, unexplained processes that were difficult for an outsider to understand. The only thing that was absolutely certain was that for Rene, the procedure was not going in the most pleasant way. At this time, Audrey stood at the window and wondered where her father had disappeared to, for she had not seen him for a whole day. Only the worst thoughts popped into her head, though she tried to chase them away. Gunther had already been hooked up to the Rene. He sat anxiously waiting to see if the charge would go. Looking at the fact that his energy was gone and no new energy was coming in, he realized that his hopes were empty. Resting his head back in his chair, our hero withdrew into oblivion. Some time passed and a new name was carved on the graphite slab that was painfully familiar to every resident of Wajal. That name belonged to Captain Rene, a dear father, friend, and protector of the city, who was not afraid to sacrifice himself. He remained as an energizer for 12 days, 5 hours and 4 minutes, after which he was wrapped in a burial shroud. The Energizer's production was documented as a failure, even though Rene had given the knight energy that was enough for 12 days. When Gunther saw that his body began to charge, he first rejoiced because he thought that a miracle had happened, but it was not so. It was not something supernatural at all. Everything worked only because the captain possessed an indomitable will. Another miracle was that on the 11th night, Ariel came to her senses. For the first time in a long time, her eyes opened and consciousness slowly began to return to her. Even though her body was very weak, this girl showed herself to be a real fighter, for she picked herself up and started producing energy the very next day. Rumor had it that Rene's health took a sharp decline as soon as he saw Ariel awake. Perhaps the man was relieved and thought he could retire. But most of all, everyone remembers his words that he said just before he died. Taking his named daughter by the hand, The man mouthed that he had learned during the period of his life what torment was, except that even in such a ruthless world, a small hope came to him, which gave him a solid piece of bread and became the meaning of life. For this, he was very grateful to his little girl, who made his life completely different and filled it with joy and love. As Rene closed his eyes, a memory came to his mind of the first time he held his child's hand. He knew what happiness was, and now he was not afraid to leave the world of the living. For there, in oblivion, the old man could finally find peace and live in his memories of how happy he was raising Audrey. Images of her helping him wash his hair when he was sick came to life in his mind, or how she fell in love for the first time and brought her boyfriend home. Then Rene wanted to kill that kid, but for his daughter's sake pretended he was happy to meet the young man. Sinking deeper and deeper into the events of bygone days, Rene let a tear fall and withdrew into another world. Now Audrey will have to learn to live without her nearest and dearest person, the one she called and considered her real father. As long as Rene was alive, the girl didn't shed a tear. She supported her father's choice and was proud that he had helped Gunther hold out until Ariel woke up. But after he died, her neighbors said that for days on end, a low, pitiful moan echoed from the house where Audrey lived that was heartbreaking. Morning came, but the new day did not help to forget the accumulated sorrow. While Ariel was engrossed in her book, Gunther stood against the wall and waited for the recharge to finish. To break the lingering silence, the man asked if they were really setting out to kill Julius as early as tomorrow. Without taking her eyes off the book, Ariel said only that too much had happened recently. The corpse knight remembered that Belbrick said they could reach the highborn vampire's location in a few days. After this, the battle with the vampires should be over once and for all, but the strange thing was that Gunther felt unconcerned. Not knowing what to say to that, the girl ducked into her book and remained silent. She seemed to want to pull away from the knight. Noticing this, our hero said he was very sorry for Rene's death, to which Ariel said confidently that the captain was resolute and had done the right thing. It was hard to disagree, so the man nodded his head and continued charging in silence. After a few minutes, Gunther ventured to say that he was glad to see Ariel's face, even though it was excessively somber now. When she met his eyes, he smiled slightly and asked her next time not to bust her ass so hard. Ariel's face was no longer frowning. She said nothing, but her smile was more eloquent than any words. Evening came, a time when gloomy thoughts attacked more than usual. Gunther sat in his now familiar spot by the bed of his power source and pondered while he recharged. The door of the room was open, so he noticed immediately when some shadow loomed in the opening. Someone clearly didn't want to be discovered in this place. What a shame it had already happened. As soon as an uninvited guest wanted to enter their room, Gunther made him welcome by introducing him to his dagger. Recognizing the one before him, the corpse knight asked why the queen's henchmen had come running to them at this hour. Patrick didn't tense up at all at the proximity of the weapon, but immediately stated that he wasn't here on the queen's orders. First, he expressed his sympathy for Rene, for he was indebted to the captain too, for his work. For some reason, Gunther didn't believe a single word that came out of the queen's mouth or her cronies. Our hero picked up on the fact that Patrick was different when Olivia wasn't around. He hummed and said that environment makes people. He also reported that they were marching against Julius tomorrow, but there was a man who wanted to see Gunther very much before that. Frowning, the warrior said that in that case, Ariel should be woken up, since she was part of his team. But Patrick objected sharply and informed him that the warrior should be alone. The disgruntled knight said he could only function for 2 hours without power, so his power source should be nearby in case of a sudden encounter with a vampire. He was only willing to go if meeting a stranger was more important than all of humanity. After a little thought, Patrick reported that that was exactly what happened. According to the royal acolyte, the man seeking a meeting with Gunther was more important than anything else in the world. After all, the one who was called the King of Kings and the forefather of humanity wanted to talk to Gunther. Also, this mysterious man could tell the truth about what happened between vampires and humans. So now the corpse knight had a few strategies. Either go to the stranger and learn all the secrets, or show how unworthy he was. Of course, we had to go down to some secret dungeon, because you can't talk in one of the rooms. Walking down the narrow passage, our hero thought about who this King of Kings was, and how many rulers there were, since this one ruled them all. Patrick said that this man was different from all the others, for he was a true king who leads humanity. There was a kind of morbid worship in the man's voice for this monarch, who in his opinion was the very truth, who had awakened the order of things and divine providence. And then Gunnar finally realized that they were talking about the king, not the queen, which meant they weren't going to Olivia. Hearing those words, Patrick hummed and wondered if the heir to the throne looked like someone who could lead a crowd. Now the knight realized that he was not just a servant of a spoiled girl, but a real double agent. Grinning, the man said he would take those words as a compliment. Meanwhile, they had already managed to descend into the underground tunnels. But Gunther saw far from the abandoned catacombs he had expected. There was an entire underground city beneath Wajal. The knight's mind immediately recalled the memory of the Titan destroying the city and the strange network of underground tunnels that seemed to lead here. Handing Gunther a torch, Patrick announced that they were in the deepest and widest structure in history. No other such existed. He said that the central square of the underground city was made of expensive marble and onyx and inlaid with precious stones. Although the air underground was not fresh, the city was supplied with a supply of drinking water, and there were rooms that could easily house hundreds of servants and valets. It was a revelation to Gunther that originally the town of Wajal was created to serve this place. Patrick said that kings of past eras used to descend here before they died. According to legend, eternal life could be found here. So now they were in the paradise of kings. After looking around the huge dungeon with a skeptical eye, Gunther said he had difficulty understanding the phrase about eternal life. The servant asked him to come closer. Our hero gingerly began to walk forward, scrutinizing every corner. They walked through beautiful corridors that were lined with expensive carpets. Everything here screamed luxury and wealth. On the walls hung strange paintings in golden frames, except that instead of images of rulers, there were bloody streaks. Then the guys came to a very strange place that looked more like a location used for executions. Patrick said that this was the place where that particular pureblood vampire named Julius was bound. This creature could live by drinking human blood, it could burn alive in the sun, and it only died when its heart was completely destroyed. These were the kind of creatures that were the vampires that have been keeping humans down for years. For them, blood is the will and source of vitality. However, the pureblood vampires that existed from the beginning were different. They didn't need blood to sustain their own lives. These creatures could feed on nothing but continue to live for ages. They were noble and great, like mythical creations. Patrick reported that they were able to learn one amazing fact about pureblood vampires. If human blood was a source of life force for other vampires, so the blood of a pureblood vampire was healing for humans. Vampire blood could bring back lost youth and even life to people. Gunther didn't expect to hear something like that, because he didn't realize it could work both ways. Thus, if the words of this man are to be believed, one can gain eternal life by drinking what was mentioned earlier. Our hero guessed that the people who were in this underground city lived by drinking the blood of a pureblood vampire. Nodding his head, the servant said it was only for a select few. However, since the blood of such a creature was like a mirage, when it left the host's body, it would almost immediately vaporize. That is why fresh blood is needed, which can be obtained immediately at any moment. Julius was tied up in the exact spot they had passed a few minutes ago. He did not regain consciousness as the axe kept swinging and kept chopping off his head. The fluid flowing from his body filled special reservoirs. Thus, he provided his blood to humans for 950 years. Opening his mouth in surprise, Gunther said he didn't even know who to call a monster, a vampire who didn't even need to drink blood, or those who had been killing him for almost 1,000 years. Ignoring these words, Patrick said that because of this, humanity was able to achieve the greatest age of prosperity. With the final consolidation of the Great Hound royal dynasty's influence and participation in all politics and governance, the Land Kings could descend here before they died. Here they were evaluated by the underground kings, who determined how righteous their lives had been and whether they had been able to make the kingdom richer. Thus, all kings had to make an effort to create a great kingdom, and the one who made this system possible was the first king of that kingdom. He was called the head of all kings, and it was the same Mr. Hound. However, the phrases about a great kingdom made the corpse knight laugh, for from what he had seen earlier, the entire Hound dynasty was out of their minds. Gunther was interested in what was the main mistake of these rulers. After all, did not people begin to exterminate just because they stumbled? It was, according to Patrick, 41 years ago. One man had an incident. He released the imprisoned Julius and escaped with him. With a sigh, the corpse knight said that at least someone in this place had a conscience. These words angered the servant because, in his opinion, the humanity had been greatly damaged. For as soon as the pureblood vampire disappeared, the underground kingdom began to crumble. Once the source of life force for eternal life ran out, It was as if decades were immediately returned to the people who inhabited the place. And then they began to die in agony, taking on an ugly appearance. One by one, they were sent to the other world. Gunther guessed that for several minutes he had been looking not at an ugly statue made by an aspiring sculptor, but at a real corpse of royalty. Lighting up the hall, Patrick began to walk past the vast number of corpses that had died due to lack of blood. Approaching the one who had previously ruled the empire, the servant said that it was Prow's hound, who had recently gone to the other world. However, there was one last hope left, the one who had dedicated all of himself to humanity for 1,000 years, the true King of Kings. Mr. Hound was still alive, and it was to him that Patrick brought Gunther. It's time to come face to face with the true history of humanity. The knight's eyes widened in surprise when a voice called his name from the room. The room reeked of old age, dust, and burnt candles. No wonder, as everything in the room was littered with books and manuscripts. Apparently the king documented events, preserving them in history. Without taking his eyes off the parchment he was writing on, the Lord said that he had been watching over Gunther since long ago. For he was curious to know the fate of one who, though alive, could not live, though dead could not die. The King of Kings had a rather intimidating look when he said that he would always watch over someone who was on the border of life and death. Laughing loudly, the creature welcomed the long-awaited guest into its court. By nature, our hero was very straightforward, so he didn't even try to hold back the comment about the former ruler looking terrible. After seriously examining the warrior, the king said he could say exactly the same words about him. Gunther wondered how long the king had been watching him, for it seemed he had nothing better to do than to do something like this. According to the former ruler, he wrote about everyone's life, who was born when, who grew up to be. These books kept information about all people, telling what kind of life a person lived and how he or she left this world. In all of this was its power, for here was gathered the knowledge of the entire kingdom. Rolling his eyes, Gunther thought he was talking to some perverted know-it-all, wondering why he had called him. Instead of answering, the former ruler turned away and reached for one of the books that lay nearby. According to him, it contained the story of the whole life of Isabella Hound. This girl was one who could have been a great queen, but refused the throne. And after Julius was released, they disappeared together. Thus, the book was left in the position of unfinished. To finish it was one of the long-standing goals of the King of Kings. So now he asked Gunther that when he met Julius, he should ask about the promise he had made to Isabella, that she had decided to condemn all men to death. But our hero thought it was understandable why Julius wanted to exterminate the humans, for it was they who held him captive and cut off his head for 1,000 years. For the King of Kings, it was much simpler, for he believed that hatred was a purely human emotion that was not familiar to pureblood vampires. So he was sure that Julius only wanted to kill all the people because he had made some sort of promise to Isabella that he couldn't break. Earlier, the immortal ruler had stated that the heiress had given up eternity in the throne. She had whispered to the vampire what she wished for. But compared to that story was an even more curious one, the choice Gunther would make at the last, decisive moment. Our hero listened attentively to the decrepit old man's musings about whether he would choose life or death, whether he would retain his humanity or become a monster. He was interested in what he would write on the last page of the story of the corpulent knight Gunther. So the ruler was looking forward to finding out how it would end. Listening to all this, the knight realized one thing. This creature, which was once a human, considered humans only characters in his books, not living beings. Morning came, but even that did not erase the memory of the night's events. Looking at his hand, Gunther saw that the vitality meter was filled to the maximum. Putting on his armor, our hero determinedly set out on their current trek to the lair of the main enemy, whose name was Julius. Knight was on a recharge for now, Ariel walking beside him and talking about how they were finally going to do what they had talked about for so long. He asked if the girl was well rested before the hike. She nodded her head in bewilderment. Then Gunther added that she snored like a locomotive. Deciding not to comment on the phrase, the brunette said that as long as they moved with Bellbrick Hound, Julius wouldn't be able to know their location. So once they leave Wajal, they need to move very fast so that the enemies don't suspect anything. Honestly, Gunther thought they were up to a risky game, but the girl mumbled that it was better than setting up a straight-up battlefield in Valhalla. Nodding his head affirmatively, the knight walked forward. Ariel matched his steps and they began to cross the bridge together. The boys were almost out on the path when someone called out to them. It was Audrey who waved hello and announced that they too had finished training and would be moving out now. The first thing Gunther noticed was that she had cut her long curly hair. The man said the new hairstyle suited her. The blonde laughed and thanked her. The warrior asked where Belbrick was, and as he approached the wagon, the blonde said that since he wasn't allowed to be in the sun, he was inside it. Soon the vampire raised his voice and informed him that he should be given this special treatment, as he was a member of the royal family. Gunther rolled his eyes and said that if that bloodsucker didn't stop talking so much, he was going to give him a couple punches. Seeing the corpse knight's fist through the bars, Belbrick immediately shut up, for he didn't want to invite trouble. After a few minutes, the helpers reported that the wagon was all ready and they could depart. A few wagons moved from the site and set off on their mission. Looking into the distance, our hero thought about what had happened to him lately. He was reminded of the King of Kings' words about whether he would choose life or death, remain human or become a monster. The extent to which that decrepit old man was obsessed with other people's stories was a little frightening. Pushing these thoughts away, Gunther quickly headed towards the wagon. He didn't want to clutter his head with these strange musings. The departing carriages were closely watched by those who helped load them. They mentally wished good luck to their comrades. Atop the city wall stood Olivia Hound. She was extremely scowling and irritated. Then she turned on her heels and strode away, as if she were disgusted by the mere thought that these people might return. Julius, meanwhile, sat quietly in his house and ate breakfast with what was poured in a glass. Its contents might make impressionable people uncomfortable. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the peace, for he did not yet know that very soon this peace would be taken away from him. Gunther and Ariel were on their way. It wouldn't be long before the vampire and the corpse knight would face off in a duel to the death. The wagons were rushing at full speed, stopping only to give the horses some rest. At this point, from their location to Julius' location was 528 kilometers away. Based on Gunther's calculations, if they can pass 450 kilometers every day like this, then in about a month we'll decide who will survive and who will die. Except that our hero was afraid of the fact that Julius already knew that they were coming to him. Belbrick heard this and laughed out loud, for in his opinion, it wasn't worth applying human common sense to a pureblood vampire. The former Hound's heir said Julius was always where they were going. He came out infrequently. The last time was when he committed the assassination of the king. Gunther assumed that this place must be amazing since the ancient creature was lodged there. But it wasn't like that. There was nothing beautiful there. All that kept Julius in one place was Isabella Hound's grave. It was clear that this was the same Isabella the King of Kings had spoken of, the one who had helped the vampire free himself from his imprisonment. He was distracted from these thoughts by the touch of Ariel's body. Turning his head, the knight saw that she had fallen asleep, leaning on his torso. Cuddling the girl to make her more comfortable, Gunther realized that she needed to take better care of her body since she was so tired that she fell asleep even under these conditions. They rode quietly until the knight heard a surprised cry. It was Audrey pointing her finger directly toward Ariel, who was lying in Gunther's arms. The man got angry and started saying there was nothing wrong with it. He was just holding the girl down so she wouldn't fall in her sleep. But it was clear from Audrey's face that she didn't believe a word of it. At that moment, the horses gave a loud neigh and reared up. Rene's daughter flew backward and hit her back painfully on the floor of the wagon. She saw that despite how much the carriage bounced, Gunther had managed to protect Ariel from any impact. Noticing Audrey's gaze on him, he muttered irritably that he had to protect his only source of power. Jumping out of the carriage, Ariel's first thought was to find out what had caused the horses to rebel. The warrior on horseback reached forward and pointed to a field strewn with bloody corpses. Putting his helmet on, Gunther stepped forward. He pushed the girl back, ordering her to stay safe. Walking through this field, it was clear that not much time had passed since the incident, for the smell of blood was still clearly perceptible. After examining the corpses, the knight concluded that the dead had not been stabbed or bitten. They seemed to have been crushed to death by something. Everyone began to fuss and warn the wagons that were behind to be careful, for no one knew from where the enemy would jump out at them. Someone shouted that they should gather all the bodies, as they might need them when they needed to create limbs for the corpse knight. But it wasn't that simple. In a trembling voice, Audrey turned to Ariel and pointed her finger at something strange. The girls were horrified to find that all the corpses had no hands. A loud laugh came from the wagon where Belbrick was sitting. He said that things were taking an interesting turn, as they had just entered vampire territory. The former monarch said that among the high-ranking vampires were two crazy kids who didn't understand words at all. One of them was named Dennis, and he had no wrists. He was of a foul sort, so Belric didn't want to compare himself to him, but there was simply no denying his skill at killing people. To be honest, Ariel had expected something like this, because she didn't believe that they would get to their destination without any obstacles. Inspecting his human companions through the narrow grating, Belric grinned and wondered how many of them could survive. Vampire instinct helped them realize that they still had another 582 kilometers to go to their destination. It was expected that the road to Julius would not be an easy one, so it was left to speculation as to what would happen during their journey. Audrey suggested moving as quickly as possible and avoiding all-out battles if possible. But the most important thing for them was not to lose the so-called the Black Wagon. It was manufactured in Vahal's lab to make the journey easier. It had a huge number of devices installed, and there was also medicine and other food. But more to the point, the Black Wagon was needed to deliver a new, improved corpse weapon, so its defense was a top priority. However, Gunther disagreed with the part about the top priority, because for him it was Ariel. For a second the girl froze and didn't know what to say, but then she decided that the man meant that she was the source of the energy and nodded her head in agreement. Audrey threw the guys a strange look again, but this time she didn't say anything. The little carriage wasn't that hard to defend, especially considering the fact that it was reinforced with several layers of iron plates. According to Ariel, it was arranged in such a way that impacts of any force would not damage the devices. It looked like it wouldn't be long before they would find out how effective that decision had been, for the men who were walking ahead reported that they were under attack. They scattered in terror in different directions and screamed that the vampires were quite close. Pulling out his sword, Gunther told Ariel to get ready, for they would be performing. Audrey announced to the others that they were moving out. After that, it was chaos. The wagons were overturned with such ease as if they weighed nothing at all, and screams and cries were heard everywhere. Suddenly, some kind of shadow jumped onto the corpse knight. It moved so fast that it was very easy to miss it. Something heavy landed with a thud right in front of his feet, and he didn't immediately realize what kind of creature was in front of him. In the next second, a huge hand appeared in front of him, trying to crush its new victim. This vampire looked extremely strange. Up to halfway, he looked like everyone else, but instead of his lower body, he had a huge arm. The monster stated that he had already managed 30 dismemberments today. He thought he had been very productive, but he wasn't averse to adding a few more to his victims. Looking at the black hair, Gunther concluded that the vampire in front of them was a lower-level vampire, though he looked strong enough. Determined not to delay this monster, our hero grabbed his sword and rushed to attack. They needed to move on and not attract too much attention, which meant dealing with this problem as soon as possible. It was very difficult to dodge the huge hand, for despite its size, it was very agile. The vampire claimed that no matter how hard the enemy tried, it was nearly impossible to destroy the body given by Dennis with human power. However, our hero set out to disprove this theory and prove that vampire heads come off all the same way. This statement greatly surprised his opponent, who clearly did not expect to meet such resistance. The disobedience of the knight made him very angry, and the bloodsucker decided that it was worth it to teach this insolent man a lesson. Except that Gunther was not new to fighting those who thought they were invincible, so this time too, he only rolled his eyes when he heard the threats. But this time it was harder to win than he expected, as he failed to repel another attack. The vampire was very happy because he thought that he was able to defeat the annoying knight so quickly, and now he could add to the list of his victims. He ran enthusiastically towards the wagons, wanting to kill everyone his huge arm could reach. The bloodsucker's joy evaporated very quickly, for Gunther's sword split the air and struck his opponent. Our hero thought he could finish him off for good, but it turned out to be much more difficult. The creature's movements were very unorthodox. It moved freely and quickly. Moreover, the creature's attacks were ferocious, and it was not easy to fend them off. Gunther noticed that the next target of the hand was a black wagon that was trying to be driven as far away as possible, but the monster was catching up to it quickly enough. If the knight wanted to save what was their priority, he had to hurry, for it could be too late. The horses were rushing like crazy. It seemed like just a little more, and they would take off. On the roof of the carriage was mounted a firing rig that could be used to shoot off enemies, which was exactly how the vampire was trying to get away from the chase. When the arrows ran out and there was no way to shoot at the enemy, a great panic came over the warrior. It only intensified when the enemy suddenly disappeared from sight, and then the man felt someone else's presence behind him. Turning his head, the warrior noticed that a huge hand was approaching him, just about to crush all of his insides. But then Gunther slipped between him and the vampire and saved the unfortunate man from a sad fate. Fighting off the attack, the corpse knight scrambled up onto the roof of the wagon and asked the terrified man how many vampires he had counted. The man barely managed to utter that there were about 30 of them. After critically examining the launcher, Gunther asked if the warrior really thought he could kill a vampire with it. Without waiting for an answer, he ordered him to stop doing nonsense and helped him get a metal chain. Meanwhile, the monster had already chosen a new victim, who was shaking with fear, cowering in a corner. Pleas for mercy didn't work. For the very next second, the bloodsucker was enjoying the crunch of bones and the sound of flowing blood. The victim was still twitching when the monster leaned over her and cut off her wrists. Smiling, he stated that this was the 12th pair. But then he shifted and ran to find new goals because he was still a long way from reaching the norm. The monster watched his kin run towards the pathetic humans and shouted that they needed to get as many new wrists as possible. Without stopping for a second, the creepy creatures ran towards the wagons, wanting to smash them and kill those who drove them. The horses moved without respite, trying to drive the black carriage as far away from danger as possible. But this danger had caught up with her, despite her desperate attempts to avoid it. It was lucky that Gunther was nearby and was able to intervene just as the creature rushed to attack. He had been helped to get a metal chain, so now he was well armed and could scare off the enemy. However, there were too many attackers, so it was worth figuring out how to use the chain not only defensively, but also during attacks. Good thing Gunther had a rich imagination, so he was able to incorporate the chain into his techniques, and now the attacks were more effective. He was able to jump up and stay in the air when his opponents attacked him, because the chain allowed him to be more maneuverable. At this point, he had become simply elusive to his enemies, and that couldn't help but make him happy. He began to notice the manner of his opponent's attacks and decided that he needed to wait for the perfect moment to strike back. When Gunther did what he had planned, the vampires had a very hard time because no one liked getting change. Those who were sitting in the black carriage were watching through the narrow window. They were amazed at the way Gunther fought and decided that he was like a monster in battle. These masked guys figured that if it went like this, the corpse knight could easily win. As soon as the man uttered this, a blow was thrown in his direction, which knocked the victim to the ground in an instant. Ariel immediately ran up to him, unable to understand what had happened and how they could have failed to notice the enemy attack. It turned out that the vampires had used a new tactic. They were aiming for the horses to stop the wagon and quietly kill everyone inside. They fired large cobblestones that were lying around. And it should be noted, the tactic was very effective. Gunther realized that if he didn't figure out how to deal with this kind of trickery, they risked being horseless and stuck halfway to their goal. The horses were running very fast, but the arrows were not bad, so the stone flew with great speed straight into the animals. Hoping he would make it in time, our hero rushed forward to kick the stone away. His fist and the cobblestone were within an inch of each other, and one could only wonder how this would end. A moment and blood splattered in different directions, sprinkling the ground. The stone hit right in the bridle. The horses were a little traumatized but alive, except that they were unhitched from the carriage. There was utter chaos all around, animals bellowing, some screaming in pain, but there were no mortally wounded. Except now the wagon stood still and was too vulnerable to the oncoming enemies. Looking inside, Gunther asked if the outfit had survived. Ariel popped forward and said it was fine, but the horses were out of commission. At first, the man said he would quickly harness them again, for it wasn't such a problem. But then he turned around and saw the vampires approaching and realized he didn't have time for horses. Looking up at the steep hill, the knight decided that the carriage would roll perfectly fine on its own under such an incline. When our hero started pushing the wagon to the cliff, those who were inside started shouting loudly and asking what he had come up with. They were afraid that they would just be thrown down. Gunther continued to push the carriage, saying that he was doing exactly what they thought he was doing. He asked them to hold on as tightly as possible. Screaming, Ariel asked the warrior not to make any rash decisions, for they could get hurt. But the corpse knight paid no attention to these cries. He continued to push the wagon down the slope. When the acceleration was strong enough, the man jumped onto the roof and began to roll down with everyone else. Those inside were trying to keep their balance and not fly away. It wasn't as easy as it might seem at first glance. At that moment, Ariel remembered all the prayers she had been taught as a child, hoping that some of it would help save her. The wagon was rolling much faster than Gunther expected. It was impossible to control it, so one could only hope that no one would get hurt. Things got even worse when the Sed showed up ahead and they risked flying right into it. It was clear that it was worth clearing a path, so Gunther jumped off the roof and decided to take matters into his own hands. It was impossible to overtake the carriage and remove the rock, so the warrior decided to change their own trajectory of movements. Everyone inside was afraid that they would crash into a huge stone boulder, but at the last moment, they turned around and managed to avoid the devastating impact. Only minor scratches appeared on the wood that lined the carriage. It was the most harmless thing that could have happened. When the danger was over, everyone breathed a sigh of relief because they didn't even expect it to be over. But it was too early to relax, because another bump sent the carriage and its passengers into free fall. Audrey almost knocked down the employee who was standing next to her. She managed to grab the handrail at the very last moment. Through the latticed window, the girl noticed that they were being carried straight into the abyss, which could only be crossed by a narrow bridge that was difficult to fit into. After briefly considering their situation, Audrey said that the best option to evade the chase was to cross the bridge and then destroy it. It wasn't a bad idea, except that they weren't driving toward the bridge, but straight into the abyss over which it dangled. Gunther jumped out of the carriage, for he realized that they would all perish if their direction was not changed. First, he endeavored to stop the carriage. For this purpose, the man leaned his back against it with all his might and began to hold it in place. The wagon stopped traveling at full speed, but still kept moving, inexorably approaching the cliff. When a couple of centimeters remained between the abyss and the black carriage, Gunther finally managed to stop it completely. It was much harder than our hero expected, for he had not been so tired for a long time. He then grabbed his chain, hooked it over the edge of the carriage, and began dragging it toward the bridge. Everyone who was sitting inside came out and began to help the knight push, for it was much easier to do it together. The guys were already on the bridge when one of the masked guys noticed a whole bunch of monsters running after them. They needed to cross another half of the bridge if they wanted to destroy it and escape these bloodthirsty creatures. Fortunately, they had arrived on the other side in time, so what was left was to drop the suspension bridge and keep the enemies from getting close to them. Ariel shouted to Gunther to be extremely careful, for these vampires were surprisingly fast. But the knight didn't plan to slow down either. He began to deliver quick and crisp blows with his sword directly at the supports that held the structure up. Pretty soon the supports were destroyed, which meant the bridge could not stand either. But only they built it on their conscience, and it was not so easy to destroy it. Although the supports were damaged, the crossing still did not fall into the abyss. Noticing this, Audrey and Ariel started yelling for the warrior to try hitting both the pillars and the ground nearby at the same time. Perhaps it would help finish what they started. Taking a look at the vitality meter, our hero realized that he had very little time left, which meant he had to destroy the bridge in one blow. The vampires were just around the corner, a few more seconds, and they would cross the bridge and be able to attack them. Now Gunther himself panicked, because he realized that their lives hung in the balance. The first vampire lunged at him, but the knight never gave up hope of cutting the bridge and getting rid of all his problems in one fell swoop. Finally, the supports that held up the bridge broke, and what everyone had been waiting for so long was accomplished. The enemies, along with the wooden structure, went where it belonged. The river took into its icy embrace those who liked to feed on other people's blood. When it was finally over, everyone began to run towards Gunther, because it was noticeable how much he was exhausted. It was clear to him and himself that if things had gone on a few minutes longer, he might well have said goodbye to his life. After he uttered this, as if confirming his own words, our hero fainted. Not all vampires died in the falldown, of course. Some were damaged to the point where they could no longer function, but there were some who felt fine. A bright fire erupted around one of the main vampires, all because he let the rays of the sun touch his body, which, by the way, was no longer palm-shaped. It was now plain, fragile, and very vulnerable. His fellows looked similarly distressed, all of them visibly distressed, as they entered the cave and said in a trembling voice that they had brought their master the hands. Dennis stood in the shadows and scrutinized his subordinates. They were fearless vampires who destroyed all living things, but in the presence of their master, they felt like mere targets. He came closer and said in a playfully pitiful voice that his boys were obviously suffering, but then his face became angry because the monster noticed that there were fewer servants. One of the minions lowered his head in fear and began to apologize, saying that they had lost many of their brethren because the monster-like knight had intervened. He also said that because of the losses they suffered, they were unable to meet the day's quota and bring in as many hands as they should have. At first, Dennis smiled, and had the servants not known him, they would have thought their good-natured master would have forgiven them the trouble, but it was not so. The monster roared loudly, saying that even with the perfect bodies he gave his minions, they couldn't accomplish what they were asked to do. The vampire's damaged hands trembled as he apologized to his master, but it didn't help. After all, each of them knew that the responsibility for the unfulfilled norm would have to be repaid with lives. Denise will absorb as many vampires as it takes to fill that very ration. Realizing the hopelessness of his situation, the servant began to cry out in fear and asked only that his heart not be taken away. All the vampires fell to their knees and began begging Dennis for mercy. They promised that next time they would be sure to fill in the share of missing hands and be more responsible in the future. At first, their master did not react to this hysterics. Then he froze for a moment and began to mutter something, as if talking to a small withered hand that hung around his neck. He spoke to her as if she were a living thing that needed attention. Dennis cradled her in what was left of his arms like a small child who was the most precious thing he had. After this monologue, he looked at his subordinates and said that Mr. Wrist would grant them forgiveness this time. The vampire exhaled in relief and began to thank the Lord, speaking, praising his generosity and grace. They realized that a real miracle had happened to them today, for Dennis had not been so kind to his servants before. Ignoring all the thank you speeches, Dennis decided to talk about how many wrists his subordinates should bring him. Looking at the wrists that hung around his neck, Dennis began to whisper something again, as if consulting him. Raising his eyes, he muttered that Mr. Wrist was demanding 10,000 hands for pardoning the servants. Upon hearing this number, everyone was shocked, since there weren't that many people walking through their territory. But it was useless to argue with Dennis. Meanwhile, our heroes were checking the condition of the remaining equipment and examining the people who had been injured during the skirmish with the vampires. Gunther had already recovered and now approached the carriage with Belbrick to ask how long to go to Julius's lair. The latter replied that they had 578 kilometers to go. This news did not please the knight because it turned out that they raised a lot of noise and only traveled 4 kilometers. But, according to Ariel, that was the case because they focused on escaping and protecting the black wagon, which they luckily managed to keep intact. Belbrick was less optimistic. In his opinion, if things continued at this rate, they would be wiped out in 100 kilometers, let alone 500. Laughing, he said that they should all try to get at least the head of a corpse knight to their destination. At that moment, Gunther wanted to break the wagon and drag this impertinent vampire right out into the sunlight. Only the fact that they didn't know the way held him back. After a little thought, our hero admitted that, as frustrating as it was, but Belbrick is right, it would be difficult for them to walk even 100 kilometers. Moreover, they had a huge problem with the horses, for they were too vulnerable to attack. Looking at the animals, which had collapsed on the ground due to extreme fatigue, one could not help but notice that they were too exhausted. In addition to the live but emaciated ones, there were also many dead animals. Looking at them, an idea popped into Audrey's head. She said they could use them as material and then they could handle the wagon themselves. Gunther didn't understand what she was implying, so the girl said that they had the best warrior whose body could be freely transformed into anything else. The suggestion made him a little uncomfortable, but our hero had no other option but to agree. After thinking about what she had heard, Ariel realized that if Gunther became a horse, it would be easier to move. Except there was one more problem. There was very little time for production, to which Audrey responded with the following suggestion. She wanted to launch it now. At first, Ariel didn't even know how to react to such enthusiasm, but then she decided to trust the blonde. After all, she was Rene's daughter. He never failed. Night came and everyone scattered to the wagons to rest after a hard day's work. At this time, the vampires came out to hunt, who by all means had to bring their master 10,000 hands. Their ringleader shouted that they might not return until they brought the right amount of brush. It was a good thing that not all members of the expedition had fallen asleep, and those who saw the creatures approaching started sounding the alarm and waking everyone else up. Ariel ordered them to start moving. Gunther was panicking, for he had been told that all the manipulations on his body would go quickly, but they were still not finished. Audrey tried to reassure him, telling him that they were trying to finish as quickly as possible, but it didn't help much, for the man could see that the enemies were very near. When they had almost reached the wagons, Gunther loudly ordered them to finish with his body immediately and make it fit to take the fight. The vampires were rushing like crazy, for the most important thing for them was to collect 10,000 hands. They didn't care about the obstacles, they only saw people to cut off limbs and bring them to their lord. Gunther had no idea what to do because he still could not move normally, and the monster was already literally flying at him. At the last moment, Audrey announced that the connection was complete, and it was now safe to engage these creatures. The vampire froze abruptly when he saw what was coming at him. He was clearly shocked and didn't know what to do, for in front of him was something he had never seen before. Gunther was not just a monster, he was a real centaur, with the torso of a man and the lower part of a horse. Our hero was very fierce and without hesitation attacked the enemy, who was clearly impressed. Like a horse, the corpse knight began to trample his victim, ignoring her screams. He himself was impressed with this strength he had gotten from the horses. His muscles were much stronger and more enduring than they had been before. Laughing, he decided that he could do whatever he wanted from now on, as the feeling of his own power overwhelmed him. Ariel wanted to shout to him that while they were stacking the cargo, he should cover them and hold off the enemies. But when she turned around, she realized that he was already gone. She was extremely surprised to see how much power the man now possessed. Noticing that everyone around him admired and feared him, Gunther got even more into the spirit and was now completely absorbed in the battle. Pouncing on the enemies, he tried to destroy each of them so that there would be no more chases and raids. He was having extreme fun asking where the daredevils who planned to kill him had gone. Of course, the bloodsuckers had not stopped striving to bring their master the head and hand of this insolent man, but now it was extremely difficult for them to do so. After all, their current enemy was no worse than themselves and possessed amazing power. At one point, the corpse knight got so carried away that he barely had time to stop when Ariel appeared in his path. His sword passed just a couple of centimeters from the girl's neck, but she did not even flinch, because she knew perfectly well that Gunther would not hurt her. Turning back, she was surprised to see the vampires scurrying away screaming. Such a violent reaction surprised even the knight, for he had hoped for a good fight with worthy opponents. Rolling his eyes, he said that there were some lowlifes against them, and one couldn't help but notice that the number of bloodsuckers had greatly decreased. Ariel said that in that case they could sleep well tonight, but no such luck. Among the fleeing vampires with dark hair, the girl noticed a stronger representative with blonde strands. Except that instead of leading the march on the humans, he began attacking his own, tearing their bodies apart with his own hands. As the corpses scattered in the air, he wailed about how 10,000 hands was a lot, but it was still so far from filling the norm. Turning to one of the surviving vampires, Dennis asked if they had decided to make their escape. Before the unfortunate monster could reply, his master's hand suddenly pierced through his body, so that only faint wheezes could come out of the servant's mouth. And since Dennis never got the promised hands, he had to take the hearts of his own minions in return. The head vampire was about to leave the scene, but Gunther stood in his way and blocked his path with his sword. But that didn't really impress Dennis, who clearly wasn't going to be ceremonious with the enemy. His eyes widened only when the blade of the blade headed straight for the eyeball. At that moment, Gunther asked what was the reason for the collection of hands. It was told earlier by Belbrick, according to him. Dennis failed to achieve honor, farmed on the outskirts with many slaves, and became a mad baron. For any disobedience and failure to comply with what he had set forth, he deprived his servants of their hands. Whether it was children or old people, Dennis didn't care at all. He did it to anyone who went against the strict rules. Many people died because of these procedures. Belbrick believed that if he became king, he could prevent this nightmare. That monster Denise fiddled with dried-up baby pens every time. He interacted with them, talking to them, rocking them in his hands and seeming to catch auditory hallucinations, for he pretended to hear the answers to his questions. Even a monster like Belbrick was surprised every time he saw this master of little hands talking to them all the time. After all this talk, Gunther himself was disgusted to fight someone who did such horrors. He wanted to rid the world of such a vile creature. Dennis said he shouldn't touch it, since there were no people around who should have been picking up hands for him. This phrase made the corpse knight extremely angry. After all, no one dares to tell him whether he should strike or retreat. Dennis finally realized that none of the servants would help him, which meant he had to fight alone. The force enveloped the pureblood vampire's body, creating a kind of armor on it that protected any exposed areas. Now he wasn't just Dennis, but an enhanced version of him that was more protected. He announced that he would personally kill his enemy and take away his hands. But these statements only caused Gunther to laugh, because he knew very well that with new powers to harm him would be extremely difficult. This spurred him to rush to attack first, so he didn't hesitate, but immediately swung his fist. It was important to take out the enemy as soon as possible, because the boys needed to continue their journey. But accomplishing this could be much more difficult than anyone thought, for Dennis was gifted with tremendous power that was a force to be reckoned with. Find out who is stronger will help only one, and it is a battle, which could turn out for Gunther either a grand success or a shameful failure. Some time ago, when they were still in Valhalla, Ariel had read a book that said blood was a tool for the will and mind of vampires. Hearing this phrase, the corpse knight guessed that it was like something subliminal to the bloodsuckers. Nodding her head, the girl informed him that this was why it was said that the stronger the inherent will and suffering of vampires, the more powerful the representative himself. She asked what feeling brings the most suffering to a person. After a little thought, Audrey suggested it might be being burned alive. Still alive, Rene said that in his opinion, feeling what you've believed in all your life being destroyed is also horrible. Then he remembered that earlier, when they were traveling, he had happened to hear a horrible scream, not unlike a human's. From his account, it was a terrible howl that seemed to burst forth from the very depths of his heart. That beastly howl was the cry of a mother whose child had had something very terrible happen to her. He had been hit by a wagon, and now she was holding him in her arms and hysterically trying to bring him to his senses, however unsuccessfully. Everyone listened intently to the story, Audrey with empathy, Ariel with scientific interest, and Gunther with mild irritation. Having heard that sound once, Rene remembered it to this day, so he was now almost 100% sure that what the woman was experiencing was the most horrible emotion. The heartache of a parent who witnessed the death of their own child with their own eyes could not be compared to anything else. Once this great shock was also experienced by Dennis, who had to stand and look at the corpse of his young son, on whose chest lay his severed hands. He felt so much pain and anger inside him that it was simply impossible to hold it all inside. He wanted to destroy this whole world that his little boy would now never be able to live in. That was how he became what he was now. Hatred had consumed him, and now there was no road to redemption for him. Gunther was not interested in all this sob story. In front of him was the enemy, which he must destroy, because otherwise will destroy him. All Dennis wanted to do was fill in the share of hands he continued to collect. He realized that he needed to control the force, for if he didn't, he would be destroyed. The corpse knight was extremely focused. He knew that in order to kill his opponent, he needed to find his weak point. So once again he attacked, for to find a weakness, he had to act, not sit in one place. Our hero's blows were so powerful that his enemy did not have time to fight them off. Except no matter how much Gunther hit, no matter how much effort he put in, there wasn't a scratch on the vampire. The anger that burned inside him seemed to protect Dennis's body. He really disliked the realization that he was facing an opponent who had no weaknesses at all. Looking at the one who was absolutely invulnerable, a strange feeling of fear and indecision began to brew inside Gunther. Our hero realized that now he was closer than ever to failure, because from this battle he could well come out a loser. He was distracted from these thoughts by Ariel's shout. She informed him that they had finished packing and could depart, which meant he didn't have to. In this situation, he'd be glad to get to avoid a fight. Since it wasn't necessary, the corpse knight decided to take advantage of his fast horse legs. So he galloped toward the wagon to help move it, for they had a long journey ahead of them. Except he was stopped by a strong blow, which came right in the area of the torso. It literally knocked out all the breath of their Gunther. He didn't even realize what had happened or why his body was pierced with such unbearable pain. Something had pierced through his torso, so that there was now a huge hole. Dennis had done it, of course. He was the one who had the power to make an ordinary rock a weapon capable of delivering such a blow. The monster had no plans to let Gunther go, for this was not just a fight for him, but a higher purpose that he had to accomplish, and for that he had to kill. An even larger stone flew at the corpse knight. The blow came right to the head, so it was still unclear how much damage had been done. Seeing that Gunther was in grave danger, Ariel shouted loudly, even though it wouldn't help him stand in any way. The injury was much more serious than one could imagine, because the stone hit his face, and Gunther did not even immediately realize where the damage was. He couldn't see anything, and in a panic he suspected that his eyes had been damaged. If that was the case, it was the end. But it wasn't just his eyes that were damaged. One part of his face was simply destroyed, missing an eye and most of his cheek. Now the world was completely dark and unpredictable for him, for the poor man was completely disoriented. He could hear that the enemy was approaching. He could hear his loud footsteps, but he could see nothing and could not understand from which side to expect a blow. Then the brave knight decided he wouldn't die so easily. He didn't want to let someone kill him without making much effort. Clenching his fists, Gunther decided that no one could kill him. So even though he was blind, he rushed to attack, even though he didn't know exactly where he should aim. Combat was a familiar element to Gunther. He had been skilled in defending himself and harming others since childhood. His powers and skills allowed him to literally drown his opponents in their own blood. He defeated those who were much older than he was, so that even before they died, they could not believe that they had been put to death by a child. Sometimes these people would come to him in dreams and memories, and they would always tell him that he was endlessly battling death. Asked if he really thought he could find his place in this big world. After all, even his parents didn't find a place for him in their family, throwing him in the trash. But it's like Gunther is still trying to scream about being a survivor. All these statements have always made our hero very angry, but most of all, he was pissed off by the words that he was a stupid child who never got love. Such words were always the last thing his opponents said, because after that, they would be brutally massacred. But his enemies never stopped saying that there would never be a place for him among normal people. After all, in his opinion, no adequate resident would want to allow such a monster to exist. Honestly, Gunther knew inside himself that he thought the same way. It made him so angry that he decided to brutally kill whoever had led him to such thoughts. He remembered that fight now. He had been blinded by rage then, but now his eyes physically saw nothing. Ariel ran up to him. Despite the danger from the vampire, she hugged the man and begged him to stop this fight. Gunther's arm was missing, and half of his face was also damaged, but he was adamantly unwilling to give up the fight, even though he realized he couldn't see what was ahead, which meant that if this continued, he would simply die. Ariel promised in a soothing tone that she would be his eyes, guide him, and thus they would run together. It was just as the girl had promised. The warrior was rushing as fast as he could, and she was showing him the way, telling him when to duck or turn aside. Thus our hero managed to avoid attacks and not get hurt even more. The chase did not stop, for not only our boys were determined, but also their pursuer. Dennis ran after them with incredible speed and then jumped up, deciding that attacking from above was a very good idea. It was a good thing Ariel spotted his jump in time and managed to tell Gunther to dodge to the side so that their enemy crashed into a block of stone. But the knight was still hit, as the rocks that began to fly off to the sides due to Dennis crashing into them hit his damaged body hard. Pain shot through his body and he screamed. He was tired of seeing nothing and couldn't figure out where to expect new danger from. He couldn't even guess the enemy's next move, and he was angry that he had been robbed of the opportunity to make any plan of action. He was scared to die in the dark, scared that he wouldn't look at his enemy before he left this world. After all, this was exactly the fate that those who hated him kept telling him about. He didn't want to go to the other world in this way and in this form. Ariel felt panic rolling over the man. She pulled him tighter against her and began to talk to him to distract him from the harmful thoughts. She moved closer to him and told Gunther to listen and feel her heart beating. It didn't do much to curb the negative emotions, but still Ariel didn't give up and talked about how the knight didn't need to worry so much because she was there for her. His companion reminded him that he wasn't alone now, even though it was unusual for him to have someone supporting him, but it was worth getting used to. Ariel was determined not to let the hope of all mankind die in battle. Finally, Gunther began to come to his senses. His hand squeezed the girl's palm, and she realized that it was not in vain that she was near him. Now he trusted her completely, and they galloped much faster, for if he didn't have eyes, there was Ariel, thanks to whom he had a chance of salvation. She would tell him in time when to duck, and the man would do what needed to be done without further question. After some time of running blindly, our hero heard the announcement of a wagon on his left 5 meters away. Ariel was worried that they would be caught up, but she tried not to show it to the man. She only supported him and told him to keep it up, except she didn't immediately notice that there was a hill ahead, and they were speeding straight into it. Looking at the fact that his opponents had managed to escape, Dennis swung his arms irritably, for that was all he could do. He couldn't accept that collecting 10,000 brushes wasn't as easy as he would have liked. So the vampire made the decision that he would continue his pursuit every night, so the nasty humans would try to get rid of him for nothing. After all that awaited them in the future was death by his hand. It might take a long time, but the monster was willing to spend even his entire immortal life on it. At the last moment, Gunther managed to stop and not fall down, so now he reached the wagon and dragged it in the right direction. The long-awaited morning came, which dispersed all the children of the night into dark caves and other dark nooks and crannies. The carriage stopped and the members of the trek decided to check the cargo. Finally, Audrey could exhale. After all, they had been through such a terrible, nerve-wracking experience. After resting a bit, she asked Ariel what they had next on their schedule. But the brunette didn't say a word. She fell asleep right in Gunther's arms, who at this time was charging with her vitality. The man was awake, but he was also very tired, so he asked Audrey to let them get some rest after the Owen had been running away from the vampire all night. Smiling, the girl stepped back, deciding that these heroes deserved much more than just a vacation. When she wanted to get farther away so as not to make noise, Gunther called out to her and then asked about how soon his eye would be restored, for it was impossible to fight in such a condition. Frowning, Rene's daughter sadly muttered that the corpse knight should know about the problem. This phrase made our hero not on a joke nervous, because clearly did not bode well. Audrey shared that fortunately there was no damage to her head, just a new patch needed to be put in. Yes, and the face, in her opinion, was quite capable of being restored to its original state. The main problem was to repair the eye, which had suffered too much damage. The vision was restored, but now our hero saw quite differently than before. The picture was too distorted, as if he was looking at the world around him through a crooked mirror. According to Ariel, of all the parts for the modified body, it was the eyes that proved to be the most difficult. They saw no possibility of restoring his right eye, so they would not even undertake this difficult endeavor. Audrey added that the eye's connection to the brain wasn't being done properly because there were a lot of nerve connections there. Even their latest technology wouldn't help. This was all eerily disliked by the corpse knight. He couldn't believe they had given up so easily. He wondered how he could fight with eyes that distorted everything in the world. He began to demand that they implant some sort of eye that would give him the ability to see normally. Ariel was fine with trying to get a better result. The lab was in full swing. All the necessary tools were ready and waiting to be put to use. They took out his old eye and put in a new one. It was completely black, and Gunther couldn't see anything with it. The next option was red and very much resembled a vampire's eye. With it, he could see a little more than just blackness. This eye showed him people in such a way that their souls seemed to leave their mortal bodies. A gray eye with many speckles allowed Gunther to see Audrey, except it was divided into 8 parts. There were hopes for a bright green eye, but with it, the knight saw nothing either. The golden eye brought objects so close that the man was lost in space, so it didn't fit either. Audrey was extremely depressed when she reported that she had tried all the options, but hadn't found anything suitable yet. Ariel offered to continue on the road since the delay was making them vulnerable. As much as Gunther would like to get a new eye as soon as possible, he agreed that if they stood still, they would make a great target for enemies. So he was harnessed to the wagon, and he dragged it, guided by internal sensations and instincts. Suddenly, he felt something jump right under his feet. Gunther immediately screamed because he thought it was a vampire, but it was no bloodsucker at all, just a little rabbit that was peacefully running about its business. Continuing blindly was very difficult, so vulnerable Gunther had never felt before in his life. He couldn't even notice when rocks were falling and once almost got hit by a small rock slide. Ariel, sitting behind him, said she would help him until they could solve his eye problem. She noticed that the man was pretty scared, so she decided to ask if it was because he couldn't see anything. Gunther said that ever since he was born, he had been surrounded only by those who wanted him dead. He had to be on guard even in his sleep, because there were those who could stick a knife in him. All his life, the man had relied only on himself, but now he saw nothing and was vulnerable to those who wished him harm. The darkness had such a negative effect on him and revived the worst nightmares in his head that he began to dream of the woman who had given birth to him. He felt that she still wished him dead, wanted to finish what she had started and make him die right in the dumpster. It was unrelenting, and Gunther felt that if it didn't end, he would simply go insane. The man began scratching his head with his hands to dull the mental pain of the physical, but Ariel held his hands in place. The girl asked if her companion would mind if they held hands and continued the journey together. She squeezed his hand tightly in her small palm and told him she would become his eyes. She wanted him to trust her and stop looking into the darkness. Though the brunette realized that trusting someone was not at all easy for Gunther, who was used to having enemies looming over him even at night.
But now the man himself wanted to relax for the first time, to let go of control and trust the one who was forced to be there for him.
Squeezing her small palm, he mouthed that he would try to make the trust between them grow stronger. For a while, the wagon moved quietly, and Gunther believed they could make it work. Then Ariel announced that there was a creek ahead. It could be quite slippery there, so the girl asked him to be careful. His hoof stepped into the cool water. It felt good at first, but that soon changed. A loud scream made everyone in the carriage stir, thinking they were being attacked by another monster. Ariel was the calmest of them all. When Gunther squeezed her hand hard, she asked him in an even tone of voice to stop doing that, for he might break her bone. The one calmed down, listened to her, and thus they crossed the stream, which could have been a serious obstacle. But thanks to their combined efforts, it didn't happen. The road was not the best, for there were roots everywhere, but Ariel kept warning about them and guided Gunther where he needed to go. Thanks to her, he didn't fall into the slippery mud that was right in the middle of the path. However, the next puddle was bigger, and there was no way around it, so Gunther and his companion slipped and fell right into the stinking sludge. To put it mildly, Ariel was not happy about it, for now she was all wet and dirty. Audrey just couldn't help laughing, because it was very funny to watch serious Ariel, who was up to her ears in mud. The wagon moved swiftly, but with each passing hour, the way became more difficult, for it was dark evening. But the guys did not stop and passed overnight for more than a dozen kilometers, and did not rest even when morning came. More than one day passed in this rhythm. Successfully overcoming obstacles was only possible because Ariel and Gunther worked together and were beginning to trust each other. The night was dark and too quiet, for no nocturnal animal or bird was screaming anywhere. Suddenly, this silence was broken by a sharp jump of some creature that was quite nearby. Ariel immediately squeezed Gunther's hand and said that he could take it easy, because nothing terrible had happened. A rabbit just ran past them that had met on their path before. Hearing that it was just a small animal and not a big bloodthirsty problem with huge vampire fangs made the night feel calmer. As she stroked Gunther's shoulder, Ariel noticed that the night sky was especially beautiful tonight, as if the black silk cloth had been covered with pearls. This comparison helped Gunther visualize this picture in his head, and it dispelled all the scary images that haunted him in the dark. Audrey, who was driving by, noticed the way the couple held hands, and she was beginning to suspect there was more to it than just socializing while recharging. She couldn't help but ask the man a question, for she had been simply burning with curiosity for a very long time now. In her opinion, Gunther's attitude toward Ariel was vastly different from his attitude toward all other people, so she wanted him to either confirm or deny that fact. The assumption came out on its own. Audrey literally couldn't shut up in time when she said that she thought Ariel might well like Gunther as a girl. At first, he didn't understand what the blonde meant, for he thought she couldn't possibly be saying anything important. But when the meaning of what he said finally came to him, he literally boiled with anger. Ariel quickly considered Gunther's mood, so she told Audrey to stop asking such strange questions. Afterward, she let go of the man's hand so as not to embarrass him in front of Rene's daughter. He felt the loss of her warmth surprisingly strongly, so he said sadly that only those who had received love could achieve it, and those like him had never felt such a thing and could not give it. So the man said that they shouldn't take their relationship for anything more than what it was. After saying that, Ariel threw him some too sad look. Then Gunther got a little too excited, because he decided to say that he still didn't care if his companions died or not. Everyone who witnessed the conversation could see the look in Ariel's eyes that said something was breaking inside her. The man who was riding the horse next to Audrey asked why the two were acting so strange. The blonde didn't know what to say to that question. When morning came, the vampire who sat in the wagon declared that he would die if he didn't drink fresh blood now. I had to find a volunteer who agreed to share his blood so Belbrick wouldn't drink too much. There was exactly 1 minute to feed him. When the vampire was ordered to stop, he did so immediately, and also added that the taste of blood was quite good this time. The volunteer immediately began to bandage his arm to stop the bleeding, for the fangs were leaving quite deep wounds. Such a blood transfusion from human to vampire was done every other day. Gunther wondered if that meant the bloodsuckers didn't feed as often. But it also spoke to the fact that such monsters had to carry around a living blood bag behind them, as creepy as it sounded. But everyone realized that this was the only way they could provide sustenance. In confirmation of these words, Belbrick ran his tongue over his bloody lips and mouthed that the most important thing in the war was supply. He explained that in order for vampires to drink fresh blood, they needed someone to get it from, Otherwise, they simply couldn't fight humans. Hearing this, Audrey wondered how they managed to lead so many living people. With a smirk, the vampire said that many things could happen that would push a person down a wrong choice in a crooked path. More than one person had to lead the way, because you never know who will die, when, and whether there will be a chance to find sustenance elsewhere. Moreover, according to Belbrick, their numbers were also dwindling, so that they could not get food to feed the people whose blood they fed on. So they had to think about creating a new, innovative live blood pack. The supply was stable, and once they ate once, they didn't feel hungry for a long time. Audrey's eyes widened and she asked with curiosity and a hint of fear in her voice what this new method was. Except Belbrick wasn't planning on revealing his secrets, since they didn't have that trusting relationship. Gunther was sick of this monster trying to tease them, so he threatened him, but he only said that he was a member of the royal family, so he wouldn't say anything. Instead of shutting up, the creep started talking about how he had a couple thoughts about the Corpse Knight and the Energy Man. He said that he seemed to have heard of something like this in the royal family once. Then Belbrick asked how exactly they managed to create such an immortal warrior. And also a member of the Hound family mentioned that he had heard some very interesting rumors on the subject. After these words, his speech was interrupted. Ariel bluntly said that there were topics they wouldn't talk to the vampire about, because as the man had said earlier, they didn't have the same level of trust at all. Such a harsh and rude reaction was something new to Ariel, so Gunther wondered exactly what rumors Belbrick had heard. The work in the laboratory, which was located in the Black Wagon, continued. Finally, the 30-second eye transplant operation was completed, and the Corpse Knight was taken outside to assess the work. Ariel had noticed that this eye was most similar in size and shape to the one Gunther had, so she had high expectations. Opening his eye, the man began blinking and squinting to see how well it was functioning. At last, he could see those around him clearly and undistorted. He wanted to laugh with happiness, but he restrained that impulse and simply reported that he could see now. Audrey was literally jumping with happiness, for they had accomplished something they had previously thought impossible. The masked man standing next to her said that this eye belonged to a guy named Doric. He was only 28 years old, 10 of which they were best friends. He died this morning from a serious injury. According to the man, Doric has always dreamed of being a tough guy who would save the world, so let him help the cause at least in this way. But the most important thing he asked was that Gunther not forget his name. Realizing that you were literally woven from other people's body parts was extremely strange. But despite his mixed feelings, Gunther found the strength to smile and say that he would not forget the one who had given him a piece of himself. The wagon set off with over 400 kilometers to go to the lands where Julius dwelt. Belbrick was extremely displeased that they were moving so slowly, so he began to push the men and yell at them to work harder. Audrey, Gunther, and Ariel rode ahead of the group. They paid no attention to the vampire's screams and believed that they were moving slower than they expected. But they were making progress one way or another. At one point, Audrey's stomach rumbled so loudly that everyone looked at her. She said she hadn't eaten anything but a piece of bread and dried meat all day. It was rather ironic, for while humans were denying themselves food due to food shortages, vampires were stuffing their bellies to the brim. All the girl wanted at this point was a warm bath and something to drink, but instead she spent half the day running around the wagons, servicing them and supervising the workers. Their conversation was interrupted as soon as they were approached by a man who reported that there were two strangers ahead of them. The guys had similar thoughts in their heads. They didn't understand why anyone would travel in these parts, and even in such a small group. A man and a woman approached them, dressed like rich nobles. They spoke of how they hadn't met so many living people in a long time. They seemed to be a married couple, were overly nice, and offered the travelers a rest in a village that was nearby. Ariel frowned and wondered if there was a village right in the middle of the battlefield. What also confused her was that the couple's clothes looked overdone. It didn't seem like they were survivors, so that begged the question of who was standing in front of them and what these people wanted. The strangers stopped talking abruptly and began to look around. They didn't think they would be asked such strange questions. Then they started laughing loudly. The woman called her companion Evan and mouthed that they should have introduced themselves first because things looked really weird. The man stepped forward and said that after several studies and sacrifices, they had finally managed to figure out a way for vampires to survive, and now they were endeavoring to share the knowledge. Audrey froze in place when she heard that they had uncovered the secret of the bloodsuckers. The couple kept luring the boys to the village, saying they would tell them more about everything there. These strange people laughed and talked about how the travelers were extremely lucky to have encountered them. Their smiles seemed so strange and contrived that our heroes became increasingly creepy. Gunther smiled back so as not to arouse suspicion, but he was well aware that they were trying to be lured somewhere. He turned to his companions, telling them that they should not believe these suspicious men and go with them to the village. It was best to continue on their way. Ariel supported this decision, for she felt they needed to get to Julius as soon as possible. Almost all of the team members raised their hands and said they agreed that they should not go along with these people. Except Audrey started saying that they were short on supplies right now, and if they didn't replenish them, they might die before reaching their destination. And she was also very interested in information about the vampires' way of survival, because it could come in handy for them in this war. Now the team members hesitated, for they were very hungry. And looking at these neat and tidy people, one could tell that they definitely knew some way to survive. Rolling his eyes, Gunther said he should have caught a rabbit and roasted it instead of complaining about life. He wanted to add that they should not be tempted by this bait, but his speech was interrupted by a warrior who had been sent to ride ahead to scout the situation. The man reported that about 1 kilometer away was the vampire they had encountered earlier. Dennis was rushing after our heroes, hoping to get his hands on them and fulfill the norm he himself had set. Gunther realized that because they had spent a lot of time on the prosthetic eye, they now had to hurry because from this distance, it was quite easy to catch up with them. The warrior didn't feel like fighting the creature, for its body was invulnerable. Here a stranger entered the conversation and began to say that they should hurry to his village, for there they would not worry about the bloodsucker and everything else. He felt that they should hurry if an encounter with the monster was undesirable. Everyone realized that this man was pressuring them, but they didn't understand his motivation. After all, why would he lure them to his village? However, they didn't have much choice now, so they got into the wagons and headed for the village. When the last carriage passed through the gate, it began to close with a dense wooden barrier, which was very difficult to break down. Ariel and Gunther immediately noticed that this strange gate moved as if it were alive. The strange couple smiled happily, and the man muttered that he was very happy to have guests, for in this place they could forget about the oppression of vampires. They were offered food and lodging. It sounded too tempting for the tired travelers, so they followed the stranger down the long underground corridors. This man and woman were so smiling and compassionate, it became uncomfortable. The space looked like there were quite a few inhabitants, and there were also passages and rooms intertwined here like a maze. Gunther realized that it was eerily reminiscent of an anthill. As they walked further, they noticed that in some places underground water was breaking through, forming miniature waterfalls. The man reported that they were in the central square, which is where they could have left their luggage. On both walls were huge tables that were piled with all sorts of delicacies, the whole feast prepared especially for the guests. This sight did not make Ariel happy, but rather tense, for this one looked too good, so the question was how it had been obtained. In Gunther's opinion, no one would eat what appeared on the table incomprehensibly, but Audrey did not ask herself such questions and began to fill her stomach. Once she realized she was being looked at, she frowned and ate a little more calmly. The host took a piece of bread and said that all the food that was on these tables was grown and prepared in this place. He pointed his hand in the direction and showed that sunlight and flowing water entered these caves. So it was quite possible to grow crops here and even raise animals, albeit in small quantities. According to the head of the place, they had been short-handed for a long time, but the fact that so many people came here was a great joy. Ariel saw everything with her own eyes, but she couldn't understand how such a place could be created by humans, for it looked too unnatural. And she was also very surprised that there was no special device here. But still, the vampires didn't sneak in and attack. Her doubts were very familiar to the man, for according to him, he had thought the same thing when he first came here. No one knew the exact reason, but vampires avoided this place. Moreover, there was plenty of food and enough space to accommodate a large number of people. Then the Lord looked closely at Gunther and recognized him as the corpse knight about whom so many rumors had been circulating. He guessed that the team was going to kill a pureblood vampire. This venture seemed too risky to the man, so he began to convince to stay here. He really wanted the travelers to stay in his village, to be fed, warm, and completely safe. Ariel was the first to speak. She thanked the generous offer, but refused to stay, instead asking for some supplies for the journey. However, one of their group stepped forward and asked what it would take to stay here. One of his comrades wanted to stop the man, But the man threw back his hand and said he didn't want to go on with all this. After all, the only reason they were taken on the quest was so that they could become corpse knight material after death. After saying that, the rest of the warriors also began to say that staying in this place wasn't such a bad idea. The masked men began to whisper and talk about how they were tired of fighting for their lives, and when they died, instead of honor, they were going for parts for Gunther. Looking at all this tension, the corpse knight asked if they had a backtrack just in case. Ariel said she had memorized the direction to some extent, but she didn't think it would be easy to take out the black wagon. While the guys were talking about the modified body and how to transport it, Audrey noticed something strange. The bricks that were near the wall started to move by themselves, so at first you'd think it was unrealistic. But Audrey wasn't crazy, so she told her friends about the wall starting to move like it was alive. Gunther said he noticed it too. And then a crazy assumption popped into his head, he said, that this settlement, an anthill, could be a fully living thing. As our hero pondered this crazy thought, he noticed that the members of their expedition had crowded up to the head of the village. Something bad must have happened, for the strange man's sinister smile indicated just that. It was like a preacher standing over these lost people and saying that he supported their wise decision because there was no need to risk lives fighting vampires anymore. Here they could farm and start families in peace, but there was one thing they had to do to stay. Curiosity and fear mingled in the eyes of men who desperately wanted a quiet life without risks. Their guide to a bright future said they had nothing to worry about because they would not be asked to do anything difficult. They were joined by a woman who appeared out of nowhere and pointed with her hand to a cave and said that those who wished to stay should go there. This seemed even stranger to Gunther, because in a dark, quiet place, anything could be done to these guys. Even though the corpse knight didn't like it, he had to ask Belbrick for help because there was a chance he knew where they had wandered off to. But he began to speak in riddles, as always, which angered Gunther even more. The vampire grinned and said he was willing to reveal the truth. There was no point in covering it up since they had already gone too far. He recalled their recent conversation about the live blood bags the vampires needed to defeat the humans. So, according to him, this place was a steady supply of fresh feed. This is where the live blood packets were created. Eating one of these would keep you satiated for a long time. When those wishing to stay in this village saw the monster, they immediately realized it was a vampire, except they didn't understand why it was being kept here. The head of the village smiled sweetly and mouthed that this particular vampire was not to be feared at all, for in front of them was a friend of this village called Pregnant Linnell. According to the ringleader, this beautiful place was made from her body parts, and everything here spoke of how she protects and loves the residents with all her heart. Hugging the monster, the man began to urge it to do the same, for only then could one feel how loving and kind Linnell was. Those who wanted to stay in the village began to slowly come around and say that to them, vampires were the ones to be destroyed, so they didn't believe those could care about them. Those words didn't make the strange man pull away from the vampire. He continued to embrace her, telling her he was willing to do anything for survival. So his choice fell on symbiosis, and it brought harmony into his life, and he forgot what fear was. Gunther listened attentively to all this nonsense and realized that the trickster was not telling the whole truth, because to make a living blood bag needed the blood of 6 people. After taking blood from these poor creatures, it was digested for 4 days in Linnell's unique digestive system. At the end of this whole process, a unique concentrated substance was formed. Now that was the live blood bag Belbrick mentioned. This vampire invention was called the blood bead. It could keep for 2 months and not rot. If this gentleman's words were to be believed, a vampire could eat just 1 bead and wouldn't need to drink human blood for 3 whole months. So if the warriors who have expressed a desire to stay in the village are willing to work for Queen Linnell and help her create beads, then they can stay. Hearing these words, the men were shocked and didn't know what to do, because they had been raised from childhood with the idea that vampires were their sworn enemies to be exterminated. Gradually, the thought began to enter the fools' heads that they were now being offered to become food for those whose death they wanted more than anything else in the world. At last, they realized that the man before them was not a gracious master of the village, but a bastard who had been supplying their enemies with food so that the vampires could destroy peaceful towns and people. The man was not at all angered by this violent reaction. Instead of getting angry or defensive, he simply asked what he was supposed to do. He covered his face with his hand so that he could appear to regret that the people outside were dying because his actions were helping the bloodsuckers survive. But then he laughed and shouted that he didn't care about that at all, because it wasn't in his plans to die. His laughter became more and more hysterical when he said that no one cared if humanity died or not. For him, the priority was his own life. The men tried to talk sense into this madman, saying that the vampire's goal was to destroy all of humanity, which meant that sooner or later they would get to those who were underground. Restlessly examining his hands, the Lord said that they might be right, except that it would take a long time to wipe out all humans. So he was 100% sure it just wouldn't get to him. So while the world was drowning in the blood of innocence, this scoundrel preferred to hide in a cave and live a comfortable, well-fed life. So now he was giving the others a choice: live their best life with him in the cave, or get out on the surface and exist in fear like stray dogs. Such a comparison was uncomfortable for his listeners, who already didn't know what choice to make. Overhearing this conversation, Gunther and the girls came to a common conclusion. There was a crazy creep in front of them, and this whole place was much more dangerous than Dennis's lair. Audrey realized they needed to get out of here as soon as possible, except a sharp scream made them all freeze in place. These were villagers they had not seen before. These people approached them with a threatening look and told them to join their cause. After all, they were sadly short of laborers, which meant they simply couldn't pass up the opportunity to attract new residents. Especially after learning that the Corpse Knight really existed and the threat it posed, they couldn't let it out alive. They believed that they would easily destroy Gunther because the queen's body was incredibly strong inside. The boys began to be braided by some bloody roots. Audrey guessed that Queen Linnell planned to block their access to light. Everyone rushed to the black wagon, wanting to protect it, for the most important valuables were there. Ariel ordered everyone to prepare torches, for it was the only thing that could help them escape. Linnell's body clenched tighter and tighter, and the light became very little. The warriors could only watch with sorrowful faces as the last, very small, and so distant ray of light disappeared. Darkness came, and with it came the despair that said this was how they would all die. But at last the first torch was lit, the first flame of hope that dispersed the gloomy thoughts. The prisoners inside Linnell's body began to start fires, hoping it would keep them alive. Only it was very doubtful, for despite the fire, the enemies were approaching them with very bad intentions. One of the older warriors had already started to say goodbye to his life, and to make it less scary, he closed his eyes. But after a few seconds, I realized I was still alive, and there was a strange sound nearby. Gunther was the one who made the noise because he didn't know how to kill opponents quietly, and he didn't like it, to be honest. He liked it when his enemies screamed in fear before going silent for good. So he didn't deny himself the pleasure and didn't kill them too quickly, trying to stretch the pleasant moment. Except that it was extremely difficult to fight the enemies inside this creature, because it was as if it was adding to their strength. These things regenerated quickly and attacked with even more fervor. So our hero had a very hard time, because it was quite difficult to defend himself from a lot of enemies who attacked all together. The villagers shouted that Gunther was indeed a monster, for he fought on par with vampires, so they too decided to start a fire. They wanted to get the corpulent knight out of their way as soon as possible, who was preventing them from enslaving his companions. The warrior standing with the torch watched in horror as the enemies approached, waving their huge knives. He was very scared, but the light so blinded his eyes that he had to cover them with the palm of his hand, so he became helpless in front of the locals. Thankfully, there was Gunther, who managed to come to the rescue and save the unfortunate man from a painful death. Linnell's acolytes threw their sharp knives at the man. Gunther was extremely angered by the way they used these weapons. So he decided to demonstrate to them how it should be done properly. His strike chopped one of the opponents in half. Well, he really showed an extremely high level of knife skills. Gunther was filled with such a strong anger because of what was going on in these caves that he wanted to destroy anyone and everyone who was somehow involved. One of the locals realized that the Corpse Knight was much stronger than they thought, except that the fact that they were invincible wasn't a lie either. The truth was that they were inside the queen, which meant they had to play by their rules. In an instant, everyone in the cave noticed that the floor began to move as if it were alive. Now Audrey finally understood why Linnell's servants were talking about being inside her body, for what was visible from the carriage window did indeed resemble entrails. And Gunther was doing exactly that, trying to free them from these insides that were trying to swallow the carriage. Except the only problem was that no matter how many blows the knight took, that huge body was constantly regenerating. Examining the almost unharmed flesh, Gunther kept trying to figure out how he could get through it, because there were too many obstacles. If it was extremely difficult to escape alone, it would be extremely difficult for the whole team to accomplish it together. Suddenly, one of the warriors spotted a gap, pointing his finger at it. He shouted to run there before it closed. Noticing this gap, Gunther rushed there with all his might. He ordered Audrey and the others to just hold on as tightly as possible. He started to pull the black wagon and ordered those at the head of the second wagon to dump their baggage to move faster and have a chance to get out of here. Everyone strained to run and prayed to themselves that they would not perish inside this monster. The road was not easy. There were too many holes and various obstacles, so that it was extremely difficult for the horses to run. The anticipation of rescue dissipated abruptly when the warriors noticed they were being chased by a strange vortex. One of the team members glared at it, wondering what was inside. Gunther wasn't paying attention to anything. His gaze was directed only at the gap, which was getting smaller and smaller. Holding on to the handrails, the girls only hoped that they would escape in time, for no one wanted to think about what would happen if they failed. They were so close now, they could literally feel the fresh air and that smell of freedom beckon them. Except that the passage began to close even faster, so that people who, for whatever reason, had not gotten into the wagons were running and screaming in panic. The exit slammed shut, so even the very first carriage couldn't get out. Everyone was frustrated but realized they had to try and find another way out. Gunther was very angry, but even so, he began to ask if anyone had memorized the path to the exit. Coming to her senses, Ariel said that if they walked the way they came, it would take at least 40 minutes. Nodding his head, Corpse Knight said that in that case, he would run as soon as possible. The lights that were supposed to scare away the enemy were lit, and the carriages sped off to where Ariel had indicated. Eventually, they got to a fork in the road. It was completely unclear which passage to choose. Suddenly, a knife that belonged to the villagers flew into Gunther's knee. After that, laughter and a loud voice was heard, saying that those inside the queen could not be overtaken. Men began to emerge from all sides, as if they had been sitting right inside Linnell, and now she was pushing them out. These lunatics were moving right along the makeshift living wall. Now Gunther was harnessed into a carriage and couldn't move. One of the men said that it had gotten to him that 2 or 3 cleavers would do nothing to harm a monster like a Corpse Knight. But whether he would be okay after being mangled with 10 cleavers was worth testing in practice. After these words, many different knives flew at Gunther. It seemed that cover could not be found anywhere. When one of the knives flew straight into the knight's eye, he was not in the least frightened, for he remembered well what it was like to be blind. A huge number of knives slammed into the wall that was not far from the wagon. Seeing them, the girls were greatly frightened, for they immediately thought of whether Gunther was all right. He was in better condition than one might expect. He had managed to cover all his vital organs with his hands so the cleavers didn't stick into his face and his only eye. The villagers shouted angrily. They couldn't believe that this monster was standing on its feet even after so many attacks. They were hoping to do at least some damage. But instead they gave Gunther a huge amount of deadly weapons, which he happily used to destroy one of the opponents. Laughing loudly, Gunther said that those who attacked him would regret for the rest of their lives that they could not finish him off with one blow. Their leader clenched his teeth and ordered his subordinates to pursue the knight until they killed him. Meanwhile, the wagon continued to rush along. Ariel noticed that they had taken a wrong turn and anxiously informed Gunther. He was angry with himself, but said they couldn't get back on the right road anymore, so they'd have to go that way. The shaking was so violent that Audrey barely had time to grab the nearest handrail. She wondered why the knight was so angry. The man tried to minimize the area of damage to one side as much as possible, but the cleavers had sunk in so many that his body was hurt far more than he thought. The muscles in his right leg were so shredded that he couldn't even move it. The farther they drove, the angrier he got at everyone around him. Gunther tried to make sure no one noticed his injury. After all, everyone knew one simple truth: a wounded animal is the easiest prey. Except his enemies clearly smelled the blood, for they all gathered together and decided to go and finish him off, marking a victory for the vampires. These traitors had turned their backs on humans once and for all, which meant that they could only survive if the bloodsuckers won a complete victory over humanity. So they were willing to do anything that could bring people closer to imminent doom. Since Gunther was harnessed to the wagon, it was much harder for him to maneuver, but he tried not to put his body under another blow.
The wagon was moving faster and faster, but it was still unclear if the boys would be able to get out of Linnell's body.
Those who had previously wished to remain in the village now ran after the carriage, for that was the only way they saw of escape. Gunther galloped as fast as he could. He wanted to get out of this disgusting place as soon as possible, except that his wounded leg kept him on his toes and prevented him from moving faster. Oh, and Linnell's body was starting to shrink and squeeze the wagon, so that was holding things up. They exited one passageway and found themselves in a more spacious place, except this wasn't the end of it. Our hero was in so much pain that he just didn't know how much longer he could hold out. Turns out they've hit a dead end that may be much harder to get out of than expected. Breathing out, Gunther said that going through a body that was constantly regenerating was simply impossible. He suggested waiting because their enemies wouldn't be able to get through here either. Frowning, Audrey asked why the villagers wouldn't be able to reach them. The local men stood at the passage and thought about what to do next. Some suggested going in and killing the knight. After all, there was a dead end. Only it was a trap for them, because the passage was very narrow, and therefore go there one by one. It will give Gunther a great opportunity to kill everyone in turn. But nobody was going to be the first to go there, because these people valued only their own lives. They didn't care if someone else got hurt. The ringleader announced that there was no hurry, because in any case, the corpse knight and his retinue were at a dead end, so time was not on their side. They didn't even have food, so the villagers said that if any of the captives wanted to join them, the offer still stood. The man shouted at them and told them that they could come whenever they wanted, because only their lives mattered, and it didn't matter if the others stayed alive. Gunther listened carefully to this speech and almost rolled his eyes with indignation. One could not live too long with such a life stance. Turning to his comrades, he said they needed new weapons. It would be nice if he had the ability to freely climb a living wall like their enemies, because they did it incredibly agilely and quickly. The only problem was that of the parts for the modified body. Only a torso and 3 pairs of legs were available. Gunther began to get angry, because he felt like some kind of millipede, which had a whole bunch of legs and nothing else. That phrase gave Audrey one good idea that might well have helped their scheme come to fruition. After the girl had suggested that he transplant the horse's legs, Gunther was already afraid of what might come into her brilliant head. It had been hours since Corpse Knight and his team had fallen into the trap, but no one had yet emerged from it. The men began to suspect that their plan might take a long time, except that they didn't know how to speed up the process. Their leader tried to reassure himself and his team, saying that they should just relax and be patient. He was so confident of his own success that he forgot all caution and failed to notice that trouble was getting closer and closer to them. Gunther managed to get so quietly and unnoticed that his appearance was a real surprise to the miserable locals. They began to scatter in panic, trying to get as far away from the knight as possible. It was unclear how he had managed to get so close, for they were watching the entrance closely. All their hopes were that they could escape him through the walls. Except this plan wouldn't work, because Gunther's body had been transformed in such a way that his legs helped him crawl over walls with ease. Laughing loudly, the man said that the moment had come when all his enemies would regret that they were still alive. It moved so fast that the villagers screamed in fear, unable to understand how the monster managed to crawl so fast. No sooner had the gang leader run a few meters than suddenly our hero grabbed him by the throat and roared that the man's life was of no value. After all, in Gunther's opinion, the most important was his life, because he was literally the embodiment of humanity's hope for salvation from vampires. These words made the man scream in anger and pain, for his throat was still clutched by the knight's strong hand. When Audrey finished Gunther's new body, she realized she had created something innovative. She asked him not to move too fast because his legs could get tangled. Ariel noticed that his body now resembled insects, so that should help him move around the walls and not fall on slippery surfaces. She was completely right, because Gunther immediately tried out the new body and realized that he could do things he could only dream of before. Now he was confident that his opponents would be no match for him, for he had the ability to move freely and quickly. In addition, he was designed with a tail that resembled the sting of a scorpion, so it is unlikely that ordinary people could harm him in any way. Gunther wanted to try out the tail attack, so he faked it on Ariel, who didn't even flinch when the tail touched her cheek. She said that the man would definitely win, but that wasn't the only thing they were interested in, so they needed to come up with a plan to escape from this confusing space. With a wave of the hand that was now on his back, the knight mouthed that either way, it wasn't going to be easy for them. So he suggested spending a few hours to destroy Queen Linnell and all her minions at once. Except Audrey reminded them that the route was very confusing, which meant it was extremely difficult to find out where the queen was. the warrior suggested finding someone to lead them to their destination. His smile, which combined cunning and innocence, said that he had some kind of plan that he hadn't yet announced. It seems that the moment had come when Gunther began to put this plan into reality, so now his enemies were hysterical. He grabbed the leader of the locals and began to ask him for information about where the queen was, but he did not want to confess. But once he squeezed his opponent's head with his tail, he immediately became talkative and pointed in the right direction. The rest of the residents heard that the queen's location had been surrendered, so they screamed in horror that they needed to kill Gunther immediately before he harmed Lionel in any way. They were well aware that they had reached that critical point that either they or they would be killed. One thought crossed the minds of these scum. They thought, what if they released the vampire that Gunther and crew had so carefully guarded? As soon as Belbrick was told that he was a member of the royal family, he immediately began to fall at his feet and was hurriedly released from his shackles. As they began to loosen the bolts on his steel sarcophagus, Gunther appeared, clearly unhappy with what was happening. Upon seeing it, the vampire didn't realize at first what kind of monster was approaching them, for he hadn't seen anything like it before. The locals were also extremely frightened, as they had never encountered someone who could move so fast in this place before. But our hero didn't care what anyone thought of him. A plan was brewing in his head and he was determined to follow it. Noticing the fork, he wasn't immediately sure which way to go, but when he pressed his captive, he immediately said he wanted the leftmost hole. Ignoring the fact that he was being chased by a whole host of enemies, he followed where their leader pointed. Perhaps he shouldn't have listened to the captive, for in the hole he directed Gunther to, new attackers awaited. There were many of them, and they decided to attack in a group, so it was extremely difficult for the knight to fight them off. But his body had several pairs of legs and a tail for a reason. Thanks to the extra limbs, it was surprisingly maneuverable, so fleeing was realistic. His enemies were very angry that the monster was able to so easily dodge their surprise attack, which they had pinned their hopes on. It became clear to them that humans were not at all equal to such a creature. But still, there was hope for a last line of defense that no one could overcome. It was the queen's mouth, which is filled with a huge amount of her teeth. She would rather chew up and spit Gunther out than let him go free. However, despite all the warnings, our hero boldly went to the place from which, according to rumors, no one returned. He rushed forward and felt the huge teeth closing behind him. Fear threatened to consume him, but the knight did not give in to those emotions. Holding the captive tightly in his arms, he told him with a chuckle that it looked like something really interesting was going on behind them. But there was more to come, for at last the head of the very Lionel, the queen with whom vampires could survive, appeared. She was right on course, and Gunther was already itching to kill her to stop the supply of live blood bags. Seeing that the enemy was already right in front of the queen's nose, the locals were furious, for Lionel had no defense, except they didn't understand at all how they needed to stop such a monster, who apparently had decided to completely destroy the place. They finally realized that Gunther was going to kill them all. The leader of the locals realized that if they destroyed the place, the people outside would become aware of their existence, and they would definitely try to kill them. But the most frustrating thing was that he didn't have the strength to finish off this monster, who had learned that getting out of here was very real. Clenching his teeth, he realized that he had made too many mistakes, so now the probability of dying was too high. The man's eyes filled with tears as he looked at Gunther and begged for his rescue. He recalled risking his life to bring Gunther's team here safely, and on top of that, sacrificing himself on behalf of all humanity. His pleas grew more insistent as the ringleader asked to make an exception and let at least one of him go. Tears streamed down his face as he promised to dedicate his life to working for the good of the people if he did get rescued from this nightmare. When the locals saw that their leader had not only lost faith in salvation, but had decided to abandon them all, everything became clear to them. No ideas of brotherhood and a better life away from everyone else made them fight. Seeing all this, the weapons themselves flew out of their hands. They all knelt down and begged the knight for salvation, for now it was unclear to them how to survive in this world. These people began to call out to Gunther and say that he too had made mistakes, so should realize that everyone deserves a chance at redemption. Oh, how the corpse knight loved hearing those pathetic cries. That was exactly what he wanted. He so enjoyed watching these selfish scum following their instincts, begging to be saved. Except he was just as scummy and clearly wasn't going to show them even a drop of mercy. Instead of giving them peace, Gunther ordered the first 10 men to run to his queen and stab her right in the heart. Only these 10 were the ones he had promised not to kill, so the villagers should hurry if any of them wanted to keep their lives. At first, the locals didn't realize if the corpse knight was joking or speaking seriously. But then they realized that they didn't care if it was a joke or not. If there was any chance of rescue, they had to take it. Now, nothing united these people. Each of them cared only about their own well-being, and the fate of their comrades did not interest them. Waving their cleavers, they ran towards their queen, the one who only a few minutes ago they had considered the meaning of their lives. Now they were ready to kill her. Suddenly, the red flesh on Lennel's face began to dissipate, revealing her true appearance. The vampiress opened her frightened eyes and looked angrily at those who wanted to take her life. She was once a beautiful girl with gray eyes and soft facial features. She watched intently as the couple rejoiced over their newborn baby, and instead of feeling joy, she felt sad. Someone pityingly patted her shoulder and said the already obvious thing: the gentleman's second wife had borne the child of the first. It was her mother, whose face made it clear that she was not pleased with this turn of events. The woman called her daughter into her chambers and began to reprimand her, asking if she had forgotten how much money and effort had been put in for the sake of her marriage to the prince. It was all about getting his lineage and sharing all the power that belonged to him. Even marrying her father cost her mother an incredible amount of effort that should have gone to her daughter's benefit. But now things were not going at all according to the plan the mistress had devised for her girl. Lennel didn't know what she wanted, as her happiness was crumbling right before her eyes. Oh, and mother pressed so hard that she was relentlessly reminded that she had laid down her life to get that unfortunate pedigree. The woman blamed her for getting close to her goal, but she never got to have the baby that was supposed to cement their success. To realize her mother's cunning plan, the girl did everything for it, married a man she didn't love, and lived a life she didn't want. Even though she didn't like it, she continued to live in a strange place, among strangers, and all for the sake of her mother's dream. But even while following all her instructions, she wasn't getting even a drop of the love she deserved. Instead, the girl received slaps on the face and phrases that such useless creatures are loved only because they achieve something. Those words hurt Lennel so much that she decided she would not do any of the things her mother had asked her to do. At one point, the realization came to the girl that she had been born only to appease her mother's greed and insatiable ambition. In the eyes of the most kind-hearted person, Lennel was just a tool for the next birth that would bring a child of a noble family into the world. The mother didn't even try to deny it. She just said that now the girl knows the truth. And now that she's learned, she has to try even harder to finally stop being useless. After these words, the small world in which Lennel lived was shattered. She lost the person she thought was closest to her. After all, according to her mother, the only reason girls like her existed was to produce new noble children. That's when she was found by Julius, who reminded her that they live in a society where women are treated as incubators for incubating offspring. He said that only she herself could break this vicious circle and choose her right to a happy future. The only thing that will help change such attitudes is a complete reformation of their society, which will probably destroy the human world. That's how she became the one feared and revered. But now people wanted to hurt her again, so it was time to let out the thorns. She felt that she couldn't let herself die because she still hadn't been able to produce something good, alive and real. She wanted her child to destroy the entire human world so badly that dying now was something Lennel couldn't do. The forest was quiet at night. Sometimes only the wind would disturb the tranquility and make the trees bend to the ground. Except that all this silence was broken in an instant when the caves began to collapse and a vicious, bloodthirsty creature burst out of them. Lennel was furious. She had been in a blissful sleep all this time, but now she realized that she still had to fulfill her mission and bring to the light the one who would end humans. She continued to be chased by men who wanted to get into the top 10, because then Gunther would save their lives. No one cared about their queen's life. All they so desperately wanted was to strike as soon as possible. She didn't know where to look for salvation, for having been in hibernation for a long time. Upon awakening, the vampiress was completely disoriented. She was not so afraid even when her mother scolded and beat her for unfulfilled duty. Seeing the monster in all its glory and power, people became frightened and now were not so bold to run at her with their cleavers. But she wasn't the only problem, for now they were also joined by Dennis, who was happy to see so many hands in one place. Now the locals were just shocked. They regretted that they had gotten out of their caves because now their lives were under terrible threat. Gunther and his team realized that they had no time for emotions because they had to run right now. At last, the corpse knight himself appeared and said that he was a little late because he was looking for that ugly Belbrick whose existence had been forgotten. The representative of the great hound royal family was very angered by these words. He wanted to be treated with dignity. But our knight didn't care about any of those words, so he simply tossed the prisoner to the masked guys and ordered them to return him to the wagon. As they fussed around the carriage, the locals panicked as they tried to escape from the two vampires who clearly wanted to eat their flesh. They were pushing each other, fussing and not caring at all whether their comrades would survive. These bastards were only interested in their own lives and nothing else, except that this behavior made catching them even easier, so Dennis could safely replenish his ration of severed brushes. The head of the village began to say that he would bring all the locals to the vampire. He was willing to do anything to ensure that he would not be touched. The man began to say that he would comply with any request from Mr. Dennis, so he could ask for anything he wanted. In exchange, he asked to be left alone. The vampire thought for a second, because getting a servant who would fulfill his every whim on pain of death wasn't so bad. But then he decided that the lust for killing was stronger, so no matter how hard the man tried to negotiate this time, it didn't help him. Soon there was almost nothing left of the scoundrel. His thirst to live at the expense of others did not save him, but on the contrary signed his death warrant. Now only his hands remained in his memory to add to Dennis's gruesome collection. Meanwhile, Gunther was harnessed into a wagon, and he was trying to run as fast as he could to get his men away from all this madness. Inside the carriage, the boys were arguing about whether Dennis didn't know that these people were the ones who produced food for the vampires. Priel thought he had only seen hands. Be that as it may, Audrey felt that this monster presented them with the perfect opportunity to make their escape. But still, many had worries about what to do with the vampire Linnell. Gunther realized that he couldn't fight her, because then Denise would join in, and it was impossible to fight two vampires at the same time. And the anthill had been destroyed, so the man didn't think it was the vampire that posed any danger. Walking through the forest, Linnell cried and screamed with anger. She didn't want to die before she gave birth to a new monster. The wagon was moving very fast, so it was necessary to hold tightly to the handrails, except that one of the warriors felt sick and could not do so. The comrade sitting next to him did not have time to hold him, so he fell to the ground. The man shouted and asked Gunther to stop, for they had a crewman down. This man's name was Eric. When approached to help him, he told me that he had hardly slept for 3 days. Others, too, began to complain about being too tired. For all this time, they had done nothing but run without respite. Looking at his vitality indicator, the corpse knight found that his strength was also running low, so it was necessary to take a break. He would offer to rest for a couple hours, as everyone needed to get some energy, a snack, and sleep. Sitting in his carriage, Belbrick couldn't believe that the heroes saving humanity could set up camp right here. Now that the vampires were cut off from their food supply, the humans were closer to victory than ever before. The captured vampire reported that they only had 180 kilometers to go, so everyone should cheer up and continue on their way. Except no one was listening to Belbrick. Gunther was calmly eating the soup, which had a very flavorful smell. The man liked the flavor so much that he decided to feed Ariel too, who didn't mind at all. After eating a couple spoonfuls, she informed him that she wasn't hungry anymore, so the food was worth giving to those who lacked it. Gunther didn't like the fact that she was eating so little. He was worried about the girl fainting again from helplessness. With a shake of her head, she firmly said she wouldn't eat another spoonful. Deciding that talking was unnecessary, the corpse knight began to silently feed the one that was giving him his life energy. He wanted her to eat normally and not get sick anymore, because then he would kill her himself. Looking at this picture, Audrey grinned and said there was something cute about it. The man standing next to her didn't agree at all. What worried him most was that their ranks had thinned greatly. After all, the journey had been very difficult, and there were more and more who doubted that their plan had any chance of success. These words really upset Audrey, who was hearing for the first time that many warriors were walking here while continuing to endure. They told her for the first time that they didn't want to die in vain like that. Hearing this phrase, Gunther was very angry. He said that they could all die. The main thing is to preserve his life. So in his opinion, the plan will be successful either way. At first, the masked man did not know how to react to such a statement, but then he said that the knight was right, because if the hope of humanity survived, there was nothing to fear. After a short break, the team headed onward, Gunther trying to cover as many kilometers as possible. Audrey had listened to the warriors' discontent, and now they stopped more often so they could rest, eat, and hunt. The food supplies were being replenished, so now Gunther was carefully making sure Ariel was eating properly. After all, when she had more energy, she had a higher quality charge for the corpse knight, who could then function longer. As evening came on, the thick fog covering the road and making it impossible to see what was ahead, Belbrick reported that they had exactly 100 kilometers to go to Julius' domain. He began to praise the men for their perseverance and talk about now really seeing the end of this journey. Except that the boys would have to run into someone last, and the mention of this creature made the vampire chuckle enigmatically. As soon as he uttered this, quiet footsteps were heard from the darkness. When a tall shadow appeared, Gunther tensed and prepared to engage the unknown foe. The shadow moved slowly, but soon the moonlight illuminated its face, and our hero realized who he had to deal with. In front of him stood Julius, who really wanted to meet the knight who can't die in any way. Those sitting inside the carriage panicked. They couldn't believe that the vampire had come to them on his own without waiting for them to arrive. Smelling the people's fear, Julius smugly grinned and began to walk closer. He said that they shouldn't be afraid. After all, he didn't come here to fight. The vampire looked at Gunther and mouthed that he wasn't thrilled with his eagerness, but was still trying to figure it out. Our hero didn't understand what it was about, but the monster explained to him that he had made the wrong choice. In his opinion, if people win the war, Gunther will die at the hands of those very people, those he fought for and defended. Frowning, the knight listened to the speech about how those who would be able to fulfill his wishes were not people at all. Julius believed that only he could give Gunther everything he truly aspired to, so he urged the man to consider joining him. Noticing the knight's hesitation, Audrey shouted loudly that Gunther should not listen to this creature, for they were trying to trap him. Except he wasn't interested in the girl's opinion, so he asked her to shut up and reminded her that the decision would be his alone. Turning to Julius, Gunther promised to listen to the vampire's proposal, except that if he was dissatisfied with it, he would kill the blonde-haired wretch. Ignoring the threats, the vampire said that the warrior was still alive only because of his value to humanity as a weapon. In his opinion, once the war was over, Gunther would be just another threat they would want to eliminate. And the first people who will want to get rid of a force to be reckoned with will be the Hound royal family, who will kill the knight with their own hands. Those words made sense, so Gunther didn't even know if he should deny them. Audrey was the only one who shouted that it was all nonsense and it was ruinous to believe the enemy. But the man didn't listen to her. Instead, he asked what Julius thought he should do. He looked at his companions and said he would like to speak privately. Julius said he didn't know if he could die at Gunther's hands, but on the other hand, he also didn't know if he could die at his either. All were surprised when he muttered that he wanted to understand them, for to him, as to Gunther, sure death had come closer than to any other. Beyond that, he suggested that the guys set aside preconceptions and try to understand him. Now Gunther had ceased to understand his strange enemy at all. Thoth frowned and asked to be allowed to tell what he and the rest of the vampires were going to do. After all, he and the corpse knight had managed to do what no other person who had come face to face with death had been able to do. Reaching out to the warrior, Julius said he just wanted to make sure they could understand each other. No one expected such behavior from a vampire. Everyone thought that this bloodthirsty monster would want to finish them off first, but it was different. The warriors just didn't understand what was going on, for in front of them was Julius, their sworn enemy who wanted them dead. But instead of attacking, he was just having a peaceful conversation. Audrey didn't trust Julius and whispered to Ariel that they needed to get out of this trap. She didn't jump to conclusions. The one who was considered the greatest threat to humanity began to talk about how everyone had parents. Here were these beings too, except that he realized as a young boy that his own father was the one who disliked him more than anyone else in the world. After telling Julius that he was nothing, the vampire walked right out into the sunlight and burned to death, as did his mother. And watching his father burn, the vampire couldn't feel anything at all. There was only emptiness. Then he realized that eternal life is not a blessing, for it can make suffering and pain simply endless. People didn't expect to hear such words, for they had always thought that vampires were very proud of the fact that they could live for ages. Julius continued his speech by saying that countless births and deaths had left their marks in the creation of the planet. At that moment, he realized that he would not be able to leave a single trace behind him in this world. This realization contributed to the vampire completely losing interest in life and not understanding its value. When there was no longer anything left to keep Julius waiting for the next day to come, he decided to go to sleep. Closing the coffin lid, he wanted to just sleep for a few centuries and then wake up and try to live in a new time. Except he wasn't allowed to do it. People, as always, decided to screw it up. Mr. Hound was led through the dark corridors. This family was famous for putting their lives before others. Upon opening the coffin lid, Hound realized that the rumors were true and pureblood vampires still existed. He looked at Julius' peaceful face and glowed with happiness, for he thought he would never see such a creature. This man had been searching for him all his life, and all so that the vampire could give him youth so he could master this world. When Julius opened his eyes, he realized that he would not find peace for a very long time. After all, his body no longer belonged to him, and his head was separated from his torso every 20 seconds. All this was done in order to fill with his blood the huge bowl that stood at the bottom of the place of confinement. After receiving the precious vampire blood, Hound realized there was no way to keep it for long. He didn't understand until when he should take it and when exactly it should be done. His acolytes said they were trying to find a way, but the pureblood vampire's blood disappeared without a trace within hours. These words angered the king, for he knew about it without them. The monarch demanded that the scientists develop some way to preserve the blood and his youth. Hound believed that if he disappeared, everything would end because he was humanity and the whole world. Then a youth stepped forward and bowed to the King of Kings and offered him a taste of eating the body of a pureblood vampire. Hound frowned at first, but then suggested that if blood gave youth, then the body could give great vitality. He started devouring Julius' fingers first, then moved on to his legs and ribs. He wasn't at all interested in the fact that a vampire was going through the hellish agony of having his insides eaten alive. Hound justified all these horrors by saying that he was doing it for the great future of all mankind. Only all this was not enough to preserve youth for a long time, because wrinkles still continued to appear on the king's body. Standing in front of the mirror, he didn't know what else he could do to gain the perfect eternal life. Then the acolytes said there were still body parts the king hadn't tried to eat. It was dangerous, but he thought it should work. Turning his head toward the servant, Hound asked with a tinge of fear what exactly the kid meant. Then the mad young man reminded him that the pureblood vampire also had a heart, which for now remained untouched. Apparently, it didn't stay untouched for long, for looking at this part of the immortal's body, the king licked greedily. A vampire's heart was the source of the creature's life force and the most important part of it. That's why vampires didn't die until their heart was completely destroyed. But if part of it is destroyed, the creatures lose the ability to use weapons, namely blood. However, it was still not known how much the heart needed to be split for a vampire to lose its abilities and not die. No one knew if it was half, a third, or a fourth of the organ. So first, the minions decided to separate a very small portion and see what would happen. The king was looking forward to savoring such a delicacy. Tasting it, he was delighted with the unsurpassed flavor. The man claimed he felt it fill him with power. It tasted so good that he wanted to eat a piece more and more. However, the small piece of heart still couldn't give him eternal youth, so Hound decided to try cutting off more. Each time, the king craved a bigger piece of the pureblood vampire's heart, and in the end, there was only half of the poor man's heart left. Eventually, Hound became completely unhinged and demanded to cut off whatever was left of him. He was so obsessed with his youth and power that he didn't notice at all that he was being watched closely. At some point, Julius regained consciousness, something he hadn't done in a very long time. There was a girl sitting across from him who told him that he remembered nothing as he had been a prisoner for 900 years, people beheading him and drinking his blood to gain eternal life. So now, sitting before him on her knees, she begged forgiveness on behalf of all people and suggested that he take out his anger on her. She begged him not to punish the innocent and to save humanity. Julius was still coming to his senses, for he had been tortured for too long, but he was still able to ask who was sitting in front of him. A knight answered in her place, saying that the one who sat before the vampire was that true queen who would be honored and loved by all the people. It was Isabella, the famous princess, but she herself considered herself only a sinful human being. Julius was very surprised that a girl from a noble family was able to admit mistakes she hadn't even made. Raising his head, the vampire said she knew that her kin had cut off his head, drank his blood, cut and eaten his heart and innards. But he did not resent or hold a grudge against it all, for to him nothing of significance existed any longer. Isabella felt so sorry for the creature that she felt even more worthless, for it was her relatives who had brought it to this state. Once outside, the girl said that she had chosen a place that people would not be able to find. She gave her word that as long as she was alive, she would not allow Julius to be captured by humans. The vampire could hear the steely confidence in her voice, so he asked why she was helping him. Turning her back to him, Isabella said meaningfully that if it were not for her, some other worthy person would surely help him. A girl came to see him every day. One day, she brought a book that was very popular among people and offered to read it. For the first time in a millennium, Julius smiled weakly and said he really wanted to hear what it said. Reading books, they spent many quiet evenings. Years went by and the books I read became so many that no bookshelf could hold them. The reading woman's voice was growing quieter and her hands were covered with wrinkles. One day, Isabella spotted royal guards on her doorstep. She was horrified and warned Julius that their location had been revealed and they must move in the evening. She called out for him to come with her rather, but the vampire calmly mouthed that she shouldn't worry about him so much. His keen hearing allowed him to hear that a carriage was approaching the house. It was hard not to see that this horrified Isabella. In her old age, she wanted peace, not another war for survival. Looking into her troubled eyes was physically painful for the vampire. He wished she had never felt pain. This time, the royal guards were dealt with, but the problems didn't end there. Soon, Isabella receives a visit from her faithful servant, who informs her that he can no longer support her, as he wants to devote the rest of his time to his family. The princess, who never became queen, thanked Mr. Knight for his service and let him go. After that, she went back to Julius and said that she was honored to be around a great being like him, except she didn't have much time left. She didn't want to die, because then the vampire would be alone again. Smiling, Julius said he had a dream for the first time in hundreds of years. In it, he and Isabella raised their children and lived to a ripe old age together. At the end, they died, and their adult children attended the funeral. These words warmed Isabella's soul. She supposed Julius had thought a great deal about it, for it was an unfulfilled dream. At this time, for the first time in the vampire's life, one significant thought occurred to him. He realized that the day he would close his eyes and never wake up again must come today. But it seems that this thought was not destined to come true. After telling Isabella about it, she assumed they had about another year, but the vampire thought she might die sooner. Then the aged princess asked where Julius planned to go after she passed away. His blood-red eyes were filled with sadness when he said he would stay where the woman was buried, for he wanted to be near the one who had saved him. Those words brought a smile to Isabella's face. She asked him to bury her body where no one could find the vampire. Nodding his head, he said he would definitely fulfill her last will. Another smile lit up the aged face, and for a moment, one could see how beautiful the princess used to be. That night, Julius had another dream that made him nervous. He was buried so deep in the cold earth that it was impossible to take even one breath. But he didn't want to get to the surface because the vampire was comfortable there, probably because Isabella's body was buried nearby. Julius felt countless insects eating his rotting flesh, but even so, he felt comfortable for the first time. He wanted to stay with her forever, to not let go of her hand until their bones decayed with time. Living in this world without her seemed pointless, but dying together wasn't a bad idea at all. The vampire was awakened by a rumbling noise nearby. At that time, Isabella was disturbed by a guard who had come to deliver a message from the King of Kings. After piercing the woman's body with a sword, he said that foolish people would be crushed to death under the weight of their belief in justice. Julius arrived when it was too late. All he could do was watch the guard remove the sword from Isabella's collapsed body. The killers didn't even bother to take her with them. Roughly laying her body on the cold ground, they said they had no use for her, as they were only interested in a pure-blood vampire. They knew that there was no reason to be afraid after all. The monster only had half a heart, so it couldn't control the blood. They did not have to storm the house, for Julius himself came out to meet them without the slightest resistance. He was immediately attacked, but he met these attacks without a shadow of fear. The warriors were wrong when they thought he was weak. Yes, he no longer had the magical power of blood, but what remained was a physical strength that far exceeded that of a human. Therefore, it was not difficult for Julius to deal with these vile murderers. He walked toward Isabella's body, leaving behind bloody footprints that stood out brightly in the snow. As he approached her, he realized she was still breathing. But with a wound like that, she wouldn't last long. Julius offered to bite her and turn her into a supreme vampire. But he warned that in order for her life to last forever, human blood would have to be drunk. Taking the man's hand, Isabella stopped him, saying she didn't want to live at the expense of others. Julius was surprised to hear the phrase that if a man so desperately wanted to keep himself alive, it was nothing more than arrogance and stubbornness. This noble woman believed that life was cyclical and she had already served her time. Looking at her bloody hand, the princess realized that her end was closer than she expected. Except there was something she couldn't see and wasn't likely to see. Frowning, Julius asked perplexedly what she meant. He assumed the woman wished to see the end of those who wished her dead, in which case it would only be his pleasure to destroy the rotten royal dynasty. He wanted to fulfill Isabella's every wish, for she was the most worthy person he knew. Smiling warmly, the princess said she would now tell him about what she was so eager to see. She thought the world was a beautiful place, spoiled only by humans with their cruelty and lust for power. More than anything, she would like to see a world where no one gets hurt. These words echoed with pain in Julius' heart, and for the first time in all this time, he thought about the fact that it was really people who were ruining the world. So now he has decided to make it his life's goal to create just such an ideal world. That promise released the weight on Isabella's heart, for she knew what a vampire promise meant. She decided to touch one last time the man she had loved all her life, even though she was sometimes afraid to admit it even to herself. Then her hand slipped helplessly from the vampire's cheek, leaving behind only a wet, bloody trail. Leaning against the body of the one who had become the meaning of life for him, he cried for the first time in 100 years. Listening to this story, no one could even move from shock, for this was fundamentally different from what they knew. Since then, Julius began studying humans to create a world where they wouldn't hurt each other and make each other suffer, and he discovered one special human quality. None of them can live alone, but each thinks only of himself. This strange paradox has for centuries caused people to hurt each other. Such has been human nature. This is why Julius believed that a world in which people do not harm each other is only possible. It will only be real when all humans are gone from this earth. Hearing these words, people were just shocked and did not know what to say because they realized that the vampire was right. Julius felt that this was his story, his duty to bring the world to the state his Isabella had dreamed of. Audrey was the first to come to her senses. She started screaming that this was not the way to go, and exterminating all humans was not the solution to the situation. Her speech was picked up by one of the masked men, who asked if they offered an alternative. Would the vampire stop the carnage? After thinking for a bit, Julius said a firm yes. He wasn't against ending the war if he was offered a decent solution and people stopped hurting each other. He added that even if they had to kill him to carry out the plan, it didn't matter all that much. If they find a way out of this difficult situation, they can do what they have to do, because he made a promise to his beloved and intends to keep it. Now everyone was thinking about that very alternative, except that no one could come up with one. Ariel was the first to speak. She thought that from the beginning this idea didn't make sense after all. People couldn't help but hurt each other. After all, it was really in their nature. Audrey backed her up, saying that the world he'd promised Isabella was too good to be real. Upon reflection, the blonde suggested that if the Hound family hadn't killed Isabella, Julius would have buried himself with her. Because of their greed, these people have done a terrible stupidity and condemned people to such suffering. Rolling his eyes, Gunther said that he didn't care about the past, as he only cared about the present, so he was interested in how exactly Julius planned to save him. The vampire recalled that the Hound family had tried to find ways to use his blood and flesh to gain eternal life. Initially, it was of no interest to him, but he knew for a fact that they had managed to accomplish something. And one of those accomplishments was Gunther's body. Of that, he was 100% sure. Looking at Ariel, who was a storehouse of life energy, he wondered if he was right. The girl looked away strangely, then said that the vampire was lying and that it was a baseless statement. Julius sat down and calmly mouthed that he didn't know what exactly the corpse knight's body was made of, but he felt a kinship with his own flesh and blood. That meant he could use the blood to keep Gunther alive. Audrey screamed loudly that it was impossible, for there was no vampire blood or flesh in the knight's body. Ignoring the girl's screams, Julius calmly stated that he did not consider Gunther a human being, so he would not include him in the list of those to be destroyed. Also, the pureblood vampire added that if the knight joined him, he would make him one very important promise. It was that Gunther would be provided with Julius' blood until his will to live was extinguished. A little more, and Audrey would become hysterical. She screamed that the monster was lying, for the knight would not be able to draw energy from vampire blood. Julius didn't care about these cries. He held out his hand and said he would voluntarily give the man eternal life. So now the choice was only for Gunther to decide whose side was closer to him. It wasn't an easy decision to make, especially considering the fact that the entire empire that ruled them was rotten and deceitful. Audrey continued to scream about not believing the vampire brat. Ignoring the shouts, Gunther silently disconnected the wire that connected him to Ariel. After that, he grinned and said that he had already made his choice. As he headed towards Julius, the masked men tried to stop him, saying that they knew better than to trust him. Ariel stared at the fleeing knight's back and couldn't believe that he would give up on them so easily. Except he didn't do what he was expected to do. The corpse knight got as close to Julius as he could before piercing his body with one of his hands. The vampire wasn't surprised. He was too used to the pain and betrayal he faced more often than anyone else. Lastly, he said only that his offer would always be in force should Gunther only change his mind. After these words, Julius' body began to sputter and disappear, so that only an incomprehensible shell remained in the knight's hands. Gunther now realized that all this time, Julius hadn't been real, and he couldn't trust someone who pretended to risk his life. Looking at how the corpse knight rushed into battle and outsmarted everyone around him, his comrades felt ashamed that they thought as if he would betray them. All that was left of the vampire's body was a red ribbon that began to crawl toward the forest like a snake. The shadows around her thickened, and it was the unknown entity reporting that conveyed what the pureblood vampire wanted to say. And though it was only a shell, she claimed that everything said was pure truth. Taking a closer look at the creature, Gunther assumed that a supreme vampire stood before them. After all, only someone like that was able to create such a high-quality replica of Julius, so he wondered who was in front of them. The haze parted slightly and the mouth of this monster became visible. Its fanged mouth curved into a smile as it said its name was Whispering Ian. He reported that unfortunately the boys would not be able to get to Julius, as his ability would not allow them to do so. But for now he has to say goodbye to them, so his body scatters in the wind as if it never existed. When the monster disappeared, no one dared to move. The guys were in a stupor. They didn't know what to do or where to go next. The first to come to their senses were the men in masks. They decided to ask why Gunther chose them. He replied that he did not choose anything, and just decided to leave everything as it was, because it was safer. Julius' offer was no doubt very interesting, but he had no reason to trust it, so he decided not to risk choosing an unreliable power source. For a moment, Audrey questioned what she believed and assumed that everything the vampire had said might be true. She was very interested in how Gunther would have acted in such a case. Our hero said he didn't have to answer that question, especially since there was a lot being kept from him too. So he thought he might have a secret or two too, especially since no one, including Audrey, would be able to stop him if he had a plan in his head. Inside, the knight was a complete certainty that he was the one making the major decisions, and the others were only following him. These words made Audrey clench her fists, but she said nothing, and Gunther began to incite her, saying that if the girl had any complaints, she could voice them. Except he'll only listen after some secrets are revealed to him, like telling him what his body's made of. Audrey's face said that she didn't want to share that kind of information, but our hero continued to stare at her expectantly, hinting that he would not leave the question unanswered. Sighing, Rene's daughter said that his body was the love and many sacrifices of all those who believe in humanity. According to her, that's what his body was made of. The vague answer so infuriated the knight that he approached Audrey threateningly and wondered if she was mocking him. The blonde didn't bat an eyebrow at his threatening tone. She said that the truth was that they didn't have the power to stop the corpse knight, but they all trusted him only because her father, Rene, believed in his idea in Gunther, so he wasn't afraid to sacrifice his life. Except the knight didn't see it that way. In his opinion, the man had given his life not for him, but for his daughter whom he loved so much. In his opinion, Rene sacrificed himself because he believed that the only way to save the girl was to keep their invention alive. All people had their own truth they believed in, so he too would do what he wanted and what he himself thought was right. Audrey didn't say a word, partly because she realized Gunther was right. Their conversation broke off as soon as they heard the screams of the warriors. They talked about how it was not worth saving Gunther, for he was only a selfish parasite. The masked men standing nearby looked at each other. They did not understand who had said it, for the voice came from the forest. Except there was no one there, just a thick fog that covered the ground. Looking around, Gunther realized they were dealing with something mystical. However, all the strangeness ended as soon as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the land. As the corpse knight dragged the wagon, the debate within was sharpening over whether he would betray them as long as that probability was considered high enough. Frowning, one of the masked men asked what Gunther was really made of. Lowering his eyes, the warrior said it didn't matter. It only mattered what the knight himself would believe. The question remained, if Gunther wanted to betray them and join the vampires, who would be responsible for the subsequent casualties? Only the warrior did not think that he would betray them, because he had gone through fire and water with them. A voice was raised by one of the older warriors who said they were too quick to make decisions. He suggested that no one had witnessed Gunther's battles in the gladiatorial arena. According to him, the knight was ruthless, not only to men, but also to beasts. Normally, gladiators spared their surrendered opponents, but Gunther killed them without hesitation, no matter how much they begged for mercy. And then he shouted that the weaklings had better not even try to kill him, because they would go to the other world before they could raise their sword. He believed he could only be killed by those willing to risk their lives, and the cowards hiding in the shadows would never succeed. Not even anyone in the audience was on his side, even though he always won. Everyone despised Gunther, including the spectators and other gladiators. There were always enough of those in the arena, waiting for someone to finish him off one day. The warrior believed Gunther was the one who survived by slaughtering others. He wasn't called a heartless monster for nothing, so this man will never sacrifice himself for others. Hearing this was unpleasant, though the boys in the carriage realized without this story that the knight probably didn't care about them. Turning to Ariel, the men decided to ask her what she thought about what they should do if Gunther became a traitor. The girl said that after her encounter with the false Julius, something had been bugging her. She had noticed that usually armor or weapons made of vampire blood were red in color. Julius, however, seemed all too real. His skin and voice copied just perfectly. She assumed that Ian was a supreme vampire who fooled them by pretending to be other humans, as in Julius' case. In such a case, it would be impossible to distinguish real people from fake ones, and this would be the cause of rumors and false information. That was what bothered her most, not the prospect of Gunther's betrayal. Her theory was continued by one of the men, saying that the copy of Julius they had seen was sort of made from Ian's tongue. This meant that all the copies he created would have tails, so if you were careful, it would be easier to find a fake. Squinting, one of the warriors asked how they could be sure they weren't talking to a fake right now. Indignantly, the masked man said he was real. Sitting in his carriage, Belbrick could only chuckle as he listened to all the bickering. They only had 50 kilometers to go, which meant the fun was just beginning. When evening came, the team made a brief stop. Gunther decided to stretch his muscles and stepped away from the wagon a bit. At that moment, he heard his comrades talking about how he couldn't be trusted. The two men talked about hurrying up and creating a new corpse knight. All that was left was to convince Ariel that Gunther didn't have to be the one to lead them to victory. Upon noticing the knight, this conversation stopped, and the men waved to him in greeting. To themselves, they wondered how much he had managed to hear. The whispers were so loud that it was simply impossible not to hear them. Audrey and Ariel began to resent the fact that rumors that Gunther would betray them were everywhere. Everyone was just talking about how the corpse knight would slit their throats at the first opportunity. When the girls once again came across those warriors who were loose tongues, they decided to catch them red-handed to see if they were real. Except they didn't react at all to the remark and began to walk off into a dark part of the forest that was shrouded in thick fog. They kept talking about Gunther killing them and decided that they needed to kidnap Ariel so they could have leverage on the man. Some even began to spread rumors that the corpse knight was meeting with Julius while no one was in sight. Then word got out that the vampire and the knight had a common plan, and Gunther would leave them under the cover of night. This madness was beginning to be truly believed, for men were asking each other in fear when the knight would begin the massacre. Someone was even able to answer this question, saying that the man would deal with all of them the moment there were 20 kilometers left to the target. Gunther himself felt a belligerent mood and realized that his comrades were preparing for battle. Perhaps they were even planning to strike first. Except that the warriors decided to do nothing until the wagon reached the right section of the road, from which it would be 20 kilometers to Julius's estate. Belbrick was just thrilled with all the scandal with 20 kilometers left. He was eager to see what would happen next. He was very interested in what choice people would make regarding Gunther, because earlier they had planned something grand. Noticing that the energy was running low, Gunther ordered Ariel to come over and do what she was supposed to do, but she remained standing still. Instead, the warriors said that there were many witnesses to him meeting Julius, so they all wanted to hear an explanation. Frowning, the man said to stop talking about him because he was not dating anyone, and the accusers had no evidence to the contrary. So the only ones plotting intrigue were the warriors themselves, who wanted to steal Ariel and wait for the moment he ran out of energy. They were aiming for this so that they would have the perfect moment to create a new Dead Knight. The masked men were outraged, saying that it was all just baseless rumors because the only one who was acting suspiciously was Gunther. Laughing, the corpse knight said that he had to deal with some real idiots. Ariel finally intervened in the argument and rudely ordered everyone to quiet down. She was the first to guess that it was the vampires who were provoking conflicts among them by spreading false rumors and thus getting their way. In her opinion, their disunity and disputes only played to their advantage, so they should stick together instead of having internecine wars. Grinning, Gunther said that now it no longer mattered what was true and what was false, for the warriors too believed that his death would keep them safe, which meant that all suspicions would only be dispelled when one of them died. Upon hearing this, the warriors said that they knew he was planning to kill them, so now they felt it was their duty to get Ariel away from whoever wanted to take her energy. Swinging his fist, Gunther growled that they could try to get closer, and then he would crush the skull of each of them. Audrey decided that she needed to save her friend, so she grabbed Ariel in her arms and decided that she would keep her safe from all ill-wishers. Seeing this, Gunther decided that she too had become a traitor. Ignoring the accusations, the blonde mouthed that the situation had gotten too heated, so she would have to take the girl to safety. After saying that, she ran as fast as she could toward the forest. Gunther was so angry that he shouted a bunch of threats after her. But when that didn't work, he decided he would finish off Rene's daughter as soon as he had the chance. He threw the first punch, but Audrey managed to dodge and she continued her run. Suddenly, the path broke off and the girls had to jump down. There was a cave of some sort, and you could tell by the look of it that it was about to collapse. But Audrey didn't let that stop her and headed straight for it. She was sure Gunther wouldn't fit through such a narrow tunnel, so she ordered Ariel to make her way deeper into the cave. Sighing, Audrey asked how much time was left until the knight's energy was at 0. Her companion said he had no more than 20 minutes. Ariel suggested waiting here until Gunther calmed down. Then we could try to talk to him. Noticing that Audrey wasn't following her, the brunette turned her head and looked at her questioningly. The blonde asked if her companion still believed he was the hero who would save them all. Frowning, Ariel asked exactly what she meant. But before Audrey could say a word, the cave began to collapse and small rocks flew at their heads. Soon, a slit formed in the ceiling of the cave. Through it showed the face of Gunther, who ordered the girls to get out immediately. He shouted loudly and threatened to kill them on the spot if they didn't do as he ordered. Both girls realized that there was no way they could go outside, so they decided to move inside. At this point, the warriors began to look around the wagon in the surrounding area, trying to figure out where Gunther had gone. Chuckling, Belbrick rejoiced at how deftly Ian had dealt with all the humans, and he had no skills or powerful weapons. But even with those abilities, he's managed to kill more people than any other vampire, pitting people against each other and then methodically taking them all out, one by one, was Whispering Ian's win-win strategy. And he had already begun to apply it to the members of Gunther's team, who had scattered through the forest, eager to find the knight. When a warrior named Clark thought he was lost, his comrade Jack appeared from nowhere and started calling him to him. This Jack tells them he saw Gunther, so they must go after him and free Ariel from his clutches. Clark became completely embittered and said that he'd known this corpse knight would ruin them all. Except that if Clark had looked a little closer at his companion, he would have noticed that his eyes weren't brown, but blood red, indicating that this wasn't Jack at all. And now this creature that played the role of friend wanted to devour him once and for all. It seemed almost impossible to escape from his clutches. The man closed his eyes to make dying less scary. He sat like that for a few seconds until a familiar voice called his name. Then he opened his eyes and was startled to find himself at home, wearing casual clothes instead of his uniform, with his worried wife sitting beside him. The warrior couldn't believe that his beloved Cecilia was near him. It seemed impossible, because just a second ago, a bloodthirsty vampire wanted to devour him. When he told his wife about it, she laughed confusedly, saying it was all nonsense because vampires didn't exist. Continuing to smile, she got out of bed and told him he was just having a nightmare. The woman asked him to make the bed. After all, it wouldn't be long before the kids woke up. The mention of babies put Clark in a stupor. He wondered if their little ones were really alive. Tears of happiness appeared in his eyes when he said that he must have really woken up from a terrible nightmare. But they were just visions that the vampire had inflicted on the man before killing him and sucking all his blood. This was to ensure that Clark didn't struggle at all when the creature's tongue thrust the man's body right into the huge maw. Eventually, Ian easily swallowed the still living man. This made his appetite even stronger, as he wanted to devour all the other soldiers to satiate his hunger. Half an hour later, it had managed to devour 3 people already. They were in the monster's stomach and were slowly digesting inside it. No human has ever managed to get out alive after being inside the creature. Grinning, Belbrick decided that this was the end for these men who were so confident in their own abilities.
Meanwhile, Gunther managed to get to the girls. He even managed to wound Audrey, whose blood stained the floor of the cave.
When the blood spatter reached Ariel, she screamed loudly, for she didn't think the man would go that far. Audrey's back was badly mangled, so that every movement resonated with sharp pain. When Ariel saw that her friend was badly injured, she immediately rushed to her, as she was obviously unable to move on her own. After examining her bloody hand, Audrey smiled weakly and muttered that the most important thing was that she had managed to survive it all. Rising to her feet, she asked how much time Gunther had left. The brunette replied that he only had 1 or 2 minutes to spare. Noticing Gunther approaching, Audrey realized she needed to buy time, so she decided to piss him off by telling him that he hadn't tried hard enough to kill her yet. Oh, these words really had a strong effect on the knight, whose bloodthirstiness was reaching its limit. After that, she began to refute the words that her father sacrificed his life solely for her. The girl claimed that Rene trusted Gunther, and this was the main reason. Except now, looking at the man's behavior, she didn't know if her father should have sacrificed himself for him. When the corpse knight was about to reach for her with his huge hand, she dodged with ease, leaving him with nothing. The warrior was so dumbfounded by her maneuver that he didn't even have time to orient himself, so he simply rolled on the ground. After falling down, he was no longer able to get up, for he had just run out of energy, so now he was powerless. After a while, Gunther opened his only eye with difficulty. His head ached terribly and ached even more when an overly loud voice said he was finally awake. Ariel, from whom he was charging right this second, said that at the moment, the knight was a big threat to them, so they decided to separate his head from his body. Hearing this, Gunther shouted angrily, but the girl calmly said that he could not worry, because if they wanted to create a new corpse knight, he would already be dead. Taking the man's head in her hands, the girl informed everyone else that while they were chasing each other, the 4 of them had disappeared. The meeting was interrupted as an agitated masked fellow entered the wagon, intent on telling them something. Team member that something strange happened to Gunther's body that they detached last night. It was all shredded to pieces. Some warriors assumed it had been shredded by vampires. Audrey was still recovering from her injuries, but despite the pain, she too came to examine the knight's body and came to similar conclusions. Of course, there was nothing good about it, but Ariel was happy at least that they had enough parts to make a new body. Except it's going to take some time, so Gunther's going to have to hang on to that position for a while. As night fell, the boys were becoming increasingly anxious, especially after the news that another man was missing. One of the team members assumed he'd just run away. To be honest, he understood him perfectly. After all, even if they returned Gunther's body, there was a very high probability that he would betray them all. After that, they started talking again about how the knight couldn't be trusted. Their scheme was a failure, and in general, they would all die very soon. One of them was the most active in talking about sticking together, because you can only trust your own. They were watched closely by Gunther, who had already assumed his former appearance. He decided that these men were just chumps whining and waiting to die. By his calculations, those who could really be relied upon were only 3 left. Since he was still charging at Ariel, he was forced to listen to her speculation about the vampires sowing enmity between them with spears. And then, when they let their guard down, they were killed one by one. So she asked everyone who heard her to stay together at all costs. Gunther started supporting her and yelling that he was talking about it too. He was doing his best to get his missing limbs attached as soon as possible. But Audrey didn't like this idea very much, because after what had happened, she began to be afraid of the man. It was late evening. As Ariel was about to go inside the wagon, she found the door locked tightly. She knocked irritably and asked what Audrey was doing there alone, and behind a locked door. The blonde didn't answer for a few minutes, then finally said she was confused and didn't know what to do next. For every time the wound on her back throbbed, one disturbing thought never left her head. It kept seeming to her that Gunther would betray them at the most important moment to save his own skin. She just couldn't let all their efforts go to waste. And though his shredded body was not on her conscience, the girl understood perfectly well those who did. Now, Corpse Knight couldn't be trusted, and every member of the team understood that. Ariel wasn't a master at supporting other people, So she simply said that the wound on Audrey's back wasn't that deep. In her opinion, if Gunther had been the gladiator the stories were told about, he would have clearly chopped her in half. The girl claimed that the corpse knight was changing a little every day. It was hard to believe, and he didn't always realize it, but it was true. So if even they stop believing in him, then no one will ever believe in their sacrifices and efforts. These words encouraged Audrey a little. She even found the strength to open the door and smile slightly. When she saw Gunther, she clutched the knife tightly in her hands. It was obvious how much she wanted to use it. But instead of firing her weapon, Audrey took Gunther's legs out and said it was okay to put them back where they belonged. Only she wasn't talking to Ariel at all, but to the monster, who was only playing her part to lure the girl outside. An animal fear stirred inside the blonde, except she never had time to scream. At this time, an image of Audrey came to someone, followed by a terrifying creature who wanted to take the life of another victim. Ariel also naively entered into a conversation with the masked man, who turned out not to be who he really was. But Gunther did not foresee that the creature would come to him in the form of the one he trusted the most. Our hero was legless, so he couldn't offer proper resistance to the enemy. So now their team to save humanity was finished. When he opened his eyes, our hero could not understand where he had gotten to. The strangest thing was that he had his legs again, and he was standing in some strange empty space. He remembered very well that that monster had managed to easily dine on him. He hated to admit that he had been so easily caught. Trying to make sense of what was going on, Gunther remembered that Belbrick had said something about their opponent. The empty space was gone, and now the memories transported him to the forest, where there was such a familiar wagon, the vampire sitting in it, saying that those Ian had consumed had met a happy death. According to him, the creature had no weapon to kill instantly, instead slowly digesting its victim. Gradually, whispering Ian digest people whole so that nothing but bones remain of them. According to Belbrick, this is when the flesh experiences a sharp, excruciating pain, similar to the pain people inflict on each other with words. Folding his arms, Gunther said it was possible to rip open the monster's guts and get out. The vampire nodded his head in the affirmative, saying it was possible because the digestion process took a long time. But that's only if some lucky person manages to wake up in time. Belbrick said that the people he ate are connected to Ian's nervous system in such a way that he creates illusions for them. They were stunning reveries, inaccessible to the eye or senses of a person in real life. Because of this, no one has yet been able to wake up from those sweet dreams and make it out alive. Then Belbrick asked if Gunther really thought he could wake up from such sweet illusions. No one could find the answer to that question, not even the corpse knight himself. That was until Gunther found himself in his illusion, which was just empty space. It even hurt him that he didn't get to see anything pleasant while his body digested. But then he laughed, for the man realized that he could not be killed. For if there was anything that made him happy, it was the possibility of survival. His confidence dissipated, and his laughter stopped as soon as he heard a familiar voice. Turning his head, Gunther saw the woman who had adopted him. She gently stroked his head and praised him for winning his 10th battle victory. And then she uttered the most important words he hadn't heard since about his birth. Smiling, the woman said she was very proud of her son. The brutal, blood-drenched man had, in an instant, transformed into a little boy who longed for his mother's approval. Smiling sweetly, he could barely utter words of thanks. He came to his mother with new victories, and she never stopped praising him. Each time the woman reminded her son that his main task was to survive. The mistress talked about how the victories were the only way to get revenge on his parents who abandoned him, because this way he proves his right to not live. And the fact that he successfully defeated each of his enemies made her proud of her named son. Gunther enjoyed every gentle touch of his mother. For the first time in a long time, he felt the value of his own life. But at one point, when the boy again informed his mother of the victory, she did not stroke his head or speak words of praise. When he asked if he didn't deserve his mother's recognition, the answer surprised him. The woman told her son not to talk nonsense. After all, he was old enough to do without it, so he should concentrate on preparation, not nonsense. These words hurt the lad, who still needed his mother's affection and approval just as much. When he once again stopped by the woman's house to tell her of his victory, he overheard a very interesting conversation. His mother spoke to the owner of the arena, who revealed that attendance continues to drop. He attributed it to the audience being tired of Gunther being champion for so long. Regular victories of the guy led to the fact that viewers could easily predict the result, so betting on someone else was pointless. Many have talked about how there is nothing else to see in their arena. The woman called her son a monster. She said she raised him to be a mad gladiator to get people's attention, but she was amazed that he was able to not lose once. She said it was now clear why Gunther had survived the junkyard, as he was just a monster. The man suggested that they needed to find a new champion to attract an audience. Nodding her head affirmatively, the woman said that it was indeed time for them to switch to something new, and that meant it was time for Gunther to go to the other world. The boy never expected to hear this from the one he thought was his mother. He realized more clearly now that the only way to get revenge on all his detractors was to survive. It was a mantra he repeated to himself while he was alive, and he never forgot it: becoming a corpse knight. But there was something else that he dreamed of somewhere in the back of his mind, but he wouldn't let even himself admit it. A married couple came out of the void and smiled warmly at him and tearfully told him that they had finally found him. At first, he didn't even realize who was standing in front of him. But then the woman cried and explained that she was his mother, who had been desperately searching for her son for years. Frowning, our hero said it was all a lie, because the woman who gave birth to him immediately threw him into the dump. Squeezing his palm tightly, the stranger said it wasn't like that. She had lost her child and spent her life searching for him. Together with her husband, they searched everything they could. Gunther's father also cried and mouthed that he couldn't believe he was finally seeing his son. The world in front of the corpse knight began to crumble. It turns out his parents didn't wish him dead, as he had believed all his life. They told him how much they loved him and were glad they had finally found their lost child. His mother ran up and hugged him tightly, thanking him for being able to survive in this cruel world. For a moment, the grown man became a little boy again, who only dreamed of being loved for nothing, not for any merit. Gunther cried and told his parents that it was very hard for him to survive. In response, his mom hugged him even tighter, and at that moment, he felt the happiest on earth. Turns out all he needed was his mother's embrace, in which he wanted to dissolve. His father joined them and patted him on the back and mouthed that the kid was now perfectly safe. Until that moment, Gunther had never imagined that all he so desperately wanted was a family, a real, loving family. Unfortunately, these were the cruel tricks of Ian, who wished to digest the corpulent knight's mighty body. As his skin slowly turned to nothingness, he laughed and told his parents that he loved them very much. Looks like Belbrick was right after all about no one getting out of Whispering Ian's body. As he climbed out of his carriage, Belbrick said he would very much like to see how his captors dealt with the illusions. Behind him, Olivia Hound appeared, noting that the end of these losers was all too obvious. After all, no human being living in this world is capable of escaping from it. With a smirk, Belbrick said, acknowledging the fact that she was very adept at dealing with her enemies. But he worried that now that the supply of dry rations had been cut off, and there were almost no higher vampires left to fight, the promise of wiping out all humans was in jeopardy. Except you couldn't tell from the vampire's face that he was overly saddened by it. Olivia's face became smiling and pleased as she noted that despite being a bloodsucker, her uncle remained quite amusing. Then the mask fell from her face, and the creature that lurked behind her countenance uttered that it might be too energy-consuming to wipe humanity off the face of the earth. However, Whispering Ian was more than confident that he could do it alone. Rolling his eyes, Belbrick said that of course he believed it, except that he advised him to be careful of the people he had just swallowed. With a disgruntled hiss, Ian said that they were his prey now, and it was one he never missed. So he suggested that he and Julius make themselves comfortable and admire the unhurried demise of all humanity. The monster decided to dive inside himself and inspect what condition his victims were in. He felt their suffering fade along with their happiness, which marked the nearness of their demise. All their hopes, disappointments, joys and sorrows, and all emotions will be transferred to Ian to become the key ingredients of a world without suffering. So now the victims should just relax and dissolve into sweet illusions. Ariel has always been someone whose image is veiled in a veil of mystery. When she met Rene, he reported that her body was too weak to be a storehouse of life energy. There were always whispers about her, saying that the strange, gloomy girl never smiled. Gossipers speculated that it was because she had no family. No one really talked to her, for she kept very aloof. So when she expressed her desire to defend Gunther, everyone was shocked. People attributed her decision to the fact that she had too difficult a childhood. And Gunther himself had said more than once that Ariel would never understand him because she didn't experience the pain he went through. These words upset the girl because everyone was judging her, not knowing at all about the path she had to overcome. She was once a simple country girl who helped her parents with household chores. Carrying heavy buckets of water, the frail girl tripped and spilled the contents. She immediately began apologizing to her mother, promising to bring more. Except her mother wasn't impressed by her words and threw her the kind of scornful look that no child should see. The woman quickly approached her daughter and hit her hard in the face so that she could not stay on her feet and fell down again. She ordered Ariel to get back to work immediately and take the example of her sisters who carried 2 buckets at a time, while the girl couldn't carry one. Trying to ignore the strong throbbing in her cheek, the girl said she would bring water right away and apologized again. After that, hard work in the fields awaited the family. Ariel worked tirelessly in the heat, for she knew her mother would say she was doing too little compared to the rest of her sisters. As it was, the woman kept saying that the harvest would not pick itself, and that the youngest daughter needed to put in more effort if she wanted to consider herself part of the family. The girl wanted to go back to work after another lecture from her mother, only she felt sick because of the hard work under the scorching sun. When she fainted helplessly, her relatives only rolled their eyes unhappily and said that everyone was fed up with her weakness. The father stopped work and walked up to the mother and said that their youngest child was too useless. Instead of being useful, she was breaking work tools. Because of this, she began to be bullied by her siblings who kept asking if she could do anything right. No matter how hard Ariel tried, her mother's shadow always loomed over her, telling her that she wasn't doing enough. The girl lived like this year after year, unaware that she might be treated any differently. When the harvest season came to an end, the mother reported that in the end, the grain came out even less than 100 kilograms. One of the brothers said that last year and this year's drought was too severe. He had heard of their neighbors harvesting less than half of the usual crop. But my sister grudgingly replied that they were running out of money, so they might not make it to next year. After listening to the children, the father concluded that under such circumstances, there was a risk that someone in the family might starve to death. The man stated that this winter may be the cruelest they have ever experienced. The cold weather came, and everyone realized that the head of the family was not kidding. The lunches were very sparse, and everyone realized that you couldn't last long on such portions. After the meal, no one felt satiated, but everyone kept quiet because they knew that nothing could be changed. At one point, one of the daughters said that there were rumors that William and Margaret from a neighboring village had starved to death. The mother said dryly that they had nothing but this porridge they ate every day. But if they continued like this, they would soon run out of it too, and then they would all be short. The head of the family realized that some decision had to be made that would save them all. He remembered that some eagles would throw their weakest cubs out of the nest in times of great hunger. This was done so that the strongest chicks could survive by sharing the food among themselves. Such intense hunger had already been there. The man was very young, but he remembered that at that period his mother had taken his brother by the hand and gone for a walk with him. Except she came back all alone, her weak brother was nowhere to be found. Everyone listened intently to the story and began to guess at what it was hinting at. Father continued by saying that thanks to his brother's disappearance, they had one less mouth to feed. That winter, it was enough to keep the rest of them alive. His look was all gloomy as he looked at Ariel and mouthed that it was about time to go in search of his brother. Hearing that phrase made the girl freeze in place. She already knew that her family didn't like her because of her weakness, but it never occurred to her that they could kill her. Then she felt the kind of pain that really few people could understand. In those days, frozen hungry people died right on the streets. While her mother talked to someone inside the building, Ariel stood there and realized that she could soon be just another dead body lying under some building. The woman took her daughter to someone who bought people. The law had gotten stricter, and now the demand was down, so no one wanted to buy a child who was not gifted with anything. Desperate for at least some money, the mother asked for a better look at her daughter. She was sure she must be good for something. After listening to the mother's pleas, the merchant decided to take another look at the girl through the window. And he said a confident no, because when people were dying in the streets of the city, no one would want to buy such a puny child, which is of no use. The woman herself realized that her scheme was a failure, for if even her parents did not want such a child, why should strangers want her? Giving the girl 2 bronze coins, the mother made her final choice. She said that she could buy herself a bowl of soup and she had urgent business to attend to, so her daughter should wait for her here. After these words, the woman left. But when her daughter asked if she would return for her, the silence was too eloquent. However, Ariel continued to stand still and clutch the coins in her hands. She believed that her mom would not leave her alone. She didn't move an inch, desperate to wait for her mother. Her hands were blue from the cold, and her feet seemed to be stuck to the cold ground. Hours passed, but no one came back for her. Looking at her mother's footprints, which were still clearly visible on the snow-covered ground, the girl wanted to run along them and return home. But she realized that no one was waiting for her there. It had been several days, and the poor frozen girl still sat exactly where the closest person had left her. The poor girl kissed the coin her mother had left behind, for it was the only thing that connected her to home and those she considered her family. One night a shadow approached her. The weakened and sleepy girl thought that one of her parents had finally come back for her. But it was a complete stranger who leaned over her and gave her a not unreasonable fright. When his hand tried to grab Ariel, she screamed loudly and finally shifted. Despite having almost no strength, she was able to run away from someone who wanted to harm her. Eager to escape a fate that could have been far worse than death, the poor girl fled with her last strength. Tears from helplessness and terror covered her eyes, so she had to move almost blindly. Her feet led her to a cliff that was located just above the city. So before her was a view of the place from which she had been cast out like a weak animal that had no place anywhere. She was in so much pain over it that she wanted to scream and cry. She wanted to destroy the entire city, along with the rotten people who lived in it. And I also wanted the inner pain to go away. So my feet told me to go to the edge, because only death could bring peace. As she was about to take the last step, a rough male voice ordered her to stop. This was followed by a fall, the crunch of breaking branches, and a deafening scream. Opening her eyes, the girl realized she was in the arms of the very man she had run away from. For a moment, she thought she was dead. But the man laughed out loud and said that they were alive. They had indeed survived by a miracle, for they had fallen from a great height. Opening her mouth, Ariel didn't even know what to say. A moment ago, she thought her torment was finally over, but as it turned out, it might have just begun. Moving away from the man, she asked what he wanted and why he couldn't leave her alone. Grinning, the strange man said she looked like she needed help. Upon hearing this phrase, Ariel exploded. She cried loudly and said that there was no need to laugh at her, for she was already aware that she could do no good. Her hysterics wouldn't end. The tears only flowed harder, but she didn't want to be pitied. She only calmed down a little when she noticed that the man who was coming closer and closer to her was without a leg. As he walked past her, he said that for someone, a girl could really be useless. But for the right people, it might just be the find they've been waiting for all their lives. Those words made Ariel seriously wonder if she was really as useless as everyone around her said. Looking at the man who didn't despair even after losing a part of himself, the girl decided to go with him. They came to the outskirts of town. Stopping next to an elderly woman, Ariel's new acquaintance said he had asked her not to get out of the house. She waved her hand and said she couldn't sleep a wink anyway. Then she saw the girl and asked who it was that had come to see them. Shrugging, the man said he picked her up on his way home. She seemed useful to him. After examining the girl, the grandmother said that she was not at all useful, for even if you boiled soup from her, those bones would not satiate anyone. Grinning, the strange man said that if the two of them weren't enough of such soup, the old woman could pack her belongings. Instead of taking offense, the older woman laughed loudly as if such jokes were a familiar thing between them. For Ariel, such communication was something wild, so it was strange for her to hear that hunger and death could be joked about. The strange stranger led the girl to a nice wooden house, which, though it looked modest, was cozy enough. Gesturing the guest inside, the man said that this was where he worked and now he would have a roommate. He realized he wasn't offering a chorus, but when you're starving, you can't choose. The girl was so grateful she wanted to cry. Her own parents had condemned her to starvation, and a stranger was offering to find a comfortable place to stay and make herself at home in his abode. She was far from alone in that building. It seemed everyone in there had been saved from starvation by the man. When the owner entered his house, people ran up to him joyfully, calling him Dr. Ed. They seemed to be expecting him. People looked at Ariel curiously and asked where she was from, as she had obviously not been here before. Lowering her eyes, the girl said she didn't know where she was or where her home was now. Instead of judgment or misunderstanding, however, the woman smiled sweetly and said that she too did not know where her refuge was or where to go next. She rose from her seat and motioned for Ariel to sit down, for the girl looked too exhausted. Meanwhile, Dr. Ed was chatting with a man who was complaining about his illnesses. The stranger said that Dr. Edmund was a highly respected man. People said he studied medicine at one of the most prestigious schools. With his incredible knowledge, He could have led a trouble-free existence and developed further, but the man decided to stay here to take care of the poor. Those who lived in the building spoke of him as a most remarkable man who saved so many lives that it is impossible to count. But there were some disgruntled among them, one old man claiming that Ed was a charlatan, for he had never been able to cure him properly. Frowning, the woman asked him not to speak ill of the one who had given them shelter, especially since it was only thanks to the doctor that the old man was still alive and almost well. When dinner came, Ariel got her portion of hot food. The man apologized for being able to offer only such a meager soup, for he had nothing else. The winter was too merciless. Each day, more and more people found themselves outside, dying of cold and hunger. After dinner, the girl went out to the main hall. There was a little boy crying who said he was very scared. His mother comforted him, promising that she would never leave her child. This picture caused Ariel very unpleasant emotions, because not so long ago, there was one in the place of this boy, except that no one came back for her. She had been abandoned. She was all alone in this big world. People seemed like enemies who wanted to do harm. Night came, and the girl's tired body finally found peace on the soft bed. But she couldn't sleep because someone kept crying and talking about how much pain he was in. Ed was sitting by the bedside of one of his patients who was moaning in pain and talking about how she was too weak to overcome the suffering. Listening to this conversation, Ariel froze in anticipation of what Edmund would say. He asked the sick woman if she knew how babies born without limbs were treated on farms. As he began his story, the man said that once upon a time, there was only pain and agony in his life. But one day, a teacher told him a funny story. The wagon had an accident and overturned. The man who was riding in it broke his leg. The teacher asked young Ed if the boy who injured the limb was lucky. Ariel couldn't stand it and said that of course this kid was out of luck. Then the doctor continued the story by saying that all the other passengers in the wagon who were traveling with him had died. Yes, that man had broken his leg, but he had survived. So now Edmund asked again if that man had had any luck with the fracture. Frowning, Ariel said that if you looked at the situation that way, he was indeed a lucky man. Ed frowned and wondered if the girl was sure of her answer, for the guy's leg was still broken, and there was nothing pleasant about that. After a little thought, Ariel said that surviving with a broken leg was neither lucky nor unlucky. There was a philosophy to it. The doctor also thought that they tended to determine what was happiness and what wasn't by comparing themselves to others. Stroking the girl's head, the man said that, however it was, it didn't change the way they really were. In his opinion, all the feelings people had were normal, whether it was sadness that interfered with thinking and living, or a joy that could erase all the dark moments from life. To feel pain, fear, hope, or despair, all of these things were natural to a person who lived rather than existed. And it's also okay to be out of order, because all the complexities hit us like rocks. And even though those hits weren't physical, they did hurt a lot. Ariel knew exactly what Ed meant, for her heart clenched as soon as she remembered that her parents had not just abandoned her, but had condemned her to a horrible death. Ed spent the next night at the bedside of the grumpy old man, who talked about how the healer had finally been able to kill him because he had never tried to heal him properly. Smiling sadly, the man apologized to his old friend for letting him down. The old man didn't expect to hear those words, so his anger quickly evaporated by itself. Letting out a tear, the dying man said that even though the doctor was a quack, he had done everything he could to save someone like him, poor without a family or a roof over his head. After saying this, he took out a bag of coins and said that these were all his savings that he wanted to donate to Edmund's cause. He didn't care where he spent it, because he knew this place needed a lot of things: medicine, repairs, food. After the old man said his last words, his voice broke and he froze. Ed realized now in front of him lay just a shell, for the man's soul had already left the body. This death hurt the doctor. He felt guilty, felt like he hadn't done enough, even though he hadn't. Ariel found him crying in the corner. She didn't know how to react to something like this, how to be supportive, but still she wanted to do something. A few days had passed since the death of the grumpy old man, and the girl finally decided to ask a question she was very interested in. She asked if she could ever be like Dr. Edmund. The question seemed very cute and naive to the man, but he answered without hesitation that the girl would do well. She was embarrassed to say, but still Ariel notified that starting tomorrow, she wanted to help the doctor, so he should tell her exactly what she should do. Smiling, Ed said he made the right choice when he decided to bring her to this place. For the first time in a long time, Ariel allowed herself to smile a little and believed that she wasn't so useless. Soon, the residents of the home began to turn to her with their needs and illnesses, and she fully took the place of the doctor's right hand. Working tirelessly, she felt useful and important, which was very unusual. She had lived at this pace for over a year, and honestly, the girl enjoyed it much more than living with her parents. Watching this young girl who had once wanted to jump off a cliff blossom, Edmund said for the umpteenth time that he had done the right thing when he decided to take her in. Noticing the strange look in the doctor's eyes, Ariel asked why he was looking at her that way. He said that it felt like just yesterday she was a child on the verge of death. But if you look at her now, you can see a beautiful girl who is getting better, not by the day, but by the hour. Those words were so sweet, they made Ariel blush with embarrassment. A whole year had passed since the girl and the doctor had met, and winter had come, which was no less cold than the last. Looking at the snow-covered landscape outside the window, Ed said that there was a reason the teacher had come to him in his dream. It turned out to be a bad omen, but who would have thought that they would be caught in such a snowfall on the way? An anxious Ariel asked if they could go back, except that it was still a few days' walk to the village. But the doctor knew a daredevil who once jumped out into the street in this weather to prove to everyone that nothing could stop him. So this poor guy did not walk a kilometer as he froze to death. So he set a cautionary example for those who did not want to think about safety. It was morning, but the blizzard was not going to end. Both Ariel and her companion were sick with a terrible cough that had been going on for days. After a while, Ed diagnosed himself with a racking cough, along with a sharp pain in his chest, and these symptoms were accompanied by sticky mucus with blood. Due to hypothermia and constant drafts, they were getting worse, so the doctor realized that without competent treatment, they would not last long. The man knew that in such cases, it was necessary to moisten a gauze with mustard solution and place it on the chest. It helped blood circulation and expectoration of phlegm. Then the most important step was to drink medicines with extracts of eucalyptus, rosemary, elm bark, clover, and other herbs. The prepared mixture was to be taken twice a day for 3 days. Ed had 1 bottle with him, but only enough for 1 person. He had no doubt which of the 2 of them should take the medicine. The man had no hesitation in deciding to cure Ariel. The girl was very surprised that Ed had the medicine. He told her to drink and not to worry about anything. So she did, because she didn't even think that someone could sacrifice himself for her. This year's winter was too brutal, as the blizzard didn't stop even for a couple hours. The medication had already worn off, so all that was left was to hope that Ariel would recover and not get worse. So far, Ed had managed to hide from the girl the fact that he himself was getting worse every day. One evening, while sitting by the fireplace, Edmund asked that Ariel promise him something. According to him, the world was a very cruel and heartless place. Taking the girl's hand, he reminded her that even so, his teacher cared for him and he cared for Ariel. So now he wanted his ward to promise that she would try to follow in his footsteps and always help those in need. Frowning, the girl reminded herself that she was only a useless and clumsy student, so she doubted she could keep that promise. Except in Ed's opinion, all those words didn't describe the girl. He wanted her to believe in herself the way he believed in her. Clutching the man's hand tightly, she made the promise he was so eager to receive. After all, Ariel remembered absolutely everything he had done for her, so she didn't mind dedicating her life to a good cause. Lowering his gaze, the doctor said tiredly that was all he wanted to hear. At last the morning came. It pleased not only with bright sunshine, but also with the fact that the snowstorm was finally over. Jumping to her feet, Ariel noticed it immediately, and she also realized that she felt just fine. The overjoyed girl turned to the doctor to tell her about it, except no one answered her. As she came closer, she realized that Edmund wasn't moving, and that his coughing breath was hoarse. He was so peaceful that for a moment, the girl thought of the worst possible outcome. But then he shrieked sharply and laughed loudly, so that Ariel thought he was going to the other side of the world because he was so frightened. Without stopping laughing, the man asked if the girl really thought he was dead. Then noticing that the snowfall had stopped, Ed announced that they were saved. The man then commanded the packing, for he immediately set to work. Except that the girl didn't react. She clearly said that she remembered the events of the past perfectly well. That terrible day when she lost a loved one. She realized that Edmund would never wake up again, that it was all just illusions. Except the illusion was so real, it was standing right in front of her and saying that now they could continue to live together happily ever after. Nodding her head, she replied that those days were indeed her happiest days, But it was pointless to stay here, for everything was unreal. The doctor reminded her that there was nothing but misery outside. She herself knew she couldn't be happy there. But as it was, the girl knew that in reality, the one who had been asking for help all her life was waiting for her. And if she doesn't answer that call, if she doesn't come to him, he will hate this world until the day he dies. So she decided she had to save him and restore her faith in humanity, especially since Ariel remembered her promise to Dr. Editor. The man asked if she really wanted to help someone who wouldn't appreciate it anyway. His student smiled broadly and said yes without the slightest hesitation. After that answer, Edmund was confident that he had raised a worthy replacement for himself. Gently stroking the girl's cheek, he said he was proud of the way she had grown up. It was all Ariel had ever wanted to hear. These words were so important to her that she cried with happiness. And it was the promise made to the doctor that made her open her eyes and break out of the world of illusion. Whispering, Ian noticed that one of his victims was moving suspiciously. Ariel finally came to her senses and began to struggle to break free of the monster's shackles, tearing them right off. She managed to free herself and get to Gunther. She started to wake him up, telling him that they didn't have any time left at all. Except that instead of thanking her for saving him, the corpse knight hit her hard in the face with his fist. Of course he was doing it unconsciously. He was only defending himself from the one that was trying to pull him out of the sweet dreams where he was truly happy. The girl was sad to wake him, for she realized that he had indeed found peace and was feeling well. He cried and screamed that he wanted to go back to his mother, whom he had finally found after years of loneliness and resentment. His face lit up with a smile as he talked about how much he loved his dear mommy too. Trying to shout to him, Ariel began to say that everything he was seeing was just a pleasant illusion that had nothing to do with reality. However, Corpse Knight didn't want to come to his senses. He screamed that he was in the very real world, so he should just be left alone. Looking at the man who had been through a lot of troubles but now looked satisfied, Ariel wondered if he was really happy. Gunther laughed as heartily as he had ever laughed before. He said he was finally going to his mom and smiled once more. Sighing, the girl said she understood perfectly well his desire to stay in the illusion, so she decided not to stop him from being happy. Stretching out on his chest, she figured their journey would end right here, inside the monster that was digesting their bodies alive. Meanwhile, Gunther was living the happy childhood he never had. He tried on clothes his mother had made, and his parents marveled at how they fit him. His father offered to try on something he had sewn, which the boy was absolutely thrilled about. Except that the smile slid off his face as soon as his parents told him he had to learn something before they died. The boy didn't want to think about something sad because he and his mom and dad were just getting to know each other. While the man was dreaming, Ariel talked and told him that she always liked Gunther, even when others said that he could not be trusted. He always managed to make the girl laugh, and he was also the first one who dared to punch Captain Welf and mock his huge jaw. The words seemed to break through Gunther's defenses, and he was able to hear them even while in the illusion. Even though his life energy was almost at zero, he could still move and hear voices, so the girl didn't give up hope of reaching him. She began to remember those moments when Gunther would banter with Rene. In those moments, you could say she wasn't interested, but in truth, she was always amused by his phrases. And the girl also thanked him for the rabbit he caught for them, for it turned out very tasty. What was always noticeable to Ariel was that even when everyone was tired and losing hope, Gunther stayed true to himself and moved forward without question. She was grateful to him for that. There was an absolute certainty inside her that if it wasn't for his help, none of the team would have made it halfway. So in her final moments, she was very pleased to see that Gunther was finally happy. Looking into his peaceful face, Ariel realized that she was very lucky to have met a man like him. These words made little Gunther, who was alive with dreams, freeze in place. Ariel continued her speech. She said that she never thought she would be telling Corpse Knight what she was ready to say goodbye. Leaning very close to his face, the girl whispered that she was blessed to know a man like Gunther. After saying that, she hugged him, pressed her cheek against his, and thanked him for coming into the world. The phrase rang loudly in the little boy's ears and made him remember who he really was. Images of the past flashed through his mind, and gradually he remembered what had happened and where his body was. Illusion's parents noticed something was wrong with the guy, so they started asking him what was wrong. Many things had happened, so much so that it was extremely difficult to describe. It was so painful to realize that his parents' love could only have been a dream for him. He wanted to scream, to cry, to be hysterical, to do something to make the intense heartache stop tormenting him. But that pain made him come to his senses and finally open his eyes. Carefully touching Ariel's hair with his hand, the corpse knight screamed loudly, putting all the pain and suffering he was experiencing into that scream. The girl was so taken aback by the gesture that she was ready to dissolve into that tight embrace. Cradling her against him, Gunther began to ramble that no one had ever loved him, so he had no idea how to give love. Ariel finally responded to his hug and told him that he shouldn't worry about it, because she understood him and was the same way. The man trembled in her arms as he spoke of how he didn't deserve to be loved, for he didn't even love himself. In response, the brunette only clung tighter to him, saying she'd been through it too. Gunther didn't find anything to reply to that. He just cried, as hard as he had never let himself. Even as a child, no one had ever seen him cry. Gradually, their bodies began to slide down Ian's body, except they didn't understand how they were going to get out. The monster was simply furious. He couldn't understand how this couple managed to wake up. Except these lucky ones shouldn't forget that they were still inside the monster that intended to wipe them out. But the serpent failed to do so, for the corpse knight broke through the monster's body and burst out with Ariel in his arms. As Ian wriggled in pain, the man carefully asked if the girl was okay, and she nodded her head affirmatively. Gunther realized he had about 5 minutes left. In that time, he should find the monster's heart and destroy it if they wanted to save the others. Thinking back on his little trip through Ian's insides, the man realized that there was nothing in the main part of his body, meaning the heart was hidden somewhere else. With a loud hiss, Ian shouted that the knight would not be able to defeat him with just one hand. It sounded like a challenge, and our hero gladly accepted it to prove to everyone that he was so strong that no obstacles would prevent him from winning. While the man fought, Ariel watched the battle. She was surprisingly calm, for deep down she knew very well that Gunther would get his way. All these events woke up the rest of the team. They were perplexed to wake up and ask what had happened. When Audrey heard that Gunther had woken up and was now fighting for them, she felt ashamed that she had doubted him. Looking at him desperately trying to kill the monster, everyone felt a strong prick of conscience for thinking he was a traitor. The whispering thing wouldn't give up. It sent visions of a mother over the man, who screamed that her son couldn't abandon her so cruelly. But now the knight knew that it was not his mother, but merely an illusion, so he ordered her to immediately shut up and disappear from his mind. There wasn't an ounce of pity inside him as his fist headed for the face of the one who called herself his mother. The monster was finally finished. Now its huge, dismembered body was lying helplessly on the side. Except if the monster's body no longer carried any danger, its vampire essence was still undiminished. When Gunther finally found it, he was horrified, for the vampire looked as if it had been burned at the stake. With a smirk, Whispering Ian said that as absurd as it sounded, the knight had hit it right on the mark. She told me that she was once chained to a pole and fried to a crisp. One accusatory sentence was enough for them to set her on fire alive, and then they just watched her scream in unbearable pain, constantly begging for mercy. Rolling his eyes, Gunther said he didn't have time to listen to those sob stories. He advised her to tell them to her buddies, who were already waiting for her in hell. Only that phrase brought a smile to the vampire's face. She mouthed that even if he killed her now, it wouldn't change the fact that people would drive themselves to the grave. The creature began to ask Gunther to cut off all people's tongues so they would never open their filthy mouths again. Her words were turning into a real tantrum when In said she needed to stop all this chatter. Her gaze was so pitiful it resembled a human's as she mouthed that she had never been a witch. Evil tongues had slandered her. Except Gunther didn't care. He swung his strong fist and there was one less vampire on this earth. It was morning. The team was gradually coming to their senses after the incident. Someone informed them that they had only 5 kilometers to go. There were still doubts among the warriors about Gunther's loyalty. One of them told Audrey that now was the last chance to dismantle the corpse knight. Turning her head, the blonde was sharply reminded that neither she nor he had been able to give up Ian's illusions, and Gunther had been able to and had saved them all, despite the recent scandals. Audrey was sure that if they didn't trust him even now, it would be vivid proof of how hopeless people were. Now it finally dawned on the man that Rene's daughter was right. He smiled, for he realized that their captain had raised a fine daughter. Meanwhile, the knight and Ariel were resting after all the events of the previous night. While the man was energized, they both fell asleep sitting in the wagon. This cute picture was noticed by Audrey and asked how they could attack him when he looked so peaceful. Grinning, her companion said he was even a little jealous of the man. After all, she and Ariel looked so calm and happy, it was impossible not to notice. They slept all day, and when dusk fell upon the land, they awoke only when the carriage stopped. Going outside, the girl decided to gather her hair in a ponytail. Gunther immediately noticed and asked why she did it. She explained that she used to always walk like that, but after the death of the doctor stopped. Now she was thinking about going back to that look, finishing her hair. The brunette asked if it was pretty. Blushing, the knight mouthed that she looked quite nice. It seemed that his dead pale face had turned a little pink. The same blush appeared on the cheeks of the girl who hadn't heard compliments in so long. Noticing this sweet conversation, Audrey couldn't hold back a dreamy sigh. Gunther immediately became indignant and irritatedly asked if she was having trouble breathing. Getting serious, Audrey said she would like to hear the answer to a question she had asked before, but now she needed the man to be as honest as possible. This tone made the man a little tense, so he started going over in his head all the questions the curious Audrey had ever asked. He thought she was interested in the betrayal question, but there was no way he expected the blonde to ask if he liked Ariel. A blush colored his face so that it could not be overlooked. Lowering his eyes, our hero said he didn't know what he was feeling. A pleased Audrey picked up on the fact that he was no longer in denial like last time. Turning away, the knight asked him not to pester him with strange questions. Also, one couldn't help but notice that Ariel was blushing all red with embarrassment. The atmosphere around this couple was more than strange. Grinning, the man who was driving the wagon said that someone was having a pretty good time traveling. After these words, there was a violent explosion that happened right behind the carriage. Turning his head, the man realized that their troubles were not over. Unfortunately, they had just begun. They will again have to face the one for whom the main value was the human hands, and to fulfill the daily norm for their collection, the monster is ready to do anything. Now he was not going to let go so easily of his prey, which he had followed for several dozen kilometers. Terror gripped the warrior's body and he shouted loudly that Dennis had caught up with them. And after all, they had barely escaped him last time. Gunther immediately went into action. He quickly pushed the man away from where the first blow had come and thus saved his life. Looking at the fact that the warrior was still in a daze, the corpse knight ordered him to get into hiding as soon as possible. All the man could utter was a simple thank you, because he had not expected Gunther to stand up for him. Examining the knight, the monster asked if he hadn't blown up his wrist. Grinning, Dennis said it was only for the best, for now he would be able to take his new hands for himself. Clutching a small stone in his hand, the vampire said he would be very curious to see how his opponent would get away from him this time, for he now intends to make this patch of forest the burial place of the famous unkillable warrior. Ariel ran out of hiding to remind Gunther that his opponent was invulnerable, and therefore he should run away. He said no, for they could not abandon the black wagon. So this time the battle cannot be avoided. You will either have to defeat this monster or die. And since our hero was extremely stubborn, he chose to fight to the very end, no matter what it cost him. This persistence was very impressive to Dennis, who decided that this fight could be quite interesting. It was quite obvious to the knight that he was facing a strong enemy. He didn't even deny that he might lose, except that running away from the enemy was more risky. To handle Dennis, he realized he had to know absolutely every move he made. After all, by seeing where and how the blow is coming from, he will be able to reflect it and counterattack. And to do that, he'll have to face his death. Laughing, Dennis said that all those were just pretty words that would not help in any way with the task at hand. But that was not the case. Thanks to his observation and strategic thinking, Gunther managed to fend off several attacks that could have neutralized him. The angry vampire continued to attack, throwing stones at him one after another, but it was not difficult for our hero to repel each pebble. His maneuverability and speed helped him get close enough to Dennis that he could easily strike him. Except that at this distance, Gunther was also vulnerable, so he was subject to a hard hit that was impossible to avoid. But one shouldn't forget that the corpse knight was an unusual warrior, and it was extremely difficult to kill someone who was already dead. So it didn't take long for our hero to recover from the blow. Just a couple seconds later, he already made another attempt to kill Dennis. When Gunther's sword touched the vampire's skin, it rang loudly and split in half. The shocked man regretted being so careless, for it could have been foreseen that Dennis's skin would be too thick, making it almost impossible to do damage. Taking advantage of the knight's temporary confusion, the vampire attacked, grabbing his wrist hard. This action helped him get what he so desperately wanted, Gunther's right hand, without which it would be difficult for him to continue fighting. Except that the bloodsucker didn't know that it wasn't the first time our hero had had to lose limbs, so he learned to function without some of them. Losing part of his arm did not stop him or in any way prevent him from striking the next blow. But it all seemed too useless because Dennis easily reflected all the blows and did not allow him to do even the slightest damage. He said he was that inevitable death for Gunther that he didn't even realize was coming. According to him, he was a fate that could not be bypassed in any way, so a warrior should just take it for granted and submit. His demand was that the man give him the other brush, and then he would make his death more painless. Of course, no one was going to give up, so the sounds of intense fighting could be heard even at the other end of the forest. The armor shattered as if it were made of paper rather than solid metal. The trees were blown down along with their roots from the battlefield as if they weighed nothing at all. That Gunther was in a bad way could be told by his appearance. The right side of his torso was partially missing, his arm was completely torn out, and his legs were barely holding up his damaged body. He didn't understand where this bloodsucker got such power from within him, but he decided that he would fight to the very end. After all, he had a clear goal now, to keep those who believed in him safe, even if those people were few. He needed to find out where the bastard's weak spot was. The bloodsucker's skin was like stone. It couldn't be penetrated by anything, so he had to look for other options. Our hero took a closer look at his mouth and thought it looked more vulnerable than the rest of his body. Now it remained to figure out how to confuse the enemy and make him open his ugly mouth wide. Noticing the strange movement in his direction, Gunther realized it was a good time to start moving. In fact, literally a few centimeters from him fell a huge cobblestone. After that, the vampire once again offered him to surrender. Dennis said that he could directly feel the man's desire to face death, so he might not even hope to escape. This fiery speech ended as soon as the vampire saw the wrist that lay prominently displayed, beckoning for him to take it into his intimidating collection. Overjoyed he had bought the fact that he would get his left hand so easily, the monster began to say that the second hand was just as beautiful as the first. This moment was the perfect moment to attack Dennis. Gunther understood this perfectly and decided to take advantage of it. Except the monster expected this turn of events. He grabbed the man who had pounced on him from behind and grabbed him with his huge hands. He said that today it would be Gunther who would meet the death he had been trying to escape for so long. But things didn't go according to plan, and it was Dennis himself, who didn't think he could be outplayed, who cried out in pain. His face was bare and more vulnerable, but he kept saying that no one could defeat him. It seemed absurd to him that someone would voluntarily go into his mouth and expect it to succeed. Now that he had the knight's brushes, he could safely nibble him down to the bone, piece by piece. By the time Gunther gets to him, he will have time to absorb his body completely. However, our hero was sure that he would be able to deal with him before it was too late.
It was hard to tell how this battle would end, as Gunther's head was completely engulfed by Dennis's mouth.
The monster's teeth were so sharp that they effortlessly bit half of the corpse knight's torso, the rest of it falling to the ground helplessly. All that remained of Gunther was his head, neck, and a small portion of his rib cage. However, despite his pitiful condition, he was still alive and even dared to grin at his enemy. Such boldness was to Dennis's liking. He grinned and mouthed that he still hadn't met the norm, so it was no time to lose. The vampire himself was also badly hurt and didn't look the same anymore. However, he managed to grab his enemy with his foot and mouthed that he wasn't done dealing with him yet. As he got closer, Dennis noticed that Gunther had gotten much stronger. He assumed that could only mean one thing. The warrior had found something much more valuable than his own life. Noticing the corpse knight, Ariel immediately rushed over to him, her heart foreboding that something bad had happened to him. He was very pleased to realize that someone cared whether he lived or died. Noticing the strange smile on the man's face, the vampire said that one day he would inevitably experience the intense pain of losing someone he lived for. And then there will be the question of whether he can bear the weight of the pain that lies ahead. The monster knew what he was talking about, for when his child was in distress, he could not bear the mental anguish. With him was always a reminder of his failure to keep his child safe from a terrible fate that no one would wish on anyone. His voice was abruptly cut off, for all the damage Gunther had inflicted on him caused his body to begin to disintegrate and dissipate into space. Looking at what was left of the monster, everyone realized that he was indeed a difficult target. But despite all the difficulties, the warrior did well and survived. Closing his eyes, Gunther muttered that this time he wasn't fighting for survival at all. Frowning, Ariel clutched what was left of his body tighter and wondered what the man was fighting for then. The girl's touch was very nice and warm, so Corpse Knight was able to relax. He wanted to sit in that position for as long as possible. Ariel smiled and said she would be there for as long as it took. Everyone who witnessed this picture perfectly understood that between this couple there is some special relationship. After a while, Gunther's body was fully recovered, and he was now able to pull the wagon again. At last they arrived at their destination. Audrey had noticed that many things had happened on the way, and they had arrived later than expected. Now all they had to do was get over the hill, and they would finally get to where Julius lived. According to Bellbrick, it was over that hill that Isabella Hound, the girl who showed mercy and was killed for it, was buried. Only our hero was interested not in a sob story, but in how many higher vampires were left, because there were only 8, and he had already finished off many of them. Audrey immediately remembered that Linnell was still alive. It was unlikely she had any strength left to fight. They had no more information on survivors. It was unknown how much provision the monsters had left in the form of blood marbles, but it was obvious that the supply shortage was a pressing problem. The girl also reminded him that Julius only had half a heart, which meant that Gunther would be able to overpower him. Looking at the hill, Corpse Knight said that when they crossed it, the battle with the vampires would end with humanity's victory. Except that Rene's daughter wanted to know what would happen next when the enemies were done with. Instead of answering, the warrior asked her to stop immediately, for he sensed something coming. Also, this was far from a single creature. There were about 100 of them, if not more. The girls became alarmed. They thought it was simply impossible. After all, it was still a long way to sunset. Perhaps they were inferior vampires. That's just where they came from in such numbers. But the knight said that those steps did not belong to vampires at all, for those had much heavier and more chaotic steps. Soon a multitude of flags appeared on the horizon that spoke of the approaching army. A human army. This realization scared Gunther more than the appearance of a new monster or meeting Julius. At the head of the procession rode future Queen Olivia Hound, who waved her hand in greeting and said she was glad to see the hero of humanity, a dead knight in her own right. Our hero was, to put it mildly, not thrilled to see this crazy woman again, who was only interested in her own reputation. Looking at the man's displeased face, the queen said she would forgive him for such insolence. Her henchman began to say, Olivia's generosity would be an example for generations to come. Nodding her head, the woman said that she tried very hard not to be late, because it was not easy to gather troops, organize supplies, and prepare for the march. Hearing those words, everyone understood what she was getting at. She wanted to appropriate all of their accomplishments to show the people her power. She confirmed these speculations when she said that from this second on, they should retreat and let her army finish what they started. But no one was willing to let her skip ahead and let her take the fruits of their labor. Audrey asked indignantly if Olivia knew what it had cost them to get here. The royal servant shouted at the girl and ordered her to watch her tongue better. When everyone was silent, the heir to the throne promised to reward them handsomely on behalf of the ruling family, for she was well aware of all the difficulties they had encountered. The woman was suggesting that they leave the battlefield and no longer watch their friends shed blood in unequal combat. All the warriors who were with Gunther thought it was outrageous and unfair. Rene's daughter demanded that the Corpse Knight speak up, but he only smiled enigmatically, his smile looking slightly insane. Frowning, the future queen wondered if any ordinary warrior would dare to laugh at her. She wanted to wipe that smirk off his face. Running a hand over his face tiredly, Gunther said that whoever she killed and whatever she did on their backs was none of his business. He didn't care at all. The only thing he was interested in was his own life. He was still interested in Ariel. Only for her and for himself he was ready to engage in mortal combat. The queen listened to this with a haughty expression on her face. It was noticeable that she was thinking that the lives of everyone in this clearing belonged to her alone. Gunther's words made Ariel blush. Firstly, she was embarrassed that he was admitting his warm attitude towards her. Secondly, she felt sorry that the man was only willing to save her alone. An exasperated Audrey asked what about them. Then Corpse Knight rolled his eyes and muttered that he might want to see a few more personalities alive. Raising her hand up, the queen said that she would never dare to harm the glorious heroes of mankind. Moreover, she guaranteed that she would provide them a trouble-free life. After the promises made, she asked if Gunther's team would mind if it was her army that ended Julius. Shrugging, the knight said that it was entirely her business, except he wanted to ask her one question. Our hero asked if Olivia Hound was sure his help wouldn't be needed. Laughing nervously, the woman said that of course they could manage on their own. In that case, Gunther said he would not prevent the queen from doing as she wished, except that now he would only help her when she begged for it on her knees. Proudly raising her head, Olivia declared that members of the royal family never take back their words. Moreover, they don't kneel in front of anyone, so the audience can get comfortable and watch her triumph. Sitting by the fire, Ariel asked the knight if he would let Olivia get away with all the things she had done and said. Closing his eyes, Gunther said that was exactly what he would do, since the war was about to end anyway. Dennis's words about whether he could bear the pain he would feel after losing his loved ones were still swirling around in his head. So, as strange as it may sound, he was in agreement with Olivia that they didn't need to shed any more blood. He didn't want to lose anyone from his team. One of the warriors sadly commented that if they let this happen, it would be Queen Olivia who would go down in history, not the corpse knight who did all the major work. Laughing, Gunther asked if the man thought he had gotten this far just to make history. He reminded her that he didn't care whose name was in the history book. Only his life and Ariel's well-being mattered to him. The guys realized that on the one hand it was very nice, but on the other hand it sounded extremely selfish, because future generations will not know the truth. Suddenly, Leonard, who must have come with the queen, approached them. He demanded of the corpse knight to immediately remove his filthy hands from the girl. Frowning, our hero realized that this man with the strange chin had also survived and would be pestering him for some time to come. Ariel, on the other hand, was glad to see Captain Welf, for he reminded her of the hall, the place where they would return to live a peaceful life. Bowing to the girl, the captain said he only survived because of her prayers. Looking around, he asked where everyone else was. Lowering her eyes, Ariel said that only they survived. Everyone else met their end on the way here. Now Welf realized that their journey had been more severe than he had anticipated, so that everyone was amazed at their valiant feat. The man became more and more convinced every day that his sacrifice had not been in vain. Gunther confirmed this, except that, according to him, Welf's hand stank worse than everyone else's. Ignoring these words, the captain asked the boys not to be saddened by Her Majesty's words, because regardless of exactly how the war ends, the fact that they fought desperately for humanity will live on forever in those who know them. Rolling his eyes, Gunther repeated for the umpteenth time that he didn't care about all this sentimental nonsense. Opening a fruit that lay nearby, the knight held it out to Ariel, saying that she would have fiddled with it for ages. The girl thanked and began to chew the juicy fruit, which was very tasty. Watching her eat, Gunther noticed that the brunette was chewing very nicely. These words really pissed off Welf, who didn't like the fact that the knight was being too nice to someone he wasn't even close to. The captain decided to ask Audrey what was going on between the couple, because something had clearly changed between them. When Rene's daughter told him about all the changes in Gunther and Ariel's relationship during this time, Welf was simply amazed. No, he was even shocked, because in no way expected that the knight would show care and tenderness towards the girl, or would not only accept them, but also reciprocate. The man said it couldn't be true. He just couldn't let it happen. And though Gunther was invincible, something had to be thought of. After all, in his opinion, Corpse Knight was a true scum who was worse than any resident of the back alley. It seemed unacceptable to him that a noble girl like Ariel was around such an unworthy man. Audrey very much disliked the captain's intentions, however. Until he did something, she could not suspect him of anything. Meanwhile, a very entertaining dialogue was going on in the queen's tent. The attendant reported that a few nobles had been delayed and they were slightly off schedule, but he promised to see to it that they would be ready to perform tomorrow. Smiling, Olivia said that she should be remembered as a kind and selfless ruler who eradicated all evil that threatened people. Her name will be remembered by future generations. Bowing, the servant Patrick mouthed that it would be so. He told her that he had invited the best artists in the country to capture her triumphant moment. This news pleased the vain woman, who was only interested in her own power and not in caring for her subjects. No one in the camp could even think of the fact that the enemy could be much closer than they all thought. Julius looked carefully at the enemy camp and thought about what he should do to avoid losing. Linnell was standing nearby, helping to keep another vampire on his feet. She said that Rack's psyche was very unstable, so if he got into a fight, he wouldn't be able to stop on his own. According to her, he will fight until the rising sun turns him to ashes. When she asked Julius if he was sure he wanted to use him in this battle, he replied that the last army of humanity was in front of them. Its destruction would guarantee that humans would no longer be able to engage in large-scale battles, which was exactly what Rack had promised him. So yes, he was sure of what he intended to do next. Linnell was sad, but she nodded affirmatively, which meant that she would help with anything the pureblood vampire came up with. Stroking Rack's arm, the woman pressed her sharp fingernail into his skin and let it bleed. She then moved closer to his ear and whispered softly that there were enemies ahead. Those words woke the vampire and made him scream in panic. He was ready to pounce on those who wanted to harm his family. He began to ask fearfully where exactly the enemies were, whether they were behind his back or just around the nearest corner. His power became more and more exuberant as he began to lament that people had once again come to kill him or his friends. From his blood, soldiers began to appear, who lined up in rows and were ready to follow all of their master's orders. Rack shouted loudly and gave the order to defeat all humans, once and for all, so that they could not rise from the ashes that would be left behind. The guards who were on night duty were quietly conversing about whether the war was really coming to an end. Some were sure that soon they would return to a peaceful life, that the dark times were over, and soon the long-awaited dawn would come. Some felt that it was too early to relax, as the real battle would only begin now. And whoever raises the victory flag has changed their life for the better and will rise from the muck in no time. So according to one of the soldiers, they should fight in the front line so that the queen would notice their bravery. When one of them said it sounded extremely risky, the others laughed and called the man a cowardly loser. In the opinion of the most talkative of them all, war meant chance and was a great opportunity for the commoner to rise to prominence. This daredevil's name was Igor, and he planned to stay alive because he wanted so much to see his feat admired by others. The man who was standing next to him said he wasn't making any grandiose plans. It would be enough for him to just survive. The most silent of them twitched sharply and pointed his finger deep into the forest. He noticed some suspicious movement there. Everyone froze in place as they realized that their comrade was right. In vain they thought the war would end so easily. The first thing the guards did was inform the queen that they were under attack and she must run for cover. When she heard the news, she was extremely surprised, for she had been informed that there were no more vampires capable of fighting. She wondered what the attackers looked like. Patrick said that he had been informed that the creatures were in human form. The queen questioned what the number of opponents was. Patrick's face reflected anxiety and animal fear. He never gave an answer to that question. Everyone was terrified, but Gunther's team knew who to pry information from. Belbrick grinned and said he didn't even expect to see this vampire alive. According to him, they would have to face a certain Rack Legion. He was one of the craziest vampires who could handle even an army as large as the one his niece had amassed. After all, Rack's army numbered 1,000,000 soldiers, while Olivia's was only 2,000. Looking at the terrain that was dotted with enemies, the people had an animal fear, but despite it, they tried to come together and give battle. Running up to Gunther, Audrey told him to get ready for battle, but he replied that he wasn't going to do it until the queen kneels. He planned to let her savor this defeat, so taking Ariel in his arms, the knight mouthed that it was time for them all to get out of here, before the vampires crippled them as well. The soldier who was on Gunther's team said that although Corpse Knight was strong, even he couldn't match an army of 1,000,000, so he planned to take his advice. This warrior had already even managed to gather his belongings to set off immediately. Meanwhile, the queen's soldiers were trying to get the ballista up as soon as possible. They were aiming for the road, for they wanted to destroy any approaches to the camp. One of the arrows hit the strange blood knight, except that one loss did nothing. There were too many vampire warriors. No matter how well the ballista shot, all the people realized that they were outnumbered, for there were too many opponents. Someone had said they should retreat, so those on the front lines should stall for as long as they could, even if it meant sacrificing their own lives. There were too few men to hold back the onslaught, so even the brave ones who agreed to the venture were soon fleeing in fear. Patrick realized that the queen must run right now, for in a few minutes it might be too late. Making her way through the crowd, Olivia was so scared and confused that she didn't even notice one of the vampire monsters approaching. The only thing she had time to see was the glow of steel that was too close to her head. A shocked Patrick realized either he would do something or another monarch would die before his eyes. Closing her eyes, the woman braced herself for the pain, for the blow was inevitable. But all she felt was the splatter of someone else's blood that stained her face. Opening her eyes, she wanted to look at the one who had spared her from an agonizing demise. It was her brave servant who managed to repel the enemy's attack in time and thus save the queen. At first, she thought it was Patrick. However, a man named Igor stood in front of her. He said he was from the outer garrison. Tossing her hair back, Olivia vowed to remember the name, for his warrior had impressive skills that had helped keep the royal alive. As he passed Igor, Patrick said that he must protect his ruler at all costs. The warrior was glad to be noticed, so was willing to do anything to not be left in the shadows. It was decided to lead Olivia Hound into a valley that was nearby. The passage there was narrow enough so that it would be easy to hold back the enemy warriors. However, one of the warriors reminded them that their opponents were vampires, which meant that it would be harder to win than he said. But Patrick said that the representatives in question were weak one at a time. So if you destroy them gradually, they would have a chance to survive. The risk was great, but they only needed to hold out until dawn. The queen approved of this plan, so she ordered an immediate advance into the valley. The warriors had been told that the ruler had ordered a retreat, so now they were relieved to begin to move away from the intimidating creatures that had been pushing them back. Rack's subordinates did not stop moving. They crowded the entire valley. It was simply impossible to count all the soldiers. The passage to the place where the queen was going was really narrow, but that didn't stop the vampires and they boldly entered it, following the humans. The royal guards were not about to retreat, for they were ordered to hold off the attack until sunrise, the commander ordering them to act boldly to drive the vampires back. Except that no amount of motivational speeches helped people put aside their fear and go to certain death. But there was a daredevil among them, who rushed ahead of all. He was Igor, who either could not wait to die, or he was so thirsty for fame and recognition. He was so desperate to make history and become a hero of this war that he completely forgot about fear and sense of self-preservation. Looking at him, the elderly commander told his charges that in war one must always remember the hammer and anvil principle. According to him, first choosing which anvil to crush the enemy with and which hammer to crumble his bones into dust was the simplest yet effective practice. Looking at the number of enemies, the man realized that if they were only defensive, they would quickly be ambushed. So, to turn the battle in their favor, you need a powerful hammer to help smash the vile vampires right on the anvil. His gaze stopped on Gunther, who fit the description of a hammer perfectly, except that the corpse knight had no intention of becoming one. So we had to use ordinary soldiers. Sending them into battle, the commander ordered them to fight and make sure that the enemies could not overwhelm them with their numbers. However, they severely underestimated their opponents, deciding that they were weak when fighting alone. Their mistake the warriors realized after one of the vampires easily cut down their comrade. Then they were truly frightened and realized the hopelessness of their situation. In place of those bloodsuckers that had been destroyed, new, more ferocious ones immediately appeared. So it seemed that all their attempts to escape were futile. But the thirst for survival helped the human soldiers. Being on the very edge, they continued to fight, because they knew that as soon as they put down their swords, they would face an agonizing death. They saw how hard it was for those unlucky enough to be wounded and unable to defend their lives. Grown men crying and calling for their mom before they died. They were in so much pain that it is simply impossible to describe their death agony, for no one but they had known such suffering. The once peaceful Green Valley was now drenched in blood and was the last thing a huge number of people saw. Vampires and humans came together in a battle the likes of which the world had never seen before. The largest and bloodiest battle in the history of all time.
Only it was not clear who would be the victor, those whose thirst for life exceeded all limits, or those who crowded the valley with their numbers.
Despite the fact that people were clearly losing, Igor did not retreat and did not lose faith in himself, because only he could ensure a better future, and war was a great method, the most important thing to keep alive. He also wanted to pull his friend Thomas forward to share in his success, for a seat had just opened up beside him. Except Thomas wasn't destined to be a hero, because while he was making his way to Igor, an enemy sword blew his head off his shoulders. When his blood splattered Igor's face, he realized that in war, everyone should think only of himself, because if he gave in to his feelings now, he would lose his guard. The human warriors realized that there were too many enemies. They were crowding them heavily, so if it continued like this, the humans wouldn't last more than 3 hours. Looking at the whole situation, Patrick told the queen that she should ask Gunther to help, because if he made his way to the front lines, the situation would be much easier. However, the heir to the throne disliked this idea very much, as she would have to kneel before him in order for the corpse knight to help them. She asked where the queen had ever knelt before a dead man. Laughing loudly, the woman said that she would rather die in this battle with her warriors than do something like that. Gaining courage, Patrick decided to press her, saying that if they lost this battle, world history would remember her as the most incompetent monarch in existence. Those words made the woman grin, for the servant had succeeded in pressing her sore spots. Olivia's greatest fear was that she would not be loved, respected, and celebrated. The commanders also started talking about how kneeling before Gunther was the best possible option. So they started literally begging her to do it, because their lives directly depended on this act. Olivia realized that if she didn't do what needed to be done, she would fall flat on her face in front of her warriors. But even more, she didn't want to bow her head to this dead man who wouldn't miss an opportunity to mock her. Circumstances were such that still, she had to put her pride on the back burner and face someone she was beginning to hate on par with vampires. As expected, Gunther didn't hesitate to remind that he would only help if the ruler didn't hesitate to get on her knees. When she did decide to do so, her acolytes drew up an awning so that the other warriors would not see her shame, though Patrick claimed there was no shame in it. After all, Gunther will remain in history as an unscrupulous villain, and she will look like a selfless ruler who is willing to do anything to save the people. It made sense. It was the only thing that comforted Olivia, who was used to bowing her head to no one. The corpse knight prodded her and asked why she was still on her feet if she had come to kneel before him. Those words made her change her mind and angrily blurted out that she would never bow down to a monster like him. Patrick cried out, for his whole scheme had failed and his chances of rescue had evaporated. And Gunther laughed loudly, saying that he had known something like this would happen. Patting her on the shoulder, the man said she was never fit to be a ruler. She had heard a similar phrase from her father more than once, his look always telling her that he didn't see her as a worthy ruler. The king said he was disgusted by her stubbornness and thoughtless approach. So offended was he by the fact that his daughter would go down in history as the most worthless monarch. It always hurt her to hear this, because the girl had worked so hard to be a worthy princess who would later become the pride of her father and the entire nation. And now when she heard the same thing years later from some worthless knight, it caused a whole storm of negative emotions inside her. Stepping away from the mad ruler, Gunther shifted his gaze to Ariel and asked what their plan was. The latter rolled her eyes and replied that he knew her answer. Grinning, he nodded his head. Yes, her answer was well known to him. Once upon a time, a few friends lived so poor that all their dreams revolved only around having a proper meal. Poor Thomas, who was already dead, kept wondering how much longer they were going to live in poverty. Igor kept telling them not to hang their heads because he had a plan. He was 100% sure that he would become a hero and people would carry his name through generations. His comrade had little faith in it, but Igor said it was worth waiting a little longer and they would all realize he was right. The man claimed he could already hear the whole world chanting his name. So he thought that the guys should get ready, because luck comes only to those who are ready to receive it with all honors. Thomas decided that these words were not without meaning, for Igor was the smartest and strongest of their group. Thinking about it, the man asked his friend if they would benefit from the fact that he would become famous. Igor began to convince them that they would see everything for themselves, because he would not abandon those with whom he fought side by side. He said that when he became a hero, he would buy a 5-story estate overlooking the ocean, and 2 of his friends could occupy the 1st and 2nd floors. The boys liked this plan. Thomas was already beginning to dream that he would open a tavern on the 1st floor and lead a trouble-free life. After a few minutes, he had already changed his mind and said that if he married a beautiful girl and had children, the tavern idea would have to be put on hold. Tomas was now desperate for Igor to become a hero, because then all these dreams could come true. Not to be realized, all these wishes will never come true for one reason. There will be no one to fulfill them, because poor Tom was robbed of his life. And now Igor was dragging him to the healer, even though it was obvious that no one could help the unfortunate man. As he began to make his way through the crowd of warriors who knocked him down, asking for help, one of the soldiers had lost an arm and was now unable to get to shelter on his own, so he begged for someone to help save his life. Igor hesitated. On the one hand, he wanted to carry his friend's body to be able to bury it later, but on the other, he could save the life of a still living person. In the other direction, one of the men began to scream hysterically that his intestines were coming out, then began pushing them back in. From all sides came cries of despair and pain, so Igor just froze in confusion and did not know what to do next, because there was death and blood everywhere. When the enemy soldiers were closing in on him, he decided that let it be as it should be. He no longer had the strength or desire to fight for his life. He stood and watched with emptiness in his soul as the assassins drew their swords over him. But in the next moment, everything changed. Some warrior jumped in front of him and prevented the enemy blade from blowing Igor's head off. Opening his eyes, he asked, shocked to see who was standing before him, for he had no longer expected even a miracle to save him. Gunther stood in front of him and said that when it came to a real massacre, ordinary soldiers were better off staying away, because then they can stand back and just enjoy the show that a true professional will put on for them. First of all, our hero began to clear his path, destroying the monsters that were very close to the people. The task was extremely difficult, as Rack's henchmen were so numerous that they crowded the entire battlefield. But despite all the difficulties, Corpse Knight never stopped fighting the looming monsters. Looking at how deftly he scattered the vampire soldiers, Igor was asked what kind of monster it was, but he said that it wasn't a monster at all. They were lucky enough to see someone who can safely be called a true hero, about whom legends are made. The queen watched in horror as the dead knight deftly cleared their path. Her commanders ordered their subordinates to finish off the remaining vampires. Nervously biting her finger until it bled, she realized that she risked going into the shadows because Gunther had come to save them all after all. Looking at Olivia, the acolyte Patrick caught her train of thought and asked if she wished the corpse knight dead. Without turning her head, the woman asked if her assistant had any ideas on the matter. After a bit of thought, Patrick reminded him that the sun would be rising in 6 hours. It was known that a dead knight could act without recharging for only 2 hours. Then it would need a respite of 20 minutes to replenish its energy charge. It came out that he could take the fight 3 times in 6 hours. With a sly grin, the man said they could try to prevent him from returning from the battlefield. In the end, they only needed one hero, or rather heroine. And it should have been the queen, not her arrogant subject who thought he could make the monarch kneel. One of the soldiers reported that the 2 hours were almost up, which meant we had to move to decisive action. Gunther needed to recharge immediately. In the meantime, the humans had to take the fight and contain the vampires. The defense was led by Igor, who ordered everyone to immediately prepare for battle. Looking at the night, they realized that to last even 20 minutes was a very long time. Gunther was badly hurt, had lost an arm, and was extremely exhausted. Without a word, he headed towards the camp where he was to find Ariel and recharge. Finding Audrey, he asked if they had a spare left arm. The latter replied that they had the last one left. The rebuff that the corpse knight gave to the vampires motivated the soldiers. Now they were eager to fight and wanted to fight on a level with the hero. Igor was approached by another friend of his named Philia. The man was very happy to see the one with whom they had recently sat and dreamed of the future. The first thing he asked was if he had seen Thomas, who had only a short time ago been glimpsed between the other warriors, but now was nowhere to be seen. Looking at the way Igor lowered his eyes and tried his best to keep his face from crying, his friend understood everything. Sighing heavily, Phil said that there was nothing they could do about it now, so they should concentrate on getting out of here alive. As soon as Gunther stepped back to recharge, the vampire army began to crowd the humans, the ones that were having a hard time holding on. But everyone realized that they had to fight, because victory would not be given to them for nothing. Despite the fact that the number of enemies did not seem to be decreasing at all, Igor did not lose hope and continued to fiercely fight back. While he was fighting one vampire spawn, he didn't notice that a second one was already coming at him from the other side, pointing his blade at him. But the man was once again lucky, for Gunther came back and repelled this attack, and thus saved his life for the second time. The human warriors cheered when they saw that the corpse knight had finally returned. At that moment, they believed that they had a chance to return home alive. Gunther immediately began to destroy the enemy soldiers who had managed to get much closer to the camp. So now he had to make a double effort and do everything to prevent the vampires from advancing so vigorously. Looking at the knight's combat skills, everyone only talked about how incredible they were. Another 2 hours passed and Gunther had to leave to recharge. The warriors were forced to take up the defense again and hold out for 20 minutes. This time, the corpse knight looked even worse than the last time. His arm was lost again, and the rest of his body was badly damaged. Ariel reported in a panic that his arms were gone, and he couldn't put up a fight with his body like that. But the man resisted and began to claim he was fine. Realizing that it was time for 20 minutes, Igor took control of the defense again and ordered the soldiers to return to their positions. They did so without question, for they now believed they could get the job done. As they fought, the people watched carefully to see how much time passed, for they wanted to know how long the agony would last. After the time it took to recharge, Igor felt as if he had single-handedly dealt with half of the enemy army. But of course, that wasn't the case. The enemies only seemed to be getting bigger. So the man gladly gave way to the dead knight. Gunther walked fearlessly towards his opponents. Even though his arm was missing, it didn't seem to embarrass him at all. He had several swords behind his back, so that if he lost one, he would be in formation. With only an hour and a half until dawn, the commander said that the warriors should provide the corpse knight with the remaining enemies and begin the process of retreat. Hearing this, Igor was indignant. He thought that no matter how strong the dead knight was, even he couldn't make it to dawn with such a damaged body. He wanted to help the man who had saved his life several times, but the captain forbade him to do so, saying it was an order from above. These words greatly angered the warrior, but the elder interrupted his speech and mouthed that they had already lost too many men in this battle, so further losses were unnecessary. So unless Igor was planning on dying instead of this monster, he should have followed the queen's orders and just watched from the sidelines for the end of the story. The man knew it was all wrong, but he didn't know if he should go against the queen's orders because she could kill him too. Meanwhile, for Gunther, this beating went on. There were still plenty of vampires, but they didn't have much time. Unfortunately, these things were very agile, so they had no trouble striking at their most vulnerable spots. Each swing of the enemy's sword made the warriors who were watching the battle freeze in anticipation of something terrible. They all realized that the dead knight was risking his life for them, and if nothing changed, he would simply die. However, the commanders forbade the soldiers to move even a millimeter. They ordered them to hold formation and do what the queen said. The chief warriors threatened their subordinates that if they went out to Gunther and jeopardized the operation, they would be court-martialed. It was very difficult for Igor to stand still and do nothing. He realized that the world would not chant his name if he continued to cowardly sit on the sidelines. So he disobeyed orders, stepped out of line, and declared that he couldn't just stand by and watch Gunther single-handedly risk his life for their well-being. The commanders wanted to rush after him, but they couldn't move either unless they wanted to disobey orders. After a couple of minutes, the rest of the warriors joined Igor because they realized that they also wanted to protect Gunther. On the battlefield was hot. Our hero with every minute was more and more difficult to repel enemy attacks. He was tired, but his enemies did not know such weakness. Soon the vampire henchmen managed to knock him down and cause a lot of pain with their crisp blows. His body was already literally crumbling from the amount of wounds he had suffered. New enemies piled on him, so that now even just to stand on his feet, it seemed to Gunther something impossible. At some point, the woman who raised him appeared before his eyes, but she was never his mother. Her only ambition was to raise the perfect warrior. The woman looked at him sternly and asked what he was doing. Grinning, the man said he was just in the middle of the beating, just like she wanted. The expression on Mistress' face grew even harsher when she asked what had become of his thirst for revenge against his parents and the world that had rejected him. She didn't even hide the fact that she despised his pathetic attempts to fight for life, because in her opinion, he had taken and blown off all the previous years of struggle. Mistress wondered if it was all done for that silly dark-haired girl, or for those couple of people he calls his friends. Wrapping her arms around his head, the woman whispered that her sweet Gunther had been cheated. All his comrades had used him, just as she had. Our hero once again felt like a vulnerable guy being molded into an arena killing machine. However, this time he didn't give in and told the woman to get out of his head. Bowing even lower, the angry old woman said that he would regret these words, for her pupil had chosen a senseless sacrifice. The vision dissipated, and now instead of the one he wished he could call his mother, there stood a vampire warrior aiming his sword directly at his eye. This attack was repelled by Igor, who finally decided to repay for saving his life. He asked with concern in his voice if the corpse knight was all right. Looking at the fact that the man was in poor condition and didn't even see fit to answer his question, Igor ordered the soldiers to protect him. Frowning, Gunther asked what was even going on and why they were even standing up for him. The warriors were confused by the question. They answered without hesitation that they wanted to fight for the one who risked his life for them. These words impressed the knight greatly. All his life he had only encountered bad people who deserved his cruelty, but now they were facing worthy representatives of humanity. Such bravery gave him strength. Despite the loss of his arm and leg, he was ready to fight on par with these brave men. With a grin, Gunther said that dealing with these bloody scum was far better than the royal guards who hadn't seen real war. Such a phrase only whetted the warriors, who decided that they would show all their skills. So they rushed into a battle that could well be the last for some of them. It happened that the battle had brought Gunther and Captain Welf together, and despite their previous quarrels, they now stood against the enemy back to back. The two of them worked well together. Where one lacked strength, the other stepped in, and so they fought, covering and complementing each other. With their combined efforts, they had broken through the huge number of enemy soldiers. Now they felt they could hold out until dawn. Finally, the moment came when the dawn sun began to show from behind the horizon and illuminate all the madness that was happening on the battlefield. Rack screamed shrilly. He started to say that he had stepped on his friend's brains, and they were no different than a piglet's. He did not look around, nor did he see his subordinates burning in the sun. The vampire was immersed in his memories and was not in this reality when he said he had killed a man yesterday. Closing his eyes with his hands, the vampire screamed that he had to kill all of their enemies, because if he didn't, they would kill him. While shouting these strange phrases, Rack didn't even think about finding shelter, so his gray skin began to burn under the scorching rays of the sun. Screaming in pain, he asked the void into which his gaze was directed, where all those who wanted to harm him were hiding. But he never got an answer, for the fire had completely consumed his flesh, leaving only ashes. The joyous shouts of the men filled the frightening silence, the warriors rejoicing that they had finally met the dawn that marked their victory. Looking at the bloody ground and the enemy afterburners, Igor suddenly realized that they had won. They had really handled such a huge enemy army. Except there was too high a price to pay. First, the vampires took the life of Dreamy Thomas, and now they have killed Phil. After examining his friend's body, Igor could only squeeze out a question about how he had died. The man standing nearby said that he had been hit directly in the heart and dropped dead in the last minutes of the battle. He asked if Philia was in pain in his last moments of life. The elderly commander said that the sword went straight through the heart, so it was unlikely that he felt pain. After examining Igor, the man realized that he was the first to dare to go to Gunther's defense. He immediately wanted to get to know the soldier better, for the commander was sure that such men should become famous. Turning away from the man, Igor said sadly that after all these losses, he did not consider recognition and fame to be important at all. Looking at all those bodies, blood, and the horrors of war, the guy realized that more than anything, he wanted to forget about it and find peace. The dark, neglected house was even gloomier than usual today, for its inhabitants had learned of Rack's loss. Linnell said in a trembling voice that it meant only one thing. Nodding her head, Julius confirmed her guess. He had clearly spelled out that the war would end in a human victory, which meant they would not fulfill their vampire promise. Joyful people shouted that humanity had finally won and gotten out from under the vampire oppression. Everyone was talking about how the Dead Knight fought, because he really was just incredible. The heir to the throne wanted to cover her ears so she wouldn't hear the words that the victory was his due. All these speeches made Olivia wonder why it was so, why all the fame went to Gunther and not to her. But what interested her most was why the corpse knight was still alive and walking this earth. Sighing, Patrick advised the queen to tone down her anger. Also, it would be nice if she thanked Gunther for his contribution. Grinning, the woman reminded him that there should only be one hero in a story, and at the moment, all the laurels went to the dead knight. She asked threateningly, wondering if the servant was bullying her in the same way as her father. It seemed to her that people like the counselor, or her father, considered her a pathetic semblance of real monarchs. When her hands began to squeeze Patrick's face hard, he couldn't stand it and reminded her that they weren't alone, and there were people watching. The woman sharply let him go, as if remembering that they were in front of everyone. Then the counselor said that he had always thought that only she could lead the people. Moreover, he convinced her that she didn't have to worry about what Olivia would remain in history, because she would be written by future generations. And he, in turn, will do his best to show future generations what a wise ruler Olivia Hound was. It was noticeable that the heir to the throne was not very convinced by these words. However, her active aggression had calmed down, which was already progress. Turning her back to Patrick, she told him that from now on he was to be by his side at all times, and not to move away, no matter what happened. Not to say that this news pleased the man much, but he bowed humbly and said he would gladly do his duty. Afterward, he gave a strange look to those who were helping him fulfill this very duty. When everyone had recovered a bit from the night's battle, Gunther, Audrey, and Ariel decided to cross the hill. For a moment they froze. The blonde whispered that they had reached the very place they had been striving to get to for so long. Their gazes were fixed on a small dilapidated house, if Julius was to be believed, where Isabella Hound was buried. The house looked very dilapidated, especially considering it was the reason why vampires were trying to destroy humanity. Gunther informed them that Julius was already waiting for them there. From the carriage came the voice of Belbrick, who said that their journey had come to an end. He did not know what the ending of this story would be, but praised the men for a job well done. Audrey realized that it was their turn to do their part to end the war. As with a body like that, Gunther could not fight any further battles. Corpse Knight didn't mind standing there and waiting for the finale. Meanwhile, a festive dinner was being held in the Queen's tent, where the nobles had gathered to discuss pressing problems. One of them was not easy, but now that they had gotten this far, they needed to settle the matter once and for all. The nobles had to decide in what order they would march beside the Queen in the final march. The elderly man declared to Count Lancelot that he should go first on the right, for it was his troops who had the most left. He was aggressively answered that this only happened because his soldiers cowardly hid while others gave their lives. The dark-haired gentleman declared that he had made the most impressive contribution to the war, for it was from his dominions that the largest dues to the royal treasury came. Accusations immediately flew at him for daring to touch on money matters, even on the threshold of such a momentous occasion. Soon the tent became so hot with all the arguments and scandals that a proposal was made to have a duel to end the strife. The accusation immediately flew at the knight who suggested this, that he was a brainless warrior who only thought of bloodshed. The assembly of respectable people had turned into a buffoonery that could only be compared to a child's quarrel. The shouting only subsided when a smiling queen entered the tent. She mouthed that she greatly appreciated her subjects' willingness to help her in the final battle. They had taken a winning position, she said, so now they had plenty of time to resolve things calmly, without fighting or yelling. Meanwhile, at the lodges to a nearby hill, a sadder conversation was taking place. Linnell asked her master if they really had no other choice. The one sadly replied that he only had half a heart, so he couldn't control the blood, and without this power, it would be impossible to defeat the human army. After a bit of thought, the woman suggested backing off and coming up with some other plan. For example, we could create more higher vampires. Shaking his head, Julius said that a pure-blood vampire could only create 8 supreme bloodsuckers in its lifetime, so running away was pointless. So he decided to stay here and spend his last moments by the side of his beloved Isabella. Lowering her head, Linnell said that since that was the case, she would give birth to the blood he would control even with half a heart. She was ready to transform his own blood into something else. But Julius said it was impossible. Whatever she created, a vampire with a damaged heart couldn't control it. Then the woman reminded her that she could drink human blood and convert it into a concentrated substance. You could try doing that with Julius' blood. Except the vampire wasn't at all interested in the offer. He reiterated again that it was impossible. Then Linnell shouted desperately that her master must not surrender, for if they didn't stop the army, people would suffer forever. These words made Julius remember how, before she died, Isabella had begged him to help people free themselves from pain. At this time, the royal warriors began their victory march, their banners held high as they marched towards a small hut. Patrick convinced the ruler that world history would remember this moment forever, so she should command her warriors. Olivia realized that this was their last battle, so she ordered everyone to attack and rode in the front row, leading the procession. Upon seeing the momentous occasion, the artist Castillo said a very memorable phrase. He was genuinely fascinated by the blinding glow of the admirable armor and the stomping of hundreds of horses running at a gallop. These sounds proclaimed to the very heavens themselves the imminent victory of mankind and sealed the triumph into the earth. The daughter of the great royal family of Hound led an army of heroes to save humanity. She became a real fierce ruler who led her people to prosperity. Olivia knew that her father had always thought she was unworthy to sit on the throne, but now his words were not so important, for she would be the one to lead the people to victory. The woman was now 100% certain of what was the true ruler, born for this very role. While her father was defeated, she will go down in history as a victor and a true queen. She proved the old king wrong about her. Meanwhile, Julius decided to do as Linnell suggested. She began to absorb his blood to develop matter that the vampire could control. Finally, the vampiress was able to produce something created from the concentrated blood of a higher being. After picking it up, the first thing Julius did was to try to apply magic control. But after a while, it became clear that it wouldn't work, so he ordered it to stop. However, Linnell stubbornly said she would try again because their future depended on it. Meanwhile, the royal warriors had already prepared to attack. They were already very close to the dilapidated cottage they planned to raze to the ground. Meanwhile, Linnell continued to make attempts to create something that would help them win. But it was all in vain. Julius' power couldn't even control his own blood. The first knights had already entered the grounds of the house. They were anticipating the imminent slaying of the last vampires. Linnell didn't give up trying to produce something useful. She used all her strength. The wooden doors rattled out of their hinges. Nothing could hold people back now. Julius realized that it wouldn't be long before the enemies would tear out the last doors and try to kill him and Linnell. The woman opened her eyes and a real fire burned in them, which for a second gave hope of success. She managed to create a perfectly round sphere that pulsed with power. She grabbed the orb reverently and held it out to her master, who looked at it expectantly. Inside Julius, for the first time in a long time, a hope was kindled that could save them all and put people out of their misery. When he touched the creature, it responded to his touch, as if whispering that it was ready to obey its master. The vampire was in shock. He couldn't believe it was possible because he hadn't controlled his power for so many years. It was at that moment that the humans had broken through the last door, and now nothing separated them from their main goal, who stood motionless right in front of them, as if beckoning to be taken away as soon as possible. Except Julius was not as defenseless as his enemies thought. One movement of his graceful hand, and the heads of the first knights flew off their shoulders in an instant. Gunther watched carefully as the huge army entered the small house. He realized the vampire didn't stand a chance, so he figured it was finally over. Suddenly, a question arose in his mind. Would anything change now if Julius could control the blood again? After some thought, Ariel said that the thinking of the higher vampires, who had once been human, was still on the same level as them. They could change the shape of their blood at will. Pure blood vampires, on the other hand, could change the shape of their bodies and become anything. So assuming Julius could control blood, then they would already know. As if sensing something wrong, Gunther stared directly at the vampire's hideout. It exploded with the screams of injured soldiers being swallowed up by some unknown force. They ran outside in a panic, eager to get into the light that was devastating to a pureblood vampire. However, the power of this monster was so powerful that it transcended the darkness and could reach even those who stood directly in the sunlight. Feeling this power, Belbrick immediately realized that Linnell had spawned something that this world had never seen before. There was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Perhaps the vampire's story wasn't over yet, and each of them might have gotten their chance at salvation. He especially loved hearing that human cry that said so much about all those vile monarchs and their nobles getting what they deserved. The worried queen couldn't understand why this power didn't burn in the sun. It belonged to the vampire bloodline after all. Loud laughter could be heard above the house, making her blood run cold. Linnell couldn't be happy that she had finally given birth to something meaningful. As she burned to the ground, she cried out only to be able to bring something into this world that would end human suffering. A huge dark pillar of power rose above the house. It was so tall it was lost far into the sky. It was difficult to describe it. It resembled a shadow, but at the same time it was very material and emitted an impressive power. People were mesmerized by this phenomenon and could not even move from their seats. They were scared, but they had no idea what was in front of them. It was written in an ancient book that pureblood vampires could become anything and create anything they wished due to the properties of their blood. It was with these words that the King of Kings began the last chapter of this story. He didn't want people to know what mercy was because martyrs were always loved more. Gunther and his team were dumbfounded when they saw this frightening apparition. They had no idea what was in front of them. Whatever it was, Corpse Knight knew he had to make it disappear before it was too late. Arrows flew into the dark pillar, so many of them that it was impossible to count. Except that there was no way to harm this phenomenon. The queen started screaming that her subjects just weren't trying hard enough. She reminded them that they hadn't come this far to give up, so they should figure out a way out immediately. However, instead of proper humility and obedience, the queen received another piece of unpleasant news that the creature had begun to change its form. Seconds later, those warriors died right in front of Olivia, who didn't even know the names of those who gave their lives for her. As other people's blood splattered her face, she thought only of keeping her own life. Some warriors were already so desperate that they were laughing hysterically in the face of death because they realized that there was no point in this fight. One such man stood at the very epicenter of the black vortex. He knew full well that he didn't stand a chance, which made his story even more tragic. He felt sorry that people had shed so much blood, put in so much effort, and despite it all, ended up here, crushed by this enormous thing. It was all pointless to the point of absurdity, so there was no longer any need for escape. Soon there was nothing left of this warrior, not even ashes to scatter in memory of the glorious man. His comrades did not share his views, so they continued to run away in panic, believing they could find salvation. Noticing them fleeing, the queen ordered them to stop disgracing her army, for true heroes would not dare leave the battlefield screaming. After saying this, she noticed Patrick, who wanted to run away with the others. She said he couldn't do that, as he had to stay with her. But the man did something that Olivia certainly didn't expect. Pulling her hand away, he told her to command someone else, because her orders were nothing compared to his life. He screamed, saying they were all going to die now, and the stupid girl kept playing queen. The counselor muttered that no one in this world would risk their lives for her. These words so shocked the heir to the throne that she couldn't even find words to describe her feelings. So all she could do was just stand there and watch her last subjects scatter. That's how she was left alone. There was no one to rely on because the battle site was completely deserted. Olivia Hound felt a desolation that she had never felt before. She now realized that no one would support her. Her father's words echoed in her mind, reminding her again and again that she would not be the monarch the people would follow. And so it was. Soon the black pillar came too close to her, after which there was a collapse, and the queen, who never took her place on the throne, was killed by a huge cobblestone. When Belbrick heard about it, he laughed out loud, because at last it was all over and the vile girl, unworthy to be called a ruler, was dead. Climbing out of his wooden wagon, the vampire shouted that Olivia had provided a terrific finale, as a better demise for the royal bloodline was hard to imagine. Noticing that Belbrick was able to free himself with his power, Audrey realized that he had been able to control the blood all along. Burning in the sun, the man wondered if he had managed to surprise them, for in truth he had thought it would take something much more than that to lure his dear niece out of Wajal. Frowning, Gunther wondered why he had to lure her out in the first place, if Belbrick could deal with her himself. The vampire was all engulfed in flames, but managed to mutter that kings never kill each other with their own hands. Rolling his eyes, the corpse knight took stock of the fact that they were surrounded by royalty alone, who had gone insane in the face of their power. Smiling broadly, Belbrick told him that Julius had promised him to put an end to the cursed hound family. In return, he killed as many humans as he could, as all conditions were met. That was the end of his role, so the vampire closed his eyes and gave thanks for the journey. Lastly, the royal family member added that he would look forward to seeing the boys in the underworld. Such an invitation was not what Gunther wanted to hear, so he did not say that he would definitely join the lad. One of the warriors who had missed the birth of Linnell's new creation stopped in the middle of the field in a panic. He had no idea what kind of creature was in front of him, but he realized that coming here was an extremely bad idea. After all, it was likely that this thing was intent on exterminating every living thing that was still on this planet. As a matter of fact, that was the last thing the man saw, for in a second the monster that was born swallowed him up. Everyone who saw this creature knew deep down that this world had come to an end. The consciousness that was inside the monster clearly knew that no one would mourn for pathetic creatures like humans. No one will suffer for their loss. Now no one will shed tears on this earth, for the main cause of grief will be gone. Through the efforts of this being, human greed and obsession, envy and jealousy, pain and suffering will disappear. The world will finally be free of human oppression. For this, Julius gladly took on the role of destroyer. He created a space where it was just him and Isabella's burial place, and from there he controlled the monster, because now he knew his promise would be fulfilled. Looking at the creature, Captain Welf asked how big it was. One of the soldiers reported that the creature reached 3 kilometers in diameter and did not stop increasing. Igor reported that so far no sword or arrow had been able to hit the thing. The senior commander added that the monster also didn't burn in the sun and was invulnerable. One of Gunther's team members said that here comes the end of this whole world and human existence. However, Leonard Welf said that it was too early to give up. There had to be a way out. He noticed that the creature was beginning to expand more slowly, so they still had some time to spare. Looking sadly into the distance, the man thought that their lives would be so much easier if Julius could be dealt with in the same way as other vampires. Audrey assumed that the pureblood vampire was probably in the center of the castle that the Black Pillar had transformed into. If they could get through that nothingness, they would be able to get in. Then they might actually have a chance. except that only a corpse knight could do that. One of the warriors said that before releasing him on this mission, it would be worth it to return to Wajal and patch up his damaged body. The blonde noticed that Gunther was strangely quiet. She was surprised that he didn't want to voice his opinion on the predicament they were in. The man said he was just observing the enemy, for it had the ability to multiply, so another smaller monster would emerge from the bigger monster. It reminded him of the roots of a tree. The one that appeared last looked just like a child. Gunther thought of an interesting analogy. After all, Julius had wanted to grow old and die after he had children. It seemed that now he was just making up for lost time. Such observation greatly surprised his companions, who evidently had not noticed such details until he spoke of them. Hearing this, Ariel laughed, for she thought that was not the case at all, and his speculation was only a theory. Her laughter was shared by Welf, who said he recognized good old Gunther, who was always coming up with crazy theories. The conversation broke off as soon as the captain was called out by one of the soldiers and told that there were survivors among them. It was amazing to hear that some lucky people were able to survive the massacre. One of those lucky enough to keep alive was the king's servant Patrick. The warriors immediately ran up to him and began to ask him how he had managed to survive that meat grinder. He said he had been on the verge of death many times and barely escaped. He said that monster was just incredibly strong. The creature moved as if it were alive, and it was aiming solely at humans. So when several people scattered in different directions, a gap was created through which some managed to escape. However, out of 200 people, only 2 managed to save their lives. Everyone realized it meant only one thing. The others had sacrificed their lives, STB bait. But thanks to their act, Welf realized that if they switched the monster's attention to different targets, they could control its movement. Audrey realized that maybe they could create some sort of plan of action after all. Afterward, Gunther and his team traveled to Wajal to patch up his mangled body. The masked men reported that they had collected all the materials that could be used. Captain Welf stated that they needed the most powerful parts to improve Gunther's body. After giving his orders, the man said he was going into town to gather volunteers. Soon all the residents were gathered in the town square to make an urgent announcement. Leonard stated that they are now doing battle with humanity's latest enemy, who has yet to find a weak spot. To win this battle, you needed the support of the residents, so the captain handed them pamphlets and asked them to read them carefully. He also asked that people gather in this square in exactly 10 days, but until then distribute pamphlets. As they read these leaflets, the residents began to talk about the mysterious corpse knight. As reported in the brochure, he's been fighting vampires all this time, and the townspeople have also learned that he needs an energy storage device. They learned the story of Julius too, except they never realized how ordinary people like them could help. As they read more closely, the truth began to dawn on some of them. It became clear that if Gunther could get into the castle, there was a high probability that he would defeat Julius. Audrey was sure that if Patrick could get out of there, so could they. Nodding his head, Welf said that would happen, but other than that, they would have about 200 people to be the bait. The corpse knight thought it was a complete nonsense, because all those phrases about baiting were just substitutes for concepts. In fact, they wanted to use people as human shields. He couldn't understand who in their right mind would willingly make such sacrifices. After a bit of thought, Welf confidently stated that if no one else dared, he would be the first to volunteer. Laughing loudly, Gunther said the man in front of him was fucked. But then Ariel, who wanted to volunteer, raised her voice. The laughter abruptly subsided, and the knight told the girl to be quiet, for he would make sure she was the last to die, even if the world ended. Audrey barely restrained herself from laughing, for that phrase was too cute even for Gunther. But she was okay with the fact that they couldn't lose Ariel, for the energy stores were too valuable a resource for them. Her speech was interrupted by Welf, who said that Gunther had something to do, and perhaps this request would prove impossible for him. The man shifted his gaze interestedly to the captain and waited to see what he would say. Toth stated that apart from them, no one knows who Gunther is, so he must make a speech to the people of Wajal. Audrey supported the idea, adding that people are more willing to fight alongside those they know than strangers. That's why they were so eager for Gunther himself to introduce himself to the people and inspire them to join the battle. After a little thought, Leonard added that given the knight's long ululation, they would, of course, write the text for him themselves. Rene's daughter enthusiastically added that right now, his speech is being drafted by several writers, so all he would have to do is read it expressively and get people emotional. Sighing, the man said he couldn't quite imagine what it would be like, but if it couldn't be done without, he was willing to go for it. When the people of the town were again gathered in the square, they began to whisper that the dead knight before them was the same dead knight. They disliked his appearance very much. They found him repulsive. Familiarizing himself with his speech, Gunther grudgingly asked if he really had to read that. Audrey irritably said that those words made up a few days. So the girl began to convince him that there was no reason to worry, because the writers smoothed out all the sharp edges of his character. Deciding to trust Audrey, Gunther took the stage and gave an official speech to the citizens. Surprisingly, the knight spoke too quietly and uncertainly, so that the townsfolk could not make out the words spoken. Audrey prompted to speak a little louder, embarrassed even more. The man added the sound but felt out of place. He talked about how they were here for one purpose only, to protect their country, family, and friends. Then his gaze came upon Ariel, who was standing nearby, and a strange warm feeling rose within the man. He looked into her beautiful blue eyes and realized he was willing to do anything for them to see many more beautiful days. Everything warmed inside him as he imagined being able to be by her side if he was lucky enough to survive this battle. Crumpling the sheet with the speech in his hand, Gunther spread his hands and said that everything written was nonsense, because all of them will die anyway. When Audrey got the meaning of what was said, she almost caught the man's throat. She was so angry that it could not be described with censorious words. But that reaction only incited him to say that they were all in for a very nasty story, so the people of Wajal would be lucky if they weren't mocked for their uselessness later. He reported that the chances of victory were 0, so unless there were fools among the residents, they should realize that it was time to get as far away from here as possible. He didn't care if they helped or not. However, they only had one way out of the situation, and our hero was determined to take that chance. The speech was so raw and sincere that it seemed to impress everything far more than the one the writers had written. The man continued by saying that he was born against his will, but he could choose how he wanted to die. He thought it was much more fun, because now they could die not just for nothing, but fighting for an idea and a better future. These words seemed to have had an effect on the locals, for they caught every word carefully and weighed their decision. The sun had already set over the horizon, and Audrey couldn't stop reprimanding the man for the absurdity he had arranged. But still, she didn't deny that she liked his sincerity. Interrupting the argument, Welf reminded him that either way, the choice was up to the townspeople, and tomorrow was the deciding day. Turning back to the window, the boys only now noticed how close the monster had gotten to the city. That meant only one thing. There wasn't much time left. Or maybe there wasn't any time left at all. Everyone was gripped by fear, even Gunther, because now he had something to lose and he really didn't want that. When night came and everyone fell asleep, there was no way the knight could close his eyes. He sat by Ariel's bed and thought about how he didn't want to lose the future that could be. Near the open door, he noticed a silhouette that slowly approached and called his name. It was Patrick. So Gunther knew immediately that the old king wanted to see him. He went down to the underworld kingdom and told him the story of Isabella and how she wanted to see a world where no one suffered because of humans. The King of Kings thanked the knight for finally being able to finish the story of Isabella, but Gunther knew that wasn't the only reason he was here. The monarch reported that the majority were against Gunther's resurrection as a corpse knight. His rebirth was the king's personal wish. In his mind, among all the possible endings, there was only one in which he could protect what he held dear. Now the knight was interested and asked what the king's offer was. The king said it was time to reveal the secret of what his body was made of. And he was also willing to share information about what a human energy storage device really was. The king began by recalling the many experiments using pure-blood vampire blood to achieve immortality. They cut Julius's body into hundreds of pieces, pulled out his insides, and did other gruesome manipulations. They also tried to poison the vampire and remove joints from his body.
However, they quickly realized that the flesh parts and extracted blood were not stored outside of Julius's body at all.
Still, there was one exception, and that was the vampire heart. Frowning, Gunther said he thought it looked like the king had eaten half of that organ. The one nodded his head affirmatively and said that he would indeed absorb part of Julius's heart, but also used it in numerous experiments. He said that unlike his other parts, his heart didn't disappear when separated from his body. It didn't dissolve into thin air, and if you cut it right, it had an interesting reaction. It was animation. The piece instantly came to life when certain blood was applied to it. Gunther listened in amazement that the blood of a pure-blood vampire caused the most violent reaction, but there were also reactions to other blood samples. But what was most surprising was when the piece itself did not come to life or move, but gave all the energy to the dead organism around it, and the creature was resurrected. Now our hero finally had the puzzle in his head. He was beginning to understand how his dead body functioned, and why Julius said they had something in common. The king confirmed his hunch, saying that the device in his brain that animates him is a piece of Julius' heart. And as for the energy storage device, they created something closest to the blood of a pure-blood vampire to control a piece of heart and implanted it into a human body. Laughing loudly, the monarch stated that he considered this to be solid proof of their superhuman efforts in trying to become gods. Hearing this, Gunther realized that in front of him sat a true madman who should have left this land long ago so as not to darken it. The old man also added that he sacrificed a huge number of people to achieve the ultimate goal, and the number of bodies used in the process of creating the drive over more than 100 years was almost 9,000. The King of Kings stated that Wajal was built on bones, and Gunther was fortunate to visit this sacred historical site. All those arrogant, cynical words made the corpse knight so angry that he just couldn't help himself. He walked up to this monster that was once a man and swung with all his might. In response, the old man laughed loudly and said that he never thought he would see such an expression on the knight's face. Cupping his chin, he asked Gunther if he had become a monster in his eyes, except there was one pattern. If you kill 10, you will be called a mad killer. But if you slay 1,000, you will immediately become a hero. But if you manage to kill 10,000, you will immediately become king. The monarch claimed that all of human history was written according to this mold. Clenching his teeth in anger, Gunther asked if he killed the king now, would it prevent at least 8,000 deaths in the future? Waving those words away, the old man said that the world was full of people who wanted to ascend to the throne. But what mattered most to him right now was how Corpse Knight's story would end. After all, only he could wait for his decision and help protect what he holds dear. According to this madman, no one would do something like that for Gunther. With a disgruntled glance at the monarch, our hero asked what he was proposing. Without a second's hesitation, the king said that if the knight wanted to live and secure the life of his energy store, he must protect Julius. After all, if a vampire dies, the only source of eternal life will be that tiny piece of heart in his head and his precious girl. Simply put, they will be the next targets of humanity. But Gunther was sure that they would be targets only for the King of Kings, who still did not want to lie in the grave. Thoth grinned slyly and said that he had warned that there were many people who dreamed of taking the throne. So the next time he saw Julius, he advised Gunther to aim for his head, not his heart. After all, if you cut off a vampire's head endlessly, it prevents him from thinking. In this way, it will be possible to bring back an era of prosperity to mankind. Not to mention that he and the Drive will be able to live their lives in peace. These words made our hero not answer at once, but promised to reflect on this speech. As he left, Gunther remembered that he still didn't know the name of the person he was communicating with. Laughing, the King of Kings replied that his name was Hound, of course. Frowning, the knight said it was a surname, and he was interested in the first name, for it was what characterized a person, not their gender. The king froze for a second, as if trying to remember who he was. But then he said that really, the name didn't matter, because all that mattered was that he was Hound. This answer seemed amusing to Gunther, for before him was a man who knew everything about every person in the state, and ruling was easier for him than snapping his fingers. But he simply forgot his own name. It was the saddest paradox the knight had ever encountered. These words made the old man think and indulge in sad memories that he did not wish to recall. Morning came, which meant it was time to meet the volunteers in the square at 10 o'clock, except that the streets were so empty that not even a single stray dog was encountered. Our heroes were approached by Igor, who reported that he heard that the shore was full of people. It seems that they were trying to run through the water. Nodding his head, Gunther said that was smart, because this way they could live a few more days. Only Audrey did not share his opinion, because she was convinced that they needed their help. But the knight said that he would do fine alone. After all, he's always solved his problems alone, so he'll do the same this time. But then his words were abruptly cut short, for something happened that no one expected. People began to gather in the square, more and more of them every second. Men and women, young and old, armed and barehanded, they all wanted to join the battle. Gunther's team stood and watched it all with their mouths open. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. One of the women stated that they had all come here to fight alongside Gunther, whose speech had inspired each of them. An overjoyed Audrey shouted that they had made the right choice, for they would defend their home with them. The people were immediately ordered to throw off all the heavy things, for the lighter they were, the faster they could run. Their task was to distract the monster. They were told to dress in bright colors that would attract attention. The townspeople needed to make noise to attract attention. But they were also asked to try to survive and not let themselves be grabbed. And for that, they had to stay 5 meters apart. Welf came up with a tactic, which was that they needed to form a diamond around Gunther. His assistant reported that they had gathered all the parts they needed for the night, but to reduce weight, they would separate them, and when they met, they would put them back together again. For now, they had installed Gunther's horse legs, as speed was most important at the moment, but he wouldn't be able to fight at full strength with them, so it was necessary to change them. When our hero noticed Audrey among the other warriors, he asked where she was going. Ta replied that she would run with everyone else carrying one of the body parts, but Corpse Knight said she would stay here. After all, if she dies, Rene will rise from the grave and drag Gunther underground with him. Welf also thought it was better for Audrey to stay, for no one wanted her to die and Rene's sacrifice was in vain. The warrior who accompanied Gunther on the journey said that he was too scared. The commander replied that those who wanted to stay could do so. The man was relieved to hear that no one would judge him for his choice. Before leaving for battle, Corpse Knight approached Ariel, and without looking her in the eyes said that he very much believed that they would meet again. These words warmed the soul of the girl, who smiled warmly and expressed her confidence that it would definitely happen. For the first time in his life, Gunther had a hard time saying goodbye, so he decided not to say anything more and just leave. It was time for decisive action and attacks, so the army went into their final battle. The day before, a conversation took place in one of Wajala's homes. The mother didn't understand why her daughter suddenly decided to volunteer. After all, you could just let others sacrifice themselves. Taking her mother's hand, the girl said she had to do it, because she, like the other residents of the city, had a responsibility. And she also remembered that when Mr. Brown ran into the crumbling house to save the children, she was so frightened that she just stood there like a dummy. There was also a situation where Fela fought vampires to save the villagers, and she cowardly ran away. But this time will be different. The girl had clearly decided that she would fight, for she would no longer allow herself to stand by and shiver in fear. The mother asked her daughter not to be foolish, for any sane person should first and foremost think of her own well-being. She didn't understand what the point of the massacre was if no one would even remember you if you died. No one appreciates a heroic death at face value. Time erases any memories. So the woman begged to run, begged her child to stop being stubborn and listen to her mother. In the shadows stood a man who said in a confident tone that he would remember the sacrifice the girl had made. It was her father who informed her that even if the whole world forgets, he will always remember his brave little girl. The mother turned to him and asked him rudely what the hell he was talking about, but the man paid no attention to her. He only said that his daughter could go if she had to. Smiling, the young Wajala resident thanked for the support and asked her parents not to worry, as she will do everything to come back alive. But there have been brutal deaths in war, and whatever you do to save yourself, that meat grinder can grind you up too. Trying not to run over a pile of dead bodies, the warriors came closer and closer to the bloodthirsty monsters that were eager to exterminate all living things. Some of them never made it to their destination, for the landslide that the monster had triggered buried their bodies under a ton of rocks, right in the middle of the battlefield. All those deaths, blood, and screams of people only fueled the monster who wanted to destroy the entire population of the planet. However, despite the sacrifices, Gunther realized that their strategy was working, and if this continued, it would be possible to get to Julius. Except we had to get past these creatures, who were overly attentive and reacted to every movement. Despite the fact that the creature was already pulling its huge hands towards Gunther, he was not afraid, because if you looked into its eyes, you could see the confidence and desire to live. Once he was told that the most important thing was to look his opponent in the eyes, because that was how you could understand the intention of a person, it is called the hunter's instinct. Then Corpse Knight thought it was delusional. He asked the man what he was seeing in his eye, which had been changed several times already. And in them, this gentleman saw strength, determination, and courage. But instead of voicing it, he simply remained silent. Now this man was the one who saved Gunther on the battlefield, for he jumped right in front of him, thus distracting the monster and clearing the way in front of the knight. This desperate daredevil ordered the warrior to run and do what he had to do while he entertained the creature. Seconds later, this man was gone. He sacrificed his life to ensure that other generations would live. Gunther realized that he had to do everything to ensure that the sacrifice of this man and all who died for a common goal was not in vain, and that depended directly on him. His feet carried him forward as he realized that his actions would determine whether the survivors of the massacre had any future. The human warriors were no less enthusiastic about rushing straight at the monster. They couldn't slay it, but they wanted to try and at least create a distraction. Staying in all this nightmare, some of the warriors thought about the message they had left behind. Back in Valhalla, Audrey informed them that the mission was essentially a suicide mission. So volunteers were asked to write their name on a piece of paper and a message for those who would survive. One of the fighters had a clear realization that after all this horror, humanity would take a better path. These words warmed the girl's soul, and she began to believe that a better future awaited them all. Now, this optimistic man was one of the first to run to attack and was ready to fight any monsters that would threaten the well-being of his home. Except that no matter how solid his confidence that victory awaited them, the rock that crushed his body was far more solid. Putting the loss of one behind them, the warriors rushed forward, for in their case, movement offered a better chance of survival. They were finally able to reach the center, which meant that so far their plan was working and not failing. The men couldn't believe that they had actually reached the castle where Julius was sitting, except that because of the thick, dark fog, they couldn't see anything. It was time to rebuild Gunther's legs so he could fight at full strength. So now the guys were bringing down to the center all the limbs and weapons they could get their hands on. Running closer, Welf asked how much time the knight had left. He looked at the indicator and replied that not much at all. At this rate, he might not make it to Julius. But our hero, as always, had one idea. But in order to realize it, it was worth hurrying. At first, Leonard didn't know if they should deviate from the agreed plan. But then he realized that there was no choice, so he would have to trust Gunther. The work of assembling his new body was very difficult. Given the conditions, however, things were going better than one might expect. Gunther's body had transformed so much that it was hard to recognize him, except that he had been told that his lower limbs might not last long, but would definitely help him jump high. The new limbs made it possible to reach Julius' castle much faster. With a nod of his head, our hero said he was setting off immediately. He was stopped by a loud shout. Someone was calling for his new acquaintance, Igor. Turning his head, Gunther saw a man whose bones had turned to mush. He was definitely not alive, but he was still able to weakly call out to him. In his death agony, the man asked only if the corpse knight had made it to his destination in one piece. When he was told it was out, he mouthed that it was an honor to fight alongside such a hero. Except that Gunther himself did not consider himself a hero at all. In his opinion, Igor deserved much more praise than he did. These words so surprised and pleased the main man that he realized his life had not been lived in vain. After that, he went with peace of mind to his friends who were already waiting for him in a better world. Everyone was incredibly sad to watch Igor take his last breaths, but there was no time, which meant it was worth moving on to more action. Looking at those who had managed to become his friends, Gunther said that he hoped to see them all alive. After these words, he went to the place where he himself could meet his death. Welf realized that before he wished the corpse knight hadn't come back, but now he sincerely hoped that they would see each other again. As he made his way towards the castle, the knight noticed that the monsters had become calmer, as if they had lost the will to resist. It made his way much easier. Soon the loud voice of Julius was heard, who greeted the guest and said that he had been expecting him. The vampire thought they were in the perfect place to stay here together forever. So now Julius wondered what his dear guest had decided. These words made Gunther respectful, for as far as he had seen, vampires never reneged on their words. Julius' tone was cold and confident when he said that unlike humans, he remained true to his promises. Honestly, Corpse Knight found the pureblood vampire's offer entertaining, except he wanted to see if he could trust him first. So the man demanded that he prove he could charge it with his blood. It was no surprise to Julius that the knight wanted to see if his words could be trusted. He considered it wise. So with his blood control, he began pumping it into Gunther's body. Not much time had passed, and the vitality indicator was showing maximum. The charging went very quickly. I didn't have to wait even 20 minutes. Everything happened just as the vampire said it would. Moving closer, Julius wondered what the knight's response to his proposal would be. Our hero took his gaze to the side and thought seriously. Images of those who had become dear to him surfaced in his mind. However, the pondering was not too long, for it was quite obvious to Gunther which side he wanted to stay on. So he put on his helmet and moved straight towards the vampire, who said with a tinge of sadness that the knight had made his choice. So now the final battle would begin for them, and Julius was not going to give in. He was determined to show what he could do. Getting into a fight with this vampire was like facing a hurricane coming straight at you. Gunther barely had time to bounce back from his opponent's attacks as he attacked him with incredible speed, giving him no opportunity to strike back. However, Corpse Knight would cease to be himself if he didn't find a way to put his fist to use. When Julius repelled his blow, there was a veritable explosion of energy, so powerful that the shockwave could be felt on the battlefield. Such power frightened the vampire, for he thought that defeating a knight would not be much more difficult than destroying an ordinary human. But it turned out to be quite different, for this revived creature could survive something after which it was impossible to survive, and it still had the strength to attack. Gunther's sword was dangerously close to the pure-blood vampire's face, but he made no move to step back. At the last moment, he raised his hand, and a wall appeared in front of him, ripping off one of the knight's limbs. A second swing of his arm knocked Gunther off his feet and made him flail around in the air like a rag doll. Julius explained that this whole place was subject to his will, so whatever his enemy did, he would never be able to overpower him. Turning over in the air and writhing in pain. Our hero thought that there was a great deal of truth in these words, but despite all that pain and lost limbs, Corpse Knight was able to find his strength and get to his feet to continue the battle. Except that all his attempts to attack seemed too futile, as the vampire managed to fend off his every attack. His limbs flew off with such ease that they seemed to be not attached to his body at all. Julius once again reiterated that this fight was pointless, for a knight could not be the winner. Throwing from one end of the makeshift palace to the other, our hero realized that his opponent was probably right. However, he would never admit it. Looking at the maimed knight, the vampire wondered why he didn't give up, if he himself was well aware that he would never win. The vampire said he had seen countless people who had been hurt by other members of humanity. He also had the opportunity to watch people turn each other into monsters. That's how he came to the conclusion that it was inherent in these creatures to hurt others. So Julius thought he was doing them a favor by sparing them the subsequent pain. Except he didn't understand one thing: why Corpse Knight had decided to fight so desperately for people and continued to do so no matter what. The only answer that came to Gunther's mind was that he was doing what he chose to do himself. After these words, he rushed into another attack, which according to the enemy was pointless. Julius realized that even though he was incredibly strong, Gunther was someone whose strength would be a force to be reckoned with. Another wave of the vampire's power threw off the Corpse Knight's armor, making him more vulnerable. Even so, he managed to get close enough to the enemy to be able to strike. As soon as he touched Julius' body, a bright flash of energy blinded him. Except that the vampire never got hit in the face, because at the last moment he managed to stop the blow and reiterate that resistance was futile. What followed was Julius' powerful attack, which threw Corpse Knight's body upwards. Despite the countless blows that should have incapacitated him, Gunther was still on his feet and ready to fight back. Such stubbornness in another moment would have caused a wave of respect within Julius, but right now he was extremely annoyed at being prevented from destroying humanity. Gunther was able to land a blow that made the vampire realize that this fight could go on for a long time. For no matter how many times Julius attacked, his opponent withstood his onslaught and continued to resist. Meanwhile, there was a lull in the battlefield. People were looking at the monsters that had frozen in place in surprise. This meant that the knight was still fighting. Such pride rose within Welf that he now clearly understood everything they had done to create the Corpse Knight had not been in vain. After all, they managed to bring someone into this world who was fighting for a better future for humanity right now. But this battle was extremely difficult, for just as the vampire had said, at this point all of Gunther's efforts were futile. Julius controlled such power, could create such powerful monsters, that there was simply no point in opposing him. The people who were in the town were closely watching what was happening. At some point, they noticed that there was an explosion in the castle. They considered it not a bad sign that indicated the knight was inside and fighting. Looking at everything that was going on, Audrey prayed for the well-being of her friends. She really wanted to see them again. Gunther struggled with similar thoughts. He wanted to keep those who mattered to him safe, to give them hope for a brighter future. Except that each of his attempts failed. The vampire was invulnerable. His power was unbridled, wild and dangerous. Gunther's limbs were falling into disrepair. The sound of bones breaking could be heard, and Julius repeated time and again that it was all useless. The corpse knight was already barely on his feet, but still continued to fight, causing his opponent to ask a lot of questions. Julius urged him to stop, questioning what just one person could change. This was a question he had asked himself after 100 Dead Knight attacks and had come to certain conclusions. In the life of a pureblood vampire, there was one king who beheaded him for drinking blood. There was also one woman who showed mercy and gave him a helping hand. And there was also a man who, right now, was giving him a new challenge, even though he was barely hanging on. So the question arose whether he had realized the true meaning of his promise to Isabella. But what Julius was thinking at this critical moment will remain a mystery shrouded in darkness. Except that the seconds in which he thought about all of this had created a gap in his defenses that hadn't been there before. So, of course, Corpse Knight cleverly took advantage of it, turning it to his advantage. It was this gap that determined the winner in this difficult battle. The knight's story was being written at this very moment, so whoever wished to preserve it on parchment wondered whether the crushing blow would be aimed at the heart or the head. Diving deep into his mind, Julius pondered what was possible to change on his own. Remembering his beloved Isabella, all he could think of was that he wanted to keep his promise to her. Except now, he had an uneasiness about whether he had been wrong all this time and on the wrong path. All he so desperately wanted was to once again feel the touch of the woman he loved, who had once been the only meaning of life for him. Gunther stated that this was the end for both of them. He planned to complete the last chapter of the vampire's life. Julius's body began to gradually dissolve into the air, and at some point, he even felt relieved, because he realized that he would finally find the long-awaited peace. Opening his eyes was difficult. The first time in his life, Gunther felt so weak. But when he did manage to do so, he heard someone sigh in surprise and ask if he had managed to wake up. The night was soon deafened by the loud shouts of hundreds of people cheering and rejoicing that the one who had saved humanity had woken up. People praised him and thanked him with tears in their eyes. At first, our hero did not even realize what happened and how he found himself in Valhalla. Audrey and Captain Welf approached him. They reported that humanity had won the war. The man said that all these people had only survived because of him. Gunther was silently looking around at all these people. Unable to stand it, Leonard asked him to say at least something. The knight's voice was so faint that Audrey had to lean as close to him as possible to hear anything. She thought he was going to say something important or meaningful, but Gunther was in his repertoire, so mumbled that it wasn't as bad as he expected. However, these words were enough for the crowd to explode with joyful shouts again. These words were recorded in a historical manuscript, noting that it was the first thing the hero said after the great battle with the last pureblood vampire. In honor of the victory, they decided to have a grand feast, and all the food they had left was brought to the square for a good celebration. After all, it was a great victory of mankind, which will surely leave a mark in history. But also, everyone will remember these events as the day when a huge number of people died who willingly sacrificed themselves for others. When Gunther saw the number of burials, he was simply shocked. He understood that there were many, but to see with your own eyes is quite another thing. Memories of some of the warriors who had died right before his eyes surfaced in his mind. They were glorious men who didn't deserve such a brutal death. The dead knight wanted to know the exact number of casualties, but Welf said they would never know, for many bodies had been lost on the battlefield, so they didn't even have graves. The captain said that despite the pain they should move on, because thanks to Gunther, they could look forward to tomorrow, except that the knight said it wasn't all thanks to him. He believed that the victory was a shared credit and the glory belongs to every warrior who had a hand in the battle. At that moment, Welf said that the men were planning to erect a statue of Gunther at the very spot where he and Julius had fought their last battle. Except his face was deemed so unsightly that they decided to cover it with a helmet. After this conversation, Corpse Knight spotted Patrick in the shade of a tree. The latter congratulated him on being a great hero. He also said he hoped the knight wouldn't regret it when he saw the price he'd have to pay for it all. Gunther's lips stretched into an insane smile as he confidently stated that they wouldn't be able to kill him. The man did not like these words very much, but he did not answer anything and just disappeared into the night darkness. Meanwhile, the townspeople were enjoying the goodies at a feast. However, they were not merry, for they were remembering all the people that the war had taken. Everyone in the room could barely hold back tears, for they could not enjoy the celebration without those who were no longer on this earth. Gunther and Ariel decided to go to a quieter place, for the company was being very noisy. Looking at the girl, our hero asked what she wanted to do now that their lives were not threatened. She said she wanted to travel the world and treat people like Dr. Edmund. With a hopeful look at the man, she asked if he wanted to go with her. Gunther was silent for a while. He wanted to say so much, but at the same time, he couldn't find the words. He decided to talk about how when they were connected, he could hear the subtle pounding of her heart, and it was the sweetest sound he'd ever heard. So Gunther said he would do what he had to do. Ariel clearly didn't understand what he was getting at, so she continued to stare at him questioningly. Smiling warmly, the man looked silently at the girl, and her gaze said much more than all the words that came out of his mouth. An old withered hand that could barely hold a quill wrote on a piece of paper about how Julius met his end. The King of Kings wondered if the dead knight had already made his final choice. After all, it seemed to Hound that Gunther did not fully understand the fact that he would lose everything because of this decision. As the king wrote, then his index finger was completely off. He realized that he had less and less time left. The monarch demanded that a piece of Julius' heart be brought to him immediately. As agreed, his subjects said they were no match for the corpulent knight. After a little thought, Hound said that Gunther would massacre any man who infringed on his wench. It meant that if anything, the first suspicions would fall on Hound, and then he would be his prime target. The king was well aware of this. It gave him an advantage, which meant Gunther wouldn't be able to defeat him. That same night, the first swords crossed in a new battle. A blade was held to Leonard Welf's throat. He didn't understand what it all meant, for he thought that after the war with the vampires, humans would stick together. The attacking warriors hid their faces, but were able to spell out that there was a good reward for the head of a dead knight and the delivery of a living energy storage device. The second scumbag said that the money would be enough to provide a luxurious life for his children and all their descendants. The second warrior reported that they had been ordered to capture those who were close to Gunther to use as bait. With a smirk, Leonard said that the people in front of him were true fools if they thought a knight would sacrifice himself for them. But the criminals didn't fall for the provocation and said they wanted to put it to the test. Soon, similar raids began all over Wajal. People were stolen right out of their homes and promised release as soon as they had Gunther and Ariel in their hands. While these raids came to nothing, as the energy storage unit could never be found, the criminals assumed she had already escaped with the dead knight. Turning toward the bound Audrey, one of the villains asked what kind of weapon Gunther had. She was offered huge sums of money for the answer, but she said she knew nothing. The mercenary advised the blonde to think better of it, for if he were her, he would join those who made such generous offers. Audrey's only response, however, was to spit right in that rascal's face. He couldn't believe this girl would do such a thing. The man figured she was unlikely to stay alive after Gunther was in their hands. After a while, the mercenaries first entered the underground part of Wajal. They immediately determined where the only entrance and exit was and stayed in the center part. They had brought all the prisoners there, who were going to be used as human shields when the night attacks. Apparently, after the battle with the vampire, no weapons were attached to him. They also took control of all exits from the city and increased patrols at the borders. According to preliminary reports, no escape attempts were made, which means Gunther and Ariel were still in town. The ringleader stated that they should continue their search. After all, their main goal was the energy store. He emphasized that they should not engage in battles with Gunther. Approaching Audrey, Welf informed her that he had made arrangements with their allies for such an eventuality, so it would take them a few days to come to their aid. Lowering her head, the girl said sadly that she had hoped that the world would finally be at peace after humanity defeated the vampires. So many people died for the sake of it, but among the survivors were those who valued money far more than their dead comrades. It was now extremely unsafe at night in Valhalla, for there were those wandering around who were desperate to find an energy storage device that was nowhere to be seen. Until the search succeeded, every time the mercenaries reported failure, they wondered if it was possible to defeat someone who had handled Julius himself. Some of them hoped that everything would be easy because Gunther would surely come to save his friends. And besides, once they rip the corpse knight's head off, they'll have untold riches in their pockets. The ringleader announced that Gunther would find out very soon that his comrades were being held hostage. So tonight should decide everything. They will see exactly what the great hero will do. Suddenly, there was a loud scream that made the soldiers take their positions. They heard that someone was descending into the dungeon. The quiet footsteps made everyone freeze in anticipation, for it was obvious that someone was approaching them. The sound was getting louder and louder. Everyone was ready to attack at any second. But it was just one of the warriors who was late for the general meeting and had only now descended into the dungeon. At that moment, the mercenary leader wanted to kill this latecomer with his own hand. He could barely restrain this impulse. King Hound was informed that no trace of Gunther had yet been found. This news did not please him, to say the least. The acolytes were certain that he remained within Wajal, but they knew nothing else. The monarch could not believe that the night would not come for him. The dying ruler wondered who this hero of humanity would come for, since he didn't want to save the people dearest to him. While alone with Ariel, Gunther told her that Hound had once shared with him that there was only one way to save everyone. But now the knight knew the monarch was wrong, for there was another way. For the first time in his life, the man wanted tomorrow to be like today. And to protect that tomorrow, Gunther had to do certain things. Ariel was beginning to realize that with this conversation, the man wanted to prepare her for something very bad. Tapping his head, he said that as long as there was a piece of Julius' heart inside him, people would continue to shed blood for her. Softening his voice, Gunther asked the girl not to be sad, for this story would have a happy ending. Touching her cheek, he gently wiped a tear from his Ariel's face, for he did not want her to grieve. Smiling, Corpse Knight looked into her eyes and quietly said the very words she had longed to hear. He confessed that he loved her. Ariel could no longer hold back her tears when the man asked that she let him believe in the world she believed in. His face slowly moved closer to the girl. She could feel his breath and see him looking at her lips. Letting go of control, Gunther finally did what he had longed to do. Wrapping his palms around his Ariel's face, he kissed her, for he knew it was the last thing he would remember. The girl was filled with such strong emotions that she couldn't believe she hadn't exploded yet. More than anything, she wanted to stop time, to make this moment last forever. After that, the Corpse Knight got rid of his clothes, then entered the cold water and began to head for deeper water. Raising his hand upward, he gestured that all was well. He did not want to turn his head, for to go out of life looking into the face of a crying lover was a separate kind of torture. The girl watched the water gradually swallow the body of the one she loved and could not say a word. It seemed to her that her heart was also drowning in those cold waters. She stood until Gunther was completely swallowed up by the water surface. It seemed to her that a piece of her soul died with him. At last, King was able to finish the story of a man who, being dead, had always aspired to life, but then voluntarily took the path that leads to death. So ended the story of the immortal knight. But people will never forget about him, because in their memories he will live forever. Putting a point in this story, Hound felt a special anger, because the knight broke all his plans and the biography came out not as the king would have wanted. But at the last moment, his weakened hands shook, and instead of a dot, he put a comma. Gunther, even after death, prevented him from finishing the story. This caused the king to shriek shrilly. Such anger he had never felt before in his entire long existence. He wanted to tear up and throw this lifeless story away. So much did he hate the Corpse Knight he himself had proposed to create. At some point, the king froze in place, the candle on the table went out, and the monarch never moved. After some time, the servants found his dead body and prepared it for burial. In order not to frighten his subjects with the appearance of the last of the Han family, his face was covered with wreaths and sent to rest in peace, leaving the people to judge his rule for themselves. The king left them, and Patrick informed them that they now needed to choose the next person to take the throne. All eyes were on him, and he knew at last the power was in his hands. Nevertheless, the era of humanity continued. Human hatred did not go anywhere, and greed still knew no limits, so the wars continued. However, despite all this, there were those who kept the memory of their loved ones alive and appreciated the feats done. It was many years after Gunther's death before a little boy asked his mentor who owned the tombstone she was taking such good care of. The dark-haired woman replied that the greatest hero who had saved humanity many years before the boy was born had died on that spot. Her student was convinced that in order to engage in heroics, one had to be born into the right family. So someone like him could never become like the one to whom the monument was erected. Stroking the statue of the knight with her hand, the woman said that she did not agree with this statement, for this man was selfish and eccentric, and yet had nothing at all behind his soul. On catching up, the boy couldn't believe that such a person had managed to achieve the title of hero. After looking at the monument, the child asked his mentor if she thought he would ever be able to be like this man. Ariel turned her head, smiled broadly, and said that her pupil would certainly succeed in becoming as worthy a person. These words genuinely pleased the boy, because now he had an example to follow. He wanted to know everything about the knight, and his mentor did not mind telling Gunther's story. It's time to listen to the memories of the one who became king after the last hound left the land. King Patrick was extremely weak. The servant asked him to keep his temper, for he had not yet finished what he was so desirous of telling. Upon hearing him addressed, the ruler boiled up. He shouted that he should be called Patrick Silpheus, the first king of his noble house, the greatest ruler of all time. He ordered that he was to be called only that, or he would simply rip out the servant's tongue. The servant apologized and asked if the king had finished his story. The king said it was not all he wanted to tell, so he should listen carefully and take notes. Patrick listened and wondered if there was no one at the door, for he had clearly heard someone. It seemed to him everywhere the voices of those scoundrels who were plotting intrigues against him. That whispering drove him mad. The scribe reported that he had made sure that no one would come within 5 meters of the room, so he could be sure they were alone. But the king believed no one, not his servants, not his children, not even his own mother. He considered his greatest achievement to be the statue of the corpse knight Gunther, which was located on the spot where he had met in his last fight with Julius. With the help of outstanding artisans, Patrick created the most enormous bronze statue in the world. The king knew that Gunther, alive, would have been a serious problem for him, but he had spared him the trouble of dealing with it himself.
So he was only too happy to create corpse knight honors that, among other things, strengthened his authority as a ruler.
To Patrick's deep regret, because of the people's strong reverence for the knight, he had to let his friends live. Gunther very resourceful out of the situation, because when the future king met him, he was a complete egoist, so no one would have thought that he would sacrifice himself for others. However, the king felt that he should have gotten rid of Leonard Welf. After all, this insolent upstart fancied himself a righteous hero and was constantly putting sticks in the ruler's wheels. He could not be bribed with money or power, in the king's opinion. Welf was the craziest man he had ever met. But Patrick thought Leonard's death was the most disgusting, because on the day of his funeral, the whole town mourned for him. The monarch did not understand why he was treated in such a way, because only the king, who had survived this Welf, was to be loved and respected. Then he remembered he hadn't said anything about Audrey, the huge woman who was the named daughter of one of Gunther's creators. After the war, she opened an orphanage. Patrick still remembered the day he went there to financially support the children. She looked at the king with such distrust that he wanted to cut off her head immediately. But the people loved Audrey, so he had to leave her alone. The scribe suggested that His Majesty was very fond of children, but Patrick said it was all nonsense. Helping the little poor was just to impress the public. After that, the ruler finally remembered Ariel. She seemed the strangest of them all. He said he had searched every inch of the sea floor, hoping to find Julius' heart, but couldn't find even a piece of the corpse knight's body. But just in case, the king didn't stop tracking the human energy storage device. Through this, he found out that she had spent her whole life among lowly people. Patrick didn't understand what purpose she had in mind or what she wanted to accomplish. Coughing, the dying monarch realized he was getting worse and worse. After examining his bloody hands, he reported that his time was running out. The servant said he would be by his king's side until the very end. Looking at his crown, he laughed and said that all this time, he had been surrounded by wealth and power that no one else had. He had an entire country in his hands. Except he couldn't remember a single moment when he was truly happy. Every second of his life, Patrick was responsible for everything. The people around him smiled courteously, and with that, they held knives at their backs. They judged his every move, whispering amongst themselves. Patrick had so much blood on his hands, he destroyed hundreds of enemies, exterminated so many families that it was impossible to count. Only after all this did the king finally realize Olivia Hound. He revealed that the day before the battle with Julius, she had confessed to him that she was very scared. The heiress to the throne told him that she was greatly worried about what people would think of her and what she would remain in history if the plan suddenly failed. She was scared to even imagine that her father would be right and she would be remembered as the most worthless ruler in history. Olivia was in a panic, so she sincerely said that she couldn't take it all alone anymore. That night, she seemed like an ordinary girl who was looking for human warmth and asked to stay with her for the night. But Patrick refused to stay at her side. He left her alone and then thought she deserved it. And then he only saw her as the key to success and never had warm feelings for her. But right now, on the brink of his own end, Patrick understood perfectly well this poor woman who was begging to be saved. Sometimes the king pondered what would have happened if he had been sympathetic. What would have happened if he had stayed that night? He wondered if his life would have been happier, the meaning of all his deeds more important, and his mark on history more visible. Whatever it was, Patrick was the king, and he remained so until the very last minute. He was considered the most outstanding man of them all, or so he wanted to think. Uncertainty increasingly encompassed him, but the end was coming, so there was no time to think about it. Eternity called to him and he answered its call. Lowering his head, the man prepared to head into oblivion. The crown fell from his head as if to say that before death all were equal, monarchs and common people alike, it spared no one. But whether this symbol of power was worth all the sacrifices people were willing to make, everyone has their own answer to that question.